Time to talk some college football as well as we bring in Adam Rittenberg, the senior college football writer for ESPN. And you know what's coming your way in 40 minutes. Our best bets, and maybe the Donkster who has been on vacation as well. Also, hello to our audience on Stadium as we stream during our final hour, as we always do. You can check us out on BallySportsLive.com, the Bally Sports Live app, or YouTube TV, DirecTV, and Amazon Prime. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. And Chelsea, we've been saying football is back, but football really is back. We had a little taste last night. Joe Burrow, Jaden Daniels, at least for a couple series. Bengals beat the Commanders 31-17. Bengals laying 3.5. Bengals minus 190. Total set at 43.5. Before I go into this game and we talk about it, have you bet any preseason football? Did you bet on this game at all? Because I've been on vacation. I've been out of the mix.
I definitely thought long and hard about betting on the over last night. Because it just made, too much sense.
Yeah.
But then I stood there and I was like, okay, Chelsea, do you really want to be sweating, one final touchdown in the fourth quarter of a preseason game? And I said to myself, no. So I didn't bet it. But overs have been high, and this one made a ton of sense because we did see the starters on the field for at least a couple drives, and they were productive, as we expected. The Bengals defense obviously still has some work to do as well. So this game went to the over pretty easily. 31-17, I believe the total in this one was 43. So a nice hit on the squares that would have cashed on the over last night.
Yeah, Joe Burrow, 9 of 14, 62 yards, while also directing a couple of touchdown drives.
Something left in the tank at 36 years old. Burrow and Jones somehow to Jones for the touchdown.
That's Joe Buck on ESPN. Washington, very competitive as well with JD5 in the lineup. They get a 14-yard rushing touchdown from their starting QB, and then immediately Dan Quinn was like, all right, I've seen enough, because as soon as Jaden cut up the middle, you thought, oh, God, please don't get hit. Got hit right before the goal line, spun in for the touchdown, and Bill makes an appearance as well. Bill Krosky-Merritt. 11 carries, 46 yards. Brian Robinson Jr. sitting out for the Commanders. It looks like he might be dealt. Also, huge game for former Commander Mitchell Tinsley. 5 catches, 73 yards, and 2 scores. So the Bengals get the run that they want because, look, it's been a big part of the preseason, right? We're going to start our guys. We're going to give our guys experience. We're going to make sure they get in there. They're ready to go as we get into the regular season so we don't have a slow start. But there were a couple series there where Joe Burrow was running for his life and being treated like a rag doll. I think a lot of fans were like, dude, get him out of there before he gets hurt.
Right, and some of it was on Joe Burrow as well because he was scrambling like he was in the Super Bowl. It's like, Joe, just go down. You don't need to keep running
Right.
backwards. You are not going to make something out of this play by scrambling around for 13 seconds. So I think that was the other aspect is that I know it's a preseason game, and I'm sure each coach said to their quarterback, listen, this is a preseason game. Please do not risk it all on the goal line. But it felt like one of those things where when you're under the lights and you're in the action, it felt like they couldn't turn it off. So even though it was a preseason game, even Jaden Daniels did this when he scrambled for a touchdown. I know he's probably not supposed to be running around out there, but still, it's hard to turn off that adrenaline once it gets going. So it did feel very much like a little taste of normal regular season football, which felt amazing on a Monday night.
Yeah, it certainly did. Also, I mentioned Bill Krosky-Merritt getting into the end zone. And for those people who don't follow the Commanders super closely and you're wondering, wait, I've never heard of this guy. Well, it's Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, but he wants to be called Bill because of Lil Bill, the old cartoon back in the day. And when he didn't have hair and he was growing up and he was a kid, everybody called him Bill because he looked like Lil Bill the cartoon. So he likes going by Bill instead of Ja'Cory. And Troy Aikman and Joe Buck were talking through that last night on the air, which was funny because it's really not a well-known story outside of D.C. But I mentioned him because, A, he looked really good, even in limited action. 11 carries, 46 yards. Also a touchdown run, which is really impressive early. But more than that, Brian Robinson Jr. sat out for the Commanders last night. And we've kind of gone from 0 to 60 as far as what his future is with the team. You start camp here in Washington, and it's, all right, B-Rob's going to be your starting running back. And then we get whispers last week. The rumors are, you know what? Bill Krosky-Merritt looks really good. Maybe he's going to be the guy because he has that speed that B-Rob doesn't have. Maybe the Commanders will think about dealing Brian Robinson Jr. And then the decision was made a couple days ago. We're not going to play him. So he was not in attendance. Terry McLaurin was not in attendance. So you've seen a guy in B-Rob who he may not be on the burgundy and gold here within a week or so. Whatever the situation is, it doesn't look good.
Yeah. So how much should we be overreacting to Bill here? Do you think he's going to be a big part of the offense? Yeah. Should we be hammering away on Rookie of the Year bets? Should we be adding him to fantasy rosters? Because here's the thing. When you have a running quarterback, I feel like it makes the running back position so much more effective. But they still do have Austin Eckler, right? So how big of a part is Bill going to be in this offense?
I think he's going to be a big part of it, honestly. I will also say this. The reason why I think you have to be careful on maybe a Rookie of the Year bet is that in a Cliff Kingsbury offense, when you have a Jaden Daniels, when you have an Austin Eckler, when you have a Deebo Samuel, when you have a guy like Terry McLaurin, who at some point I think returns to the team, that's a lot of footballs to go around, right? So I don't think they're going to treat Bill Krosky-Merritt as some sort of bell cow. But I will say, if you're talking about schematically, because he has that home run speed where he can take it to the house, Brian Robinson Jr. has never really been that guy. He's a guy on a 3rd and 1, a 3rd and 2, you give him the rock and you let him go right up the middle and he'll get you those yards. Very tough runner, very physical runner, but he doesn't have that breakaway speed. He doesn't have that threat to take it to the house that the Commanders really want. So as far as your fantasy teams go, I think a late round look at Bill Krosky-Merritt is worth it. But this isn't me, I can assure you, speaking as a Commanders fan. I'm telling you, if you talk to anyone who has covered the team, let me ask Denton here. Denton knows as well as I do. What do you think? Am I overreacting here? I'm not saying this guy's going to get 20 carries a game, but I do think he's going to be a big or more significant part of the offense by midseason.
He definitely will be a significant part of the offense. It feels like they're going to go running back by committee with Brian Robinson, not staying around because he's either going to be dealt or cut. One of the two things. He's not going to be on the roster. But, look, man, if you really think Jaden Daniels is really good, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility to think that the primary running back can go for 1,200 yards.
Yeah.
And, how often do we see rookie running backs go for 1,200, 1,300 yards? I think if he gets up to that number, there might be some serious juice surrounding him.
I will also say, too, remember, he was drafted late in the 7th round, not because of a lack of talent. It's because of academic reasons or transfer reasons, whatever they were. He only played a game at Arizona last year. So you just didn't have a big sample size as far as what he did as a Wildcat. But in totality, if you look at his talent, he has speed, he's super violent, cuts on a dime. So that makes a really good point, which is, look, when you have an offense that can spread around the football, maybe he doesn't necessarily get the touches, but he could go for a lot of yards, especially because you know how it is when you're young in the NFL. This is your time to be a running back.
Yeah, absolutely. But also this is relative to what the other rookies do.
Yes.
So he can have a great season, but number one, if a quarterback has a great season, it feels like it just goes to the quarterback. So some of this is, how high are you on Cam Ward? Right now, he is the second favorite behind Ashton Genty, another running back, who is plus 275. Cam Ward is plus 350. We've got Omarion Hampton, Travis Hunter, Tet McMillan for the Panthers, Travion Henderson, who has been impressing at camp for the Patriots, Tyler Shuck, no thank you, please. And then you have Bill Krosky-Merritt at 30-1. So based on that price, that's a pretty long shot odds. And I will say this, Emeka Egbuka at plus 25-1 as well. That one looks kind of tempting to me. Matthew Golden, former Longhorn Jenks, in the mix as well. So I think that we're going to have a lot of rookies to watch this year, which makes that race even harder to predict. But a lot of it is price dependent. Would you rather take somebody like Ashton Genty at plus 260 or, Bill Krosky-Merritt at 30-1?
No, I want the 30-1 odds, even though I think Genty is going to be an absolute beast. There's no question. But at 30-1 for a guy that, honestly, nobody's talking about him. That's the thing. We're talking about him right now, but also, we cover the Commanders, Denton's out there. I'm out there. We talk about this team a lot. You're certainly very familiar with the team. So from a national perspective, you're not going to turn on ESPN this morning and you're going to be talking about Bill Krosky-Merritt. I mean, even last night, Joe Buck and Troy Aikman were like, no, what's his name again? Corey, Bill, what do we do here? So the national media, even national football fans, aren't really familiar with his game, but I think they will be shortly enough. So if you do like him, if you are familiar with what he is doing, and the fact that Brian Robinson Jr. is not going to be a part of this team, at 30-1, sure, those are great odds for a guy that will be a big part of the offense at some point this season, if not early.
Well, and especially because narrative and eyeballs matter. Like, I think last night was a great jumping off point because how many people were probably watching that game? I think a lot of people are in the same boat as me, is that we are so starved for football that when we saw Monday Night Football, even though it's preseason, we got Joe Burrow, we got Jaden Daniels. I think a lot of people were watching that game. Plus, the intrigue with the name is kind of cool. And plus, the Commanders, correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like they have more primetime or like big billing games this year to where people are going to be watching the Commanders as opposed to Ashton Genty, who plays for the Raiders. They're not going to get those type of games. So I think, the stage is set where people are going to see him.
Oh, yes. I mean, Den just put this in the chat. 8 games on primetime or standalone. Like when I saw the schedule come out, I'm like, well, you're going to be tired a lot because you know me. I go to bed early. That game started at 8 o'clock last night, and we had a 3-hour pregame show leading up to the game, and then I got to get home at some point, and then I'm watching the game, and I'm like, you are going to be exhausted tomorrow. But then again, that's football season, but that's a good problem to have, right? Your team goes from an afterthought to, we have to showcase this team in prime time because they look like one of the premier teams, and they have a superstar quarterback. I also thought it was interesting that Trey Hendrickson was in attendance for the Bengals, but did not play. And then there was also a story that came out that said he is absolutely still planning on sitting out the regular season. Apparently, the sides have come closer when it comes to terms, but when it comes to guaranteed money, they're still far apart, and there's no budging on either side. And so it's strange to me that a guy like Trey Hendrickson, who is getting paid millions and millions of dollars this year, or should if he plays, is still planning to ride this out into the regular season out of principle. So, you know what? We'd always assume that these holdouts, eventually they get worked out. But I feel like this is one that has been going on for a long time. It feels pretty acrimonious. And I feel like of all the holdouts right now, if there is one that is going to last a while, I think it's the Trey Hendrickson holdout.
Yeah, based on the Bengals ownership, because I will say Micah Parsons that situation doesn't look great either,
right.
Just based on the emotions. But the Bengals ownership has just been, dragging their feet here where for a while there was no talk at all. But I do think in the case of looking at the defense without Trey Hendrickson, did you see the Bengals defense last night? It was not good. Like the fact that the Commanders did not have to throw a single pass on that first drive, and yet they still marched down the field and just ran the ball straight down in the middle, it felt like, every drive against the Bengals defense. Trey Hendrickson's probably sitting there saying, see, look how bad your defense is. But one could also look at the defense last year and be like, hey, dude, you put up these great numbers, led the league in sacks, and the defense still wasn't good. So...
Trey Hendrickson,
really bad.
He's trying to be, a good teammate. Let's go, guys. Let's go. It's going to stop here. And he's like, good. Keep running it. Keep running it.
Right?
Run all over those guys. They need me. That's like a weird position to be in. Like, you want your team to win, but also you want to show everyone, look, you could really use me. And you're right. The Bengals could have definitely used him last night at Northwest Stadium. Coming up next year on the show, the Buckeyes make their choice at quarterback. We're going to chat with Adam Rittenberg, the senior college football writer for ESPN. That is next on the Daily Tip, and it is on the BetMGM Network. Come on back.
Sammy P. from BetSweats here. Tuesday morning at 9:20 Eastern. There's one Chargers offensive player that I just can't wait to bet on this season.
Welcome back. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thrilled to have you along with us on a Tuesday. Everyone's back just in time for football season. Ditton in studio. Dylan, Double D, doing their thing. Chelsea here as well. And, of course, we're going to talk with Adam Rittenberg, the senior college football writer for ESPN, in just moments as Ohio State makes its decision at quarterback. So I have a quandary when it comes to this Texas-Ohio State game because, obviously, I'm a Longhorn. One of my close friends, he is a Buckeye. And, man, he wants to watch this game. I think I said this to you. Like, he wants to watch this game together. And I want to watch it with the Texas X's, Chelsea, right here in D.C. He wants to watch it at a neutral bar where there's maybe fans of just the game. How do I do this? Because he's a close friend of mine, but also, have you done this before where you're watching a game with an opposing fan, especially an intense game? And I'm not some sort of hardcore fan that, like, loses my mind and talks a lot of smack, but I feel like at times it can get weird. Am I overreacting here?
No, but I just think you tell them, hey, I want to watch it with a bunch of Texas fans. Like, I want to talk about the season. It's my first chance to talk with everybody who loves Texas football and be like, hey, listen, if you want to come to this Texas X's watch party, you are more than welcome. Just know you will be in the minority. So
Yes.
I think there will be other opportunities for you guys to watch football together. Because think about it. I would say, hey, maybe we can't watch this game together, but what about another big Ohio State game?
Sure.
Because, like, you are a fan of college football, so I'm sure there are other games where they're not going head-to-head with Texas where you can say, hey, I'll watch this game with you, and I'll root for your Buckeyes against Michigan or whoever, just not against my, Longhorns.
Yeah, I just don't want to do that. Plus, I want the excitement of having, that Texas energy. Because, I was supposed to go to Columbus, as we know, and then that kind of fell through. So I need something to sort of compensate for that. So that's probably what I'm going to do. Well, let's keep talking about that as we bring in Adam Rittenberg. He is the senior college football writer for ESPN. Adam, let's start right there. Ohio State going with Julian Sayin as a team starting quarterback, and I think that was expected. But because it took so long for Ryan Day to name a QB, is that a concern for Ohio State, or was this just sort of keeping in with the competitive spirit of making sure everyone competes for the starting job?
Yeah, good to be with you guys. I think that Sayin was certainly the favorite. I think you could probably be a bit concerned that this wasn't named after the spring, but he's a young quarterback who hasn't played a lot. I mean, 5 of 12 last year passing, just a handful of opportunities. Now he's competing against a guy in Lincoln Keenholz that I had heard really good things about all offseason. His athleticism, his mental approach, just the way he connected with the other players. So I think Keenholz really made this a competition. But I think until we see Sayin out there, this will be a really good defense right off the bat, but certainly a decent sample size of opponents. I think it's fair to have at least some level of concern. This is the least experienced quarterback group that Ryan Day has had as an assistant or as a head coach at Ohio State since he got there. So it's going to be a process with probably not a linear development. It's going to be a little up and down for Julian Sayin, but he's got all the ability. His release, his arm talent. I mean, there was a reason he was a 5-star recruit coming out of high school in California. So I think Ohio State fans, they aren't the most patient bunch, but they're going to have to be, I think, with this quarterback as he rounds into form.
Yeah, so what can we take away from watching the Ohio State and Texas game? It feels like a huge game. It feels like there's questions on both sides of the ball for both teams. Maybe not on the defensive side for Texas. Defense is pretty good. But Arch Manning, it feels like we've already given him the Heisman, even though he has a pretty limited sample size as well. Just how big is this first game of the season for Texas and Ohio State?
Well, it's really significant for Texas because, they lost to Ohio State last year in the semifinal. They have the more complete defense, as you mentioned. They have a quarterback in Arch Manning who's been in the program. This is his 3rd year, even though he hasn't played a ton, and you mentioned the expectations. So, to me, it's a more significant game for Texas than Ohio State because of all the questions the Buckeyes have after losing 14 NFL draft picks and other players from that championship team. Because, again, I would caution anyone who loses this game from freaking out because it's the first game with a lot of new players on either side. But I would be a bit concerned on the Texas side if they don't go out and look like a team that can compete for the national championship, because that's absolutely what they should be this year, having reached the playoff each of the last 2 years, having a quarterback like Manning, having defensive players like Anthony Hill Jr. and Colin Simmons. That's really a loaded group. So, it's a little more important for Texas. But, again, I would just caution against, super overreactions coming out of this game, because you're looking at two teams that supplied a large percentage of the players who were drafted in the NFL back in April.
We're talking with Adam Rittenberg. He is the senior college football writer for ESPN. So, Adam, I'm trying not to reveal my personal feelings here, but how many teams potentially are enough for the college football playoff?
I think it's fine at 12. The thing that's so amazing about this conversation, guys, is it's very hard historically for college sports to make any changes, to increase their playoff size, to decide on anything. And they go from 4 to, well, it's hard to get to 4, as you guys know, and then they go from 4 to 12, 3 times the amount. I'm not great at math, but I think it's 3 times the amount. And I think there were a lot of really good things about last year's playoff. They figured out the seeding, and that's going to be improved going forward. The idea that you go to 12 and you're already talking about 16, and then obviously there's some preliminary talks about 24, 28. It's so unlike college sports to be already in these discussions. We got to get bigger. We're not valued enough. 8-4 is a good record. I mean, this is just insane when you think about how difficult it's been for college football in particular to get to a playoff to begin with, and then to expand the playoff. I think 12 should be able to breathe for a little while, especially with the straight seeding before we go bigger. But again, you guys know it. Every playoff system in this country and every sport gets bigger and bigger, and more than likely college football's playoff will get bigger than 12. It's just a matter of how big.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you who your dark horse team is. Maybe a fringy team from a big conference that gets hot, that kind of has an easy schedule. I know some people like Oklahoma this year. Some people are sold on maybe like Nebraska having a good season this year. What's that team for you?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I've been as down on Nebraska as anyone since they joined the Big Ten, and rightfully so, but their schedule does set up pretty well for them to have a really nice record. Now, will that result in a playoff appearance? I'm still a little bit skeptical. You look at the SEC, and no one's really talking about Tennessee, a team that made the playoff last year. Obviously, with Nico Iamaleava leaving, there's questions about what they're going to be on the offensive side. Texas A&M is another one of those dangerous teams where they are often projected a lot higher than they end up finishing. But there's some things I really like about their team. Offensive line-wise, one of the better O-lines in the country. They have multiple options at running back. Talking with Mike Elko, their head coach, a couple of weeks ago, he's really bullish on Marcel Reed, their returning starter at quarterback. So, A&M is interesting to me. And then, in the Big Ten, there's a lot of justified hype around Illinois. Coming off of a 10-win season, beating South Carolina in a bowl game. They return a lot of those key players from that team, including quarterback Luke Altmaier, Gabe Jacobs, one of the best defensive players in the country. But Illinois has never had back-to-back 10-win seasons. So there's sort of a pro and a con for all of these, dark horse contenders. It's why I might look to another league like the ACC, perhaps the Big 12. I know the Big 12 really wants to have multiple playoff entrants this year, but, a lot of those teams look very similar talent-wise on paper entering the season.
Adam, I know you talked about Texas's game against Ohio State being huge for the Longhorns. I think that's absolutely right. But is there more pressure on anyone than James Franklin and Penn State? Because all we hear across the country is this is the year. This is finally the year for the Nittany Lions.
No doubt. And I think it's as simple as you can look at it from hey, they lost a lot of big games under James Franklin. It's not a new story. But then you look at last year, the semifinal group, and Texas loses a lot to the NFL. Ohio State loses 14 to the NFL, tying a record. Notre Dame loses their quarterback, Riley Leonard, some really good defensive players. Penn State, they lost Abdul Carter, but they bring back most of the key guys from that team, which I thought was better than Notre Dame, and credit to Notre Dame for finding a way to win and go to the national championship. So it's all set up for Penn State. Very easy opening. They get Oregon at home at night. It's not a schedule that's loaded with difficult opponents. So if not now, when is it going to happen for them with a senior quarterback and Drew Aller, excellent running back group, defensive stars that are still there, guys like Denai Dennis Sutton, who I'm really excited about, Zakee Wheatley in the back end, and then an offensive line that has steadily improved the last few years under James Franklin. So it really feels set up that anything less than a championship, whether it's Big Ten or national, there's going to be some level of disappointment, obviously barring injuries and such. But this is a huge, huge year for Penn State because it's all lined up for them to have that breakthrough next step.
Yeah, all right, a couple minutes left here. Okay, so we have another big game to start the season. LSU, Clemson. Do either of those teams make the playoff, in your opinion?
Well, yeah, I think certainly both have significant pressure to me. Clemson made it last year, is somewhat surprisingly, even without a dominant team in the ACC, and they won that conference. They're absolutely the favorite to win it again with a lot coming back. Cade Klubnik at quarterback. They have two of the best defensive linemen in the country, in T.J. Parker and Peter Woods. Wide receiver is once again a strength. And you look at Clemson historically, quarterback, defensive line, wide receiver, when those positions are elite, they're either winning or competing for national championships. And on the other side, LSU, they've got a quarterback who's proven in Garrett Nussmeier. They made a major push in the transfer portal. We rated them as the number one overall offseason at ESPN. And Brian Kelly has tremendous pressure because the previous three coaches have won a national championship by the end of year 4 at LSU, and he hasn't even made the playoffs. So both are absolutely playoff contenders. Both will be and should be disappointed if they don't make the playoff this year.
Make sure you check him out as the senior college football writer for ESPN. And on X at ESPN Rittenberg, it is Adam Rittenberg. Adam, always great talking with you, and thanks for the time.
You bet. Thanks for having me, guys.
You bet. You know how I know it's college football season? Because this is how, we're talking to Adam, who's great, and also every single practice report I read when it comes to Texas, it's just like catastrophizing. Like, we've already lost one starting offensive lineman. Another guy hurt his wrist yesterday. I mean, is it serious? Did he just bend it a little bit? Can we tape it up? Is it a broken wrist? I mean, do we have enough depth now? We have to move a guy over, swing him over from the other side? It's been on my mind for the last 12 hours. I'm like, oh, my God, I'm worried about backups on the offensive line going into Columbus, and that's how I know. I had a summer where I was like, Arch Manning, and now I'm worried about wrist injuries on the offensive line. So that's how I know college football is really here.
Yeah, champagne problems, Jenks. Nobody cares about the backup offensive lineman at NC State. And it feels even worse when, you have good players from last year's team and we can't keep them. Like Concepcion.
Oh, Chelsea, you froze.
Big
there
school now. So I can't say that I'm looking at the message boards for NC State football. But let's go back to this LSU and Clemson game. Like, how big is the blow up if Brian Kelly loses another season opener? Because I feel like he has been teetering on the brink of, like, breaking a table. Like, it feels like his anger problem is going to be a real issue. Lose this issue. It's a long record, I believe, where he has not been great at the start of the year.
No, that's true. I think the problem here is that ultimately Clemson is a better team. We were talking about two Heisman Trophy quarterbacks. There's no question about that. But Clemson is the better team. They're favored in this game.
And it's at Clemson.
Yeah. So this is going to be, for any team to go into Death Valley and beat this Clemson club, which is going to be super stout. And Klubnik, I think, is definitely, you can make an argument for him as the Heisman Trophy winner. I think even more of a strong argument for Klubnik than you can for Arch Manning. So to go into that situation with the pressure on that Brian Kelly is going to feel, I mean, it's a long season. I think ultimately, how he finishes will clearly be more important, but there's no doubt that these opening season losses are something that he's going to have to get past. Not handing him an L, but frankly, I would be shocked if LSU got the win against Clemson. Coming up next here on the show, everyone's back, and hopefully that means more winners. Best bets and the Donkster are coming up next. This is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show on a Tuesday. It is the Daily Tip. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, we got our best bets. Donkster is back, ready to go. So we have an update provided by one of our fantastic listeners. I got to make sure I get his last name right. Jake's going to kill me here. Jake Siebert. I think that's right. Jake is in Arizona. So I talk to Jake from time to time, listens to the show on a regular basis, and he let us know that the Chargers fan, that crazy woman, I don't say crazy, but it's this crazy shot of her just being like really into the game. This crazy woman been sent to the loony bin a few times. That's the rumor. But, the camera was on her, and people thought it was some sort of like act. Like she has to be a plant. She can't be this excited. But it turns out she really does love her Chargers, and she has not left her Chargers fandom. She is still very much a Chargers fan, still going to all the games and cheering on her LA Chargers and Jim Harbaugh, so she's not left. So that's good to know. She's right where she's always been, cheering out in LA. Thank you, Jake, for that.
It's good to know the one Chargers fan still exists. I don't know that many Chargers fans. I will say, of the uniform combos, the Chargers are one of my favorites. Like the powder blues.
Oh, yeah.
Like if there was ever like a color scheme that I would want to rock as a fan, like that's an easy sell. Like if you're in LA and you want like a fashionable like color scheme to root for, like the powder blue, it's so easy to wear. Like those colors are amazing.
Oh, I agree. Their uniform combos are unreal. Even when they go to the navy blue, it's kind of a nice look with the powder blue. And I even like the old school when they had the numbers on the helmets because I'm old. But they go to the powder blue and it's like chef's kiss. And you know me, I'm a huge uniform guy. So whenever I see that, I'm like, man, those Chargers, they figured that out. And they got their number one fan in the stands. They got Jim Harbaugh now because he's definitely not going back to college forever. So things are trending the right way, I feel like, for LA.
Well, especially now. I don't know if you've seen the hot picture that everybody was talking about yesterday, Justin Herbert and Madison Beer. So let me start by asking this. Jenks, do you know who Madison Beer is?
I know
I
the
had to Google
name.
her.
I'm looking. I know that name. Here we go. Let's see. Yes, I see her right now. She is not unattractive.
Yes. So apparently there is a picture of her with Justin Herbert, and I don't know if they're shooting like a music video together because she does music. But a lot of people are assuming that that's going to be like the new it couple, because in the NFL we have Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, we have Haley Steinfeld and Josh Allen. So some are surmising that, now that Justin Herbert is joining the mix with star girlfriends, I don't know if she's a superstar though. Like she is a rung below Haley Steinfeld, I think. Because I had heard of Haley Steinfeld. I don't think that she's a superstar. Like definitely not in the same stratosphere as Taylor Swift, but still, she's been hot lately. She was in Sinners. But yeah, Madison Beer, I definitely had to Google. Like I had heard of the name. I knew what she looked like, but I didn't know what she was famous for.
Also, me neither. And I was just so crushed to see you guys talking about your favorite Taylor Swift songs last week while I wasn't here. I mean, it was tough for me. I was by the pool, had a drink in my hand, and I thought, of all the segments to miss, I can't believe I'm missing that one. So, maybe another time. Maybe another time for this guy.
Wait. Did Catherine make you watch the New Heights podcast?
Oh, man. Well, no, we did not watch the podcast, but I definitely heard all about, what's this called, Life of a Showgirl. And then yesterday, there was a big announcement at 2 p.m. I heard about this. Big announcement. I was like, I bet this is not a big announcement. And the announcement was the album will come in different colors. You can choose a different colored vinyl if you so choose, just like her previous albums, I believe. So we're all Taylor all the time. Good to be back. Good to be back. Just in time for football season.
I listened to the New Heights podcast. I thought it was pretty good. Like, it was interesting to hear their relationship, like, live. Because I think that's why a lot of people tuned in, because you can tell a lot by a couple by how they interact with each other. And
Yeah.
it was really cute. Like, I feel now that Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are definitely getting married. Like, they were very cute and complimentary. Like, I think somebody commented that, like, you're never too much for the right person. And it felt like that because Taylor Swift in this interview was, I don't want to say she was a lot because, like, she was the guest. So they had her on to talk, but she definitely talked a lot more than Travis Kelce, which is, I think, what a lot of us expected.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And also, our pod that we do, me and Smoot, we're up for this podcast award, and they're in the same category. And they brought on Taylor Swift. Like, we already had, like, 0.5% chance of winning. And now we got to go up against a pod where they had Taylor Swift on it. Like, I mean, all right. You know.
I mean, there's your resume.
Yeah.
Nominated against a podcast that featured Taylor Swift. There you go.
Yeah.
That's an accomplishment.
Like, well, taking an L this year. No question about that. I was like, that's a good run for us for a while. But no, that's not going to happen. Come on next on Bet Sweat, Sammy P and Kate Constable preview the L.A. Chargers. We're just talking about the Chargers. They're also going to react to Joe Flacco being named the starter for the Browns. Jeff Feinberg will join for more Chargers talk at 10:20. And then Brad Powers will hand out his best college futures at 11 o'clock. Chargers talk on Bet Sweats.
Chargers talk.
Chargers
Go,
talk.
Chargers,
Come on.
go.
Let's go. And let's pick some winners for tonight.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea. I'm looking for nothing but dubs. What do you got?
Going back to the well with another first 7 under bet. We're going to go first 7 innings under 5.5 runs for -130 between the Astros and the Tigers. From the jump, we have a great pitching matchup here. Cy Young favorite Tariq Skubal goes for the Tigers, and Hunter Brown, Cy Young contender, goes for the Astros. Hunter Brown, let's start here. He's been fantastic over his last 3 starts, 2 earned runs or fewer. And also, here's the thing. He can go longer than 5 innings. 2 of his last 3 starts have gone 6 2/3. At least he went 7 innings against the Red Sox in one of those as well. Because here's the thing. You can play first 5 under 3.5, or you can have a little extra wiggle room and play that 5.5 in the first 7 innings, because we know Tariq Skubal can go deep in games as well. I know it hasn't been Tariq Skubal-like numbers over his last 3 starts, but listen, the bounce back is coming, and we know Tariq Skubal is going to stay in the game long enough. He's gone 7 innings in 2 of his last 3 starts as well. So I like the 5.5 number. And plus, you look at these 2 offenses. I know the Tigers are one of the best teams in all of baseball, but their offense has not looked like it. Over the last month, very middling, 19th in WRC plus over the last month. And the Astros have not been scoring runs either. They're sitting in the bottom 4 of just about every statistical metric when it comes to their offense over the last month of the season. So 2 middling offenses, 2 Cy Young caliber pitchers. Let's go first 7 under 5.5 for -130.
Let's go. I'm taking the Blue Jays on the money line -144. I found that. Taking on the Pirates today. Max Scherzer has found his groove over his last 3 starts. 4 runs over 19 innings. Has struck out 13. Mitch Keller on the other side has given up 3 runs or more in 4 of his last 5. Now, he has been getting a ton of run support, but he faces a Jays lineup 7th in slugging, 4th in OPS against right-handed pitching. I will fade the Buccos at the right price, and this is a good one. Blue Jays money line -144.
Yeah, it's going to be a squad play. You get one of the best teams in all of baseball at a pretty cheap price. Max Scherzer trending in the right direction. Yeah, I'm going to be on the Blue Jays as well. Too good of a price to pass up.
Nice. I got a couple more bets for you before we get to Sammy P. I'm going A's Twins under 8.5. It's -125. Jacob Lopez is going for the A's. Don't look now. 24 straight scoreless innings. In his last 2 outings, he's gone into at least the 7th. He's been fantastic. None of those 4 starts have eclipsed more than 6 total runs. Then Joe Ryan on the other side, 2 runs or less in 6 of his last 7, including only 2 earned over his last 11 2/3. This game in Minneapolis, thankfully, not in Sacramento. Let's go under 8.5. It's only -125. And finally, Rangers-Royals under 9, -128. Merrill Kelly taking on Seth Lugo. Look, we've been on Rangers unders all season long. Merrill Kelly has been really good down the stretch. 2 runs or less in 6 of his last 7. As for Seth Lugo, he's been a little dicey lately, no question. 13 earned over his last 8 innings, got beat up by the Twins and Nats, but I see that as more of a rough patch than a guy who's falling apart. Also faced the Rangers earlier this season, 1 run over 6 innings, and Royals and the Rangers each in the top 10 in baseball when it comes to hitting the under. We're going under 9 in Kansas City. All right, before we get to Sammy P, I'm back, so that means the Dogster is here as well. Dogster, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I know everyone has missed me so much, especially Dylan, so nobody has to say anything.
We won't.
Well, no, don't you worry about that.
Dad, the rumor is this show almost fell apart when I was gone because our listeners didn't think it was nearly erotic enough.
No.
That's not true.
Well, what is true is that I spent my vacation sliding into a lot of DMs.
All right. You have any success?
Let's just say your boy Donkey is now a man.
We'll pass on any details there. Do you have a bet?
I do. Reds, money line against the Angels.
Good job. You know who always does a good job? Our guy, Sammy P. Coming up next on Bet Sweats. Sammy, my guy, good morning. How you doing, buddy?
Vacation's over until February, man. Boo!
Yeah, but how good was it to have football back last night? Like, I know it was preseason, but Joe Burrow, Jaden Daniels, if you squinted your eyes like enough, it did feel like the regular season.
Especially watching the Bengals play the way they play. That could be the Bengals game every week this year, just up and down the field. It is good to have football back. I more so meant, though, I was on vacation last week, and now Jenks is back. Vacation's over, boys and girls.
It's over, man.
We're here now. We ain't going anywhere.
That's it.
Yeah.
See you guys when we get together next summer. You know what I mean? Like, it's all football now. I know. Sorry. I should have said it. Thanks, Sammy P. Good to see that face, as always. That's it for us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For our fantastic crew, including Chelsea, I'm Jinx. Have a great Tuesday. See you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
A happy Tuesday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. We got a great show for you guys coming up over the next 30 minutes. It's a Raiders day here on Send It In. We're talking Texas Tech with Chris Level, who's going to join us here in a little bit. And then we'll look at the Las Vegas Raiders as well as we finish up our AFC West previews. We got the final event on the PGA Tour calendar for this year, the Tour Championship. It's a teed up Tuesday. We'll talk about if anybody can beat Scotty out in Atlanta this week. Nick Kenyon going to join us later on in the show, and then we'll wrap everything up with our favorite plays of the day. As always, love to hear from you guys over the next 30 minutes. Send in any questions, any comments, any best bets that you guys have. Anything on Texas Tech especially, make sure you send in your questions at the BetMGM Network, again on Twitch or on YouTube. And if you guys miss any parts of the show, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Tuesday and go to the Glasser guest line. It's Glasses in Session. And we are joined by Chris Level, who joins us. Give Chris a follow on X at Chris Level, publisher for RedRaidersports.com, radio analyst for Texas Tech football, and host of the Locked On Texas Tech podcast as well. Chris, great to have you on, man, and some good timing. An unfortunate situation yesterday with running back Quentin Joyner tearing his ACL, so he is going to be out for the season. Talk about what kind of loss that is for Texas Tech, and who are some guys that you expect to step up in his absence?
Yeah, thanks for having me on, PJ. Injuries are the worst part of this of this time of year, and really just football in general. He was, Quentin was one of the guys that they brought in to, as part of that top portal class, if not the top, one of the top portal classes. I think it was kind of down to Tech and Ohio State after he left USC. I do think he would have been the guy that got the most carries this year. You're trying to replace Taj Brooks, who's now playing for the Bengals. And so you're going to transition now to a couple of sophomores that both played last year in Cam Dickey and Jacoby Williams. But does it hurt you? I mean, yes. Is it? But how big of a deal is it? That's going to come down to what the offensive line, which was rebuilt via the portal as well. If the offensive line is as improved as they hope, it not that it doesn't matter who's back there carrying it, but that's really what will tell the tale, because those two freshmen last year got some playing time, and they're sophomores now, and I think they've got plenty of talent, but do they have the room to run? And they're not probably quite as polished or experienced as Quentin, but yeah, not good news in Lubbock yesterday.
Do you think this changes the play calling at all, Chris, for the upcoming season? I know they're bringing in a new offensive coordinator. Have they talked about what they want their identity to be? Do they want a nice mix of run and pass? Did they want to be a run-first team, pass-first team? What was the identity? And do you think the Joyner injury, does that change it at all?
Yeah, PJ, you might as well be in Lubbock, Texas, because I've been asked that about 10 times just this morning. Hey, what's this mean? Mac Leftwich came from Texas State. He's kind of from the air raid tree, which Mike Leach made so famous, in the air raid offense. And here, I think Mac has typically wanted to be balanced. I think over the last 2 or 3 years, I think it's pretty close to 50-50. I would suggest now that I bet it's not going to be that this year. I bet it tilts more toward throwing it a bit more. Is that 55 or 60% of the time? Good question. But I do think it does alter the play calling just a bit, and it puts more pressure on that O-line and Baron Morton, the quarterback, to manufacture offense at times. Your running back room's a little lighter, a little thinner, a little less deep, and I do think that will affect some play calling for sure.
Now, Chris, we're going to talk about the number one portal class that Texas Tech brought in. I want to get your thoughts on some guys that you think could be impact players. But one place they did not go get a portal guy was at quarterback, and they're sticking with Baron Morton. They think he's going to be the guy. So what is it about Baron that Joey McGuire, that coaching staff, feels so strongly about, that they feel like they have their guy at that position and they didn't feel the need to go out and get somebody else?
One, he's a homegrown guy. This is the school where he wanted to grow up going to all along. So I think there's some sentimentality there, and that's I just give you some context. But he's had a bad offensive line or very average offensive line in front of him at times, and I think he's battled through some injuries at times. But he's 14-4 as a starter. I think that he played all 12 games last year in the regular season before he elected to have some surgery, because I don't think he was 100% last year. But, he has I think it was 27 touchdowns and 8 interceptions. So it's a pretty good little ratio from touchdown to interception ratio last year. And so I think they wanted to improve the parts around him. He's on some draft stuff. If you look at some of the Shrine Bowl lists and some of the award watch lists, I mean, he's definitely included. It's a loaded year in the Big 12 as far as quarterbacks. I think he's been slighted a bit, saying, "Oh, he's 8th best, he's 9th best." I mean, there's not many quarterbacks walking around at this level that are 14-4 as a starter, but he's got a lot of pressure on him. But I think there were several reasons why they felt strongly about him, but I think they feel like he can take them to a Big 12 championship.
So they're rolling with Morton as their quarterback, but as you mentioned, Chris, I mean, they bring in all these new guys through the portal. In your opinion, give us a guy or two that you really think is going to make a big impact from day one of the guys they're leaning on who they got in the portal.
Pick any one of the 4 defensive line starters that they're going to trot out there. They're all brand new. David Bailey, maybe the most highly sought after one. He transferred from Stanford in the spring. The NFL folks are saying, "Oh yeah, this guy is going to be a 2nd or 3rd rounder next April." I think Lee Hunter was a second team All Big 12 defensive tackle last year. He's 6'2", 6'3", about 320. And I could keep going on the defensive line, but those two guys I think have created a lot of buzz. And that's really where the strength of this portal class is. It's up front on that defensive line. I mean, they added basically 5 new pieces up there. They kept pretty much every bit of the guys that played the bulk of the snaps last year. So those guys are all now 2nd or 3rd team. And they mixed in a few pieces in the secondary as well via the portal class. But those 2 guys up front, and I could give you Romello Height and Skylar Gill-Howard, that whole defensive line is what got everybody excited around here.
They also got a new defensive coordinator as well, Chris. They're coming off a disappointing year where they gave up nearly 35 points per game. Overall, how do you expect that defensive unit to look this year? Do you think it's going to take them some time? Their non-conference schedule, not all that difficult, so they do have some weeks to kind of gel before they get into Big 12 play. From what you've been seeing, talking to people, do you think this group is gelling pretty quickly, or do you think it might take them 3 weeks or a month or so?
It better gel quickly. It needs to be much better than it was last year. I mean, last year was just it's one of the reasons, or the main reason why you weren't in the Big 12 title game. You beat both of the teams that played for the title game, but you just couldn't get enough people stopped on defense at times. So that's where a lot of the motivation came from with the portal class. We got to get this side of the ball fixed. I think Sheil Wood has come in, formerly at Tulane, then he was at Houston, and Houston had a lot of problems last year, but defense wasn't one of them. And they trotted out a top 20, top 25 total defense last year. They just couldn't score enough points. I think he's actually going to keep it fairly simple schematically because I think with the talent that they've put together, they don't need to be crazy with these exotic schemes and blitz packages and all these different things. Jacob Rodriguez, the Big 12 preseason Big 12 Player of the Year, middle linebacker. You got all those guys I talked about up front. They've added a couple of DBs and then a mixture of the guys that are returning and all that. I think that'll be vastly upgraded. How much better is it, though? Are we talking a top 30 unit, top 50 unit, top 70 unit? Because they were 122nd or something, I think, last year, and yet they were 1 win away from playing in the Big 12 title game. So if it gets a lot better, I mean, it could mean good things for Texas Tech.
We're talking Texas Tech Red Raiders here with Chris Level on Send It In. All right, Chris, want to get into the schedule with you because it's a difficult road schedule for Texas Tech in Big 12 play. They got road trips to Utah, Arizona State, and Kansas State, all teams definitely capable of winning the conference this season. Even with that difficult road schedule, do you still think Texas Tech has enough? Do you think they make it to Dallas and get to the Big 12 title game?
Yeah, PJ, this is one of the easier schedules I've seen Texas Tech have on paper in the last 20-something years. When you take Texas and A&M and Oklahoma and these schools with realignment off of your schedule, one of the biggest home game is against BYU. Mm-hmm. Which won't be easy, but this is and you mentioned the non-conference schedule at all. It's just there's not a lot there that should test you. This is going to come down to 3 games, in my opinion, and it's going to come down to a trip to Salt Lake City, a trip to Tempe, Arizona, and a trip to Manhattan, Kansas. If you can win 2 of those 3, I think you're in Arlington. Yeah, if you lose all three, I think you're just you can't get there. If you win one of the three, good question. I mean, that may come down to tiebreakers and all the different things, but that's in a nutshell. It'll come down to those three games, and you're going to have to be able to win on the road, or you're not going to get to where you want to go.
What do you think would be considered a successful year, Chris, for Texas Tech this season? Do you think it's the amount of wins, or do you think it's ultimately where they get, right? If they go 10-2, miss out on the Big 12 title game, do you think they can still consider that successful, or is it all about getting to the Big 12 title game this year with all the expectations they have?
I've talked about this kind of topic about every which way you possibly can this summer. Hey, what if you go 10-2, but it's not good enough to get to Arlington? What if all these different angles? To me, it's getting to Arlington. I don't care what that looks like. If that's 8-4, 9-3, 10-2, it doesn't matter. It's cracking the code to get to Arlington to play for a league championship, which you have never done. And I think there's some folks here that are very frustrated by that are embarrassed by it, that are, financially motivated by it, all the things. And I think Joey McGuire would tell you not only is it a failure if they don't get to Arlington, it's a failure if they don't get to Arlington and win. But I'm just saying, man, you got to get there first, and then you cross that bridge. But yeah, I don't think a win total matters near as much as just playing for a league championship.
Yeah, fair enough. Chris, we'll leave you with this in about 30 seconds. Which team in the Big 12 do you think is going to be the biggest competitor to Texas Tech this year? Who's the team that scares you the most?
Arizona State, just because I think they have so much back. They're battling complacency. That's their biggest issue. They have so much production back. I think Kenny Dillingham is really good at what he does, but it's complacency. Do they want to stay hungry, and can they win all those close games? But it would one, and then 1A would be Kansas State. That team makes me nervous as well.
Love it. Great stuff. Chris Level, give him a follow on X at Chris Level, publisher for RedRaidersports.com, radio analyst for Texas Tech football, and host of the Locked On Texas Tech podcast as well. Chris, really appreciate the time, man. Have a great season. Hope to talk to you again soon.
Hey, thank you so much. Keep hope alive. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Great stuff there from Chris Level talking a little Texas Tech. Let's continue to preview the Red Raiders here on Send It In. And again, Chris talked about it, the schedule, guys. The road schedule in Big 12 play, definitely a little bit challenging, but the non-conference schedule, the home schedule, pretty favorable there for Texas Tech. Definitely going to be favorites in all those games. And I think for a team that's bringing in so many new pieces on both sides of the ball, but especially on defense, and you have a new defensive coordinator, you're changing up your scheme. The fact that you get Arkansas, Pine Bluff, Kent State, Oregon State the first 3 weeks of the season before you get ready for that massive road trip to Utah, I think that definitely helps out Texas Tech. Make sure they got everything ready to go to that trip to Salt Lake City. But as Chris said, it really does come down to those three road games: Utah, Kansas State, and Arizona State. All four of those teams, the three teams that they play on the road, and Texas Tech, all towards the top of the leaderboard right now in terms of odds to win the Big 12. If they win two of those three games, they're going to be in good shape. My personal opinion, though, I don't think they're going to win two of those three games. I think they probably win one. Certainly wouldn't be shocked if they don't win any of them. Probably going to be an underdog in all those games. But because of the magnitude of those games, and Utah is a really tough place to play. Kansas State is a tough place to play. And with the expectations that Arizona State has this year, that's not going to be an easy place to play as well. So difficult road schedule for Texas Tech. I think it's interesting. We're going to talk about Baylor later this week, but all three of those opponents, Baylor gets it home. So again, tiebreakers are going to be such a big part of this. You're going to see a lot of Big 12 teams this year with very similar conference record. It's really going to come down to just kind of the key wins for a lot of these teams. Texas Tech's win totals at 8.5. The over is juiced heavily to -155. I think that line is about right. You know, I expect them to lose two of those road games, which gets them at 10 wins maximum. And then you probably figure that maybe they lose the other road game, or that maybe they trip up in a home game you don't expect. So I think 8-9 wins about right for Texas Tech. I'm not touching that. But I'm also not betting this team to get to Dallas and make it to the Big 12 title game, or even win the Big 12 title game. Just too many questions for me with Texas Tech. They're bringing in two new coordinators, one on offense, one on defense, both sides of the ball. And then, yes, they have the number one transfer portal class in college football. And in this NIL era, that is usually the recipe for success, bringing in a ton of new talent, paying for a lot of your players. Ohio State won the national championship that way. Washington had a great portal class 2 years ago when they made it to the Natty. So Texas Tech is trying to follow that blueprint. We'll see if they can make it all gel in time. But the Big 12, you got a lot of returning quarterbacks, a lot of good coaches in that league, a lot of teams that know their identity. And talking to Chris, like, we don't even know what Texas Tech's identity is on offense. So I think they're still trying to figure everybody out. Now, they do have some great recruiting classes coming up over the next couple of years. I would buy into Texas Tech maybe the next couple of years. I think we're still a year early on the Red Raiders, especially the prices that we're getting. They certainly have taken some money. Their odds have gotten shorter, so no interest for me getting Texas Tech to win the Big 12. I'm staying away from the Red Raiders this season. All right, let's go from the Texas Tech Red Raiders to the Las Vegas Raiders here on Send It In. And boy, do I like the Raiders this season. If you guys listen to the show, you know I am big on the Raiders. I bet them to make the playoffs at plus 300. I bet their win total over 7.5 as well at plus 130. Raiders over 7.5 wins is probably one of my favorite win totals for the entire season. Obviously liked it a lot better at 6.5. I still like it, though, at 7.5 at the plus money. I love what the Raiders did this offseason. Bring in a new head coach. And not only did they bring in a new head coach, but the Raiders finally brought in somebody that knows what they're doing. Somebody that has had success as a coach in the NFL. Somebody that has won a Super Bowl in the NFL. No more Antonio Pierce, Josh McDaniels, Jack Del Rio, none of this. They've brought in somebody who built a sustained winning culture in Seattle, won a Super Bowl, knows what it takes to win games in this league, and I absolutely love the move. And I love the fact that they went out in the offseason and got his quarterback. They got Geno Smith to pair up once again with Pete Carroll. Geno Smith, do you guys know that he has played 14 career games indoors? In those games, Geno has a 110.8 passer rating, 30 touchdowns, and 5 interceptions. I've talked about it a bunch. We all talk about how great Jared Goff is indoors. We do not talk about how great Geno Smith is indoors, playing in Vegas at Allegiant Stadium, going to play half his games, more than half his games, because he gets SoFi too, indoors. So big for Geno that now he plays for a team where he gets to play inside, has one of the best weapons in all of football, and Brock Bowers, maybe the best tight end. Genty at running back is going to be really, really good. The defense is definitely the concern, no question. Outside of Max Crosby, a lot of what-ifs on this Raiders defense, but that's built into the win total. That's built into the price, and also the fact that the division that they play in, you had 3 teams that made the playoffs this past year. But I think the Chargers are a little bit overrated. I think Denver is a little bit overrated as well. And this Raiders schedule really isn't all that difficult. You know, they play the AFC South, and then they also get the NFC East. They obviously have to play their division, so they got to play the Chiefs, the Broncos, and the Chargers 6 times. But I like the Raiders, man. I love the move of getting Chip Kelly as the offensive coordinator as well. So you got Chip Kelly, you got Pete Carroll on the same staff. You got Geno now as your quarterback. I like what the Raiders did. I don't think Pete Carroll came out of retirement to win 6 games. I think he feels like he has a team that can make the postseason. I like betting them to make the playoffs at plus 300, and I like going over the win total at 7.5 as well. Raiders are my surprise team in the AFC this year. The one that not a lot of people are talking about that could sneak up and make the playoffs. I would look at Vegas being that team for the upcoming season. All right. Promo from our friends at BetMGM and any sport odds boost token. No matter where the action is, we'll supercharge the odds on your next sports bet. Use this odds boost token to boost your potential payout from a winning bet. Brought to you by the sportsbook born in Vegas, BetMGM. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's check in now with our guy Nick Kenyon, who joins us each and every Tuesday here on Send It In. Going to get to a lot with Nick. Talk a little golf, talk a little soccer, and talk some NFL as well. Nick, let's start with the Tour Championship, my friend. We're out at East Lake this week in Atlanta. Did you bet anything? Only 30 golfers in the field. Any bets for you?
Hi, PJ. Always good to be with you. Yeah, a couple of angles I think you can find at East Lake this week. The one thing I want to mention is if you basically just go back to TPC Southwind a few weeks ago and play guys here who did well there, I don't think that's the worst strategy in the world. This course, East Lake, there is a big rough penalty, and it's a driver-heavy course. That's basically the same as Southwind. So you're going to have to hit a lot of fairways. So distance and accuracy are going to be really important important, especially because it's a par 70 that measures over 7,400 yards. So a little bit longer than Southwind, but I still think the correlations exist between these two courses. So with that said, I don't know what the market is doing with JJ Spawn. 30-1, that's crazy to me. He was the first guy I wrote up for the blog this week. I think he has excelled this year both in driving distance and accuracy, and he hits so many fairways. Obviously lost in a playoff to Justin Rose in Memphis a couple of weeks ago. We've seen him beat Scotty Scheffler in an event this year at the U.S. Open. That's another course where you need to hit a lot of fairways while being long as well. So Spawn at 30-1, I think that price is ludicrous. And then look, I know the price is terrible. Tommy Fleetwood, 12-1. Let's do it.
No.
I know. I'm sorry, PJ. It just makes too much sense this week. The metrics are so good. Total driving wise, he doesn't have the distance off the tee that some of the guys in the field do, but he leads the field in good drives gained over his last 12 measured rounds, second in strokes gained tee to green over that sample. They call him Fairway Jesus for a reason. It's because he basically never misses it. So if he can play from the fairway, the approach numbers have looked so good of late. Over 4.5 strokes on approach in each of his last two starts. I mean, look, it's a tie for third and a tie for fourth in his last two events is just, I mean, it's too good to pass up. So I hate the number, but I love the player. So Tommy Fleetwood, 12-1. Let's say a prayer and hope he just steals a win this week.
Fair enough. Nick, now you mentioned two guys, JJ Spawn and Tommy Fleetwood. Would you bet those in the market without Scotty, or would you actually take a shot in the outright market with him?
So I will add the caveat that it is a pretty good Scheffler week. Like, yeah. I don't expect him to lose this week. I think his floor is probably third or fourth basically, and all signs point to him being the guy to beat this week. I mean, look, he's plus 150 on the odds board. Of course, I'm not going out on a limb saying that, but I think I would look at Spawn in the without Scheffler market. I kind of like the better price just because we've seen him do it this year at Oakmont. Tommy, no chance. 8-1 in the without Scheffler market. I would rather just take the 4 extra points and say a prayer and hope for the best that he gets it done.
Fair enough. All right, Nick, let's talk a little soccer, my friend. We had the EPL return this weekend. We got to see some teams play some games. Don't want to overreact too much to one game, but did you have any takeaways from what you saw over the weekend?
I mean, Newcastle, it's going to be concerning. If they sell Alexander Isak or he just continues to hold out for this team, that attack went to Aston Villa, who is by no means one of the league's best defenses. They got a red card advantage on 67 minutes, and they still couldn't find the back of the net. I think they amassed under 0.5 post-shot expected goals for the entire match. I just don't see it with this team. If they sell, Isak is far and away their best player, and he amassed so much of their XG tally last year that if they sell him, I don't know where they go from here. And I think looking ahead to this week, they're home dogs to Liverpool, who are around even money right now to win at Newcastle. The last time Liverpool went to St. James's Park, they scored 3 goals off of 3.4 post-shot XG. So if you think there's a baseline with the Liverpool attack, I can't believe that price isn't closer to minus 130 or minus 135. So do like Liverpool quite a bit. One more team I'll mention. As long as Everton don't have Jared Branthwaite, that defense is going to be a problem. There's sort of a glass half full, half empty look with them yesterday at Leeds United, who is not a good attack by any means. They allowed 21 shots to Leeds yesterday. Now, only 2 of those hit the target. One of them was a penalty that was a little bit controversial. But the fact they just let them take so many shots is really concerning for Everton's profile going forward. They're expected to get Branthwaite back in about a month. As long as he's out, I'm going to be looking to sell the Everton defense moving forward.
All right, very good. Nick, we looked at our final AFC West team today. That was the Las Vegas Raiders. I'm really high on the Raiders. I like them quite a bit this year. Where are you on Vegas for the upcoming season?
Yeah, so nice of you to steal 95% of what I was going to say, PJ, but we're in lockstep on the Raiders. I just wrote them up last week as one of 3 NFL dark horse candidates. Go check out that story on the blog. It's basically 3 teams I think that could challenge for a playoff berth with win totals under 7.5. But 2 things I'll add that you did not say. They were 0-6 in division games last year. I will be very surprised if they lose all 6 division games again this year. I kind of agree with you. There are chances to sell Denver and Los Angeles. Maybe not the Chiefs, but who knows? Maybe they steal a win over there. Pete Carroll, in 15 years with the Seahawks, do you know how many times he finished under with 7 or fewer wins? Only once. So I really like the win total a lot. And their defense dropped 10 spots in DVOA last year, but they were also only the Lions suffered more adjusted games lost to injury on defense. So I think you could see the defense take a step forward. Really like the Raiders from the futures profile. And I can't believe you're getting 3 points in week 1 at New England. I'll be selling the hype on the Patriots there. And I think the Raiders at minimum cover a key number against the Pats.
Totally with you. Nick, you can have the points. I'm taking money line, baby. Raiders are starting out in
Fair
fashion in week 1 against the Patriots. Love it. Great stuff from our guy, Nick Kenyon. Give him a follow on X, at Nick Kenyon, BetMGM senior writer. Talk to him each and every Tuesday. Nick, always appreciate the time, sir. We'll see you next week.
Sounds good. Thanks, PJ.
You got it. All right, guys, quickly tee it up Tuesday. Let's get to the Tour Championship out in Atlanta this week. It's a par 70 golf course playing at 7,440 yards. It's a big course. You can see why Nick compared it a lot to TPC Southwind because, again, you want guys that can hit it far and can hit it straight. Strokes gained off the tee this week going to be very crucial. This rough is extremely penal, so you do want guys that can hit fairways. Also important to note this week at the Tour Championship, last couple of years, if you'd follow this event, you usually have that staggered start, right? So Scotty, who's number 1 in points, would start this event at 10 under. Rory, who is second, would be 8 under, and so on down the list. This year, everybody's at even strength. Just a regular golf tournament. They all start at even par. Whoever wins the tournament wins the FedEx Cup. And even with all that, Scotty is still a massive favorite at plus 150. He's probably going to win again this week, let's be honest with ourselves. So if you are going to bet outrights, would definitely look at the without Scotty Scheffler market. 3 guys I would have my eye on. First one is Russell Henley at 12-1. Russ has been terrific this season. He's been so accurate. He's been so good strokes gained off the tee. He's been such a great ball striker. Has finished in the top 17 in his last 6 events. And with only 30 guys in the field this week, I think he's going to be right in contention. So Russ 12-1 without Scotty this week. How about Victor Hovland at 14-1? We'll go right back to the well with Vic. Had a nice week out in Baltimore. I think he builds off of that, plays well again this week in Atlanta. He's 14-1 without Scotty. And then probably my favorite bet is going to be Sam Burns at 16-1 without Scotty. He is top 10 in strokes gained off the tee, and he is in the last 2 months. He's also right now in the top 10 in par 4 scoring, par 5 scoring, and he's played at East Lake the last 2 years, so he does have some course history there. So Sam Burns going to be important. There are only 2 par 5s this week. Better make sure you can take advantage of those. Take advantage of par 4s as well. Burns obviously was right there at Oakmont. He's been one of the best putters this year. Sam Burns 16-1, along with Henley and Victor Hovland, the 3 guys that I'm looking at this week. All right, you guys, wrap up the show. PJ's Plays here on Send It In. Going streaking, Juan Soto is back in D.C. tonight, taking on Jake Irvin and the Nationals. I'll take Soto to get a base hit. He is my player today in going streaking. My prop lock, love the Raiders. Over 7.5 wins at plus 130. If you want to take them to make the playoffs at plus 300 as well, don't hate that either. But Raiders over wins going to be my prop lock. We're going back to the well with the Orioles at plus 120 against the Red Sox tonight. You guys, the vibes in Baltimore right now are really good. They called up their top 2 prospects over the last couple days. Beavers and Basayo, they're really contributing. The lineup just feels complete. It looks way better. I'd back Baltimore again today against Boston. And then give me the Yankees, my best bet against Tampa. Yanks coming off a sweep against St. Louis. It's going to be a home game for them tonight, playing in their spring training park against Tampa. Rodon is on the mound. Give me the Yankees, minus 130 against Tampa. Thanks again to Chris Level, Nick Kenyon for joining us today on the show. Appreciate you guys tuning in. As always, we will see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day. A happy Tuesday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. We got a great show for you guys coming up over the next 30 minutes. It's a Raiders day here on Send It In. We're talking Texas Tech with Chris Level, who's going to join us here in a little bit. And then we'll look at the Las Vegas Raiders as well as we finish up our AFC West previews. We got the final event on the PGA Tour calendar for this year, the Tour Championship. It's a teed up Tuesday. We'll talk about if anybody can beat Scotty out in Atlanta this week. Nick Kenyon going to join us later on in the show, and then we'll wrap everything up with our favorite plays of the day. As always, love to hear from you guys over the next 30 minutes. Send in any questions, any comments, any best bets that you guys have. Anything on Texas Tech especially, make sure you send in your questions at the BetMGM Network, again on Twitch or on YouTube. And if you guys miss any parts of the show, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Tuesday and go to the Glasser guest line. It's Glasses in Session. And we are joined by Chris Level, who joins us. Give Chris a follow on X at Chris Level, publisher for RedRaidersports.com, radio analyst for Texas Tech football, and host of the Locked On Texas Tech podcast as well. Chris, great to have you on, man, and some good timing. An unfortunate situation yesterday with running back Quentin Joyner tearing his ACL, so he's going to be out for the season. Talk about what kind of loss that is for Texas Tech, and who are some guys that you expect to step up in his absence?
Yeah, thanks for having me on, PJ. Injuries are the worst part of this of this time of year, and really just football in general. He was, Quentin was one of the guys that they brought in to, as part of that top portal class, if not the top, one of the top portal classes. I think it was kind of down to Tech and Ohio State after he left USC. I do think he would have been the guy that got the most carries this year. You're trying to replace Taj Brooks, who's now playing for the Bengals. And so you're going to transition now to a couple of sophomores that both played last year in Cam Dickey and Jacoby Williams. But does it hurt you? I mean, yes. Is it? But how big of a deal is it? That's going to come down to what the offensive line, which was rebuilt via the portal as well. If the offensive line is as improved as they hope, it not that it doesn't matter who's back there carrying it, but that's really what will tell the tale, because those two freshmen last year got some playing time, and they're sophomores now, and I think they've got plenty of talent, but did they have the room to run? And they're not probably quite as polished or experienced as Quentin, but yeah, not good news in Lubbock yesterday.
Do you think this changes the play calling at all, Chris, for the upcoming season? I know they're bringing in a new offensive coordinator. Have they talked about what they want their identity to be? Do they want a nice mix of run and pass? Did they want to be a run-first team, pass-first team? What was the identity? And do you think the Joyner injury, does that change it at all?
Yeah, PJ, you might as well be in Lubbock, Texas, because I've been asked that about 10 times just this morning. Hey, what's this mean? Mac Leftwich came from Texas State. He's kind of from the air raid tree, which Mike Leach made so famous, in the air raid offense. And here, I think Mac has typically wanted to be balanced. I think over the last 2 or 3 years, I think it's pretty close to 50-50. I would suggest now that I bet it's not going to be that this year. I bet it tilts more toward throwing it a bit more. Is that 55 or 60% of the time? Good question. But I do think it does alter the play calling just a bit, and it puts more pressure on that O-line and Baron Morton, the quarterback, to manufacture offense at times. Your running back room's a little lighter, a little thinner, a little less deep, and I do think that will affect some play calling for sure.
Now, Chris, we're going to talk about the number one portal class that Texas Tech brought in. I want to get your thoughts on some guys that you think could be impact players. But one place they did not go get a portal guy was at quarterback, and they're sticking with Baron Morton. They think he's going to be the guy. So what is it about Baron that Joey McGuire, that coaching staff, feels so strongly about, that they feel like they have their guy at that position and they didn't feel the need to go out and get somebody else?
One, he's a homegrown guy. This is the school where he wanted to grow up going to all along. So I think there's some sentimentality there, and that's I just give you some context. But he's had a bad offensive line or very average offensive line in front of him at times, and I think he's battled through some injuries at times. But he's 14-4 as a starter. I think that he played all 12 games last year in the regular season before he elected to have some surgery, because I don't think he was 100% last year. But, he has I think it was 27 touchdowns and 8 interceptions. So it's a pretty good little ratio from touchdown interception ratio last year. And so I think they wanted to improve the parts around him. He's on some draft stuff. If you look at some of the Shrine Bowl lists and some of the award watch lists, I mean, he's definitely included. It's a loaded year in the Big 12 as far as quarterbacks. I think he's been slighted a bit, saying, "Oh, he's 8th best, he's 9th best." I mean, there's not many quarterbacks walking around at this level that are 14-4 as a starter, but he's got a lot of pressure on him. But I think there were several reasons why they felt strongly about him, but I think they feel like he can take them to a Big 12 championship.
So they're rolling with Morton as their quarterback, but as you mentioned, Chris, I mean, they bring in all these new guys through the portal. In your opinion, give us a guy or two that you really think is going to make a big impact from day one of the guys they're leaning on who they got in the portal.
Pick any one of the 4 defensive line starters that they're going to trot out there. They're all brand new. David Bailey, maybe the most highly sought after one. He transferred from Stanford in the spring. The NFL folks are saying, "Oh yeah, this guy is going to be a 2nd or 3rd rounder next April." I think Lee Hunter was a second team All Big 12 defensive tackle last year. He's 6'2", 6'3", about 320. And I could keep going on the defensive line, but those two guys I think have created a lot of buzz. And that's really where the strength of this portal class is. It's up front on that defensive line. I mean, they added basically 5 new pieces up there. They kept pretty much every bit of the guys that played the bulk of the snaps last year. So those guys are all now 2nd or 3rd team. And they mixed in a few pieces in the secondary as well via the portal class. But those 2 guys up front, and I could give you Romello Height and Skylar Gill-Howard, that whole defensive line is what got everybody excited around here.
They also got a new defensive coordinator as well, Chris. They're coming off a disappointing year where they gave up nearly 35 points per game. Overall, how do you expect that defensive unit to look this year? Do you think it's going to take them some time? Their non-conference schedule, not all that difficult, so they do have some weeks to kind of gel before they get into Big 12 play. From what you've been seeing, talking to people, do you think this group is gelling pretty quickly, or do you think it might take them 3 weeks or a month or so?
It better gel quickly. It needs to be much better than it was last year. I mean, last year was just it's one of the reasons, or the main reason why you weren't in the Big 12 title game. You beat both of the teams that played for the title game, but you just couldn't get enough people stopped on defense at times. So that's where a lot of the motivation came from with the portal class. We got to get this side of the ball fixed. I think Sheil Wood has come in, formerly at Tulane, then he was at Houston, and Houston had a lot of problems last year, but defense wasn't one of them. They trotted out a top 20, top 25 total defense last year. They just couldn't score enough points. I think he's actually going to keep it fairly simple schematically because I think with the talent that they've put together, they don't need to be crazy with these exotic schemes and blitz packages and all these different things. Jacob Rodriguez, the Big 12 preseason Big 12 Player of the Year, middle linebacker. You got all those guys I talked about up front. They've added a couple of DBs and then a mixture of the guys that are returning and all that. I think that'll be vastly upgraded. How much better is it though? Are we talking a top 30 unit, top 50 unit, top 70 unit? Because they were 122nd or something, I think, last year, and yet they were 1 win away from playing in the Big 12 title game. So if it gets a lot better, I mean, it could mean good things for Texas Tech.
We're talking Texas Tech Red Raiders here with Chris Level on Send It In. All right, Chris, want to get into the schedule with you because it's a difficult road schedule for Texas Tech in Big 12 play. They got road trips to Utah, Arizona State, and Kansas State, all teams definitely capable of winning the conference this season. Even with that difficult road schedule, do you still think Texas Tech has enough? Do you think they make it to Dallas and get to the Big 12 title game?
Yeah, PJ, this is one of the easier schedules I've seen Texas Tech have on paper in the last 20-something years. When you take Texas and A&M and Oklahoma and these schools with realignment off of your schedule, the biggest home game is against BYU. Which won't be easy, but this is and you mentioned the non-conference schedule at all. It's just there's not a lot there that should test you. This is going to come down to 3 games, in my opinion, and it's going to come down to a trip to Salt Lake City, a trip to Tempe, Arizona, and a trip to Manhattan, Kansas. If you can win 2 of those 3, I think you're in Arlington. Yeah, if you lose all three, I think you're just you can't get there. If you win one of the three, good question. I mean, that may come down to tiebreakers and all the different things, but that's in a nutshell. It'll come down to those three games, and you're going to have to be able to win on the road, or you're not going to get to where you want to go.
What do you think would be considered a successful year, Chris, for Texas Tech this season? Do you think it's the amount of wins, or do you think it's ultimately where they get, right? If they go 10-2, miss out on the Big 12 title game, do you think they can still consider that successful, or is it all about getting to the Big 12 title game this year with all the expectations they have?
I've talked about this kind of topic about every which way you possibly can this summer. Hey, what if you go 10-2, but it's not good enough to get to Arlington? What if all these different angles? To me, it's getting to Arlington. I don't care what that looks like. If that's 8-4, 9-3, 10-2, it doesn't matter. It's cracking the code to get to Arlington to play for a league championship, which you have never done. And I think there's some folks here that are very frustrated by that are embarrassed by it, that are, financially motivated by it, all the things. And I think Joey McGuire would tell you not only is it a failure if they don't get to Arlington, it's a failure if they don't get to Arlington and win. But I'm just saying, man, you got to get there first, and then you cross that bridge. But yeah, I don't think a win total matters near as much as just playing for a league championship.
Yeah, fair enough. Chris, we'll leave you with this in about 30 seconds. Which team in the Big 12 do you think is going to be the biggest competitor to Texas Tech this year? Who's the team that scares you the most?
Arizona State, just because I think they have so much back. They're battling complacency. That's their biggest issue. They have so much production back. I think Kenny Dillingham is really good at what he does, but it's complacency. Do they want to stay hungry, and can they win all those close games? But it would one, and then 1A would be Kansas State. That team makes me nervous as well.
Love it. Great stuff. Chris Level, give him a follow on X at Chris Level, publisher for RedRaidersports.com, radio analyst for Texas Tech football, and host of the Locked On Texas Tech podcast as well. Chris, really appreciate the time, man. Have a great season. Hope to talk to you again soon.
Hey, thank you so much. Keep hope alive. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Great stuff there from Chris Level talking a little Texas Tech. Let's continue to preview the Red Raiders here on Send It In. And again, Chris talked about it, the schedule, guys. The road schedule in Big 12 play, definitely a little bit challenging, but the non-conference schedule, the home schedule, pretty favorable there for Texas Tech. Definitely going to be favorites in all those games. And I think for a team that's bringing in so many new pieces on both sides of the ball, but especially on defense, and you have a new defensive coordinator, you're changing up your scheme. The fact that you get Arkansas, Pine Bluff, Kent State, Oregon State the first 3 weeks of the season before you get ready for that massive road trip to Utah, I think that definitely helps out Texas Tech. Make sure they got everything ready to go to that trip to Salt Lake City. But as Chris said, it really does come down to those three road games: Utah, Kansas State, and Arizona State. All four of those teams, the three teams that they play on the road, and Texas Tech, all towards the top of the leaderboard right now in terms of odds to win the Big 12. If they win two of those three games, they're going to be in good shape. My personal opinion, though, I don't think they're going to win two of those three games. I think they probably win one. Certainly wouldn't be shocked if they don't win any of them. Probably going to be an underdog in all those games. But because of the magnitude of those games, and Utah is a really tough place to play. Kansas State is a tough place to play. And with the expectations that Arizona State has this year, that's not going to be an easy place to play as well. So difficult road schedule for Texas Tech. I think it's interesting. We're going to talk about Baylor later this week, but all three of those opponents, Baylor gets it home. So again, tiebreakers are going to be such a big part of this. You're going to see a lot of Big 12 teams this year with very similar conference record. It's really going to come down to just kind of the key wins for a lot of these teams. Texas Tech's win totals at 8.5. The over is juiced heavily to -155. I think that line is about right. I expect them to lose two of those road games, which gets them at 10 wins maximum. And then you probably figure that maybe they lose the other road game, or that maybe they trip up in a home game you don't expect. So I think 8-9 wins about right for Texas Tech. I'm not touching that. But I'm also not betting this team to get to Dallas and make it to the Big 12 title game, or even win the Big 12 title game. Just too many questions for me with Texas Tech. They're bringing in two new coordinators, one on offense, one on defense, both sides of the ball. And then, yes, they have the number one transfer portal class in college football. And in this NIL era, that is usually the recipe for success, bringing in a ton of new talent, paying for a lot of your players. Ohio State won the national championship that way. Washington had a great portal class 2 years ago when they made it to the Natty. So Texas Tech is trying to follow that blueprint. We'll see if they can make it all gel in time. But the Big 12, you got a lot of returning quarterbacks, a lot of good coaches in that league, a lot of teams that know their identity. And talking to Chris, like, we don't even know what Texas Tech's identity is on offense. So I think they're still trying to figure everybody out. Now, they do have some great recruiting classes coming up over the next couple of years. I would buy into Texas Tech maybe the next couple of years. I think we're still a year early on the Red Raiders, especially the prices that we're getting. They certainly have taken some money. Their odds have gotten shorter, so no interest for me getting Texas Tech to win the Big 12. I'm staying away from the Red Raiders this season. All right, let's go from the Texas Tech Red Raiders to the Las Vegas Raiders here on Send It In. And boy, do I like the Raiders this season. If you guys listen to the show, you know I am big on the Raiders. I bet them to make the playoffs at plus 300. I bet their win total over 7.5 as well at plus 130. Raiders over 7.5 wins is probably one of my favorite win totals for the entire season. Obviously liked it a lot better at 6.5. I still like it, though, at 7.5 at the plus money. I love what the Raiders did this offseason. Bring in a new head coach. And not only did they bring in a new head coach, but the Raiders finally brought in somebody that knows what they're doing. Somebody that has had success as a coach in the NFL. Somebody that has won a Super Bowl in the NFL. No more Antonio Pierce, Josh McDaniels, Jack Del Rio, none of this. They've brought in somebody who built a sustained winning culture in Seattle, won a Super Bowl, knows what it takes to win games in this league, and I absolutely love the move. And I love the fact that they went out in the offseason and got his quarterback. They got Geno Smith to pair up once again with Pete Carroll. Geno Smith, do you guys know that he has played 14 career games indoors? In those games, Geno has a 110.8 passer rating, 30 touchdowns, and 5 interceptions. I've talked about it a bunch. We all talk about how great Jared Goff is indoors. We do not talk about how great Geno Smith is indoors, playing in Vegas at Allegiant Stadium, going to play half his games, more than half his games, because he gets SoFi too, indoors. So big for Geno that now he plays for a team where he gets to play inside, has one of the best weapons in all of football, and Brock Bowers, maybe the best tight end. Genty at running back is going to be really, really good. The defense is definitely the concern, no question. Outside of Max Crosby, a lot of what-ifs on this Raiders defense, but that's built into the win total. That's built into the price, and also the fact that the division that they play in, you had 3 teams that made the playoffs this past year. But I think the Chargers are a little bit overrated. I think Denver is a little bit overrated as well. And this Raiders schedule really isn't all that difficult. You know, they play the AFC South, and then they also get the NFC East. They obviously have to play their division, so they got to play the Chiefs, the Broncos, and the Chargers 6 times. But I like the Raiders, man. I love the move of getting Chip Kelly as the offensive coordinator as well. So you got Chip Kelly, you got Pete Carroll on the same staff. You got Geno now as your quarterback. I like what the Raiders did. I don't think Pete Carroll came out of retirement to win 6 games. I think he feels like he has a team that can make the postseason. I like betting them to make the playoffs at plus 300, and I like going over the win total at 7.5 as well. Raiders are my surprise team in the AFC this year. The one that not a lot of people are talking about that could sneak up and make the playoffs. I would look at Vegas being that team for the upcoming season. All right. Promo from our friends at BetMGM and any sport odds boost token. No matter where the action is, we'll supercharge the odds on your next sports bet. Use this odds boost token to boost your potential payout from a winning bet. Brought to you by the Sportsbook Born in Vegas, BetMGM. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's check in now with our guy Nick Kenyon, who joins us each and every Tuesday here on Send It In. Going to get to a lot with Nick. Talk a little golf, talk a little soccer, and talk some NFL as well. Nick, let's start with the Tour Championship, my friend. We're out at East Lake this week in Atlanta. Did you bet anything? Only 30 golfers in the field. Any bets for you?
Hi, PJ. Always good to be with you. Yeah, a couple of angles I think you can find at East Lake this week. The one thing I want to mention is if you basically just go back to TPC Southwind a few weeks ago and play guys here who did well there, I don't think that's the worst strategy in the world. This course, East Lake, there's a big rough penalty, and it's a driver-heavy course. That's basically the same as Southwind. So you're going to have to hit a lot of fairways. So distance and accuracy are going to be really important him, especially because it's a par 70 that measures over 7,400 yards. So a little bit longer than Southwind, but I still think the correlations exist between these two courses. So with that said, I don't know what the market is doing with JJ Spawn. 30-1, that's crazy to me. He was the first guy I wrote up for the blog this week. I think he has excelled this year both in driving distance and accuracy, and he hits so many fairways. Obviously lost in a playoff to Justin Rose in Memphis a couple of weeks ago. We've seen him beat Scotty Scheffler in an event this year at the U.S. Open. That's another course where you need to hit a lot of fairways while being long as well. So Spawn at 30-1, I think that price is ludicrous. And then look, I know the price is terrible. Tommy Fleetwood, 12-1. Let's do it.
No.
I mean, I know. I'm sorry, PJ. It just makes too much sense this week. The metrics are so good. Total driving wise, he doesn't have the distance off the tee that some of the guys in the field do, but he leads the field in good drives gained over his last 12 measured rounds, second in strokes gained tee to green over that sample. They call him Fairway Jesus for a reason. It's because he basically never misses it. So if he can play from the fairway, the approach numbers have looked so good of late. Over 4.5 strokes on approach in each of his last two starts. I mean, look, it's a tie for third and a tie for fourth in his last two events is just, I mean, it's too good to pass up. So I hate the number, but I love the player. So Tommy Fleetwood, 12-1. Let's say a prayer and hope he just steals a win this week.
Fair enough. Nick, now you mentioned two guys, JJ Spawn and Tommy Fleetwood. Would you bet those in the market without Scotty, or would you actually take a shot in the outright market with him?
So I will add the caveat that it is a pretty good Scheffler week. Like, yeah. I don't expect him to lose this week. I think his floor is probably third or fourth basically, and all signs point to him being the guy to beat this week. I mean, look, he's plus 150 on the odds board. Of course, I'm not going out on a limb saying that, but I think I would look at Spawn in the without Scheffler market. I kind of like the better price just because we've seen him do it this year at Oakmont. Mm-hmm. Tommy, no chance. 8-1 in the without Scheffler market. I would rather just take the 4 extra points and say a prayer and hope for the best that he gets it done.
Fair enough. All right, Nick, let's talk a little soccer, my friend. We had the EPL return this weekend. We got to see some teams play some games. Don't want to overreact too much to one game, but did you have any takeaways from what you saw over the weekend?
I mean, Newcastle, it's going to be concerning. If they sell Alexander Isak or he just continues to hold out for this team, that attack went to Aston Villa, who is by no means one of the league's best defenses. They got a red card advantage on 67 minutes, and they still couldn't find the back of the net. I think they amassed under 0.5 post-shot expected goals for the entire match. I just don't see it with this team. If they sell, Isak is far and away their best player, and he amassed so much of their XG tally last year that if they sell him, I don't know where they go from here. And I think looking ahead to this week, they're home dogs to Liverpool, who are around even money right now to win at Newcastle. The last time Liverpool went to St. James's Park, they scored 3 goals off of 3.4 post-shot XG. So if you think there's a baseline with the Liverpool attack, I can't believe that price isn't closer to minus 130 or minus 135. So do like Liverpool quite a bit. One more team I'll mention. As long as Everton don't have Jared Branthwaite, that defense is going to be a problem. There's sort of a glass half full, half empty look with them yesterday at Leeds United, who is not a good attack by any means. They allowed 21 shots to Leeds yesterday. Now, only 2 of those hit the target. One of them was a penalty that was a little bit controversial. But the fact they just let them take so many shots is really concerning for Everton's profile going forward. They're expected to get Branthwaite back in about a month. As long as he's out, I'm going to be looking to sell the Everton defense moving forward.
All right, very good. Nick, we looked at our final AFC West team today. That was the Las Vegas Raiders. I'm really high on the Raiders. I like them quite a bit this year. Where are you on Vegas for the upcoming season?
Yeah, so nice of you to steal 95% of what I was going to say, PJ, but we're in lockstep on the Raiders. I just wrote them up last week as one of 3 NFL dark horse candidates. Go check out that story on the blog. It's basically 3 teams I think that could challenge for a playoff berth with win totals under 7.5. But 2 things I'll add that you did not say. They were 0-6 in division games last year. I will be very surprised if they lose all 6 division games again this year. I kind of agree with you. There are chances to sell Denver and Los Angeles. Maybe not the Chiefs, but who knows? Maybe they steal a win over there. Pete Carroll, in 15 years with the Seahawks, do you know how many times he finished under with 7 or fewer wins? Only once. So I really like the win total a lot. And their defense dropped 10 spots in DVOA last year, but they were also only the Lions suffered more adjusted games lost to injury on defense. So I think you could see the defense take a step forward. Really like the Raiders from the futures profile. And I can't believe you're getting 3 points in week 1 at New England. I'll be selling the hype on the Patriots there. And I think the Raiders at minimum cover a key number against the Pats.
Totally with you. Nick, you can have the points. I'm taking money line, baby. Raiders are starting out in
Fair
fashion in week 1 against the Patriots. Love it. Great stuff from our guy, Nick Kenyon. Give him a follow on X, at Nick Kenyon, BetMGM senior writer. Talk to him each and every Tuesday. Nick, always appreciate the time, sir. We'll see you next week.
Sounds good. Thanks, PJ.
You got it. All right, guys, quickly tee it up Tuesday. Let's get to the Tour Championship out in Atlanta this week. It's a par 70 golf course playing at 7,440 yards. It's a big course. You can see why Nick compared it a lot to TPC Southwind because, again, you want guys that can hit it far and can hit it straight. Strokes gained off the tee this week going to be very crucial. This rough is extremely penal, so you do want guys that can hit fairways. Also important to note this week at the Tour Championship, last couple of years, if you'd follow this event, you usually have that staggered start, right? So Scotty, who's number 1 in points, would start this event at 10 under. Rory, who is second, would be 8 under, and so on down the list. This year, everybody's at even strength. Just a regular golf tournament. They all start at even par. Whoever wins the tournament wins the FedEx Cup. And even with all that, Scotty is still a massive favorite at plus 150. He's probably going to win again this week, let's be honest with ourselves. So if you are going to bet outrights, would definitely look at the without Scotty Scheffler market. 3 guys I would have my eye on. First one is Russell Henley at 12-1. Russ has been terrific this season. He's been so accurate. He's been so good strokes gained off the tee. He's been such a great ball striker. Has finished in the top 17 in his last 6 events. And with only 30 guys in the field this week, I think he's going to be right in contention. So Russ 12-1 without Scotty this week. How about Victor Hovland at 14-1? We'll go right back to the well with Vic. Had a nice week out in Baltimore. I think he builds off of that, plays well again this week in Atlanta. He's 14-1 without Scotty. And then probably my favorite bet is going to be Sam Burns at 16-1 without Scotty. He is top 10 in strokes gained off the tee, and he's in the last 2 months. He's also right now in the top 10 in par 4 scoring, par 5 scoring, and he's played at East Lake the last 2 years, so he does have some course history there. So Sam Burns going to be important. There are only 2 par 5s this week. Better make sure you can take advantage of those. Take advantage of par 4s as well. Burns obviously was right there at Oakmont. He's been one of the best putters this year. Sam Burns 16-1, along with Henley and Victor Hovland, the 3 guys that I'm looking at this week. All right, you guys, wrap up the show. PJ's Plays here on Send It In. Going streaking, Juan Soto is back in D.C. tonight, taking on Jake Irvin and the Nationals. I'll take Soto to get a base hit. He is my player today in going streaking. My prop lock, love the Raiders. Over 7.5 wins at plus 130. If you want to take them to make the playoffs at plus 300 as well, don't hate that either. But Raiders over wins going to be my prop lock. We're going back to the well with the Orioles at plus 120 against the Red Sox tonight. You guys, the vibes in Baltimore right now are really good. They called up their top 2 prospects over the last couple days. Beavers and Basayo, they're really contributing. The lineup just feels complete. It looks way better. I'd back Baltimore again today against Boston. And then give me the Yankees, my best bet against Tampa. Yanks coming off a sweep against St. Louis. It's going to be a home game for them tonight, playing in their spring training park against Tampa. Rodana's on the mound. Give me the Yankees, minus 130 against Tampa. Thanks again to Chris Level, Nick Kenyon for joining us today on the show. Appreciate you guys tuning in. As always, we will see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
College football week 0, just days away, kicking things off in Ireland on Saturday. We talked about it a little bit earlier. You got Sam and I's take on that game, as well as a couple others. But to get even some more insight, we're going to bring in Brad Powers. You can catch his work over at Covers, also does college football power rankings. Brad, appreciate you taking the time to join us today. Not wasting any time here, diving into week 0. Iowa State, Kansas State in Ireland. Is there any major edge that you see for either of these two teams that tells you they could cover the line?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't bet it yet, believe it or not. And you're talking to a guy that's made over 200 bets this offseason already, and this is not one of the games. I think 3 is a very fair number. I would be interested in an Iowa State if it went back to 3.5, but it'd still be a small bet, not a big one for me. I think most actionable for me would be because it's a week 0 game, it's a conference game. I would be interested to see if there's any adjustments in the Big 12 futures after this game, because there's not much separating the top 4 or 5 teams in the league. I think these are 2 of the 5 teams that have a realistic chance of winning it. Is there a book that's a little slow to the trigger to adjust after this game? Because I'd like to see, actually wouldn't mind even playing the loser if they dropped a real low in some of the futures markets. But if a team really impresses me, like a Kansas State, maybe I haven't bet them yet to win the Big 12, man, that's a good feather in their cap to start off 1-0 and basically a toss-up game.
You told me in either March or April that Penn State was going to be your highest power-rated team. And you were the first person to say that. And I told Joe that on the show months ago. And he went, pah. Well, everybody's got a number 1, right? I mean, you were first through the wall on that one. And it's almost a weird situation because you said it first and now everybody's saying it. Does that make you like it more or less now that everybody agrees with you?
I still got him number 1, but yeah, I don't like when everybody agrees with me because, if I was so smart, with all due respect, I probably wouldn't be doing this show. But yeah, they have the least amount of question marks just on paper. When you go through the roster, what they have coming back, the talent, the experience, why not them being number 1? However, even though they weren't priced in the futures market as the number 1 team in the country, and I had them number 1, back 6 months ago, old BP didn't go out and make a bet for Penn State to win it all. Why? Why didn't I make that bet? Well, the trust factor. I don't have a lot of confidence in James Franklin or Drew Aller going out there and winning 3-4 big games in a row when they can barely win 1 big game in a row. Sorry, I'm not counting the playoff wins against SMU and Boise when they're a double-digit favorite, but yeah, right now they're still number 1. I still think they're pretty much a shoo-in to make the playoffs. We'll see. We'll see if they can win some big games for a change.
Brad, you have the Play Like a Champion Today hat on. That tells me you might be a Notre Dame fan. Where do you have them power rated? And are they good enough to win a couple games and get over the hump of being a national champion this year?
Well, I am a Notre Dame fan, but I wear a bunch of different hats. I think I had an Alabama hat on the last show I did. But as far as the Fighting Irish go, I think they're a legit national title contender. Haven't been able to say that too often in the last 30 years. I thought last year's team was their best team legitimately in the last 30 years. And I think this year's team, if you just go through the roster, probably better and deeper than last year's team. However, one caveat being the all-important position of quarterback. Haven't loved what I've heard out of fall camp. I think I would give the slight edge to Kenny Minchey, which is a pretty big shock that he might be the starter game 1 over C.J. Carr, because coming out of spring, you thought it was C.J. Carr's definite job to lose. I think it just basically comes down to this. The quarterback the quarterback can't get him beat. As long as they go out there, distribute the ball, the guys like Jeremiah Love, the best running back in the country. I think the wide receiver position is the best Notre Dame's had in 5+ years. Offensive line is one of the top 5 offensive lines in the country. Defense is right there. As long as the quarterback's not turning it over a bunch, they're gonna be favored in every game. The problem with Notre Dame though this year is their 2 toughest games are their first 2 games, and that's not the great way to break in an inexperienced quarterback. But I'm telling you right now, if they beat Miami in game 1, they're already a touchdown plus favorite against Texas A&M in the second game. They'll be a double-digit favorite in every other game. You could pretty much book their playoff tickets if they beat Miami on that opening Sunday night.
If they get through my guy Carson Beck, which You know I like this.
He's
year.
your guy?
Is there? Oh, at 37-1 he was to win the Heisman. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's a good price.
That's all it was. I was like, oh, that number is not right. And now he's a lot lower, but I don't need to tell you about price sensitivity. Is there a quarterback or two that you just can't wait to watch this season? That's an easy question for me to ask. I don't know if it's easy to answer.
Oh, wow. We go really in the weeds, but I'll keep it at the very top of the sport. Arch Manning. I think he's going to be good. Let's see if he's going to be generational like everyone's saying he is. And the good thing about that, don't have to wait too long. Noon on an opening Saturday in Columbus, Ohio. Give us a really good idea of what he can be this year. And I'll use the quarterback on the opposing sidelines of that game. I want to see what Julian Sain looks like, because it's not like he was a dominant, easily won the job in fall camp this year. So, and I think he's going to be all right, but he's also, I watched their spring game and they got him listed 6'1". I'm telling you right now, he's 5'11" and a half. I wish, I could get their athletic department to list my height and weight if they're going to give him that big of an edge, because he's pretty short for a Buckeye quarterback to see over their offensive line, and we'll see against a really good defense. So those are the two guys I'm most excited to see right out of the gates and see who can live up to expectations.
Texas is plus 2.5 underdogs on the road in that game. Have you bet anything, whether it's side or total, in that one?
Yeah, I bet both side and total. I lean towards the Buckeyes. I just think in almost every market this offseason, Texas is being overpriced due to the Arch Manning factor. But what I do prefer, and there's been a big move on the total towards the under, I love the under in the game. Again, two young, inexperienced quarterbacks feeling themselves out against two good defenses. Early start time is a factor for me as well. The first half under also would I think is worthy of a play, but keep in mind the total's down like 3 points. I might have had something to do with it.
Yeah, we know you did. What'd you get? 50 and a half?
Yep.
Yeah, I bet you did. Yeah. See, when I asked about quarterbacks, I thought for sure you were going to say Gio Lopez at North Carolina.
That was one of the names that crossed my mind. You talking about trying to live up to expectations, the whole North Carolina program at Belichick. I have my doubts there, especially when you have to go out and get Gio Lopez post-spring to come in and be your starting quarterback. I mean, I liked him everything is relative. I liked him as a South Alabama quarterback. As a North Carolina quarterback, not so much. I'm a Horned Frogs backer in that opener.
The Big 12, Brad, is kind of wide open or open for the taking this year. Is there any team in the Big 12 that you think can separate themselves or that you would take based on price to win that conference?
Boy, right now, I think, there was some early value on Utah, obviously, a much improved team. There's probably some early value on Texas Tech because it wasn't being priced in the fact that they have one of the best transfer portal classes. I could argue that both of those teams are overpriced now. I mean, if this market was just opening up now, I want to fade those two teams. So the most recent bets I made are the two teams that are the highest in my power ratings and aren't necessarily being priced that way in a lot of the futures markets in the Big 12. That's being Arizona State, the defending champs, who brings back everybody but Cam Scatteraboo. But I'm a big Kenny Dillingham fan. I think he's legit. I don't think that wasn't a flash in the pan last year. I think they're here to stay. And Kansas State, a team that, again, I think probably beats Iowa State. And after week 0, they're going to be the favorites in the Big 12.
I want to go back to a tweet that you sent in early June of this year. You clipped a scouting report for Cal, the Golden Bears, and you wrote Cal ... yikes with 3 exclamation points. Now, you didn't tell me to bet that, but I did bet under 5.5 pretty well and got a good number. Now, the juice has moved a bit. For those that don't know what's been going on at Cal, can you just kind of take us through the situation with Wilcox and Ron Rivera and how chaotic it's become?
Well, it's been pretty chaotic for them for about 5 years, going back to COVID. They weren't even allowed to work out in their weight room facility. They had to work out on the stadium, on the field is where they had to move their workout room. That's what they were dealing with during not just 1 year, 2020, but 2021 as well during COVID. Flash forward, there's just discombobulation is probably the word to use as far as the athletic hierarchy. I mean, you got these GMs and head coaches, A lot of programs, the head coach is still number one over the GM. With Cal, I'm not getting that feeling. The feeling is Ron Rivera, the new GM, oversees Wilcox, the head coach, and has more power. Look, I mean, a lot of it's speculative, but I don't need speculation to see what happened to them post-spring, where Jay Knott, best offensive player, transferred out. Their tight end, Jack Endries, went to Texas, one of the better tight ends in the country. They lost their entire running back room. I don't like Cal in the ACC, period. I mean, you don't have to be, Einstein to figure out traveling across the country 5-6 times a year is not going to work out for you, especially when you got a roster overhaul. And, oh, yeah, by the way, let's talk current. I don't like them starting a true freshman quarterback, which just got announced. He's talented, but I don't like it. So I think they lose all important game one. I got a lot riding on that game. Cal under 5.5 wins, Oregon State over, Oregon State in the game. And I think they lose that week one game against Oregon State. I think we'll be looking at the end of the year for a new Cal coach. And I like Wilcox, but as that paragraph said, Wilcox should go DC somewhere else and just leave this job because it's a mess.
We're talking college football with Brad Powers. Brad, over in the SEC, Alabama just lost their starting running back. How big of a loss is that in terms of how you view this team, and just in Caleb DeBoer's second season altogether?
Yeah, running back position doesn't really move the needle that much anymore, unless it's Ashton Genty at a Boise State or Jeremiah Love Notre Dame, and even then, I mean, not moving it too much as far as I'm concerned, but didn't really touch their power rating yet to see how much of an impact that could be. I'm an Alabama buyer. I'm probably got more at stake as far as Alabama in the futures markets, whether it be win total, SEC conference, national championship future, Heisman. I bet Ty Simpson. I have as much riding on Alabama as any team. And, oh, yeah, by the way, I like them pretty big over Florida State in week one. So I am going to give Kalen DeBoer, a mulligan for what happened last year. Year one in a new, completely different area of the country he's never been in. So there had to be an adjustment period. I like Ryan Grubbs back as the OC, his right-hand man throughout his career. I think the offense is much improved. And if we're just talking a roster, it's as good of a roster as anywhere in the country, and wasn't necessarily priced like that at the beginning of this offseason.
I had to laugh the other day because my teammate at Fox, Joel Klatt, says Illinois a couple of weeks ago or maybe a month ago is the number one most likely team to make the playoff for the first time. That's a mouthful, right? Then he puts his first college football playoff bracket out, and Illinois is not in the 12. And I'm like, what just happened? I thought they were going to make it, and now they're not. Maybe he saw the win total 7.5 and wisened up, huh?
Yeah, I mean, Illinois is a team that, just a classic. 110 games last year, brings everybody back this year. I think 16 returning starters. You saw them in the AP poll, priced as high as they've ever been, at least in recent memory in the AP poll. They scream like a team that probably should only been a 7-win team last year. They're 5-0 in one-score games. They scream overrated to me. And they also have a very tricky schedule at Duke, USC, at Indiana, all in the month of September. This could be a team that has 3 losses by the end of September. So I think Illinois is overrated in the markets. You can bet under 8.5 right now at a few spots.
Brad, post Travis Hunter, Shedeur Sanders era in Colorado, what should we be looking forward to, if anything?
Yeah, no surprise here. I'm pretty anti-Colorado. I think the second time in 3 years, the very first bet I made this college football season was fading Colorado, win total under. They had 2 top 10 talents, at least in college football, led by the Heisman Trophy and Travis Hunter and Shedeur, who was great in college, highly productive. I don't see I'm not a big believer in what they got coming back. I also thought they were fortunate last year. If you looked at their schedule, you thought, they got to play Utah, they got to play Oklahoma State. We're talking about 2 teams that are preseason Big 12 favorites, and they ended up being 2 of the worst teams in the Big 12. And then teams like Arizona State, Iowa State, they don't play. The 2 teams end up playing for the Big 12 championship. So I thought they were a really fortunate team last year. They won on a Hail Mary against Baylor. So fraudulent team record last year, lose 2 superstars. I don't like the recruiting. It's constant transfer portal. You can't hit on the portal every single year. I don't think Colorado makes a bowl game this year. That's how much I think they're going down as far as the win total.
Yeah, it could be a very rough season for Buffalo fans. Brad, appreciate you taking the time to join us. Thanks for all the insight. We'll be talking to you plenty throughout the season, I'm sure. Have a great rest of your day.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
You got
That is
to,
Brad
Kate, by
Powers.
the way, got to check
Yeah.
out the Brad Powers guide, which you can find on his website. It is an investment that I make every single year. The college football guide, tremendous stuff. BradPowersports.com.
Love it. Coming up on the other side, we'll touch a little bit more on college football, the SP Plus rankings. Plus, the Colts have named their starting quarterback. Who is that? We'll tell you next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Kate Constable, Sam Panayotovich here with you on Bet Sweats. 20 minutes from now, we wrap up the show with our lightning bets. We'll tell you where you were putting our money today. Sam, the Indianapolis Colts just put their season in the hands of Daniel Jones. He's been announced as the starter for this upcoming season. Anthony Richardson, the quarterback that they knew was going to be a project and maybe take a couple years to really grow and flourish. Yeah, he's going to start the season on the sidelines. I thought they should have started Richardson this season. I think it's going to be tough to build that kid's confidence and growth with him sitting on the sidelines when they drafted him very high, knowing he only played 14 college football games. So now it almost seems like he's getting punished for not being where he should be. And granted, like there were some glaring issues last year, most notably him taking himself out of the game. Where are you at with the Daniel Jones starting for the Colts?
I'd like to just start by reading off some players that the Colts could have taken if they didn't go Richardson for. I know this isn't a fair game half the time because hindsight is always 20/20, but just a couple names maybe that the Colts would have liked to have had right now. How about Witherspoon went 5th to Seattle? Bijan Robinson goes 8th to Atlanta. Jalen Carter 9th to Philly. Darnell Wright 10th to Chicago. Peter Skoronski 11th to Tennessee. Jahmyr Gibbs 12th to Detroit. And Paul's favorite, Jackson Smith and Jigba 20th to Seattle. Zay Flowers 22 to Baltimore. Jordan Addison, 23 to Minnesota. I know we could play this game all day with a lot of different teams, but the fact that they passed on Bijan Robinson, Jalen Carter, Jahmyr Gibbs, it's just funny. And now you're 2 years removed because this is the 2023 draft. We just had the 2025 draft. They already have not moved on, but they want to see what they have from a guy who's on his 3rd team in the last calendar year. Not a good sign. Not great. And I honestly don't think it matters. I think they stink either way.
That's what I was going to say.
So, okay, Daniel Jones beats out Richardson. The drop-off to me from a point perspective is about 1.5. Like, there's not a big drop-off either way. And you could make the case that maybe there is no drop-off, but this changes nothing for me. I think this team is a disaster in 2025.
Yeah, I mean, starting Anthony Richardson over Daniel Jones or vice versa was not one of those quarterbacks was not making them a contender in this division more so than the other. So it's kind of a wash. I mean, we'll see how Daniel Jones' season goes. If he's not performing early on, I think they yank him, go to Richardson. It might just be, I mean, not the way to do it, but a back and forth season, a quarterback carousel type of deal. But Daniel Jones, nonetheless, goes from the Giants to back up at the Vikings, back to a starter with the Indianapolis Colts. So see how the season shakes out for good old DJ. Sam, going back over to college football. And we will talk about a couple other NFL storylines and notes in this segment. ESPN posted the SP Plus rankings, which is kind of a predictive, adjusted measure of college football efficiency, kind of predicts the most sustainable, predictable aspects of football. So it takes away resume, all of that type of stuff, and it re-ranks the teams. So Ohio State, the top ranked teams amongst or for this SP Plus rankings. Alabama, number 2, which is a little crazy. Georgia, number 3, Penn State 4, Texas 5. What stands out to you the most?
I can't believe Ohio State's number 1. That's where I'd like to start, ironically enough, right at the top. So I have Ohio State as one of the top 5 teams in the country from a talent perspective, but I think we just assume that the guys that Ohio State lost in the draft will just be replaced. No big deal. They lost 14 players to the NFL draft, and 7 of those guys went in the first 2 rounds. Oh, by the way, their starting quarterback, Will Howard, went very late in the draft, but they had more guys drafted last year than Georgia. And I know the rich usually replenish, and it's easy to, get excited about what Ohio State has, but number 1 in the country in this number? No, I'm not there. There's also a bunch of pressure on this quarterback, who, granted, was a 5-star recruit, committed to Alabama, then Saban retired, so Saban transfers to Ohio State. He's a redshirt freshman. He's barely played, and now he has to go against that Texas defense and Arch Manning in week number 1. And I just think that's a lot to ask of a kid who's never done it before. And you look at their win total, for example. Ohio State's win total is 10.5. If they lose that first game, which is very possible, very, very possible, they've got to go 11-0 to beat you if you go under. And I was looking this morning. BetMGM has Ohio State under 10.5 minus 140. I'm not saying that they're not good. You just look at the path for them. They have a couple coin flip games down the stretch, one against Penn State, one against Michigan. This is not an easy schedule for the most part. And if you think Saban is going to just get dropped in and thrive, I got news for you. A lot of these youngsters don't right away. It takes time. It takes half a season to get ready to go. They're loaded at receiver. They've got a really good defense, but they also lost both coordinators. They lose Chip Kelly on offense and Jimmy Knowles on defense and have to start a redshirt freshman quarterback. The talent is there, but I need to see the production before I get too excited.
I mean, on the win total, like Penn State, everyone's all high on Penn State this year for very good reason. This could be the year that James Franklin actually beats Ohio State. I mean, I likely won't be betting on that. I'm not sure I believe that yet. But for the most part, the public seems to think that Penn State has a great shot at doing so this year. They also haven't beat Michigan in the last 4 seasons?
Mm-hmm.
I think the under on the win total is probably the smarter play. Here's a really interesting one, Sam, that you actually asked Brad Powers, who was on with us last segment, about is Illinois. Number 12 in the polls, the AP, the coaches poll, 27th in the SP plus, which means everyone
Somebody's
who's
wrong.
kind of, yeah.
Somebody's
yeah.
wrong.
Illinois went 5-1 in 1-score games last year. That you would think kind of adjusts itself a little bit. And obviously that means most likely more losses. So I would be more inclined to say Illinois should be ranked around 27th versus number 12.
Right. I agree with you. And Brad actually has them 27th too. I have his guide up right here, which again is just such a great study guide for the test. He's got them 6 behind USC. He's got USC 21 and Illinois 27. This S&P has USC 21 and Illinois 27. I wonder if the S&P was taking a peek at our guy's guide that's been out much longer than the S&P rankings have, wink, wink, because Brad put this guide out weeks ago. I think it is interesting, though, because, you know, we all have these opinions and these power ratings based a lot on what happened last year, and then we try and assess the portal and try and assess what these talented youngsters are going to do. And it doesn't always work out that way. So another example of disparity is, you know, the polls right now. Where do the polls have Texas? Right at the top. Well, the S&P has them 5th. The polls are higher on Clemson. The S&P has Clemson number 10. So we're going to have so many different systems and ratings and understandings of what these teams might be or could be. The real truth, probably the 1st of October with a lot of these teams. But I think Clemson, S&P has them 10th. I think Clemson's a top 4 team in the country. AP top 25, number 4. Coaches have them 6. My numbers have them as like the 5th best team in the country. So look, we're all going to argue around the top 10. We're going to interchange a lot of these programs. But I think the biggest disagreement that I have is putting Ohio State number 1 in the S&P. They just won the national championship. Everybody knows how well they recruit, but they lost so much and have to replace a lot of production. And that's an early game against Texas they could very easily lose. And then what do? What do you drop them then? So they go from number 1. Then we overreact and go, oh, well, now they're number 7 when they really should be number 2 or 3. It's just wild how the rankings work to me.
So do you put any more weight in these types of rankings versus the AP, the coaches, or do you just kind of disregard that altogether and focus on your numbers?
I like the S&P in a vacuum a little bit more because it's based more on power ratings. But I have such a strong disagreement with some of these rankings that S&P is like an adjusted measure of efficiency, according to Bill Connolly. That's what he calls it. So they're early season rankings based on all the info that he has coming in. So it's very similar to like a power rating system, but he doesn't use a lot of the Vegas line. He obviously is aware of it and he understands it, but I like Vegas power ratings more than these computerized projections. They're similar in a lot of ways, but then we drop the gloves, to use a boxing analogy, and maybe what we perceived or what we thought isn't reality. So I try not to make too many bets based off of preseason power rankings because the rankings are very likely to be off. I think it's more important how you assess your rankings in the first month or so, because you'll eventually get to the right number. Vegas will, the power ratings guys will, I think Bill Connolly will. But there's a lot of guessing and a lot of posturing going on before any of the games are played.
I think Oklahoma's kind of interesting here at 15th, whereas coaches poll, AP poll, I want to say in one of them, they didn't even crack the top 20. And Oklahoma, according to this, strength of schedule wise, toughest schedule in the nation, but yet still ranked 15th. I'm kind of high on Oklahoma this year. I haven't bet anything on them yet, Sam, and I really want to, but then I look at that schedule and I'm like, oh, probably not. I might have to.
I think you should. I think you stick to your guns. So Connolly's got them 15th. Powers has them 14th. And, the polls are not nearly as high, which is okay. I think the polls are very misleading. I mean, to have Illinois 12 is just silly.
For anyone who's watched college football over the last decade, like Illinois should never be 12.
No, not coming into a season, especially when they were very, very fortunate to finish the way they finished last year. But I mean, you would ask which systems do I respect more? It's definitely power ratings than what coaches and voters say. Not that voters are going to be way off the mark, but there are some teams like Arizona State 11, Illinois 12, Oklahoma 18, Indiana 20, Boise 25. Like, I disagree with all of those, and maybe I'm wrong, but the best part is we'll play about 2-3 weeks, and we will know a lot more than we do now. This is a way to sell magazines and to get clicks and to draw up clicks on Instagram and TikTok. We have an idea. We have a decent starting point, but we don't really know for sure until we see a handful of games.
Fair. Let's go back over to the NFL. We just talked about Daniel Jones being named the Colts starter for week 1. Other news around the league. We also touched on Matthew Stafford earlier in the show. Sam, he practiced today. I think that's a good sign. Not a good enough sign to make me want to run and back LA, the Rams at all. I think there's still plenty of question marks there. Cam Ward, Titans quarterback, rookie first number 1 overall, doesn't have a passing touchdown this preseason. I don't think that's all that concerning. It's the preseason, but expectations for Cam Ward going into this year, like, I don't know, does that turn you off of him at all?
Not really. I'm actually a little bit higher on Tennessee than most people, and that's because I believe in the Callahans. Could be well off on that. I actually, if we could toss to Paul for a second, I see Paul's in the rundown right here, and I'm going to highlight the same thing, Paul. Trevor Lawrence is looking good, buddy, in Liam Cohen's system. How excited are you?
Sam, I've quit the Jags. Like, I've quit, and so this is like just. But they keep trying to bring me back in. But I talk about sticking your guns. I have to stick. I got to stay on the sidelines for this. And what was it? Aaron Schatz the other day saying, you know what? We're actually higher on the Jags. And I'm like, I can't do this.
The Jags
again,
are my team.
This is going to be the year. This is the year it all happens, right? terrible.
You have to be a part of it. You have to, not even a taste, not even a little taste.
Come on,
Okay,
Paul.
well,
Jump back on.
okay, I was thinking about this. This is what I want to do to Joe when he comes back, okay? Because, like, there's been, like, Carolina week 1 over the offseason. It's moved off the 3. It may have been at 3.5 at one point, and now it's down to 2.5. I think we have to convince Joe to bet to do Jags week 1 Survivor. Because he's a never Jags guy. That's my plan for the next 2 weeks. That'll be my Jags angle.
All right, that's enough, Jags. Yeah, I like it. I love the Jags this year. I think they're winning that division.
Kate,
love
you're going to get hurt. You're going to get hurt.
I know I
I'm
will.
just telling you. It's a toxic relationship, and you're going to get hurt. But good luck.
That sounds like you've been in for quite some time. I'm glad you got out, Paul. Good for you.
For now.
Coming up on the next other side.
Jags about to
Best
text
bets,
Paul
lightning
you up.
bets. Wrap up the show.
Yes.
Coming up on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Wrapping things up here on Bet Sweats. Got a couple different pieces of breaking news in the last half hour or so. John Wall is announcing his retirement. I saw that and I thought Bradley Beal, and I thought Bradley Beal just made this whole fuss about leaving the Suns. John Wall just announced he is retiring from the NBA. Five-time All-Star, 11-year career, #1 overall pick in the 2010 draft. John Wall is done playing basketball. That is the breaking news that is coming out of the NBA right now, Sam. We have some other news in the NFL, most notably the YouTube broadcast. Chiefs-Chargers. Week 1, it's going to feature Rich Eisen, which is phenomenal after the SportsCenter spot last night. We can talk about that in a sec. Kurt Warner, Stacey Dales, and Destroying, who is a creator of some sort, a YouTuber. I had to look this up because I'm not familiar with his work. A content creator, which that's kind of cool. Like the game on YouTube, creators kind of originated on YouTube, so it's an ode to that a little bit. Apparently, he kicked at Central Florida and spent some time in the UFL. 6.3 million subscribers on YouTube for the Destroying. But he's going to be the sideline reporter for one of them. For week 1, Chiefs-Chargers on YouTube.
Can't wait to watch this on mute. That's where I'm at. Although I do like Rich and Kurt Warner. Stacey Dales had a moment. I don't know if anybody heard this during the Bears' first preseason game. It was wild. She was asking Luther Burden, she was asking Roma Dunze about Luther Burden being like, you saw it, right? Okay, all right. So I have to paint this the right way.
Yes, go for it.
Well, she was asking Rome that she heard that the coaches believe if DJ Moore and Rome had a baby, it would be Luther Burden. So she's asking Roma Dunze this on live television. And she essentially says, so I heard if DJ and you had a baby, it would be Luther Burden. And Roma Dunze's like, what? What just happened? Wild way to shape that question. So hopefully Stacey doesn't drop any of those. Yeah, he was. Oh, and then she's trying to save it, and it was a whole thing. So she's the sideline reporter, and then Destroying is the sideline creator. Okay.
I don't know what a sideline creator is outside of just doing content on the sideline. I don't think they're going to be going down to Destroying and be like, "Hey, go talk to Andy Reid at halftime and get a report from him." I don't think. I mean, maybe it is, but hard to imagine that that's going to be his role.
Well, I have a feeling we're going to see some Destroying and Jackson Mahomes content. Unfortunately, that's where my mind goes.
I haven't thought about Jackson Mahomes in a very, very long time. He kind of dropped off, but you're right. That's probably because we haven't had NFL recently, and the Chiefs lost in the Super Bowl, so we didn't get any Super Bowl content from Jackson, but that's going to be a rough comeback to see his stuff this year. Woof. You watched SportsCenter last night with Rich Eisen?
Oh, so good. They played the old SportsCenter intro. Dun, 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 dun. They used the old 1996 music with the visuals. I can't believe Paul Aspen, TV extraordinaire, did not see a clip of Rich Eisen hosting the old SportsCenter show. Well, the new SportsCenter show with the old elements, graphics, and music, at least in the intro. That music brings it back, Paul.
I watched it in the break between the last segment and this segment. Yes, when I first sent it over, I was like, I didn't watch this. And I think I'm a 40-year-old man now. I'm going to figure out, prioritize my time. But yes, I spent the 90 seconds to watch the intro, and with the sax in the background playing the SportsCenter theme, it brought me back. And it was everything I hoped for and more. So,
Paul, I didn't watch it either, but I did watch the clip intro clip of it. Like seeing the old desk, that was cool. All the old graphics and the set brought you back a little bit.
Does Jake have the affinity for SportsCenter that we do? Probably not, right? Definitely not the heyday of like Eisen and Stu Scott, Kenny Mayne, and whoever Kenny was paired with. Obviously, Dan Patrick, Keith Olbermann, The Big Show. Yeah, Jake doesn't know.
I missed it. I became conscious at like the end of the Stuart Scott era, so it's kind of like I know how awesome he was, obviously, but as a whole, as a product, I missed it, which sucks.
That was my morning routine. You'd get up, you'd watch Rugrats, and then you'd watch SportsCenter. I was very dual threat back in the day, Paul, in 1996. Got my Rugrats in, and then my SportsCenter.
I might have aged out of Rugrats by then, but I mean, like, you know, you do like sometimes in my heyday, maybe it's more like G.I. Joe and Ninja Turtles and then SportsCenter. But yeah, you watch the same SportsCenter show like 3 times in a row.
On a loop. That's what I remember. Sitting on the couch, you eat your cereal, and you just lay on that couch till like noon, and it's just on a loop. That was back in my day, yeah. And then you realize, okay, I've seen this stuff 3 times now. It might be time to go outside.
Paul just called you soft, Sam. Paul just called you soft.
Did I?
No, not really. Kind of, though.
It was implied.
Rugrats was like, that was like kind of it's kind of like Power Rangers. It was kind of like leaving that era of my life as those two were kind of coming to the mainstream.
That's when like Rocket Power was coming on. Like Rugrats was out, Rocket Power was in.
What is Rocket Power, Kate?
No.
Nope.
What?
Out. Nope.
I got you, Kate. Kate, this is where I'm back
Rocket
in now.
Power.
Rocket Power was good. Rocket Power ruled.
Rocket Power was awesome.
I couldn't tell you a single thing about Rocket Power.
Yeah.
You know,
Paul, I'm pretty sure the people in Rocket Power were based on you, honestly.
Well, now I'm intrigued. All right, now I have to go watch it. Is that a compliment? Probably not, knowing Jake.
Now that you say that, like, but like Paul doesn't give me surfer guy vibes.
More like skater Paul.
G.I. Joe Paul.
I tried to.
Back in the day, Paul? Yeah, that doesn't.
Absolutely not. I tried to skateboard once. I ate it, and I never again got on a skateboard. But I like some surfing here and there, but I definitely wouldn't say I'm a surfer bro.
Yeah. These were guys that like lived on the wharf, you know? They
I like Fisherman's Wharf.
boardwalk.
I like a bowl of clam chowder. Red Bull.
Yeah. They were great. All right, should we do a little lightning bet, Sam? Want to kick us off?
Hold on. Why did Rocket Power get canceled is the first question that comes up. Anyway, move on to lightning bets.
Why did it? I don't know.
Lots to unpack there. I would also like to let everybody know John Wall's career salary was $287 million. Good for him. Good for him. That's a lot of bread there. I've been trying to add some futures here and there. I'm going to give Christian McCaffrey Offensive Player of the Year 22-1. I think that's a good bet. I'm not scared that he got hurt last year. I'm hearing reports that he's looking like his old self, and that's a team that's favored a bunch. They're going to win 12 games. He's going to get a bunch of touches and a lot of game-breaking runs in those second halves. So I think that's a good bet on McCaffrey. Anything north of 20-1, I would bet. And then I'm going to go with the LA Angels. I know most people don't want to bet Kyle Hendricks, and I understand it, but the market is moving that way against Hunter Green and the Reds. So I can get plus 118 at BetMGM on Hendricks and the Halos. So I'm going to give you McCaffrey, offensive player, and the Angels on the money line.
I like it, Sam. I'm going to go under in Cubs Brewers today. I just don't trust this Cubs offense at all. Under 7.5. That's my play there. Under 72.5 for the Sky team total against the Seattle Storm today. My only 2 bets for this afternoon and evening. Paul, what do you got?
So now I'm going to be going down a Rocket Power rabbit hole. What happened to the mom on Rocket Power she died in a surfing accident when the kids were young. What were you guys watching on the weekend? This is dark.
I mean,
anyway, no.
I don't remember that
based on what you
happening.
know about me, Paul, are you really that surprised?
But like, I kind of want to go back and watch an episode this afternoon.
Do it. Live tweet it. Make a steak.
Jake, what you got? Make a steak.
I'm gonna run back a bunch of dogs from yesterday. I'll be on the Brewers again. I don't care that it's Matthew Boyd. This Cubs team is just, they don't want it. They look atrocious. I'm gonna run back the White Sox again too. Does anyone really think Bryce Elder should be a -160 favorite? Okay, I'll take the White Sox. I'll take the Brewers. I'll take Hunter Brown and the Astros as big dogs as well. It just doesn't make sense to me. I know it's Scooble. He's looked shaky the last couple of starts. RIP to those MVP tickets is what it is. Be what it be. I'll take the A's going against the Minnesota Twins, which is basically the five of us. I'm including Gerch in that, on that team in that lineup at this point. And then I'll also go Hunter Green over 7.5 Ks. And please, God, Christopher Sanchez, just do anything tonight.
All right, go Christopher Sanchez.
Yeah, definitely let's go Christopher Sanchez. Shane Steichen asked about Daniel Jones, why he thinks that the Colts can win with him. Well, I think that he's proven that he's played good football in that 2022 season. For the record, that's 3 full seasons ago. He had a hell of a year that year. Good luck, Colts.
Does someone want to let him know that was 3 seasons ago, or are we just going to let him ride with that? Yeah. All right. Good luck to the Colts this year. Good luck to Christopher Sanchez and Jake Hassan this evening. We will circle back tomorrow. Take a look at those Cy Young odds if they've moved at all. Thanks to Jeff Feinberg and Brad Powers for joining us earlier in the show. Sam and I will be back same time tomorrow. Have a great rest of your afternoon. Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats right here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM network.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM right here on the BetMGM network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the BetMGM network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also watch us on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. Also, make sure to check us out on YouTube TV, Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And from 6 to 7 Eastern time, it will be the Power Hour, where we'll be giving you all of our bets all throughout the world of sports. Full slate in WNBA, full slate in Major League Baseball. We're going to be getting after it in the Power Hour. And as always, if you want to listen to us live, you can go ahead and do so at Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, make sure you hit us up on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. You can find me on Instagram, Femi_Abebefe. Check out the show on Twitter at You Better You Bet, and the entire network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. If you like our show, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tip, all the shows that we have across the network, weekdays and weekends, once again, at BetMGM Network is where you can find it on Twitter. We got the whole crew hanging with us, though, on this Tuesday. We have Tyler Morales, Jay Kassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Sean Hunt, Nick Costos, the prop king. He is back and joins us at the top of the hour with his thoughts on the Indianapolis Colts naming Daniel Jones as their week 1 starter as they take on the Miami Dolphins in a couple of weeks, as opposed to the former 4th overall draft pick Anthony Richardson, who was the starter last year. It's Daniel Jones who wins the QB competition in Indy. Many, many thoughts from Nick Costos to start the 4 o'clock hour here on You Better You Bet. And as always, we're going to get to a lot, like I said, throughout this show. NFL, college football, breaking down the Big Ten, wrapping up our awards conversation, because it doesn't end with Comeback Player of the Year. No, sirree, Bob. We've got Protector of the Year for the best offensive lineman. That just populated over at BetMGM. So BetMGM is dabbling in the Protector of the Year streets. We will be breaking down that market, as well as Assistant Coach of the Year in the National Football League. If you miss any part of these next 4 hours, make sure you check us out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcast. And because we're going to put this on there for you guys, for on-demand content for you to consume, the least you can do is to subscribe, rate, and review wherever you get your podcast. We have 2 guests who will be joining us throughout the show, though, starting at 5 o'clock Eastern. Our Odyssey NFL insider, analyst for NFL Network, Brian Baldinger. Baldy, returning to You Better You Bet. After a summer away, it'll be great to bring Baldy back onto the program. We're going to get his thoughts on Daniel Jones starting for the Colts, as well as all the other big NFL stories as we're rapidly approaching the regular season. Good to have Baldy back on. Once again, 5 o'clock is when Baldy will be joining us. Then during the Power Hour at 6:20 Eastern Time, fantasy and NFL analyst for CBS Sports, Jamie Eisenberg, will return to us here on You Better You Bet, helping all of you fantasy football owners get set for your draft, because it's now draft week. Everyone's drafting this week. Everyone's drafting next week. Some of you guys who are procrastinating are drafting even the week later, but we're going to get you set for your fantasy football drafts that are coming up now all throughout the rest of the summertime. So Jamie Eisenberg at 6:20, Brian Baldinger at 5 o'clock Eastern. But let's go ahead and get into last night's betting recap, shall we? Because let's face it, it was one bet that I had, and it was one bet that was going really, really well in the early portion of the night, and that was Commanders plus 3.5 against the Cincinnati Bengals. I was feeling good about myself, watching the Commanders just go right through that Bengals defense, and then Joe Burrow kept playing and kept playing and kept playing to the point where I think both Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, I was like, I guess Burrow's going to come out for another series. I mean, we knew Zach Taylor was going to play his guys, but I was like, I didn't know it was going to be that much. And then here I am with Sam Hartman and Josh Johnson trying to do battle. And even when Burrow left the game, here's Jake Browning for like the rest of the game. Jake Browning has started regular season games. I thought we would see a little bit of Ritter, a little bit of Peyton Thorne, some of the scrubs on the Bengals roster. No, a lot of Burrow, a lot of Browning, a little bit of Ritter towards the end. But by that point, Cincinnati had already ran away from the Washington Commanders. They win at 31-17. So unfortunately, we were on the wrong end of a preseason wager. But hey, that's how it goes sometimes. Well, let's get to the meat of the show, though, and the big story from the National Football League today. And that is out of Indianapolis, was Colts head coach Shane Steichen naming Daniel Jones the Week 1 starter when Indianapolis hosts the Miami Dolphins. Now, this is a really, really interesting development. I'll go ahead and just say this off the top. I was a little bit surprised that they did this. Not based on the execution, but usually like draft capital and sweat equity, usually that's what wins the day. That's not what won the day here. The Indianapolis Colts went away from the guy that they pounded the table for 2 years ago in the NFL draft, taking him with the 4th overall pick, and decided to go with the quarterback that they just signed this offseason, Daniel Jones, who they signed to a 1-year, $14 million deal. And any conversation about this decision, going with Daniel Jones instead of Anthony Richardson, must be prefaced with the context of the head coach, Shane Steichen, and the general manager, Chris Ballard, are on the hot seat. Make no mistakes about it. They are coaching and managing for their jobs here in 2025. Once again, I say this all the time. When an NFL team has to put out a statement saying the coach will be back, that coach is officially on the hot seat. And that was the case at the end of last year with both Steichen and Ballard after the Colts had a disappointing end to the season. And if we're going to look at this from the premise of Ballard and Steichen are on the hot seat, well, can we look at them and ask them to make decisions for the long term? Probably not true. They got to make decisions to save their ass, right? And if we're making decisions to save our ass, it's going to come down to which quarterback do we trust in the moment and which quarterback do we trust to be able to actually run the offense and function within our system. And clearly what they're telling us, and I don't necessarily disagree with this. What they're telling us is Anthony Richardson cannot function and cannot run our system to the point to where we would trust him to go ahead and do so. Now, why would they think that? A number of reasons. The first one being, I don't think Anthony Richardson is very good. And in fact, I think Anthony Richardson is a bad quarterback in the NFL. Could he eventually be good one day? I don't know. We're starting to run out of time. It's year 3. You would have wanted to see some signs of a consistently good player. We have yet to see that with Richardson. I think he just might be bad. And I say that with my hand up as someone who really loved Anthony Richardson coming out of Florida. I was like, hey, look at all these, like the arm strength, the mobility. We all saw his performance at the Combine in Indianapolis. And it's like, whoa, could this guy even be the 1st overall pick? Ends up going 4th to Indianapolis. But it's easy to kind of get caught up in all of the traits of Anthony Richardson. But when you look at the actual football, there's nothing there. like, just being honest about it. There's been nothing there since college. There was barely there in high school, if we're being honest. Like he was injured in high school. Injured at Florida, has been injured in the NFL. And when you look at when he actually plays, well, let's take a look at what it was at Florida. This is the same Anthony Richardson, mind you, went 4th overall in the draft. The same Anthony Richardson who could not beat out Emory Jones for the starting quarterback job at Florida. Yes, if that name sounds familiar, we have discussed Emory Jones over the last couple of weeks. When we do preseason quarterback depth charts and we discuss the Atlanta Falcons, where right now Emory Jones is QB3 for the Atlanta Falcons. That's the guy that Richardson could not beat out. Emory Jones had to leave school, and then Richardson took over as a starter a few years ago. That season when he was a starter, Florida was pretty mediocre. Not very good. They were terrible. like they were not a good team. He had one great game against Utah, which I got excited about. I think everyone got excited about. But when you look at the totality of his college career, it wasn't good, which is kind of wild looking back on it, given the fact that a lot of people compared him to Cam Newton coming out of college. It's like, dude, Cam Newton won the Heisman Trophy and dragged that Auburn team to a national championship, undefeated in the SEC. Richardson's going like 6-6 at Florida. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, it's kind of wild that that's what the comparison was given the traits, but like the resume couldn't be further apart between Cam Newton and Anthony Richardson. And if we will work through that premise that Richardson is not good, like, it shouldn't be a surprise that this is where we got. Like, we were just talking about the Indianapolis Colts in this situation last week after the game that they played against the Baltimore Ravens, their first preseason game. And it's like, all right, like, what did it look like? And unfortunately, in that game, Richardson got hurt as well with the pinky injury. But what led to the pinky injury? All of the film grinders, the all 22 people out there on Twitter, they'll tell you, they were all putting the videos out there the moment it happened. Wow, Richardson blew the hot read. He should have known that the blitzer was coming there on his front side, and he just completely whiffed on it, was looking left the whole time, and got drilled by David Ajabo. Like, those are like simple things that all the film grinders are telling you he should have known. Like, that play in itself right there, I think is Anthony Richardson in a nutshell, unfortunately. Like, that is a guy who couldn't even understand a preseason blitz and is now expected to be a starting quarterback. Like, if you're Shane Steichen and you're Chris Ballard, when you see that, what are you going to do? Like, be honest about it. Like, what would you do if the guy who has your job in his hands can't even understand a basic preseason blitz? Are you going to put him out there for week one? Not a chance in hell. You're going to be like, man, do we got anyone else? And unfortunately for them, they have a guy who's less talented in Daniel Jones, but at least Daniel Jones knows what to do back there behind center. Now, he might not be very good at it. In fact, he's been bad at it through his entire career, but he at least knows what to do and can run an offense and can function on an NFL Sunday. Richardson can barely function. And that's before we even get into all of the tapping out of the game last year and the report from The Athletic at the end of last season where teammates were concerned about how Anthony Richardson was unprofessional in terms of his preparation, wasn't doing the things that a quarterback needed to do Monday through Saturday to get ready to play on Sunday. And you see him now make the mistake in the preseason game. Like, I don't know how you expect Shane Steichen and Chris Ballard to go out there and say that this is our week one starting quarterback and this is the guy that we're going to have save our jobs. It's never going to happen. Never going to happen. Now, is this the end for Anthony Richardson? I don't know. It's hard to say because he's so young. And I do think, I'll say this about what the Colts have said earlier today. Shane Steichen met with the media saying, hey, Daniel Jones is our quarterback for the season. And like the only way that we're going to go away from him is pretty much if he gets injured. Like he wants to go out there and fully back Daniel Jones. I'm calling BS on that because we just saw last year when they benched Richardson, they said he needs to take time and it's like not going to be the quarterback for the foreseeable future. And then like 2 weeks later, he was back to being the QB after Joe Flacco was terrible. So, like, I don't think that this is over. I think we will see Anthony Richardson on the field for the Indianapolis Colts, but I'll just continue to reiterate what I have been saying all throughout this offseason. And if not for like a one-day kind of hiccup of thinking, wow, these reports are really positive. What's going on here? Am I wrong? We've come full circle. I was never wrong about Indianapolis. This team is going to stink because they don't know what they're doing at quarterback, and they are praying that the turnover machine called Daniel Jones can save their bacon. It ain't happening. I think we'll see Richardson maybe, let's say, 8 weeks into the season when the Colts realize it's not working with Daniel Jones. We got to see what Richardson can do to maybe save our jobs. And at that point, we're just throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. And I don't think it's going to stick. That thing is completely cooked. This team is completely cooked. And I think if you like Indianapolis this year, I'm sorry. I would run very, very far away. Reverse course. There's still time. You've not made it all the way down the road. There's still time to turn around and get back going in the other direction because this team is squarely, in my opinion, the last place team in the AFC South. I think the Colts at the end of the year will be talking about them as potentially picking first overall in this upcoming NFL draft next spring. Like, that's how bad this will get for the Indianapolis Colts. Like, it's not a good situation. Richardson was never good, has never shown to be good in the NFL, and this is what they have to do, looking to have their jobs be saved by Daniel Jones, a player the New York Giants couldn't wait to get rid of and cut at the end of last season. Now, real quick, lastly, before we wrap up this segment here and take a quick break, I have seen folks talking about Daniel Jones, now that he's the week one starter, as a potential comeback player of the year candidate. Guys, I don't know how many times you want me to say it or how many times we have to do segments on it dating back to last season. It ain't happening. I know he's listed right now at BetMGM 20-1 to be comeback player of the year. It is an injury and medical hardship award. We did our NFL awards previews last week. We talked about comeback player of the year, and we went on and on and on about how, unfortunately, this is no longer fun. And it feels like, to me, a lot of folks who missed out on the Wacko for Flacco big-time opportunity are now looking for that with other guys. It ain't happening. Daniel Jones was not injured last year. 2 years ago, he was injured. In 2023, coming off a torn ACL. Last season, Daniel Jones played 10 games and was so bad that they cut him, and he signed with the Minnesota Vikings. You can't come back from being bad anymore. That's not how comeback player of the year works. So 3 years ago, I'd have been right there with you. I'd have maybe even bet Anthony Richardson. But now, given that it's injury and medical hardship, you're lighting your money on fire if you're betting Daniel Jones to be the 2025 comeback player of the year. All right, we're just getting started here on You Better You Bet. Top headlines coming at you next on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
We are 39 days, 17 hours, 34 minutes, and 15 seconds away from week 0 of the college football season. And this brings me no joy, my friends out in Wisconsin. But I have to go under 5.5 wins, even though now it's minus 164. I bet it again today because I just can't get over this schedule. Alabama on the road, Michigan on the road, Ohio State at home, but it's Ohio State. Oregon on the road, Indiana on the road. Not a big fan of the quarterback situation. Not a big fan of every single year. I mean, you know, they have to replace their offensive coordinator again. Now, that said, I do like Jeff Grimes, but I can't get to 6 wins. Luke Fickell, only 12-13, 5-7 last year. Probably on the hot seat, but, I mean, Phil Steele has this as the toughest schedule in the country. And I'm not the biggest Billy Edwards Jr. fan. I mean, he was fine at Maryland, but I don't think they get to 6 wins, so I'm going under 5.5 wins on Wisconsin. Toughest schedule in the country for the Sledgehammer.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Femi Abebefe hanging out with you guys on this Tuesday. 40 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on the Colts going to Daniel Jones as their week 1 starter. Nick is a Giants fan. He's lived through this Daniel Jones experience. I'm sure he is going to go ahead and let you guys know how it's going to go for Indianapolis. But Anthony Richardson will not be the starting quarterback for the Colts. That's what I thought would happen, but I don't really blame Steichen and Ballard for going this route because they're trying to save their jobs. And Richardson, so far through 2 years and change, has not shown to be a kind of guy that would save your job. In fact, he's the kind of quarterback that gets you fired, which is why these guys are already on the hot seat to begin with. We will get into a little bit of WNBA MVP coming up in 20 minutes. That race is heating up. It was all on the feast of Collier until this injury happened, which has coincided with Asia Wilson turning into the undoubtedly best player in the WNBA. Like, she has been awesome. The Aces have now been awesome. Hottest team in the league. Winners of 7 straight. Is there a bet to be made? We'll answer that question coming up in 20 minutes. But joining me right now, like he does each and every weekday at 3:20 Eastern, it's our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. Bill, what's going on? How we doing today? NFL, we got Daniel Jones, man, not Anthony Richardson, as the week 1 starter. The betting market has the Colts as a favorite in the game. We'll see how that goes once we get there in a couple of weeks here, but were you surprised that the Colts ended up going with Danny Dimes as opposed to AR5?
You know, I wasn't. I would have been if you asked me on Friday, but I did see, some quotes from Steichen and Ballard over the weekend. And Greg Rosenthal, who was on this show, last week, made an interesting point on Twitter, basically saying the quarterback they're describing, was Daniel Jones, not Anthony Richardson. So he basically was saying, I think Daniel Jones is going to get this thing. So I'm not surprised because I thought Greg made a really good point on that. But at some point, you do have to feel a little bad for Chris Ballard because, and I get it, he's dug his own grave here with Anthony Richardson and Carson Wentz and Matt Ryan and Phillip Rivers and the revolving door he's brought in. But this guy took a GM job thinking he was going to be able to be the GM for Andrew Luck. And this is where he's at.
And instead Andrew Luck's the GM for Stanford. That's how things have gone. And actually, I was looking this up, and I didn't even mention it in the last segment, but this upcoming Sunday will be the 5-year anniversary of Andrew Luck retiring. And I remember it was I was watching, I want to say it was Florida, Miami. It was a week 0 college football game. And then all of a sudden, on the ticker, it's breaking news, Andrew Luck retiring. We all get the notifications from Schefter, quadruple checking that it's not a darn Schefter or Schefter's been hacked. That was my thought. I was like, oh, Schefter must have been hacked. There's no way he's retiring. And then you see more and more, and it's you get all the reactions from the Colts fans, which was a little bit unfortunate. The news came out while he was on the field and they were booing him and stuff like that. We don't have to rehash all that stuff, but yeah, it's coming up on 5 years that Ballard was kind of hit with the news of all right, what am I supposed to do at quarterback? And ever since then, it's kind of been this revolving door for Indianapolis and has not been in a good way. So it's unfortunate, but see if they can save their jobs with good old Danny Dimes. I'm sure that'll work out very well. But enough of that. Let's get to some other top stories that we have in the world of sports. 100%, yes. Maybe Ballard can go back to KC. Maybe Steichen can go back to Philly. We'll see how that all works out. There you go. Bill, let's get to the top stories that we have on this Tuesday. What's the number one thing we need to know?
All right, Femi. Well, we've been talking about this throughout the offseason, and that, of course, is the contract negotiations between Micah Parsons and the Dallas Cowboys. And once all the other top edges and everyone had signed, we kind of thought, okay, now it's all there. Micah Parsons is going to get, $41 million, whatever it's going to be. It's going to all fall into place. He'll get signed before the start of the season. But Adam Schefter doesn't necessarily think so. On his podcast, Schefter had something interesting to say about this negotiation that I thought was pretty surprising.
You can't get a deal done if you're not even talking. And the two sides haven't had any negotiations since late March or early April. And it sounds like at this point it's personal. It sounds like each side is dug in. And right now, both sides seem to be angry. Now, have other people put those feelings aside in the past and figured out a way to work out a deal? Yeah. I don't see that happening here. I see these two sides headed towards a divorce in time.
Femi, to me, that is startling. He did say right now, which of course, he's leaving himself a little wiggle room, but Schefter saying these two parties are headed for a divorce, to me, that was pretty stunning.
I mean, it would be an epic disaster if the Dallas Cowboys can't figure something out with Micah Parsons. I've been on record when talking about him, like I'm a fan of the team. I love the Dallas Cowboys. He's the best player they've had since Emmitt Smith. Like, he is that good of a player. And if you cannot figure this thing out because you're fighting over, we don't want to talk to the agent, we want to talk to you. Like, really? That's what this whole thing is over? Like, come on. I actually think that they will come to an agreement. It's just August 19th. And Schefter brought up the good point of like, hey, the two sides are not talking. I don't really think they need to talk, honestly. Like, we know deadlines make deals, and this is a contract that is very, very easy. We just know it's got to be a little bit more than what TJ Watt got. Like, that's what the market says. The contract's already been negotiated for them. They know what the going rate is for a dynamic pass rusher. And he is one of those guys that's in that like best non-quarterback realm, and that's the money he's going to get paid. So like, there's not a whole lot that needs to be discussed. It's not like we're going to be like, all right, let's talk about the salary for a couple days. Then let's talk about the years for a couple days. Let's get to the guarantees for a day. No, we all know what it's supposed to be. They're just not talking because nobody wants to make the call, because the minute you make the call, you're giving up a little bit of leverage. You look a little bit desperate. Like, isn't that whole negotiating 101? It's like, all right, well, I don't want to make the call. Let them call me first. It's almost like dating in like a weird, stupid way of like, oh, well, I don't want to call her now because now I look desperate, but I want her to know that I'm interested. But like, if she calls me now, I know I have the upper hand. Like, that's what this is like. Micah Parsons and the Dallas Cowboys are going through like this stupid little mind game ring around the rosy about dating. And unfortunately, when there's no deadline, it's not going to stop. We're just going to sit here and do this until we get to August 30th or we get to September 1st and it becomes game week. And then it's like, okay, like what Troy Aikman said last night on the Monday Night Football broadcast, they will not win games without Micah Parsons. Jerry Jones knows that. Stephen Jones knows that. Everyone knows that. It'll get done. It's rocky right now, but I don't think them not talking is an indication of, hey, we're headed towards divorce. It's just stupid negotiating by an owner and general manager and a president that just wants to have it his way. But unfortunately, that's not how it's going to go, because Micah Parsons is that dude, and you're going to have to pay him his money, and you're going to have to go through his agent, David Mulugeta, even if you don't want to. That's just how it works. And I don't think the Cowboys are dumb enough to screw this one up. I say that, though, knowing that they've done a lot of dumb stuff over the past decade plus. Bill, hit me with the next one.
Well, another franchise that seems to do things the wrong way, Femi, is the Cincinnati Bengals, and they have a disgruntled pass rusher holding out as well in Trey Hendrickson, another one we have talked about throughout the summer. And as it seems frequently in these types of negotiations, it comes down to the guarantees. Hendrickson wants a lot more guaranteed than the Bengals are willing to give. Bengals aren't a big fan of guaranteed money. You can see the T. Higgins deal to see that. So with Hendrickson being on the wrong side of 30, they might be at an impasse with this, Femi, a little bit longer.
Like, this one, I actually understand why it's taking a little bit of time, because unlike the Parsons deal, it's not as easy a deal to do because Hendrickson is about to enter his age 31 season. Like, Micah Parsons is like, what, 25 years old? Like, we all know what it's supposed to be at that point. But Hendrickson, a little bit older. This is probably as good as it's going to get. He led the league in sacks last year. And to be frank, the defense sucked with him. So, I know, like, it's absolutely atrocious, and I'm about to light into their defense here shortly, but, like, I at least understand why Cincinnati is like, you know what, like, are we sure we want to, like, give this guy all these guarantees over multiple years? Even though he's a great player, is he going to be great in 2027? Like, I don't know if you can confidently say that versus like a Micah Parsons. You can confidently say, yeah, in 2027, he's still going to be great because he's going to be like 27 years old. So I understand why they're doing this. The problem for Cincinnati is that if they didn't want to pay him or they didn't want to give him all these guarantees, they needed to recognize that probably last offseason, but definitely earlier this offseason in March, where at least you could trade him for an extra draft pick and then you can build the defense via the draft, if that was the route they wanted to go. Unfortunately, they've just been stubborn. They've been digging in their heels, and they just think that the player's just going to come in and take like a lesser contract. I don't think that's the case. I do believe Hendrickson will show up when it gets to game week, but like, let's just think about it. He did nothing throughout this offseason. Like, is he going to be the same Hendrickson that was an all-pro last year when we see him on the field this year? Probably not. And if that's the case, boy, look out with that Bengals defense, because once again, last night, they were lit on fire with their number one defense out there. First drive for the Commanders' number one offense. Here's Deebo Samuel for 15 yards. Here's a 40-yard run. Here's Jaden Daniels for a 15-yard touchdown. Easy peasy. Like, the Eagles' twos beat him up and went all the way down the field. Like, Cincinnati's defense, they put all the blame on Lou Anarumo, who's now the DC in Indianapolis. Clearly, he wasn't the problem. The personnel is not there. They stink on defense. God bless Al Golden. Good luck, buddy. Going from Notre Dame now to this job, I don't think you got the coverage stacked. Like, that defense is going to be bottom 5. And if that's the case, I think they're going right back to where they were last season. High-scoring games, coin flip games. And if they don't go their way, they're going to be missing the playoffs for a 3rd consecutive season, which will be flagrant given the fact that they have a quarterback who's top 5 and is in the prime of his career. So Hendrickson, it's one thing. They probably need him out there on the field. But even when he's out there, do you really have confidence after what we saw last year? I wouldn't. Bill, hit me with the next one.
All right, Femi. Last night, the Tennessee Titans had themselves a little bit of a bumpy practice where quarterback Cam Ward and defensive tackle Jeffrey Simmons got into a bit of a scuffle. Ward threw a touchdown pass to Calvin Ridley, celebrated a little bit in Simmons' face. Simmons was bothered by that, gave Ward a bit of a shove. The offensive line comes over, scuffle ensues. Now, Simmons says, hey, it's typical practice stuff. It wasn't a big deal. Media shouldn't be blowing this out of proportion. But Femi, I think it's interesting. A rookie like Ward, certainly plenty of confidence and doesn't mind mixing it up with the veterans.
I saw this headline just as we were wrapping up the show yesterday. I think it actually came out like 30 minutes after we got off the air last night. And the first thing I thought to myself was dog mentality. Like this guy's got that dog in him. Like, I loved it. I love it when the quarterback mixes things up. And, like, of course, he's not going to be throwing punches or anything like that. He'd be dumb to do that because, like, he's too valuable to be out there actually fighting. But not being afraid to get in there and mix it up with a defensive tackle, especially one that's an all-pro like Jeffrey Simmons, that says a lot about Cam Ward, and it says a lot about his mentality. That's why I believe in the Tennessee Titans. And I actually saw this excerpt from an ESPN article. They were talking about Brian Callahan and the Tennessee Titans organization trying to develop a number 1 overall pick at quarterback. They talked to a bunch of different people. Ryan Poles, general manager of the Bears. They talked to Frank Reich, now the head coach of Stanford football, which still sounds crazy coming out of my mouth, but it's real. Like, they talked to a number of different people, but there's a really interesting excerpt from that article, and it was talking about this. It says, Brian Callahan saw some of the spots in that rough practice earlier this month when the task included almost exclusively 3rd down work and the defense disguised blitzes to flush with the quarterback. That day was ugly, but on the next one, Ward responded with a strong performance. It goes more in depth. One reason why, Ward's otherworldly drive. Callahan said Ward is in the building every day between 4:30 and 5 a.m. and brings teammates with him. The weight room is now packed early, which is a change from this past year and one for which Ward has been a catalyst. Former All-Pro wide receiver Tyler Lockett said he signed with Tennessee because, quote, I wanted to play with Cam, and revels in the chance to connect on improvisational plays from out of the pocket and an area in which both players excel. Like, I see that, and I'm like, this is a culture-changing kind of player. I believe in the player, but I definitely believe in the person, a guy who, once again, went from incarnate word to Washington State to playing at Miami where he was a Heisman Trophy contender. Like, that's the kind of guy that changes a franchise. I think this is a year, it might seem like it's early, but these kinds of guys typically are ahead of schedule. I think the Titans are squarely the second-place team in the AFC South, and if you want to get crazy, like we said yesterday, maybe if you want to do it, bet some Titans to win the South as well at a big-time price. I think Cam Ward's going to turn this thing around in year 1 coming up in this 2025 season. Bill, hit me with the next one.
I mean, let's switch over to a little college football because the Notre Dame Fighting Irish have named their QB1, and it is C.J. Carr. The redshirt freshman beat out sophomore Kenny Minchey in a QB competition that was pretty even over the last few weeks, but it is in fact Carr, who, by the way, is the grandson of former Michigan head coach Lloyd Carr. He will be starting the Irish's first game of the year against the Miami Hurricanes.
That's kind of crazy, right? We got Lloyd Carr's grandson starting for Notre Dame. Given that Michigan-Notre Dame rivalry that we had, at least growing up, at least. I don't know if they play anymore with all the conference realignment. But like, this is... I think this is not going to go well. I don't think... Like, it doesn't sound like Carr's good. They wanted Carr to win the job, and they gave it to him. He did win the job, but... it sounded like it was pretty bad. There wasn't a whole lot of confidence. And based on talking to people who are really plugged in with Notre Dame, talking to other folks who have been around the team, it sounds like the pressure of like being the guy was kind of getting to CJ Carr. Now that might just be anecdotal. Maybe he'll surprise everybody once we get into the games. But man, right now, I would be looking, especially for that week 1 game when they have to go to Miami and they're a favorite right now, 2.5 point favorite. I'm looking to bet the under. I think Miami's defense will be improved from last season. Offensively, question marks about Miami in the passing game. Let's see what happens with Carson Beck coming back from the elbow injury. CJ Carr now on the road, hostile environment, rivalry game between Notre Dame and Miami. This screams under 50 to me. It can be a little bit scary. It's a standalone game. It's college football. Sometimes these games get off the rails. I'm going to be betting the under in that week 1 Sunday night game. I think both of these teams, there's some big time question marks, but especially with Notre Dame. I like the rest of the roster, but it sounds like the quarterback competition was more of a mid-off. And if that's the case, I wouldn't be expecting fireworks early on in the regular season. All right, those are your top headlines here on a Tuesday. On the other side, is there a bet to be made in the WNBA MVP market? We'll answer that question here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
When you play in those primetime games, man, you're getting everybody's best shot. And it's going to take a toll on that roster, on that organization, that coaching staff, that as a group, as a collective unit, they're not used in playing in all those big-time games. They're not used in playing to all those primetime matchups. I think that is the biggest concern I have with Washington. I would feel a lot differently about this team if I looked at their schedule and they had 13 1 o'clock games this year. If they had 14 1 o'clock games this year. 7 standalone games for the Washington Commanders, including a Christmas Day game against the Dallas Cowboys. They have a stretch where they play Monday night against the Bears, then they're at Dallas at 4:25, then they're Monday night at the Chiefs, and then Sunday Night Football against the Seahawks. That gives you an idea of the stretch that Washington is going to go through, playing big game after big game, prime time after prime time. So that's why I really don't like Washington this year, because let's say they do survive that gauntlet and somehow they get to the playoffs playing that schedule and playing all those primetime games. Are they going to have enough left in the tank to make a run in the postseason? Are they going to have enough left to get to a Super Bowl? I don't think so. It's a learning curve for Washington. This is where you want to be. You want to have a great quarterback. You want to have a team that people are trying to beat, that people are gunning for, that people are looking at you as a team that they need to go through to win the NFC and win the Super Bowl. But I think this is a step back year for Washington, not because Jaden Daniels is going to fall off a cliff and because I expect him to regress like crazy. It's because of the schedule and how many primetime games that Washington is going to play this year. So under 9.5 wins for the Washington Commanders.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet coming at you here on a Tuesday. We got the music back. We got everybody ready to roll. Lost Chicago there for a second, but those are the jams as we come back here and celebrate this 340 segment here coming at you guys on a Tuesday afternoon. Femi and Bebefe once again here on You Better You Bet. 20 minutes from now, though, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on the Colts benching Anthony Richardson and going with Daniel Jones as their week 1 starter. We all thought Anthony Richardson had the inside track. I mean, there was reporting about Anthony Richardson stacking great days on top of great days. Look at this scrimmage. Like, everything's all good. And this is what we've come to, where it's going to be Daniel Jones. Clearly, the Colts brass does not trust Richardson and feels like he needs to sit and watch a little bit. Will he learn? Only time will tell. But based on what I've seen so far, going back to college, like, doesn't look like this guy is that good. Otherwise, I think he would have been playing at Florida much, much sooner rather than playing behind Emory Jones, a.k.a. QB3 of the Atlanta Falcons. We will get to WNBA MVP here shortly. Also going to get some best bets from Jake and Tyler. But I wanted to pass along a couple of notes from the NFL. The continuous daily update of Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford. Sean McVay at the podium this afternoon saying that Matthew Stafford had another good day at practice. So signs are looking good. We're pointing positive here for Matthew Stafford. Said he looked better than yesterday, moved around a little bit in the pocket. So a good day for Matthew Stafford. Just day 2 for Matthew Stafford here at Rams training camp, but a good day nonetheless. I still have my concerns, especially once we start hitting. Like, that's the issue, is like, hey, you can look good in training camp practice with the red jersey on and nobody can hit you. They can't even touch you. But week 1, here comes Will Anderson Jr., here comes Daniil Hunter. Here comes this ferocious, aggressive Texans defense led by DeMeco Ryans. No red jersey on that day. So I'd be a little bit concerned about how Stafford holds up, but at least a positive sign for Matthew Stafford and the Rams as he has practiced for a second consecutive day. And according to the head coach, Sean McVay, looked better than the day before. Another news item, this one from Big Blue, the New York Giants, and it's positive. Wide receiver Malik Neighbors, he is back at practice after missing 11 days due to a back injury. It kind of went a little bit hush-hush over the last week and a half or so, but Neighbors is back out there, which is a great sign for the New York Giants. He's their wide receiver 1. Big expectations for Malik Neighbors in year 2. And even on a more positive note, their left tackle, Andrew Thomas, has been removed from the PUP list. So Andrew Thomas now back at practice, one of the best left tackles in the NFL. And like, that's what's so interesting about the New York Giants. They are really good in 3 of the harder positions to fill. So wide receiver, we all believe in Malik Neighbors. He's a stud. Left tackle, believe in Andrew Thomas. He's a stud. Edge rusher, you got Brian Burns, and you might have Lawrence Taylor 2.0 and Abdul Carter. Like, he apparently is a stud, and watching the training camp stuff, the preseason stuff, like, he looks like he's going to be that dude for the Giants. Like, those are really hard and really valuable positions to fill. The problem is the most valuable position, quarterback. Apparently, they're infatuated with Russell Wilson being the week 1 starter, and if that's the case, I'm out. But if they go to Jackson Dart, and let's say Jackson Dart's really good, you're already good at wide receiver, you're good at left tackle, you're good at pass rusher. If Dart's good, this team could actually be good in 2025, which I would never have thought heading into this offseason. But like, they're good at the most important spots, the hardest ones to fill. So let's see what the Giants end up doing. I still think that they should go with Jackson Dart. They insist that Russell Wilson's their starter. We'll see how long that lasts with the schedule that they have to begin the regular season. But let's go ahead and get into the WNBA, because this is something that has been heating up over the last couple of weeks. For those who have been watching the show throughout the WNBA season and just been kind of following along as sports fans, you would have known that Minnesota Lynx forward Nafisa Collier has been the story of the WNBA season. Like, the Lynx have been by far the best team, 28-5, a gaudy record, clearly the best record in the league. Collier has been the best player in the league. Gaudy statistics. Her efficiency numbers are really strong. Her traditional numbers are really strong. And she, prior to 2 weeks ago, was a runaway favorite to win the league's most valuable player award. Unfortunately, a couple of weeks ago, Collier suffers a right ankle injury. And ever since then, we have a race, because Collier right now at BetMGM, minus 325 You have Mercury forward Alyssa Thomas at plus 450, and then the reigning MVP, Asia Wilson of the Las Vegas Aces, at 6-1. Now, I'll say this off the top. If the season ended today, Collier would win in a landslide. Like, if they had to vote right now on August 19th, Collier wins going away. It's not even close. However, the season doesn't end until September 11th, so it doesn't end today. So right now, it's still pretty fluid. And the big question with this betting market, and the big question I think amongst people who cover the league, because over the last couple of days, if you're on WNBA Twitter, like it's starting to get talked about a lot based on how one of the challengers is playing. But the big question is, how many games can Collier miss and still be the league's MVP? So far, she's only missed 4 games. She hasn't played since August 2nd. They've kind of had like a spread out schedule. They've only played 4 games, which is crazy, since August 2nd, because they're about to play 4 games this week alone. I don't know how they get the schedules all working out together in the WNBA, but she's missed 4 games. Tonight, she is listed as doubtful as the Lynx take on the New York Liberty in the rematch of the WNBA finals from a year ago. So she's about to miss her 5th game tonight. However, I will say this, the fact that she's listed as doubtful, and she's been doubtful over the last couple of games, it's a little bit of a step in the right direction, because prior to these last couple games, it was like just out, ruled out, not even with the team. Now she's on the bench, she's in street clothes, she's doing their like famous electric slide that they do at the end of every win and all that stuff. Like, looks to be moving around pretty fine. Like, like doesn't look like the ankle's kind of holding her back in that regard. So it looks like she's making progress towards getting back onto the court. Now, once again, Minnesota is slated to play 4 games between now and Sunday. If Collier misses all of those games, she would be on pace to miss about 20% of the season if she comes back next week. Usually you don't win the MVP if you miss about 20% of the season. Like, I know like the NBA, sometimes you can do it or whatever with load managing and all that stuff, but the WNBA season is only 44 regular season games. Like, you miss 20%, like that's a decent amount of games there. Like, you can see how this would quickly get up to, wow, I don't know if she played enough games to be the league MVP. My thing is that I think if she comes back around this time next week, this whole thing is moot. She's just going to win. But let's say she misses more time than expected. Let's say the Lynx win 3 of these next 4 games. And let's say that, okay, if they do that, will they start looking at maybe resting Nafisa Collier? Maybe thinking of a WNBA championship as opposed to a WNBA MVP award. Like, if they want to rest her and say, hey, we'll just bring her back like, I don't know, a week before the end of the regular season so she can get her bearings back and get back to playing shape and then right off into the playoffs, I don't think anybody would bat an eye. So I think it's really critical for her to come back next week, because if she doesn't come back next week, Asia Wilson is coming. Like, the Asia Wilson, the league's reigning MVP, she now leads in player efficiency rating and is starting to close the gap in win shares. A couple weeks ago, we discussed this awards market when Collier initially went down and said, is there someone to bet? Like, I thought Sabrina Ionescu might be able to make a run at it. She's been terrible ever since. So, no, she hasn't been able to make a run. But Asia Wilson has made a run and all of a sudden has pulled the Aces from mediocrity to now being one of the best teams in the league, to where they're starting to she hasn't closed the gap on the team success portion between her and Collier, but between her and Alyssa Thomas, she definitely has. Now winning 7 straight games. Like, I think Asia Wilson is a prime kind of winner if Collier continues to miss games into next week and beyond. Alyssa Thomas, on the other hand, to me, it feels rather uninspiring. And it's something that I've said throughout this season. Like, she trails both Collier and Asia Wilson in PER and in win shares, and she's way behind in points per game. Like, her case is just one of like this weird Jason Kidd-like triple doubles case where she doesn't score a lot of points. She'll have triple doubles with like 14 points, 11 assists, 10 rebounds. Like, that's typically that doesn't win the award in previous seasons. Like, you need to be a top tier scorer, and she's not that. And I guess another part of her case would be that like the team that she used to be with, the Connecticut Sun, are terrible, and now she's with Phoenix Mercury, and Phoenix is one of the best teams in the league. So like, her case is a little bit more strange. It's not as straightforward like in Asia Wilson and like the favorite in Nafisa Collier. So the big question right now, and I think a lot of people who have been kind of looking at that betting market are wondering and asking themselves, what do we do right now? I think right now you're still kind of holding steady and waiting for more concrete information on Collier. If she returns soon, like next week, like I've been saying, I think she just goes back to being the runaway winner. If she suffers a setback or if they rest her, I actually think that Asia Wilson has a realistic opportunity to become the first repeat winner since Cynthia Cooper did it in the league's first 2 seasons. Like we've never had a repeat winner since Cynthia Cooper. Like Cooper was the only player to do it, and that was in years 1 and 2 of the WNBA. Like I think that if Collier is going to be out for, let's say, 2.5 more weeks or so, I think she might lose this award to the reigning MVP in Asia Wilson. So hold steady right now, but if Collier returns soon, I think it's all systems go. And Nafisa Collier, MVP, as they were calling her prior to the injury a couple of weeks ago. Let's go ahead and bring in our guy, Jake Hassan, our baseball aficionado, to go ahead and get a bet for him for today's slate in Major League Baseball. Jake, how we doing today? We do have one game going on right now, by the way. It started before the show. Cubs and the Brewers, Chicago up 5-2. I know Tyler was sweating out the under in the first 5 there. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for our guy, but the Cubs looking to get one back on Milwaukee. What do you like tonight in Major League Baseball and why?
I will like the Brewers in Game 2 of this doubleheader, fading Jamison Tyone with Brandon Woodruff on the mound for the Brewers, who's been awesome. I'll do that. And I'm going to run the White Sox back again, too. Really? We're going to make Bryce Elder a -165 favorite against anybody? I'm way good. Hard to say who's Braves. Really, it's hard to say. But I'll take the White Sox again after they smoked Atlanta last night. And last but not least, please, Christopher Sanchez.
It's a big one for you, buddy.
I don't ask for much. Christopher Sanchez, if there was ever a night for you to just shove and have a career start, please, I don't ask for much.
Big game tonight in Philadelphia. Mariners at the Phillies. Philly -200, Mariners +165. Bryce Miller making his first start since his 15-day IL stint. We'll see if Sanchez can get it done. Phillies are probably going to win that because the Mariners are allergic to winning games on the East Coast, which is rather unfortunate after all the great work that they did back at home. But now they find themselves in this 3-way tie with the Red Sox and the Yankees. We'll see if they can go out there and get to October. All right, that does it for the 3 o'clock hour. On the other side, Nick Kostos with his thoughts on the Colts nabbing Daniel Jones as QB1 to start the season.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I got my draft here in about 3 weeks, like a lot of people do. So I'm sure there's a lot of people that are interested to hear what we got to say here. We're going to go with rookies. Ashton Genty's ADP is 12.5, and he is listed as RB4 in the fantasy world. Horvey, you buying or selling?
I'm buying Genty. I think he could be a top 10 back, right? Like, we've said all the good stuff that there is to say about Ashton Genty. He's a video game, and he did this at Boise State. I don't care about the competition that he faced because I saw him individually almost carry the team to a victory against Oregon as huge dogs. What was that, week 1, week 2 of the season? Saw what he did in the college football playoff. Only concern, slightly below average offensive line. Last year, the Raiders only 20th in run block grade, looking at Pro Football Focus. They're projected, I believe, outside the top 20 in scoring offense, but I like Geno Smith a lot. I love Chip Kelly's play calls. Pete Carroll's there. I think Genty's going to be a top 10 back this season. I'm buying him.
Yeah, and I'll take it from there. I'm also buying. I have Genty exactly at RB4. You look at Mike Clay. He's got a projected for 1,289 rush yards, 8 rushing touchdowns. Also 62 catches. 62, folks. 474 receiving yards and a pair of receiving touchdowns. He is going to be a beast. He is going to be a banger. He is going to ball out. You might say, oh, he played at Boise State. Who did he face last year? I don't care if he, put up video game numbers against the Sisters of the Motherless Four. He was ultra efficient every time he touched the rock. He was number 1 among all FBS backs in total yak. He was number 1 in yak per attempt at 5.25. He was number 1 in missed tackles force at 152. He was number 1 in breakaway runs. Those are runs of 15 or more yards. He had 36 of those. That dude is a gangsta. I absolutely love Ashton Genty, and I will happily slap the wall for him in round 1. 12.5. He's available at the turn in your 12-team fantasy draft. You are stealing, folks. Stealing from your league mates. Buy. Not the instinct version. Ashton Genty all day long.
The most unique show in sports.
This show kicks ass. Oh, hell yeah.
A show so unapologetically original, it needs its own word to describe it. Wagertainment.
Money won is twice as sweet as money earned.
Featuring the prop king himself, Nick Costos.
I find this construction, this iteration of the Miami Dolphins, to be a disgrace and an affront to professional football. People have decided that they're going to be pro-Shador no matter what, and then there are people that are anti-Shador no matter what. Oh, he's absolutely terrible. He absolutely sucks. Just like the discourse around this guy is mind-numbing.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, terrific Football Tuesday to you and yours. We're going to try and make it legendary all season long here on You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the Odyssey app, on SiriusXM, on YouTube, on Twitch, on radio stations nationwide. We are in your hearts and in your minds as we bring you the fastest show in all of Wagertainment. Talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by the sportsbook born in Vegas, BetMGM, and we remind you, dear listener and dear viewer, to make it legendary. by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. Coming up today on the show, we are going to get you, dear listener, you, dear viewer, set for your fantasy football drafts. It's draft season right now. How do I know that? Because in all of my home leagues, all of these slappy commissioners who are like friends of mine, they're just not like in the industry, so they don't care as much. They're all starting to send their emails now. Hey, like, need your keepers. And then they don't send like who's eligible and not eligible. And everyone replies all. I don't even know who I can keep. I always love that. That's what I need in the middle of August. Some moron that I went to college with who I haven't spoken to in person in 15 years going, hey, I don't know if I can keep Brian Thomas Jr. or not. Can you please tell me? Also, like, no, I don't want to draft on Labor Day. Who does a fantasy football draft on Labor Day? The last holiday before. What the hell is wrong with people? Labor Day for fantasy football drafts? Grow up. Anyway, it's fantasy football draft season, so we're getting you set to win your fantasy football leagues. I've got a bunch of notes coming out of week 2 of the preseason that I can't wait to share with all of you, and I am also going to tell you, the listener, you, the viewer, the one player that I am aiming, depending on where I'm at. First overall, I'm not going to take this player, but the player that I am trying to leave every single fantasy football draft that I am in with. The one player that I think is the key to winning leagues this year. The league winner. The league winner. I will share that player with you later in the show. We're going to talk some awards in the National Football League. Femi's got his breakdown of Assistant Coach of the Year and Protector of the Year, which is a new award for Best Offensive Lineman. I don't know if this is just going to be like, hey, Pro Football Focus thinks Deion Dawkins is the best tackle in the league. He win. I have no idea. Femi has done the work, so you and I don't have to. Assistant Coach of the Year, Protector of the Year, coming up a little later in the program. We're also going to break down the Big Ten in college football, where we're going to attempt to answer the question, if any team in the Big Ten can upend the Big Three of Ohio State, Penn State, and Oregon, can Jeremiah Smith win the Heisman Trophy? Can the Big Ten produce a national champion again after Ohio State won the title last year? Big Ten betting breakdown coming up a little later in the show, and all our bets for tonight. Major League Baseball, WNBA, etc. We'll close the program in the final hour, the power hour of the show. But we officially start today, as I'm in, you can't tell. I'll give everyone at Odyssey credit. If you're watching the show right now, my setup looks exactly the same as it did last week. But I am actually like in an office right now. I think this is the first time that I've ever done the show not from home, when we're not like on a remote in Las Vegas or at the Super Bowl or in Chicago pre-COVID at 670 The Score in Chicago. So I'm doing the show from an office after I moved last week. It was awesome. Thank you very much for asking, except for when I backed up my wife's car into the lift of the moving truck and shattered the back of her, like the trunk window. Absolutely shattered. I'm looking at the camera, like I'm not looking at the rear, because who looks, it's 2025. Who looks at the rear view mirror? I don't. Maybe I should. And there's nothing on the camera. I'm thinking, oh, this is great. I'm not going to back out into the street. Am I an idiot? I'm not going to back out onto the street without looking to see if anyone's looking in the camera, right? No people, no cars. I hear this crash, this deafening crash. And I'm going like 3 miles an hour. I'm like, what the hell just happened here? I backed up into the lift. So besides for that, the move went swimmingly. Again, thank you very much for asking. Doing the show right now in the new office as the living situation with my wife and daughter are going to be a little peculiar over the course of the next 6 months or so. So wanted to start there just with a personal foible of mine for over the weekend, which is going to cost me a pretty penny. And hopefully we'll make up those pretty pennies betting this year on the National Football League. And we will officially begin the terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet in Indianapolis, where Colts head coach Shane Steichen announces earlier today that you can't even say this out loud without laughing or cracking a smile. Daniel Jones has beaten out Anthony Richardson. Daniel Jones will be the Colts starting quarterback, not just Week 1, Sunday, September 7th at home against the Miami Dolphins, but for the entire season. And Shane Steichen made sure to highlight that fact that this is not just Daniel Jones has won the job for Week 1 and we'll see how it goes early in the year. No. Shane Steichen said this is Daniel Jones' job for the duration of the season, saying, quote, I don't want to have a short leash on him. Him meaning Daniel Jones. Oh, my God. Absolutely unbelievable. I'll remind everybody that Anthony Richardson is 23 years old. Anthony Richardson is 23. He's younger than almost every quarterback that's come into the league the last couple seasons. 23 years old, and now the backup quarterback in Indianapolis behind Daniel Jones. And there are so many layers to this story. Like an onion. And like an onion. All of them will make you cry. The Colts, plus 375 right now to win the AFC South, plus 170 to make the playoffs. Win total is 7.5. And I'm absolutely disgusted by this news. Disgusted by Daniel Jones being named the starting quarterback in Indianapolis. And I have to be honest with everybody. I'm not mad at Colts head coach Shane Steichen. I'm not mad at him. His job is on the line this year. This is year 3 for Shane Steichen. Hasn't made the playoffs yet. And remember, like Colts owner Jim Irsay passed away this offseason, and his daughter is now running the ship, which could be good, could be bad. Like, we don't know how that's going to go. But just like some instability there. And maybe if things don't go well this year in Indianapolis, maybe there's more likely to be a quick trigger finger to fire the coach and fire the GM who's been there forever, Chris Ballard, than there might have been otherwise. So Shane Steichen is clearly feeling the heat. He's clearly feeling the pressure. And there's no way that Shane Steichen is like trying to lose. Like, it's not like he woke up this morning and said, you know what? I'd like to get fired. I don't want to be the head coach of an NFL team anymore. I want to go back and be an offensive coordinator next year. I don't want to be a head coach anymore. I would like to get fired this year and play the quarterback this year that I think gives us the least chance to win. There's no way that Shane Steichen thinks that. And I think Shane Steichen's pretty bright. I don't think Shane Steichen's a terrible coach. I think he's done a pretty decent job with what he's had to work with in Indianapolis. And if that's true, then it means that Anthony Richardson is even worse than all of us thought. And this is one of the great indictments of all time against Anthony Richardson, that he couldn't beat out Daniel Jones for this job. Like, crazy. That Daniel Jones is the better option to win in the year of our Lord 2025 than Anthony Richardson. So, Anthony Richardson is either immature, he's green, he's doesn't take it seriously enough, he sucks. Some combination of all of these things leading to this decision of Daniel Jones being the starting quarterback. And Shane Steichen, in his press conference today, and he's alluded to this a couple times recently, saying, procedural stuff has a lot to do with this. Like getting up to the line of scrimmage, getting the right protections, like calling the play in the huddle, not getting a delay of game. And when you think about it now, I think it's kind of easy to pinpoint Anthony Richardson getting hurt because he can't get the ball out of his hands and he gets destroyed by David Ojabo in the preseason opener against the Baltimore Ravens and has to leave the game. Like, he's not dependable. And Shane Steichen needs someone that can run his offense. So, of course, Daniel Jones is the quarterback. And it's really, really, really sad. Because if Anthony Richardson was good, and he's not, because if he were, he'd be the starting quarterback of this team. If Anthony Richardson were good, that should be like the new sitcom on CBS. If Anthony Richardson were good, the Indianapolis Colts would be a really fascinating team this year. And maybe one that we'd be bullish on making the playoffs as a wild card team. Maybe even winning an AFC South that I think is totally up for grabs. The offensive line is above average in Indianapolis. Even after losing both Ryan Kelly and Will Fries to the Minnesota Vikings. It's a good offensive line in Indianapolis with the potential to be like a top 5 offensive line. It is a good offensive line. Jonathan Taylor is an absolute beast. I think the pass catchers are exciting. Josh Downs is one of the best slot receivers in the league, an emerging young player. Michael Pittman won't be playing through a literal broken back this season. Think about that. His back was broken last year, and he still put up some numbers with a terrible quarterback situation. I like Michael Pittman a lot. Alec Pierce is a really good deep threat. A.D. Mitchell, by all accounts, is Jerry Rice in Colts training camp to the point that when I do best ball drafts, I'm taking A.D. Mitchell like 50 picks ahead of ADP to make sure I get him. I'm excited about A.D. Mitchell this year. And, of course, Tyler Warren selected in the first round. Stability at the tight end position for Indianapolis. A promising young pass rush on defense. I like the Xavier Howard signing to get some depth in the secondary with some of the injuries that they've suffered. Lou Anarumo replacing the overmatched Gus Bradley as the defensive coordinator. The Indianapolis Colts, everybody, have good players. The Indianapolis Colts have a good roster. And if Anthony Richardson were good, the case could have easily been made. This team's got big-time ceiling outcomes. Because he can unlock this passing attack. And he can take this team to the next level with a coach in Shane Steichen that I believe to be good. And maybe Anthony Richardson can resuscitate his career. Maybe it happens this year. I'm not saying it can't happen this year. But this is a really bad sign that you can't beat out Daniel Jones. So for now, we have to put away the pie-in-the-sky outcome, the best possible outcome. Richardson starting and he's good. And now, as fans, as fantasy players, and as sports bettors, we have to acknowledge reality. And the reality is, Daniel Jones is the quarterback. And the reality is, Daniel Jones can't play. Now, I know, Nick, you're a Giants fan. You're biased against him. I am a Giants fan. And I probably am a little bit biased against Daniel Jones because I've watched him like be the albatross slung around my favorite team's collective neck for years. For years. But let's call a spade a spade. In the same way that I say that the Jets have got a pretty good roster, but the quarterback stinks, and they're not winning anything with Justin Fields. I think we'd say the same thing about Daniel Jones and the Indianapolis Colts because we've seen this movie enough times with Daniel Jones to know how it ends. We've seen it for how many years? And last year, like his physical skills were diminished. He couldn't get the ball down the field. Didn't look as athletic coming off the injury. I doubt that this is just going to be, well, he's going to be better this year. I absolutely don't see it. I look at the Indianapolis Colts and I see best case scenario, 8-9. Best case scenario is 8-9. No way they're going over 500 if Daniel Jones is going to start games this entire season. He's brutal. The schedule for the Indianapolis Colts. Maybe they beat Miami in week 1. I think the Dolphins are going to stink. Home Denver week 2. Loss. I'll take the Titans on the road in week 3. I'll take the Rams on the road in week 4. I'll take the Raiders in Indy in week 5. I'll take the Cardinals in Indy in week 6. I'll take the Chargers in LA in week 7. Maybe they beat the Titans. They'll lose to the Steelers, lose to the Falcons. They could be going into the bye at 2-8 with Danny Dimes as the quarterback. On the other side, more notes from around the National Football League on this Tuesday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
When you play in those primetime games, man, you're getting everybody's best shot. And it's going to take a toll on that roster, on that organization, that coaching staff, that as a group, as a collective unit, they're not used in playing in all those big-time games. They're not used in playing to all those primetime matchups. I think that is the biggest concern I have with Washington. I would feel a lot differently about this team if I looked at their schedule and they had 13 1 o'clock games this year. If they had 14 1 o'clock games this year. 7 standalone games for the Washington Commanders, including a Christmas Day game against the Dallas Cowboys. They have a stretch where they play Monday night against the Bears, then they're at Dallas at 4:25, then they're Monday night at the Chiefs, and then Sunday Night Football against the Seahawks. That gives you an idea of the stretch that Washington is going to go through, playing big game after big game, prime time after prime time. So that's why I really don't like Washington this year, because let's say they do survive that gauntlet and somehow they get to the playoffs playing that schedule and playing all those primetime games. Are they going to have enough left in the tank to make a run in the postseason? Are they going to have enough left to get to a Super Bowl? I don't think so. It's a learning curve for Washington. This is where you want to be. You want to have a great quarterback. You want to have a team that people are trying to beat, that people are gunning for, that people are looking at you as a team that they need to go through to win the NFC and win the Super Bowl. But I think this is a step back year for Washington, not because Jaden Daniels is going to fall off a cliff and because I expect him to regress like crazy. It's because of the schedule and how many primetime games that Washington is going to play this year. So under 9.5 wins for the Washington Commanders.
The ball placement, the completion percentage, I think all that played a factor in it.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network.
That the voice of Indianapolis Colts head coach Shane Steichen making the announcement earlier today that Danny Dimes will be Indianapolis' starting quarterback, not just for week 1, but for the entire season. I really want to punch the point home that I was making at the end of the first segment as it regards Indianapolis' schedule. And I'm going to read the games again. And I want you, the listener, and you, the viewer, to forget about like who's going to cover the spread. Who's going to win the game? Now that we know for sure it's not Anthony Richardson and his hypothetical upside at quarterback. It's Daniel Jones and what we know Daniel Jones is. And maybe Jones's floor is a little higher than Richardson's floor, but like the ceiling is way lower with Daniel Jones. So week 1 is home against Miami. And again, like I think Indianapolis might be able to win that game. I think Miami's going to be terrible, and Miami's dealing with injuries to a bunch of key players, including running back Devon Achane right now. And we'll see about Miami's health status as we approach week 1. Maybe the Colts can win that game. To me, that would be way more about Miami than it would about Indianapolis. Home Denver. How many turnovers is Daniel Jones going to have in that game against the Broncos defense? I'll take the Titans in Tennessee at a pick 'em, like the Rams. I like the Raiders better than the Colts. I like the Cardinals better. I like the Chargers better. I like the Steelers better. I like the Falcons better. This could be 2-8, 3-7 going into the bye. So Indy's win total right now at BetMGM is 7.5, minus 110 both ways at BetMGM. Make it legendary. The way that I would choose to play Indianapolis now, alt unders. Where I think this has got a chance to be an absolute train wreck. If Daniel Jones is actually going to play for 17 games, or even like if Jones gets hurt, like think about, again, the indictment that this is on Richardson. That he can't beat out Daniel Jones. I think it's fair to say, is there upside to even be unlocked at this point in time? Maybe he's young, maybe in the future. I don't know if it's happening now. Under 5.5 wins for the Colts is plus 260. Under 6.5, plus 150. That's how I'd look to play the Indianapolis Colts heading into the year. What an absolute shame, given what might have been if Anthony Richardson could be what we all and they, the Colts, hoped he would be when they took him in the top 5 of the draft a couple years ago. Other notes around the National Football League that I think are very interesting from a betting perspective and otherwise. So last night, we got our return to our lives. It was pretty great. Here's Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, ESPN on Monday Night Football. Welcome back, guys. Football's almost here. We absolutely love it. Week 2 in the NFL preseason wrapped up in our nation's capital. We didn't even need the National Guard or the military there. It was really awesome as the Cincinnati Bengals beat the Washington Commanders 31-17. Good news for Cincinnati. Joe Burrow looked good in the game, as you might expect. And not only did Joe Burrow look good, but Joe Burrow looked good without Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, who didn't play in the game. And I thought Joe Burrow said something after the game that was noteworthy, which was, like, Jamar and T have both missed games in the past. And he said that he had also. It wasn't like a blame thing to those guys. And the other guys, the other receivers on the roster have to be ready. I like that from Joe Burrow. I thought Burrow looked pretty good. Now, he holds on to the ball a little bit too long, which is suspect behind a bad offensive line, which I still don't think is going to be great, even though rookie guard Dylan Fairchild looks like a stud. Like, that looks like it's going to be a winning, like a really nice hit for the Cincinnati Bengals coming out of this NFL draft. But Burrow held on to the ball a little bit too long. But look, Joe Burrow's Joe Burrow, and Joe Burrow's really good. And I like that for the Bengals offense, trying to avoid the slow starts that have plagued them for recent years. We've talked a lot about that on this show. A lot of people have talked about that on every show, basically, that they like that for Cincinnati. But it's worth noting, like, that's a good thing. The bad news for Cincinnati, and it's bad, the starting defense played again last night in the preseason. And just like they got carved up, and at least this time, we saw the Commanders starters begin the game, as opposed to last week when it was Tanner McKee and the Eagles backups absolutely shredding them. The Commanders' offense went through the Bengals' first-team defense like an especially hot knife through butter. Bill Krosky-Merritt looking like, Emmitt Smith. I should probably use an old Redskin. Looking like Terry Allen. Looked awesome. Shredding the Cincinnati Bengals. Deebo Samuel turning back the clock, partying like it's 2019. Jaden Daniels runs for a touchdown where if you're a Commanders fan or a Commanders bettor, you like this team, you are screaming at the television, "Slide, you idiot!" Why is he doing that? Jordan Battle, one of Cincinnati's safeties, if you watch that play again when Daniels runs for the touchdown, has an opportunity to lay Daniels out and just matadors it and whiffs. And you're thinking to yourself, same old frickin' stinky Bengals defense. You've got Trey Hendrickson talking to the media about his contract. You've got Trey Hendrickson yesterday during the day. I think his agency, right, and his team is leaking stuff about maybe, our team's interested in a trade for Trey Hendrickson. He's desperate. And I don't blame him. I would want my money too. But, this is such a thirsty situation. And they need him. And he's still not playing. Burrow said after the game, this is how the Bengals operate. I think Burrow basically said, the Thursday before week 1, something's probably going to get done. But, they need him. And even if he's there, I don't think it's going to matter. You can say, you, a Bengals fan, you, someone who's interested in betting the Bengals, and Zach Taylor said this, to be fair, that the Bengals defense has put nothing on tape. That they're running a vanilla scheme, and that it's just whatever. Who cares, basically? I don't know. If the whole point of this offseason was fixing the and obviously they paid Chase and they paid Higgins, but if the whole point was to fix the defense, and this is what they've done thus far in the preseason, I don't know how you've got any optimism that the Cincinnati Bengals are going to be a Super Bowl threat this year. And I don't even think they're making the playoffs. I'll continue to hold to my stance. The second best team in the AFC North this season will not be the Cincinnati Bengals. It's going to be Aaron Rodgers and the Pittsburgh Steelers. You bet on this Tuesday. How about my team, the New York Football Giants? We basically, and yeah, I'm going to say we, because I'm a lifelong fan. This is a team that hasn't had good news for years. Basically, no good news for years. The Giants today, on Tuesday, August 19th, in the year of our Lord, 2025, got a couple pieces of good news. Malik Neighbors returned to practice for the Giants today with his toe injury, which I was glad to see because my Instagram this weekend was flooded with pictures of Malik Neighbors at the Kith, which is like a fashion brand in New York City. Malik Neighbors was walking down the red carpet on Lafayette Street while he's not practicing for the Giants, but he can model this leather jacket with leather gloves in 100-degree weather. Really glad that Malik Neighbors was able to return to practice one day after being on a runway show for a fashion brand. But Malik Neighbors is back at practice. Cam Scatterbo back at practice for the Giants. You love that, right? You want to see Scatterbo and Tyrone Tracy, maybe even Motor Singletary, tote the rock for Big Blue this year. But the cherry on top, the main event of the good news for Big Blue, star left tackle Andrew Thomas activated off the PUP list, and he's set to return to practice. Andrew Thomas is one of the best offensive linemen in the league. Not just best left tackles in the league. Best offensive lineman in the league, period. Getting him back on the practice field is a monster deal for the Giants. Now, I don't want people to get too ahead of themselves. Because just because Andrew Thomas was activated off PUP and he's going to start practicing does not mean he's going to be ready for week 1 against the Washington Commanders. Thomas was asked straight up that question during media availability today, and he said he's not sure if he's going to be ready for week 1. He's just starting to practice again. But still, this is good news that Andrew Thomas is going to be able to play. It feels like early in the season. And my sense now, and I didn't do the show yesterday because my studio was being moved, but look, I'm locked into this stuff all the time. Love the National Football League, listening to Femi on You Better You Bet with PJ, consuming tons of content. It feels like after what we saw this weekend, especially from Jackson Dart in the Giants-Jets preseason game, that there is a lot of optimism around the Giants. Not that the Giants are going to be better than the Eagles or win the division or make the Super Bowl, but doesn't it feel like that? That people are now into the Giants this year. This team's going to be better than expected. Maybe the Giants push for a wild card berth. Maybe Jackson Dart starts immediately and they're going to be good right off the bat. And as a fan, I'll be real with everyone. I'll be candid. Like, I love that. Sends a thrill up my leg, man. I want my team to be good just like any fan wants their team to be good. I would love for the Giants to be good. And I like that people are optimistic after years of pessimism. But I got to be real. I don't see it. The schedule's impossible. Like, I understand. Andrew Thomas is off the PUP list. Also, the schedule's impossible. Malik Neighbors is back in practice. Also, the schedule's impossible. Like, Russell Wilson is emerging as a leader, but the schedule's impossible. Jameis Winston and Jackson Dart are doing late-night yoga. That's a true story. Still, the schedule's impossible. Like, all of those things can be true. And yet, at Washington, at Dallas, home Chiefs, home Chargers, home Eagles, at Broncos, at Eagles, home Niners, at Bears, home Packers, at Lions, at Patriots before the bye week. So, yeah, the Giants can be better on the field than people thought a few months ago. How in God's name are they going over the win total with that schedule being what it is? How's it happening? And to all the people that are calling for Jackson Dart to start in week 1, I understand. As a fan, I'd like to see it, not just as a Giants fan, as a football fan. Like, we've seen Russell Wilson. I'd much rather see Jackson Dart play in week 1. I think that it's somewhere in between a 0 and 0% chance that Jackson Dart is starting in week 1. And I'm going to take this a step further. If you watch Jackson, and I'm not looking to try, this is not going to be a Jackson Dart bash fest here. Bash fest here. Watch his throws against the Jets. It's a lot of screens. It's a lot of quick game. And even on the passes that are like a couple passes over the middle that were nice, including the touchdown, like I don't see like, and you don't need a Josh Allen arm to succeed in the NFL, but I think that people are expecting like him to be Daboll's Josh Allen, and I don't think that's what this is. He can still be really good. I'm not saying he's going to be bad, just that I think we kind of need to pump the brakes a little on Jackson Dart going up against backups. And by the way, the Bills backups, like, did anyone watch the Bills backups against Caleb Williams and the Bears on Sunday night? When the Chicago Bears looked like the 85 Bears mixed with the 2007 Patriots, 38-0 against the Bills? Just like, I get it. I think we need to slow the roll a little bit on Big Blue. Also, did anyone happen to see the highlight of Abdul Carter getting decleated by Stone Smart? Not by Ola Fashanu, Armand Membu, Elijah Vera Tucker, Simpson, Doe. No. Stone Smart. I like Abdul Carter. I don't know if he's going to be Lawrence Taylor right off the bat. Just want to go out on a limb and say that. Just, everyone loves the Giants this year. I'll just remind you, take a look at the schedule. On the other side, we'll talk about the latest on Matthew Stafford with the LA Rams, and Femi and I will rap about Daniel Jones, Anthony Richardson, and the Indianapolis Colts.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I mean, it's possible. A team can do it, but will they do it? Because my first reaction to this sentiment was, do they not play South Carolina anymore? This year, South Carolina looks to be pretty good. South Carolina was good last year. You know, and I understand Clemson beat South Carolina last year, and that was a good South Carolina team. But, like, this is a rivalry matchup, and I feel like it always presents a challenge for both sides in this game. But 6-0 is different. Like, Clemson can still win a national championship and lose a game. Like, they do have an easy schedule, but we see this in the NFL probably more than college football.
Yeah.
That there's always a team that shouldn't scare you that actually does. Actually, we see this in college football a lot. You know, Clemson will probably mess around and lose to, like, Boston College or somebody, but beat, like, LSU and SMU and South Carolina. That's just kind of how things play out. In the grand scheme of things, I don't think it ruins their chances to play in the college football playoff. I don't think it ruins their national championship hopes. But 16-0 is a much different accomplishment than winning a national championship, because it means you have 0 slip-ups, and it's just hard to count on, like, 18 to, I was going to say 22-year-olds, but now it's like 25-year-olds to keep their heads on straight for an entire season. So maybe they could, if anybody has the schedule to do it, it's Clemson. But they start the season with LSU and they end the season with South Carolina. Those are two challenges that I feel like you cannot just assume that you will win.
There's really no, I'm not going to pigeonhole myself into any plans, and so we're just really, seeing how he feels. We're truly taking it a day at a time and a week at a time right now. And I mean that too, because, what I'm not going to do is sit here and go back and forth every single day. I don't think that's fair to anybody involved. It's not, it's not accurate with what's going on with the situation either. And so we're trying to, get our hands on it. We're trying to do right by, the player number one and our team. And so, it was good to be able to have him out there today.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
The voice of Los Angeles Rams head coach Sean McVay. So Matthew Stafford returned to practice yesterday for the Los Angeles Rams, and a lot of people taking victory laps on social media and otherwise. See? Told you there was nothing to be worried about. Everything's cool. Matthew Stafford's back at practice. And Matthew Stafford practiced today as well for the Los Angeles Rams. I'd like to bring a couple things to people's attention as it concerns Matthew Stafford and the situation right now in Los Angeles. Number one, and great job by Jake playing some of the sound there from Sean McVay today talking about Matthew Stafford. Sean McVay, speaking today, used the word hope several times when talking about Matthew Stafford. And this was not like when Barack Obama used the word hope and helped get him elected president because it was such an awesome campaign tagline. That was the good type of hope. No matter what you think about what happened afterwards, that's up to you. But there'd be no denying that was really good messaging. Sean McVay's hope is that he hopes that Matthew Stafford will be able to continue to stack good days. He didn't say, wow, it's great to put this situation behind us. Matthew's good to go. We're guns blazing going into week 1 against the Houston Texans. That's not what he's saying. He's saying that he's hoping that tomorrow goes as well as today. This is still very much a day-by-day touch-and-go situation, which doesn't mean that Stafford can't make the Pro Bowl or win MVP or win the Super Bowl. All of those things can happen. But I think we also have to acknowledge the downside. I don't think, and I'm not being a hater, I want to make money betting on this stuff. My honest opinion, I'm skeptical of this situation still, which again, doesn't mean that he can't be awesome and he can't play in week 1 and be great. Just saying, I'm a little skeptical. Did anybody see that Matthew Stafford was named the co-host of the Let's Go podcast, which was the former Tom Brady, Jim Gray vehicle, which originates on Sirius XM. So Matthew Stafford was named the new co-host of this show. He's 37 years old. He's got a bad back. He's signing a short-term deal for tons of money. Does anyone think Matthew Stafford's playing for more if I could set a betting market, I would say this is Matthew Stafford's last season. This is it. I don't know if Matthew Stafford were planning to be play until he's 42, then he'd be yeah, let me add a podcast to my plate. What? Also Matthew Stafford doesn't do stuff like this. Where the hell did this come from? Stafford's all of a sudden doing media while he's playing? Does this strike anybody as weird? Does this strike anyone as even a little bit strange? At BetMGM, where you, dear listener and dear viewer, can make it legendary, the Houston Texans are starting to get bet as it concerns week number 1. Now, at other sports books, maybe the Rams are still a juice 2.5. At BetMGM, it looks like this number is going to go down to 2. And as it stands right now, especially if Alaric Jackson, the Rams left tackle, is not able to play in week 1, I'm going to be all over the Houston Texans. So if you're out there listening or watching, and you are bullish on the Rams this year, I'm not saying you're going to be wrong, but I think you would be doing yourself a disservice if you didn't start thinking about the potential ways that this could go wrong, given everything that's swirling around this Matthew Stafford situation with his back. You bet on this Tuesday. Femi at Bet Buffet with me. And Femi, we've got some news coming out of New Orleans with the quarterback situation. You just sent this in our show chat. What can you tell us here in New Orleans? And great to be back on the show with you, my friend, after my move.
Well, welcome back. New digs looking nice. You're in a new setup. I love it.
Looks just like you would have no idea I'm in a new place, right? Watching. It looks exactly the same as my old setup.
It's the exact same. It's the exact same. Yeah. It's I try to do that. Like the wall behind me is painted a different color. So if the keen eyes out there would definitely be able to tell. But I try to make mine the exact same as well. But you're looking good. Good to have you back here. And let's go. You mentioned it. The New Orleans Saints, they are now the next team that everyone's trying to figure out who will be the week 1 starting quarterback. We got the news from the Colts today. We got the Browns news yesterday. Well, Kellen Moore just moments ago meeting with the media saying that he has not yet made a decision on the week 1 starting quarterback, but saying, quote, it's really, really close. The NFL's last QB competition still up for grabs. We'll see if this is decided Saturday. They have a preseason game against the Denver Broncos. Maybe he's waiting to get all the data points before announcing the starter. I think it's going to be Spencer Rattler. Rattler looked a little bit better in the game over the weekend. Tyler Shuck struggled a little bit in that contest. So I think it's going to be Rattler, but let's see what happens in this final preseason game. I'm guessing Kellen Moore's going to take it all the way up to the very, very end.
I think it's close. I also think it's probably going to be Rattler. And man, I just went to BetMGM, and like the Cardinals are back at 6, like -6 on the road in New Orleans in week 1.
Might go 6.5.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, I think it makes a ton of sense. So Spencer Rattler and Tyler Shuck, one of them will be named the Saints starting quarterback, but not today. We don't know when that's going to happen. I want to throw one other thing out there, Femby, before we talk a little Colts here.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's going to be a fun conversation because you and I have been disagreeing a little bit on this game over the course of the summer, this game in week 1. And I'm actually going to do a quick search here because we got some news prior to the show starting on Cleveland Browns cornerback Denzel Ward that he left practice with an injury. And there's nothing new on this. So per all the Browns reporters, Ward left practice early with the right shoulder injury, landed awkwardly on it after a pass breakup and a one-on-one rep against Jerry Jeudy. A return for 1 rep shut down by coaches, walked inside like clearly in pain. So Joe Flacco was named Cleveland's week 1 starter, which is no surprise, right? Apparently, like, there's no commitment that Joe Flacco will even start week 2. And as I've been saying, like, I don't think Kenny Pickett's going to make the team. We'll see. I think it's going to be Flacco and the 2 rookies, and Gabriel and Sanders will both play at points this season. I don't know if Ward's going to be good to play or not. Remember, the team already lost Martin Emerson Jr. for the season, and the secondary was supposed to be a strength. Like, I understand that I've been killing the Bengals, and I do think their defense is going to stink, and like I don't like Cincinnati this year. I think the Bengals are gonna absolutely flame the Browns in week 1. And you like Cleveland to cover the spread, right?
I do. And now if Denzel Ward's going to be out and now it's no longer Ward, no Emerson, of course, for the rest of the year, then like I'm going to back off that. I'm not going to bet that. I'll be transparent in saying that right now. Like now it's CB3 and CB4 against probably the best wide receiver duo in the National Football League. I'm not signing up for that. But if Ward is going to play in the game and like the rush is still there with what Myles Garrett can do as the best defensive player in the league, like the matchup is really, really strong. Jim Schwartz seems to have Zach Taylor's number and what Cleveland's defense is able to do against the Cincinnati offense. I can never lay this kind of points with a team that always starts slow. Now, they've made a concerted effort this year, especially last night with how much Joe Burrow played
into the second quarter.
Yeah. Like Buck and Aikman were like, all right, Burrow's out for another series. They kept waiting for him to like leave the game, almost like trying to will it into existence so that Burrow can avoid any kind of disastrous injury. And there was a couple plays where he was holding the ball and it's like, dude, it's like, just get rid of it, man. Like, you don't take the hit. It's August 18th. It's not like October 18th. But it's Cleveland or pass for me. And maybe it's pass at the end of the day. I just would never lay points with this team. That's not to say the Cincinnati Bengals can't win. I'm just not expecting them to like exceed expectations and win by margin when all the data in the past has been to the contrary in week 1. So, I just can't do it. But if Ward's playing, I will be on the Cleveland Browns because I do think Cleveland can be frisky. In one game, we see weird results all the time in week 1s every year, dating back to like, I don't know, like the last like 20, 25 years, ever since it's been like a parity-driven era. So it would not shock me one bit if Cleveland's really competitive, if not even pulls off a small upset here against a Bengals team that people have high expectations for.
I was going to ask you, like, what's a bigger disaster? The Colts naming Daniel Jones their starter, or me shattering my wife's like truck window, backing into like the lift of a moving van, a moving truck. But the answer is obviously me shattering my wife's window because it's just been.
Is that the answer?
For me, it definitely is. What a moment.
Yeah, I guess I.
What if I hear this crash and I'm like, what did I hit? Like, how is this possible? Like, what was it that I just hit? Nothing was in my camera. How's this possible? It was really bad.
It's a terrible feeling. But
yeah.
You just need to weather the storm. You just got to weather the storm. You're going to get it fixed, which is going to be obviously another pain in the ass, having to like go out there and like get maintenance to pay for this, all this stuff. But like once it's fixed, all is well. I don't think the Colts can get this fixed.
Yeah,
like this is permanently broken. This is the back windshield, all the side windows, the front windshield.
The car's totaled.
Yeah, the car's totaled. There's a boot on the back right. Yeah, this thing is done, man. It's
Cinder
over.
blocks.
It's over.
And plates of tires. So I had this moment, right? Just I want to just create a visual for everyone. So like it's like a driveway that cascades down, and my wife and my mother-in-law and like all the movers were like the door like down there by like we're in the backyard. So this happens and I walk outside and I see this and I'm just like, oh my God, right? And like no one saw it, right? They were all inside.
Oh.
So I'm like, okay, like I have I have to go tell them. And I have to tell them now. So I was just like, you take a deep breath, and I walk down there and I walk in, and I think I said to my wife, I said the word, obviously. It's like, I effed up really badly. And she's like, what does that mean? And I said, you need to come outside and see.
You can even tell her.
I mean,
so bad I need to show you.
It's like your window is shattered in your car. Shattered on the day we're moving. Yeah, dude, it's just like it's all you need on the day of a move. All right. Hour 1 done, hour 2 for you coming up on the other side. We will start hour number 2. The triumphant return of Odyssey Sports NFL insider Brian Baldinger to You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
A lot of their key players just not available. Like, it felt like Vita Vea was on the injury list every single week. He ended up playing most games, but the guys in the secondary did not. Antoine Winfield, he missed half the year. I think he played in 9 games last year. Jamel Dean, their starting cornerback, always seems like a guy who's on their injury report. They might have some injury-prone players. And Otten is beat up right now. He missed a few games last year. So now if you look up the average age, they're not going to pop as one of the oldest teams, even though it feels that way. They've gotten younger on the line offensively, but we know that some of the playmakers are old, and that's why they go out and draft Ibuka. Like you were talking about the state of some of these players, the injury status, they might need him to do a whole lot more than they wanted from the outset. And that's going to be a big ask. Like, you may like him as a player, but to step in for a team that just won the division, a team that is expected to make the playoffs, they're minus 144 to be a playoff team. That's a big ask, stepping in, like in an offense that is now changing the offensive coordinator a little bit, but they have continuity because he was there. I don't know. I have a lot of questions, man, about this team. I think it's arrow down for them. And obviously we stated how we feel about Atlanta.
biggest names in the business are on You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
The great Iron Eagle.
Nick and Femi are such close friends. I would even consider getting divorced, even though I'm very happily married, just to get remarried, to have them as groomsmen. That's how much they mean to me.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening, as you do every day, to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network.
The terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, the crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network. Love the first hour of the show talking about Danny Dimes being named the starting quarterback in Indianapolis and why I think the Colts will be a disaster this season. Matthew Stafford, his situation in L.A. I'm skeptical of Matthew Stafford's health after Sean McVay's quotes earlier today. Good news out of New York Giants camp. Andrew Thomas activated off PUP. Malik Neighbors back at practice. You love to see that. So tons of NFL news in the first hour of the show. Coming up in 20 minutes. Fantasy football notes and nuggets to help you win your draft. And I'm going to tell you, dear listener and dear viewer, the one player that I am looking to exit all my fantasy drafts with that I think will be a league winner this year in fantasy football, and he is not being drafted where he should be. I can't wait to share that with all of you. Awards talk coming up later this hour as well. Jamie Eisenberg will join us next hour on the show from CBS Sports Fantasy Football Today podcast. But ma'am, we've been saying for a few weeks now, football's back. And I find myself in this moment right now, at this exact moment in time, needing to apologize to all of you, our lovely audience on You Better You Bet. Because I realize now, in this moment, that every time we've said that previously, football's back, we were not telling the truth. We weren't trying to mislead you. We weren't lying to you. We just didn't realize how we would feel in the moment when we get to say that joining us once again on the show, Odyssey Sports NFL Insider, the legendary Brian Baldinger, on Twitter at BaldyNFL. And with that, football is back. And so is Baldy. My friend, welcome back. Happy football season.
All right, Nick. It's good to be with you, Femi. Nice to hear your voices. That was some introduction there, Nick. I hope that whatever I have to say today can measure up to that fine, dramatic introduction.
Well, let's get right into it, and let's find out. Earlier today, Baldy, the Indianapolis Colts named Daniel Jones their starting quarterback, and there's a conversation to be had about what's next for Anthony Richardson, but that's a conversation for another time. I think now we need to look forward at what this season's going to look like with Daniel Jones as the starting quarterback. Baldy, for context, the Colts win total this year is 7.5. I think they're going under with Daniel Jones as the quarterback. I don't see the upside for this team now with Daniel Jones under center. What say you for the Daniel Jones-led Indianapolis Colts in 2025?
Well, I mean, I don't think they're going to contend with Houston at this point. I don't think the roster is as good. The quarterback situation isn't. I think it's still Houston's division, but I don't know, 7.5 games seems maybe about right. I feel like he won the job because Anthony Richardson just hasn't developed. I mean, we all saw that hit he took on the opening drive of the season, where it's a basic scat protection, and he has no idea that end is free in that particular protection. And it's like these are the basics that you have to know at quarterback. You're going to get just drilled into the turf like he did. Your pinky's going to get dislocated, whatever happened on that play. Like those are things that you would think after an entire off season that you would understand. And it's clear that there's still a big learning curve for him. So I feel like Daniel Jones gets the job almost by default. But we'll see if he can change some of his ways, too, because he was slow to pull the trigger. He was slow to make good reads. The offense could be designed for certain things, and he wasn't executing for the most part as a Giant quarterback. And he's got some major injuries from taking off with the ball. So I don't know, like this is what they've done. They overdrafted Anthony Richardson. He has not developed to the point where why wouldn't he be starting? Why wouldn't you try Anthony out there and put him in the run game and see? And if things don't work out early on, like the last year, then you go to Daniel Jones. But I don't understand just putting him on the bench right now. Like, I don't know if that's the right answer or not.
Yeah, so Indianapolis's win total 7.5. I think this team's going 5-12 this season. I think they're telling you that Anthony Richardson's not ready, and Baldy, I think we know after seeing him for years what Daniel Jones is as a quarterback in the NFL. I want to go to Los Angeles next, Baldy, and talk about the Rams and Matthew Stafford. Where I think I know how I want to feel about the Stafford situation, which is skeptical. Even though he's practiced the last couple of days, Sean McVay used the word hope a couple times today in his press conference talking about Stafford. And now he's going to be hosting a podcast on like Sirius XM with Jim Gray. It just feels like a little off to me, the situation with Stafford and the Rams. And we acknowledge the upside's really high, right? But I don't know, 37 years old, bad back. I don't know how good I feel about the Los Angeles Rams. How do you feel about Matthew Stafford and the LA Rams right now?
I'm a little bit like you, Nick, because it's not like he's got back spasms or, he's got, some muscular problem. It's a disc problem. I don't want to play doctor here, but disc issues generally can flare up at once that your disc starts to bother you, whatever it's from, whether it's bulging, whatever it is. I mean, you can kind of treat those things like they've been doing it. You can rest it and you calm it down. But what happens the first time he takes a shot? Like, one thing about Stafford, and we would all agree on this, is he is a tough guy. He'll stay in there. He'll take his lumps. He's taken his hits over, 15, 16 years. But like when you have a bad back, like that to me, that's a big red flag. And I don't know that if he's going to miss some games, and I hope he doesn't. We need great quarterback play in this league, and the Rams need him to be contenders. But I'm skeptical as well. They can talk around it all they want right now, Nick, but I think there's a real issue there. And this is, playing in the NFL, you're going to get hit. It never gets easier the older you get, and so this is a concern for me.
Well, it's interesting that you put it that way, Baldy. Obviously, the Rams winning the NFC West a season ago. If Stafford's going to be less than what we saw in 2024, and maybe that the Rams take a step back, does that mean it's San Francisco that you like in that division, or could maybe the Seahawks or the Cardinals take over and be the division winners in 2025?
Well, I saw the Seahawks just run for 268 yards against the Chiefs the other day, and they just physically whipped them. Now, it's preseason. I'm not getting too worked up about it, but I feel like Seattle, has made good choices. And we'll see what happens at the quarterback position. I think Arizona has improved themselves immeasurably on defense, and I think a lot of those guys are going to help that defense. I think they're well coached on that side of the ball. They won 8 games last year with, Kyler Murray being okay. I mean, if he plays well, and they run the ball like they have run the ball over the last couple of seasons, I feel like Arizona could compete in that division. I'm not in love with San Francisco right now. They've lost a lot, and they're counting on some players that we don't know much about yet to be star players. They're counting on Ricky Pearsall to be a number one. I don't know that he is or isn't at this point. But, this is a very specific offense. I got to see if they can run the ball and keep running backs healthy, and we don't know. None of us know what Christian McCaffrey is right now. And that'd be a huge concern to how the 49ers are going to play.
Baldy, last night we saw the Cincinnati Bengals Monday Night Football, their second preseason game. They beat the Washington Commanders, but that's not the big story. The story, I feel like, for us, what we do and think about what Cincinnati can be this upcoming season is, once again, on defense, it looked below average at best. It looked pretty bad against that Commanders first-team offense. Coming off the heels of the game against Philly a couple of weeks ago, can Cincinnati get this defense right? And if they don't, do you see this team as a playoff team? Because they've missed the last couple of seasons, and the defense looks like it's going to be bad like it was a season ago.
Well, it's early, and, you don't want to draw too much from one game, but they were a sieve last night. against Washington. And, some rookie running backs that we don't know anything about were running right through them untouched. So, Al Golden's got his work cut out for him. He's the new defensive coordinator. And I don't know that they've got great personnel right now. Lou Anarumo is a great coordinator. I have a lot of respect for him. And they basically made him the fall guy because the personnel was so average to below average. And I don't know that they're a lot better right now. And we don't know what's going to happen with Trey Hendrickson. And maybe Shamar Stewart has a great rookie year, but we don't know that either. And you just look at some of these guys, Joseph Asai, all the guys that they've been, Miles Murphy, you go through the whole, roster of guys they've drafted. None of them have really developed or popped yet. And it always starts with your defensive front. And so I'm just mentioning guys right now that they've drafted, and we haven't seen great play from any of them. And so I'm concerned because we saw Joe Burrow go right down the field and score. We saw him do the same thing against Philadelphia 2 weeks ago. They're going to be able to score points for sure. But I don't know if they're going to be a whole lot better than they were a year ago at stopping people right now.
You bet on this Tuesday. Odyssey Sports NFL insider Brian Baldinger with us on the show on Twitter at BaldyNFL. Baldy, Cincinnati's Week 1 opponents will be the Browns in Cleveland. Kevin Stefanski, and to the surprise of nobody, naming Joe Flacco the team's starting quarterback yesterday on Monday. I look at this Browns team, Baldy, and I know some kind of think, well, Stefanski's won a couple Coach of the Years. Flacco led them to the playoffs a couple years ago. Man, I think this team's in for it this year. And Denzel Ward left practice early today. We'll see. Maybe he'll be fine. Maybe not. I kind of think the Bengals are going to wreck them in Week 1, and I think this is going to be a tough season in Cleveland, where I think Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders, and Joe Flacco will all play games this year. I don't even know if Kenny Pickett's going to make the team after they traded for him. What do you think about the Cleveland Browns right now as we get set to enter the season?
Well, it just depends, honestly, Nick, how optimistic you want to be. The offensive line can be very good if DeJuan Jones, really becomes a player at left tackle, but it could be very good. And I think both Quinshon Judkins and Dylan Sampson, two running backs they drafted, I think both of them are going to be good players. And so, they always starts with running the football. I don't think they have a lot of firepower outside of Jerry Jeudy and their tight end. So I do think they're a little bit limited, but they are asking a lot from Joe Flacco at age 40 to go out there, and play at an elite level against, defenses like they're going to see in Baltimore and in Pittsburgh, which can be quite challenging to Joe. And so, I don't know, it doesn't look like a great roster to me right now. Losing Martin Emerson in the first week of training camp or second week of training camp really hurts what Jim Schwartz wants to do on the back end of that defense. And I don't know that they have a nickel slot. There's some weaknesses in that defense right now that are real and will be exploited if Myles Garrett just doesn't set the world on fire every single weekend.
And to be fair, he might. He's really tore up the Eagles at those joint practices. Eagles have some pretty good offensive linemen, but the Browns seem like they're up against it this year. Baldy, final question. Have about a minute for the answer. I'm a big Giants fan. I love to see that Andrew Thomas activated off PUP. He's going to start practicing. Maybe he plays Week 1, maybe not. Neighbors back at practice. Scadaboo back at practice. Dart with a couple decent preseason games to start his NFL career. And it feels like there's a lot of optimism swirling around the Giants right now, Baldy. Not that they're going to win the division or be better than Philly, but that they could maybe exceed expectations this year and a make-or-break year for Brian Dable and Joe Shane. I look at the schedule and I see almost no way that that's going to be the case. Are you optimistic about the Giants heading into the season?
I am, Nick. I am. I think, but I think the offensive line can be the best we've seen in a while. I think they're going to be able to run the ball pretty effectively. Whether it's Russell or Jackson Dart, I think they're going to be better at quarterback than they have been. And defensively, they just couldn't score points. These, outside of the year that they ended up going to the playoffs, they haven't been able to score any points. And so I'd like to see Kayvon Thibodeau and Brian Burns and Abdul Carter and Dexter Owens. I'd like to see them maybe with the lead get after, some of these quarterbacks in this league. I think they're going to give Washington Week 1 all they can handle. First of all, it's Week 1. Nobody really plays anybody, and nobody really plays their starters in the preseason. I think they could have a chance of shocking Washington Week 1. And if something like that did happen, Nick, and it's a big if, I know Washington's a very good team. But if they can go into Washington and win that first game, they're going to be on that train ride home going, why can't we beat some of these other teams on the schedule? That's how they're going to think. There's going to be a huge boost of confidence. And I do believe in Jackson Dart. I know it's just preseason, but I was around him. I was at the scrimmage last week. I've watched him practice. Like, there is some juice that he brings to that team. And I just think at some point he's gonna get in there. I think he's gonna be I think he has a chance to be a good player.
Oh my God. Oh man. I hope you're right. Baldy, great to have you back on the show. We're pumped to do this for another football season on You Better You Bet. Stay well. Enjoy week 3 of the preseason as best you can, and we'll catch up with you again soon.
You got it. You got it, Nick. Femi, you bet. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Oh, you better, you bet. Brian Baldinger here with us on the show. On the other side, the one player that you need to be drafting in fantasy football this season.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Double D is yelling for a mullet in the chat. But the fall's almost here. Then it'll be winter. I got nothing else going on. I don't have kids. I'm not dropping a kid off to school. Might as well just spend some time staring at myself and seeing where it goes.
But here's the thing, like, the mullet is like the it hairstyle for 12 to 16-year-old boys.
Oh,
so is that a demographic that you want to be a part of? Like,
Sure.
That's the thing. It will look like you are trying to be hip if you grow a mullet.
Maybe I will be hip. Maybe they'll be like, hey, man, what's going on later? I'm like, I don't know. I'm just going to go and probably just look at some TikToks and maybe text some people. That's it. I don't even know how young kids talk or what they do. Yeah, I don't really want that. But you know what? Maybe I'll make it my own. But I know what you're talking about. I've seen that look, and you're seeing it a lot more. Like, it's in style right now.
I miss the days of, like, actual mullets that come from, like, an original place. Like, if you grow up in Alabama, if you like Leonard Skinner, if you drink Mountain Dew, you can have a mullet. I remember there was a kid in my kindergarten class. We've been talking about kindergarten a lot lately since Blake just went to kindergarten. His name was Jonathan, and he had a rat tail. And he would wear NASCAR T-shirts all the time. He had a rat tail that was braided. Do you know what a rat tail is? It's
Yes,
when
I
you
do.
have a full buzz cut with the exception of one long ponytail that's braided at the very back. And it was glorious.
Sweet. If you have the guts to grow a rat tail, that's immediate respect.
a big one for the Steelers defense, trying to get off the field, settle for 3. Emeka Egbuka in the end zone. Eccles in coverage. Egbuka has that one, and it's a touchdown.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
Does that sound like the road call? And anybody? Does that sound like a home call of an Emeka Egbuka touchdown, or like the road radio call of the Emeka Egbuka touchdown? That's not exactly great stuff there, but that's okay. I believe that's Pittsburgh Steelers radio network there with the call from the preseason game this past weekend. Before I give you some fantasy notes here, just want to give an update because we've been talking about this throughout the show on Cleveland Browns #1 cornerback Denzel Ward. Mary Kay Cabot of the Cleveland Plain Dealer, who's covered the Browns forever, just tweeted that the Browns will not release an official update on Denzel Ward today. We will find out tomorrow about Denzel Ward and the severity or lack thereof of the shoulder injury for Denzel Ward. Just keep in mind, and we talked about this with Brian Baldinger, that MJ Emerson, one of their top corners, is already out for the season. The secondary was thought to be like one of like the only, along with Myles Garrett, one of the strengths of the team. And they get the Bengals in week 1 with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and Joe Burrow. And then the Ravens in week 2. Like, and then the Packers in week 3, the Lions in week 4, Justin Jefferson in week 5. Now, look, Ward could return to practice tomorrow, right? And we could say, okay, like, we don't have to make that big a deal about this, but just keep an eye out for that. Be on the lookout for notifications on this. Because if Denzel Ward's out, like in week 1, and I understand he's a corner, like he's not a quarterback, he's not Myles Garrett, like I want someone to tell me how the point spread shouldn't go to 6 in week 1 against Cincinnati. Down your top 2 corners, 2 of your top 3 along with Greg Newsome, going up against Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. So we'll keep an eye out for that, and we'll talk about it on tomorrow's edition of You Better You Bet, the Denzel Ward injury update out of Cleveland. But for now, let's get people set for fantasy football because drafts are almost here. And just to reiterate what I said at the beginning of the show, like, don't be that village idiot, the dunce, the freak who suggests a Labor Day draft. Come on. Like, can we enjoy, like, the last official day of summer? I love fantasy football more than anybody. Can we stop recommending fantasy football drafts on national holidays? My PSA for everyone. And you can't love fantasy football more than me. But, like, can we stop with this on Labor Day fantasy football drafts? So we played that Emeka Egbuka highlight coming back from break for a reason. Well, for 2 reasons. Number 1, he's awesome. And I've been talking about him for a while on the show, that he's going to be a monster for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers this season. And it's not just me that's saying it. Baker Mayfield, whenever he's asked, whenever he's in front of anyone with a microphone and functioning ears, same for his head coach Todd Bowles, they can't stop talking and raving about Emeka Egbuka. Consider Todd Bowles, just in general, but consider his stoic nature and how he handles the media, both in his time as the head coach of the Jets and now with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He's not exactly, and I don't mean this as a compliment or a criticism, more just a statement of fact. He's not exactly someone who's like effusive with praise. It's not really his MO, and that's okay. Some coaches are like that, whatever. He can't stop praising Emeka Egbuka. They all love him. So it goes noted that Tampa is going to play second-year wide receiver Jalen McMillan on injured reserve. McMillan was hurt in the team's preseason game against the Steelers this weekend. With what's being called, and like this, it sounds scary, and we think he's like, by all accounts, he's going to play this season, but he's going to be out for a while. With what's being called a severe neck sprain. Like when I sleep funny and like my neck hurts for like 2 days, it's the end of my world. Severe neck sprain sounds terrible. So McMillan could be out through Tampa's bye week. Like, we're probably not going to see him until like November. Then also consider this Chris Godwin saga in Tampa, where the twists and turns here are crazy. Where He turns down more money in New England. He signs this new big deal with the Bucs after he was injured. Was injured mid-season last year, out for the rest of the year. Then Tampa takes Ibuka in the first round, and now he's not practicing, and we don't know if he's going to play in week 1, probably not, and we don't know when Chris Godwin's going to play. So with Godwin unlikely to start the season, and McMillan on injured reserve, all of a sudden, Emeka Egbuka is going to be starting in Tampa. Going to be one of the 2 starting receivers along with Mike Evans. In a Baker Mayfield run offense as the quarterback with a good offensive line. We'll see when Tristan Wirfs is going to be back, but the line is still good. Bucky Irving. Man, I think Egbuka is going to absolutely smash. In 2 weeks, as we approach the end of summer and we get into the NFL regular season, everyone's going to know this. So this is if your draft is this week, where you play best ball, it's probably already happening. I hope you were able to grab some Emeka Egbuka because he's going to be a monster. I'm not saying he's going to win Rookie of the Year, but he's going to be really good this year for Tampa Bay. Open the show talking about Daniel Jones and how I'm really, really disgusted by him being named the starter in Indianapolis and how this sucks for the Colts and how it sucks for football fans because we want to watch good football, and I don't think we're going to get it this year in Indianapolis. It is worth noting from a fantasy perspective, and from a prop betting perspective, this is going to matter also. Now, the lines will be different, but look, this is going to matter. Josh Downs, Michael Pittman, A.D. Mitchell, Tyler Warren, maybe not Alec Pierce just because Richardson throws. It's the only thing he does really well. He runs well also, but he throws a really nice deep ball. Daniel Jones being the quarterback is actually really good for all the receivers in terms of fantasy. Because Richardson couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat. And I like Anthony Richardson. And fantasy-wise, you love to start Anthony Richardson because he's a battering ram down by the goal line, and he runs so much. He's a good fantasy quarterback. But, he sinks the fantasy value of Pittman and of Josh Downs and of A.D. Mitchell. And, look, I think Daniel Jones is terrible, but he should be competent enough to get the ball to his receivers. So while I think this sucks for the upside of Indianapolis as a team this season, I think they have no upside now, with Jones beating out Anthony Richardson for the starting job. This is a good thing fantasy-wise for Downs, Pittman, Mitchell, and Tyler Warren. A good thing for all the Indianapolis Colts pass catchers. You bet on this Tuesday. Coming up in 10 minutes, Femi's going to break down Assistant Coach of the Year and Protector of the Year in NFL award markets. How about last night? Commanders-Bengals. Did anyone notice how ESPN's Adam Schefter yesterday tweeted, hey, Brian Robinson's probably going to get traded or cut by Washington. And this guy, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, might be Washington's early down running back this season. And he likes to go by Bill. And everyone's like, oh my, how cool is that? Bill Krosky-Merritt. Just remember that we told you that on the show 2 weeks ago. Because we are plugged the F in to the National Football League. So Ja'Cory, a.k.a. Bill Krosky-Merritt, who started for the Commanders last night with Brian Robinson, either going to get cut or traded, and we'll see where he goes. I think Houston would make a ton of sense. We can talk about the Texans' run game in a second here. Krosky-Merritt goes for 11 for 46 and a touchdown. I do think the Krosky-Merritt hype is getting a little out of control right now, but I think right now he kind of profiles as their early down running back. He could be the Brian Robinson of this team, and he could score some touchdowns. I don't think he's a 7th rounder for a reason. He's not like Bijan Robinson, but man, I think he could be better than Brian Robinson. I like me some Bill Krosky-Merritt. Now, maybe he ends up getting overdrafted, and at price, I'd probably rather have Austin Eckler than Bill Krosky-Merritt. But if for some reason you're out there listening and watching and you don't know who this guy is or you're late to the party, it's time to show up at the party. Because this guy, everyone is going to know about him in short order, especially once the Commanders finalize it and either trade or cut Brian Robinson. Let's talk about another rookie running back and go to Pittsburgh, where there has been optimism throughout this entire offseason that Caleb Johnson would be the new Najee Harris in the Pittsburgh Steelers offense. And not just be the new Najee Harris, but be Najee with explosive ability running the football. And also with 2 working eyes. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. Sorry, Najee. There had been optimism on Caleb Johnson being really good this season. It should go noted for everybody that Caleb Johnson is currently playing behind Kenny Gainwell in Pittsburgh. Jalen Warren didn't even play in the preseason game this weekend, which tells you that his role is locked in. Gainwell started and played over Caleb Johnson. There are reports that Aaron Rodgers doesn't trust Caleb Johnson in pass protection. Does anyone want to guess how this is going to go early in the season for Caleb Johnson? If Kenny Gainwell, and to be fair to Gainwell, like he was playing behind Saquon Barkley, like Saquon won Offensive Player of the Year, he's really good. Kenny Gainwell started at running back for the Eagles in the Super Bowl when they almost beat the Chiefs the first time they played and scored 35 points on offense. He's a good player. But man, you wanted to see more from Caleb Johnson. Like, I'm out on Caleb Johnson right now in drafts because I think to start the year, I think he's not second. I think he's third on this depth chart. Another rookie situation, and then I'm going to tell you the guy that I can't wait to draft. So I am hoping that Woody Marks emerges in Houston as the best running back option. Joe Mixon is still nowhere to be found. I would not draft Joe Mixon with your fantasy team this year, much less mine, with the injuries surrounding him, 29 years old, ton of mileage on that tank. Nick Chubb is washed. The Texans don't think Dameon Pierce is good because if they did, they wouldn't have signed Nick Chubb and drafted Woody Marks. I think Marks has some juice. Talking to some people in the league, talent evaluators, they like Woody Marks. Now, Marks is not yet assumed like the number 1 spot in Houston, but if I had to make a bet on the Texans running back, like at price, I would much rather take Woody Marks at price than Nick Chubb or Dameon Pierce. Last fantasy note for now, and we'll do some more on the show tomorrow. I've been teasing throughout that there is a player that I am dying to leave my fantasy drafts with. Now, the caveat is I would not take this player with the first pick in the draft. So, like, if I have the first pick, I'm not going to take this guy. And I think right now there are 4 players that I would take over the player that I'm going to reference in the first round. Those players are Jamar Chase, Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs, and Saquon Barkley. So I would take those 4 players over the guy that I'm about to reference. If you look at any list of fantasy football rankings, the guy that I'm about to mention is not next on that list. Jefferson's there. CeeDee Lamb is there. There's a gap in first-round ADP between those players that I referenced, the first 4, a couple others, and this guy. Now, it's going to make you a little squeamish to click the button. But like Bruce Arians famously once said, no risk it, no biscuit. And I love me a good biscuit. What happens if Christian McCaffrey is healthy this season? Ask yourself that question. Every running back in San Francisco is hurt right now, except Christian McCaffrey. There are a bunch of receivers hurt in San Francisco. Christian McCaffrey's practicing. He's healthy. And the point of fantasy football, and just like I think life in general, and like, you know, whatever it is you're competitive at, the point is not to come in second. The point is not to make the playoffs. No. The point is to win. And if Christian McCaffrey plays 15, 16, 17 games this season, he is going to absolutely smash, like he always does when he's healthy, in that Niners offense with Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy after the season from hell last year. So give me Christian McCaffrey this year. I'll take him over Justin Jefferson, over Malik Neighbors, Nico Collins, Derrick Henry, Devon Achane, CeeDee Lamb, any of the guys in that range. I'll take McCaffrey over all of them. People in your league will be scared. They don't want to win. Ask yourself this question. Do you? Awards talk coming up next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
A little call right now as we got another individual with a fantasy question. Mike from Miami wants to discuss a 2-quarterback league. Mike, welcome to BetMGM tonight.
Hey guys, love your show. Listening here on 560 every night. Just wanted an opinion. I'm picking 5th in my league in a 2-quarterback, 6 points per touchdown league on PPR, and I know the first 3 picks because it's a friendly league we discussed. So I think the first 3 are going to be Allen, Lamar, and most likely Jalen Hurts. So I'm slotted in the 5th pick. I wanted to take get your take if I should take if I have a choice between Burrow, Daniels, or Saquon and Bijan. So what would be the best advice you guys can give me on those 4 players and who has the most upside in getting a good ADP in that value?
Yeah, that's a great question, and thanks for laying everything out and knowing the first 3 picks in the draft.
Yeah.
Not at all surprised. It's going to be quarterback heavy, Horvat, because of a 2-quarterback league.
Yep.
I mean, you could debate Burrow. I think it's warranted there at pick number 4 overall. But honestly, I pivot and I go Bijan Robinson because quarterback is extraordinarily deep, and you can go quarterback in round 2 and 3. You got your stud, your foundational piece at running back that can literally do everything. Catch balls, score touchdowns, of course, pile up the yards between the tackles. So even in a super flex 2-quarterback scenario, no, I'm not going to go quarterback at number 4 overall. I'm going to go Bijan Robinson. How about you?
Yep, same thing, man. I'm going to go Bijan Robinson. Love that call. If I were going to go quarterback, as much as I love Joe Burrow and as down as I am on the Commanders this year, at least I don't think they're winning 10 games. Jaden Daniels, because of what he's going to give you with his legs. Yeah. He's going to throw over 24 touchdown passes, most likely, if Terry McLaurin does show up this year.
he would be my look at quarterback, but I'm with you, man. I'm all about Bijan this year. I think he's going to have a monster year. I love him and Jahmyr Gibbs. Bet both of them to win Offensive Player of the Year. But that would be my pick. Pivot, come back around, maybe get a Bo Nix a little bit later on, or like a Kyler Murray or a Brock Purdy. So that's what I would do as well.
J.J. McCarthy?
J.J. McCarthy. I would pivot. I'd go Bijan as well.
All right, Mike in Miami, good luck in your Superflex fantasy football drafts.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
No matter where the action is, we're going to supercharge the odds on your next sports bet. Use BetMGM's Odds Boost token to boost your potential payout from a winning bet. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app, and please gamble responsibly. And remember, if you ever miss any of the Wagertainment that we bring you daily here from 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern on You Better You Bet, just search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts, the Odyssey app, Spotify, Apple, iHeart. Just search You Bet wherever you find your podcast to get all the Wagertainment every single day. You get it in the morning if you miss the show in the afternoon, all sorts of good stuff. Just search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. All right, Power Hour, Final Hour, coming up 20 minutes from now. Femi and I will break down the Big Ten. We'll talk fantasy football with Jamie Eisenberg and all our bets for tonight, 1 hour from now. But for right now, my friends, we've been excited to do this since last week on the show. So there are the Big Seven, right, as it concerns NFL award markets. So this would be like this is like the group of five of NFL awards? Is it even like the group of five? No, right? It's less than that.
I would say one of them feels like the group of five. The other one just feels like one that we don't really talk about. So like this, like I think this one might be like the Pac-12, which still technically exists, but like not really. And then definitely a group of five for sure that we have in our midst here. But yeah, fun awards nonetheless.
How many teams are in the Pac-12 now?
I could not tell you off the top of my head. I know they've expanded it. I know San Diego State is in it.
Yeah, I think this conference is hysterical. The new
Pac-12. It's ridiculous. I'm pretty sure Gonzaga is in it in basketball. Like it's, I can't keep up. Like they actually like wrangled a group of teams together to like make a conference and make it work. But I just know for sure San Diego State is in it for football, in addition to like Washington State and Oregon State.
The new Pac-12 will officially launch on July 1st of next year, 2026.
Okay.
With 9 foundational members. And Gonzaga's in it. Obviously, Gonzaga doesn't play football, so Gonzaga for basketball.
Yeah.
Boise, Colorado State, Fresno State, Oregon State, San Diego State, Texas State, Utah State, and Washington State. Just like how many other state schools can we add? Like, what about Wyoming State?
What happened to the game I loved?
Yeah, North Dakota State, South Dakota State. Get Trey Lance there, ceremonial coin toss. Anyway, 2 other award markets that we need to hit. Femi, let's start with Assistant Coach of the Year, which I actually think is like really fun to think about. The favorite in this market is Vance Joseph, the defensive coordinator of the Denver Broncos, who I hope people out there will get this reference, is having the time of his life. Brian Flores and Robert Saleh, the second choices. I do find it interesting that the first offensive coach listed here is Clint Kubiak, the offensive coordinator now of the Seahawks, who's 20-1, along with Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady and Raiders offensive coordinator Chip Kelly. Otherwise, Femi, this is all defensive coaches at the top of Assistant Coach of the Year. How the heck do you handicap an award like this, and do you have any bets that you'd like to give out?
Yeah, I think the handicap is actually pretty straightforward when you look back at this award, which has only been given out the last 11 years. This will be year 12 for Assistant Coach of the Year. And it's actually a really interesting reasoning for why the defensive coaches get pushed up the boards, which I'll get into here shortly. But let's talk about the criteria, the compass that you want to be looking for this award winner. The preseason expectations, 8 of the 11 winners historically have had a win total of at least 8.5. including the last 6 winners, mind you. So like teams that are at least above average or are expected to have like maybe take a next step in being good or might already be really good. Maybe the win total's like at 9.5 or 10. Team success matters quite a bit. All 11 winners have made the playoffs. 9 of the 11 winners have won the division, and the 2 non-division winners won 11 games. Like 11-6 is the worst record to win this award. 10 wins or fewer does not get you this award. At least it hasn't over the last 11 years in the award's existence. This one, though, interesting. Statistical output, something that you want to look at, like how does your unit do in comparison to the rest of the league? 8 of the 11 winners were ranked in the top 5 of offensive or defensive yards per game. So the most simple stat ever to rank units, like yards per game. Who led the league in yards? Who led the league in fewest yards allowed? The 3 exceptions was like 2014 Todd Bowles when he was the DC for the Cardinals, 2017 Pat Shurmur when he was the OC for the Vikings. That was the year they had Case Keenum at quarterback and they had the hell of a season, 13-3. And then 2021 Dan Quinn got hired by the Giants, unfortunately, to your chagrin. But 2021, Dan Quinn for the Dallas Cowboys as their defensive coordinator when they had like all those turnovers and Trayvon Diggs had like a bajillion interceptions and they led the league with forced turnovers, but he won the award then. But here's where it gets really fun and why, Nick, you were mentioning a lot of defensive coaches at the top. The highest rated offensive coach, at least in the betting market, happens to be Seahawks OC Clint Kubiak. Here's what's cool about this award. You want to be looking for mismatches in terms of expertise in comparison to the head coach. So what does that mean? If you have an offensive-minded head coach, your winner's probably coming from the defensive side of the ball, and vice versa. If it's a defensive-minded head coach, an offensive coordinator is going to win it. And we know in 2025, most of the head coaches skew on the offensive side of the ball. Like everyone wants a play caller who can help their young quarterback, et cetera, et cetera. Like look at the hiring cycles year over year. Offensive coaches have an upper hand on defensive coaches. So like some cool mismatches a couple of years ago.
Can I give an example of what you're talking about quickly? So, for example, just to punch Femi's point home, like Declan Doyle is the Bears offensive coordinator. If the Bears have the number 1 offense in the league, like do you think Declan Doyle's getting the credit or Ben Johnson's getting the credit? Just as an example of what Femi's talking about.
Exactly, 100%. Like nobody's going to say, wow, Declan Doyle did a great job with Caleb Williams. Nobody's saying that. But like in 2023, Jim Schwartz was the DC. Stefanski, of course, an offensive-minded coach. For another one, the last offensive coordinator win this award, not the last one, but one that's really like a pure, clean kind of mismatch was Brian Dable in 2020. Sean McDermott was, of course, the head coach of the Buffalo Bills, the defensive-minded guy. Now, last year, like technically, quote-unquote, like Dan Campbell's background is in offense. He was like a tight ends coach, but nobody really sees him that way. He's more of like a CEO type, similar to John Harbaugh, who won it with Greg Roman when he won the assistant coach of the year in 2019. Ben Johnson winning it last year for that Lions team that won 15 games. But like people kind of see Campbell as like a CEO as opposed to like some offensive mastermind, which is why Ben Johnson got all the credit, and rightfully so. So you want those mismatches when you're looking at this award winner. So Vance Joseph, I think he is a real deal contender at 6-1. A lot of expectations for the Broncos defense this year. They're supposed to be one of the best defenses. The team has a win total like at 9.5. A lot of expectations for that team. Makes a lot of sense. Robert Saleh at 8-1, I think, is a contender for this award as well. Another guy who I think is a contender a little bit further down the board, actually, which might be exciting. Joe Brady of the Buffalo Bills. He's at 20-1. To win this award. We can get into some of the skeptical guys and also a couple of bets that I have in this market, but those are the guys that I have as real deal contenders. Let's talk about the guys that are not really on my list to win this award and for the reasons why. Vic Fangio, he's at 9-1. Mismatch, you have it. But funny enough, and I think it's just because these guys just go on to be good head coaches, we've never had a repeat winner. It's only been 11 years. I think most of the time when you have a winner of this award, they go on to be the head coach and then they have their head coaching career as opposed to like sticking around as an assistant. But Fangio has won this award when he was paired up with Matt Nagy back in 2018, I believe it was, with the Chicago Bears and that really good defense. Steve Wilkes is at 11-1. I would never bet him. If that defense is good, I think Aaron Glenn's going to get a lot of that credit, being a defensive-minded guy. Clint Kubiak at 20-1. I'm skeptical of it just because I don't believe in Sam Darnold and the quarterback. But if you believe, you out there listening or watching, Clint Kubiak would make a lot of sense since he's paired up with Mike McDonald. But those are a few of guys. I'm skeptical of others, but I just wanted to highlight those guys given the price and where they're at in comparison to the rest of the market. Nick, I can get into some of the guys that I like, but if you wanted to reset it, you can go ahead.
Yeah, well, thank you. You bet on this Tuesday. Reset done. Who are some guys you like?
Let's go long shot hunting, I think. I think this is a market to go long shot hunting. I would not bet guys at the top of the markets. 2 bets that I like quite a bit. The first one, Ravens defensive coordinator Zach Orr is at 33-1 to win assistant coach of the year. I think this defense is going to be sick this year. The way a lot of people are talking about their front, the way that they really evolved in the back half of last season, Zach Orr is going to get all the credit for their defensive success. Maybe they produce a defensive player of the year winner. We talked about Kyle Hamilton as a fun long shot if you want to bet DPOY at 50-1. But if that defense is good as it was in the back half of the season, I think Zach Orr would be talked about as an assistant coach of the year. High expectations, high win total. 8 buckets said 13 plus wins. I think Zach Orr makes quite a bit of sense. Another guy that's even a longer shot at 50-1. What about Lions defensive coordinator Kelvin Shepard? Aiden Hutchinson now back in the mold. He was an awesome edge for them. Was probably going to win defensive player of the year last year. If that defense can just stay healthy and be what was prior to all the injuries, Kelvin Shepard, who is a relatively unknown, I think, outside of his Hard Knocks appearance when the Lions were on Hard Knocks a few years ago, he would get a lot of the credit. Defensive credit's not going to Dan Campbell. Those are 2 fun kind of long shots that if you want to bet this market, Zach Orr in particular, but Kelvin Shepard as well, if you want to go big game hunting for assistant coach of the year.
I don't have the odds board in front of me. I don't know if I can access it right now in my home state, but there's one name that I think is a little interesting, and I don't like this guy. I don't like this team, but I think it goes noted that when Baldy came on, and we could do Protector to start next hour. When I asked Baldy about the Colts, the first thing he said was, I don't think they're as talented as the Texans, and this is Houston's division, to win or to lose, whatever. The Texans fired Bobby Slowick, who was obviously overmatched as the offensive coordinator. So they have Sean McVay disciple, and I also coached under Liam Cohen. Nick Caley is the new offensive coordinator in Houston. I don't like the Texans. I like the Jaguars in that division, but Liam Cohen's going to get all the credit if the offense is good, and the Jaguars are never winning the division because the defense is good. It's never going to happen. Mm-hmm. So if the Texans are able to win 11, 12 games, which I don't think is going to happen, but I also acknowledge is firmly within the realm of possibility, is Caley someone you'd consider? To fix C.J. Stroud in this offense from last year? Because I'm looking at the teams and he's someone that makes sense to me that's probably a long price.
I'm just skeptical of this offense ever reaching the heights that are needed to win the award. I think they can be improved for sure. And it sounds like DeMeco Ryans feels like they will be improved, how he's talking about Caley in comparison to what they had last year with Bobby Slowick. I just don't know if top 5 is in the range of outcomes when the offensive line is bottom 3rd in the league. That's where I get a little bit problematic. But to your point, if they did ever get into the top 5, I think you'd be hearing about Nick Caley, this is a hot name among the coaching cycle, et cetera, and he could win that award. I just can't get there, but it's a big price at 40-1. And if you at home are bullish on Houston's offense, he for sure fits the kind of criteria for being a mismatch in terms of expertise in comparison to the head coach.
Man, if you could ever get the Cardinal, if Marvin Harrison Jr. ever takes the next step and Trey McBride can actually catch touchdowns and Kyler, Drew Petzing is someone that makes some sense. But I thought you did you did an awesome job outlining what's needed to win this award, and it kind of cuts down teams and the guys that can actually win it. All right, Power Hour, final hour coming up next. We'll break down the Big Ten, but we'll start the hour talking Protector of the Year in NFL awards markets.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Normally, I would not lean on a running back to win Offensive Rookie of the Year, but Ashton Genty he's a different type of running back. We saw that during college, and there's a reason why he was drafted so highly. That just does not happen in the National Football League. And also, if you listen to the early reviews, which you have to sort of take with a grain of salt because every review of every rookie during camp is, this guy knows the game. A lot of hustle out there. Looks confident, like they all do. But with Ashton Genty, the thought is, wow, this guy is a special, special talent, which shouldn't surprise anyone. But you never know when someone goes to the next level. And I feel like when you're talking about Abdul Carter, I mean, being in the trenches and going up against the way that the Commanders have built up their offensive line, or how the Cowboys, even though they've had some injuries, it's just going to be harder for Abdul Carter, I think, to have the impact, especially with the other guys on that offensive line. So I'm going to go Ashton Genty.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
Bring it up, Jake. Final hour. Power hour. You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you. All right, You Better You Bet's Power Hour presented today and always by BetMGM. And we remind you, dear listener and dear viewer, to make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. They didn't write in the copy or anything that I'm supposed to say, and we remind you. I like that. Right? Because
Yeah,
it's BetMGM make it, because like, what do you say? Kind of like, I like the tagline. I like make it legendary.
Yeah.
But like, so what am I supposed to say? Like, you're presented by BetMGM. Make it legend. I guess that's pretty good too. I like, and we're reminding you to make it legendary by downloading the app and visiting.com.
No, I think it's a reminder of a call to action. Like the call to action doesn't make it legendary, but like we're reminding you to go ahead and do it, you know, as opposed to just like, I mean, I guess Nike had just do it. So I guess maybe you can like it's like we're not telling you we're reminding you to just do it, but like
what do you think about me ad-libbing it? Because like no one told me to say that. I'm just kind of like I'm going off the cuff here and doing it. Do you think they like that?
I think it makes it more conversational. Now, I think BetMGM's opinion's more important than mine, but I think it's more conversational here.
Does anyone on our crew disagree with Femi and think that I should not do that and ad lib? We remind you to do, because like, what's that from? There's like it's in like a commercial. We're reminding you to do this. I think it's like a Live Moss. Is that what it is? At Taco Bell, we remind you to live Moss, or is it like a liquor, like a whiskey or something?
I'm thinking about all like the most famous alcohol ones. All I can think about is the Dos Equis man, the most interesting man in the world, which they did not ever say. We remind you of that guy. I don't know where. It sounds good. I like it. Sounds like the crew likes it since they haven't chimed in. They agree.
All right. Well, I hope BetMGM likes it. So again, we want to make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. We'll get to the Big Ten coming up in a couple moments here in college football. Aaron Taylor, by the way, from CBS Sports is going to join us tomorrow on the show to talk college football. We're really excited for that. But for now, Femi, let's wrap up the NFL awards with Protector of the Year, which is a brand new award given to the best offensive lineman in the league. So we have no data for this in the past, right? How do we break this down? Who are the favorites? What do you want to do with Protector of the Year?
Yeah, there's no like historical criteria. There's no compass. We're flying blind, which can be really, really fun, but also tread carefully and tread cautiously as we head into the season here. But I tried to look up everything I could find on this award to see like what people have been saying, how they're going to go about this. And what I found, Andrew Whitworth, in conjunction with Bills left tackle Deion Dawkins, they were the main guys that were pushing for some sort of recognition for offensive linemen outside of the typical All-Pro and Pro Bowl stuff. Like, why isn't there an offensive line, like individual offensive line award? And those guys were able to succeed in getting this award out there for the NFL, and that's really cool because it gives us another market to bet into. But pretty much what Whitworth said in a tweet when he was kind of asked about like what is the criteria essentially, he said that the Protector of the Year isn't just about stats. It's about the mindset, grit, and leadership it takes to be the foundation of a football team. One thing that was really cool is that the award apparently is going to be decided by a panel that includes former offensive linemen, like really good offensive linemen. So I don't know if this is going to be like a traditional, it doesn't sound like it's going to be an AP voted on award. This will be like a panel of football experts and like offensive line junkies that are going to decide who wins this. And my guess, my educated guess, as educated as it can be with this award, is that, I mean, you're going to need to have a great offensive line. I think it's going to have to be for a winning team. I think it's going to have to be a guy with a really great reputation. Like, so think of it almost similarly to like Defensive Player of the Year and those kinds of awards. I do think, given the fact that this offensive lineman that I'm about to name here is thought of so highly and is like on his way to Canton whenever he decides to retire, and a lot of offensive line experts consider this offensive lineman the best offensive lineman in football, my case right now is that I think Lane Johnson of the Eagles should probably be your favorite right now to win this award. And he's not. Currently, it's Penei Sewell, who's a rock star. Sewell is amazing. This is not Sewell shade. But given the setup for both guys, Penei Sewell right now is the favorite plus 450. Lane Johnson's at 6-1. The Detroit Lions just had a big shakeup on their offensive line. We think it could be good, but we don't know. Since Frank Ragnow's no longer there, Kevin Zeitler's no longer there, they made a big move in the interior. Let's see what it looks like first and foremost before we really dive in on Penei Sewell. Whereas for the Philadelphia Eagles, like, we know that offensive line is great. And Lane Johnson is seen, like Brandon Thorne, who we've referenced quite a bit on the show, talking about offensive line exports, and his opinion matters a lot. It's very influential in how people think about offensive lines. He was on a recent podcast, and he said, yeah, Lane Johnson's aging like a fine wine. He's 35 years old. He's still the best offensive lineman in the league. Like, I don't think the Eagles are going to drop off drastically in terms of the O-line play. So I think Lane Johnson, if you wanted to bet it at plus 650 or plus 600, depending on where you're doing your shopping, I think he should be the favorite. Now, I'm going to be transparent and be honest. I'm not going to be betting this award prior to the start of the season. I just want to gather more information. That's just me. I want to see what the data, gather more data and let's see how these offensive lines are playing and let's see who emerges. But just off of the rip, I think right now we have a false favorite, if you will. And I think it actually should be Eagles' Lane Johnson, who's been really healthy throughout his career as well. And as long as he plays 14 games or so and is at an all-pro level like he's been in the last 12 years, I think Lane Johnson's probably going to get recognized as the guy, as the elder statesman to kick off this award.
What would you say the over-under should be set at week what that you place your first bet in this award or that you'll consider betting this award?
I mean, because it's going to be one where I doubt people are talking about this all throughout the season. So I think you could be really patient, honestly. I would put the over-under right now at 7.5, 8.5. Let's see, once we get kind of, I don't want to wait entirely once we get to mid-season award content, because then that's when the market reshapes and then people start to kind of figure out where we're at. But right before then, week 7, week 8, because I believe week 9 is when you start to get week 10, when you get that mid-season content. That's when I'll be looking to, all right, let's go ahead and bet into this and maybe take some shots on some guys that could potentially start to hear their names called up when we do the midseason award content. It's hey, no one's talking about this offensive line and this offensive lineman is taking that next step, et cetera, et cetera. I do think Lane Johnson as being the older guy and being the best offensive lineman in the league has the inside track, but that's not how the market has it priced. But until then, I'll be waiting to bet this market. I think there's other markets that we can go ahead and take advantage of right now, at least.
When you said I'll be waiting, I was like, what song lyric does that remind me of? I've been waiting for you. We do a little Bob Marley, Waiting in Vain, all sorts of good stuff there. Anyway, you bet on this Tuesday. Jamie Eisenberg will join us in 10 minutes talking fantasy football from CBS Sports. But for now, Femi, let's talk a little Big Ten, college football.
Yeah.
Dude, it's August 19th. Did you know that in 11 days, Ohio State plays Texas?
Oh, baby.
Oh, yeah. Ohio State obviously won the national championship last year, Femi. Is the favorite right now to win the Big Ten. At plus 525. They just named Julian Sayin their starting quarterback for this season. Super Saiyan. Penn State, who you like, is 7. Oregon, 9. Michigan, 25, which I'm not sure if that's their odds to win the Big Ten or number of suspensions, sanctions, and fines handed down to the program, which is they won the title. Who cares? USC, Indiana, Nebraska, all 100-1, and then we kind of go down from there in the Big Ten. Femi, how do you handicap this conference? Any bets that you like in the Big Ten this year?
I won't be betting the conference because there's a team that I like to do big things in this conference. That's Penn State, a team we've talked about earlier this summer to win the national title. So I'm just going to go ahead and skip that. I'll like the bigger price at plus 700. And also, too, for them to win the title, they don't have to win the conference. Ohio State didn't even play in the conference title game last year, and they won the national championship. So plus 240 doesn't interest me. I would only go long shot hunting, but even then it feels like a fool's errand because you're going to run up against one of these top 3 teams, whether it's Ohio State, Penn State, or Oregon. And I'm not even sure you'll get a good hedging opportunity as that team is probably a 14.5 point underdog at best in that game. So I think right now the way I'm looking to bet the Big Ten, it is to bet on the team that I like in Penn State to win the whole title. Now I will say this. Why I like Penn State is because I don't like Ohio State. And that's not to say Ohio State can't beat them in Columbus later on this season. In fact, I think Ohio State will beat them in Columbus. But I think that if chalk prevails, Penn State, to steal a phrase from the kids, will get their lick back in the Big Ten title game and beat Ohio State on a neutral field. So I think if you want to take a shot at somebody, maybe you can make the case for Ohio State, but right now they're the favorites at plus 190, so there's not a whole lot to do there. I think these 3 teams are pretty clearly the 3 best in my opinion. There's some potential for dark horse teams to make a CFP run, which we can get into that here shortly, but in terms of winning the conference, it's hard for me to look beyond the Buckeyes, the Nittany Lions, and the Ducks. I think these 2 teams, or 3 teams I should say, are too talented and too good.
You wouldn't make the case for any other team potentially in the Big Ten? Because I'm looking at, I don't think I could pull the trigger on them to win the conference, but I do like USC this year. I don't know if I like them more than any of these teams, but you agree with the market that it's those 3 draw, because the market has Michigan up there a little bit, and I understand there's a lot of hype around Bryce Underwood. I don't see Michigan this year, Femi, being on that level. Like next year, we can have that conversation. This year, I don't know about the Michigan Wolverines.
Yeah, I think like let's let all these like big time recruits, which by the way, they just signed like another like 5-star running back today. Like let's let those guys get on the field first before we start crowning Michigan. But I think what you do with these long shot, like you like USC. There's a few that I'm intrigued by, whether it's like Washington or Nebraska. I know people have made the case for Iowa.
I like Washington too. I like Washington a little bit also.
See, I think the way to bet that is CFP. Because like maybe that team can be the Indiana, where Indiana did not sniff the Big Ten title game, but they made the CFP. Because now there's all these markets that we can get into. Your Trojans plus 450 at BetMGM. Washington's an even bigger price. I mean, that's 9-1. Like that's how I want to bet those types of teams, because there's potential there for Jed Fish now in year 2 in Seattle. Damon Williams, people think he's pretty dynamic. He was really good in the bowl game that we watched when they were taking on Louisville. Like that's how you bet these Big Ten dark horses. You no longer have to just do win total, which is the cool part of the 12-team playoff. There's so many seats at the table, and there's big time prices that you can get into. I dance back and forth in terms of how many teams will make the CFP, but I do think that one of these teams, if you want to bet them, it's to make the CFP. So for me, it's Washington at 9-1. Sounds like to you, it could be USC at that plus 450.
I do like your Washington call because I like the quarterback and I like Jed Fish a lot. I think USC's defense is going to be way better this year. And Lincoln Riley, and I understand people are really down on Lincoln Riley. The guy can coach offense. And the fact that they didn't bring significant competition in for the people's quarterback, Jaden Maivia, the Rock's son.
Yes.
But in all seriousness, tells me that he's going to be a monster this year. Lincoln Riley might not be the best defensive coach or in-game coach, but the guy can coach offense. And the fact that he's hitching his wagon to this guy in a potential make-or-break year tells me that he's going to be an absolute stud. So I like your shout on USC to make the college football playoff as a way to bet USC. I do like your thought on Washington as well. I find just from a game-by-game perspective, man, I'm probably going to regret this. I almost don't even want to say it. UCLA plays Utah in week 1, and the spread is currently 6.5. And it looks like it's going to go to 7. It's a juice 6.5 towards Utah. Maybe goes to 7. The thought of betting Nico Iamaleava. Let me see if I can get this right. Now that we're in a new season here. Iamaleava.
Yeah, Iamaleava.
I got it right. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're gonna get Nico Iamaleava as a touchdown dog. Sounds pretty appealing to me. So that's something that I'm eyeing for. But I want the full 7 for week 1. And I'll say it right now, man, and we'll save our Heisman and national championship thoughts maybe for next week. I'm betting Ohio State money line week 1 against Texas. It's minus 125 right now at BetMGM. Yeah, I like Ohio State.
Okay, that's. I think I'm on the Texas side of that game, but it's a home game. We don't know about both quarterbacks. Everyone said we don't know about Julian Saint. We barely know about Arch Manning. He played against La Tech and UL Monroe or whatever. It weren't good teams that they were facing. I will say this before we wrap up here, and we have Jamie coming up in the next segment. Illinois, I know that's the team that a lot of people have talked about as potential. We've had a bunch of a really good it's a classic Brett Bielema offensive line. Think back to his Wisconsin days with all those guys they put into the NFL. I just think there's just too much hype, too much expectations. I think I'm with the betting market on this one. I think the under is the play for me with the Illini. I don't think they're going to be the team that repeats and has that magical double-digit win season. It was a little bit fluky last year. I'm not buying it.
Okay. And we're going to be Oppo on Ohio State, Texas.
I think we might be.
Jeremiah Smith's going for 200 receiving yards in that game.
Not against that D-line.
They're going to, Julian Saint's going to look so good in that game. Throwing to Jeremiah Smith. All right, on the other side, get you set for your fantasy football drafts. Jamie Eisenberg from CBS Sports joins Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe in the Power Hour on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
let's continue talking Tar Heels here on Send It In. And again, that week 1 opener against TCU, going to be a fun one on Monday night. Right now, TCU about a 3-point favorite in that game at Chapel Hill. But look at the schedule. We had Joe Giglio on to preview NC State a couple weeks ago, and he talked about North Carolina being one of his dark horses in the ACC, and it was because of the schedule that North Carolina has. And you can see why he thinks maybe they could be a dark horse, because look at the schedule that North Carolina has. All they really play is Clemson. There's no Miami. There's no Louisville. There's no Georgia Tech. There's no Florida State on that schedule. They pretty much play all of the bottom teams in the conference, and then the one good team they do play is Clemson, and they play them at home. So really favorable schedule for Bill Belichick and company in year 1. I think Andrew's right. There are probably going to be some games that they lose that they'll probably be favored in, that people maybe don't expect them to lose in, but that's a really favorable schedule for Bill Belichick and company in year 1. I totally agree with Andrew, though. Betting like the win total on North Carolina at 7.5 right now at BetMGM. The over is plus 140. The under is minus 165. Like, there's just no bet to be made at those prices and at that win total. For them to make the ACC title game is 10-1. Maybe that's worth a bet, like betting North Carolina to make the ACC, because, again, Belichick's arguably the greatest NFL coach of all time. The schedule is very doable. Like, if they go on a great run in a pretty weak ACC, avoiding just about all the top teams, maybe they do get to Charlotte and play for the ACC title game. So I think that would be the one bet in the futures market maybe I would take a look at.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
All right, 20 minutes from now, all our bets for tonight, including in Major League Baseball, where Giancarlo Stanton's going to play right field for the Yankees. Give everybody a spoiler alert how that's going to go. Not well. Also, Aaron Judge was just asked by the media about comments his manager Aaron Boone made earlier today on WFAN in New York, where Boone said he doesn't think Judge is going to be able to throw like he did earlier in the year again this year. And Judge's quote was, "I don't know why he said that. He hasn't seen me throw the last few weeks." The 2025 New York Yankees. This is sure to end in absolute misery. So all our bets for tonight coming up at the end of the show. But joining us right now, because as we've been saying throughout the program, we are about to enter the thick of fantasy football draft season, and we can't get enough of it, is our friend Jamie Eisenberg from CBS Sports, the star of Fantasy Football Today, one of the best fantasy football podcasts out there. Just search Fantasy Football Today wherever you find your podcast to get the show. On Twitter, at his name, at Jamie Eisenberg. What's going on, buddy? How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Let's start with this. As I'm starting to get the emails from like all the commissioners and like my home leagues, they're all asking about drafting on Labor Day. which I want to punch people in the face that make that suggestion to do fantasy football drafts on Labor Day. Where do you stand on that? Fantasy football drafts on a national holiday?
I mean, you're probably asking the wrong person because I have a lot of drafts, so trying to fit them in, especially, trying to get the ones in person, so you try to make it work as best you can and people are off that day. I would prefer not to because it's my last weekend before I work a lot, but, if it's the choice of getting the drafts done in person because they're more fun, I'll do it whenever I have to do it.
All right, so maybe Jamie Eisenberg will be drafting teams on Labor Day. Out of everything, Jamie, that happened in week 2 of the NFL preseason, fantasy-wise, what stood out to you the most and why that you will apply in drafts heading to the season?
I think some of it was just confirmation bias, seeing R.J. Harvey, come out even though he was playing with the backups, have a strong performance, not bounce to the outside a little bit, run straight up the middle, score a touchdown. That was nice to see. Trevion Henderson, another strong performance for him. So good to see, those guys that are rising up draft boards, just continue to look even better in terms of what their value could be. I thought it was, good to see the hype around this Washington backfield and what's going on there, and to see both running backs. I think a lot of people are forgetting that Chris Rodriguez is going to be part of this, but Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, Bill, whatever we're going to call him. Every time I see Bill, I think of our buddy Will Brinson. But Bill, just comes out and, does, I think what everybody was hoping to see is just have him, perform well. And then Caleb Johnson, just stick with the rookie running backs. See him bounce back a little bit because week 1 preseason was awful. I think a lot of people were panicked. But he looked better in the second preseason game. You don't get a lot of it, obviously, a lot out of it in such short spurts. So, a lot of it is just if you believe something and you see it. And for me, it's looking at a lot of the rookies and seeing how they perform.
I want to ask you about Caleb Johnson and follow up there, Jamie, because I did some fantasy content of my own earlier in the show. And, Johnson, to your point, did look better, running the football in preseason week 2 than he did in preseason week 1. But he's clearly behind Kenny Gainwell and Jaylen Warren. And there are reports out of Pittsburgh that, Aaron Rodgers doesn't trust him in pass protection. I think I'm, full fade on Caleb Johnson everywhere. It sounds like you're a little more optimistic on the Steelers' rookie running back this season.
I'm not far behind you, but I'm probably a little bit more optimistic. I just think he's going to be one of these guys that is going to take some time. And we knew he was going to struggle in pass protection. And I'm glad you brought up Kenneth Gainwell because before the draft, there was a story that was circulating around Pittsburgh that, nothing serious, but that Jaylen Warren and Kenneth Gainwell were 2 of the highest ranked pass blockers last year, and they were going to compare notes about who was going to be better in that regard. So it was going to be tough for Caleb Johnson to get over those 2 guys in terms of being good in that area of the game, especially Jaylen Warren. So Warren is a guy that, to me, has been very underrated since the NFL draft because I think everybody sort of, pivoted toward Caleb Johnson, understandably so, when they spent a high draft pick on him. But for me, it was kind of always I wanted Jaylen Warren. I thought he was always going to play on passing down, especially once they got the Rodgers deal done, knowing that's a non-mobile, older quarterback. He wants somebody that he trusts to protect him, and now he probably trusts 2 guys more so than the rookie. So I think when they're in games where they're going to run the ball, when they have a lead late in the game or opportunity to take advantage, let's say the Cincinnati Bengals, you're going to see a lot of good performances from Caleb Johnson, but I don't think he's going to be in the same realm of R.J. Harvey and Trevion Henderson and certainly Genty and Hampton in terms of what his rookie performances could be.
Jamie, let's talk about Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, better known to you and yours, of course, as Bill, who's the fantasy player of the week this week with Brian Robinson looking like he's either going to get cut or traded by the Commanders. And it kind of feels like Bill Merritt might be the favorite to be the early down running back for Washington. So for people that have drafts this week, Jamie, where would you recommend drafting Bill Krosky-Merritt, the Commanders' 7th round rookie running back?
Yeah, until we get a little bit more clarity on this, I kind of just slotted him in the spot where I had Brian Robinson Jr., which was about RB31. That might be a little bit too aggressive, which kind of puts him in that round 8, round 9 range. There's a pretty big gap once you get through the first 28, 29 running backs until 31 and beyond, especially in PPR. I have a lot of receivers ahead of those guys. I think we're overlooking the fact that Austin Eckler's still there, and especially what he'll do in passing down situations and may still have somewhat of a role carrying the ball, maybe a little bit more so, knowing that the 2 rookies are there. But I think just looking at what Eckler at his age and maybe lack of carries opens the door for Bill and opens the door for Chris Rodriguez. I think we're going to see a committee with these guys and whoever's more explosive. Everybody was excited to see what Krosky-Merritt could do. Rodriguez was the first guy on the field. Rodriguez had a 40-yard carry. All of this was against the Bengals. So take everything into account. I think you're just looking at guys that are going to be more flex options for fantasy managers. But if you're just talking about draft capital and when to invest in them at this point, it's that round 8-ish, round 9 range if you want to be aggressive with it. Otherwise, just kind of play the board and see what other running backs are around those guys.
Jamie, obviously the big news today in the NFL, the Colts naming Daniel Jones as their starter as opposed to Anthony Richardson. So it'll be Jones as the week 1 quarterback for Indianapolis when they take on the Miami Dolphins. But looking at it from the whole season perspective, how does this Daniel Jones news, I guess, impact from a fantasy standpoint the pass catchers of the Indianapolis Colts? And what are we to do in terms of drafting those skill position guys for Indy?
I don't know if we lost Jamie's phone connection. Yeah, Jake, see if we can get we can get Jamie's. Oh, Jamie, you're back. Femi had asked you about the Colts pass catchers with Daniel Jones, a quarterback.
Yep. I think, unless you were of the belief that Richardson was going to take a big step forward because of the work he did with Josh Allen's quarterback coach, this is better for those guys. I just finished writing a story for CBSSports.com about how all those guys performed last year with Joe Flacco by comparison to Richardson, and it was night and day. For example, Michael Pittman was over 14 PPR points per game in the games with Joe Flacco. He was at 7 PPR points per game in the games with Richardson. Josh Downs was over 15 points per game with Flacco. He was at 12 points per game with Richardson. He's just not as good for the receiving options there as obviously a more polished passer. Not that Daniel Jones is Joe Flacco, not that Daniel Jones is great, but clearly he's going to get those guys the ball at a different level, and he's going to throw the ball more because Richardson would run, obviously, when things would break down in the pocket. So I think it's just better across the board. Now you factor in Tyler Warren, so I don't think you want to get overly excited about Pittman and Downs, but you should obviously get a little bit more excited. And I think we go from now double-digit rounds for the Colts receivers for me to that round 8, round 9 range. I want to see Josh Downs healthy. He's dealing with a hamstring injury right now. I'm very excited about Tyler Warren, just looking at what he can do. And you saw Jones looking for him quite a bit in the preseason games that we saw. So it's going to be better across the board. It's just not as fun because I think we all want to see Richardson start because he's just a little bit more exciting at this point than Daniel Jones.
You bet on this Tuesday. Jamie Eisenberg from CBS Sports Fantasy Football Today with us here on the show, on Twitter at Jamie Eisenberg. My friends, I'm going to hit you with 2 very general questions here, so I'm giving you this warning in advance. So give you a second to think about it. So the first one is going to be, and I gave my opinion on this earlier in the show, my guy's Christian McCaffrey, where I'm entering drafts and I'm looking to exit that draft with, unless I have the first or second pick, I'm looking to exit that draft with Christian McCaffrey if I can. Who is the one player when you enter a fantasy football? Now, if you have the first pick, you're probably going to take Jamar Chase, right? So maybe it's not like you have the first overall pick, but who is the player that you are looking to exit fantasy football drafts with? The one guy that you are most excited to have this year, and why?
I'm at the point right now where I'm hunting Braylon Allen. He's my favorite Jets running back at cost. I don't know if he's going to be better than Breece Hall, but you just feel the wave of this narrative of how Breece Hall doesn't feel like he's their guy. He's got to prove himself. Braylon Allen's getting all this hype. They have a very favorable run schedule. He's very cheap right now, so you can get him as a 4th or 5th running back. I try to get him as a 4th guy just to make sure I get him. It's very similar to Jordan Mason, very similar to Zach Charbonnet. Those are 3. When I get to those middle rounds, I'm just looking for those guys. But Braylon Allen's kind of been that one lately where if I come out of my drafts with Braylon Allen, I'm just thrilled about it. So if he's one of my bench running backs, I'm excited to see how this plays out because by the end of the season, he may be better than Breece Hall just based on how things are going.
Conversely, who is the one player, Jamie? And of course, cost matters. So if you the guy that you're talking about falls 2 rounds, you'll take him. But where current ADP is, who is the guy that you are fading this year, that you want no part of this year in fantasy football for whatever the reason and why?
Yeah, I mean, you probably guess it's one of those is Breece Hall, but just to give you a different answer, it's Terry McLaurin. It's a small sample size, but the last 2 years of the players who have been hold out or hold ins, they just have not delivered on the same quality of production. And McLaurin last year, almost everything else stayed the same. Targets, catches, yards, everything. He scored, career high double-digit touchdowns. I just don't see that being possible again based on his profile. Can he get to 10 touchdowns? Maybe. Can, replicate that with Jaden Daniels because first year together, it's possible. But he's missed so much practice time. Deebo Samuel's now there, so a better complementary receiver. Zach Ertz came on at the end of last season. They may have a better run game this year if things go as they're trying to with what they're planning to get rid of Brian Robinson. So McLaurin was a round 3-4 turn guy before training camp started and all this sort of played itself out. I wouldn't take him until round 6, and by that point, I'm not getting him. So LaHorne's somebody that I will probably not end up drafting this year.
How bullish, Jamie, should fantasy football drafters be on Bucs rookie receiver Emeka Egbuka, with Chris Godwin unlikely to play starting the year and Jalen McMillan heading to injured reserve?
Yeah, you talk about other guys that you're excited to get. Fantasy managers may be shocked when you start to see where Ibuka's going to get ranked. So right now he's 32 for me in my rankings. Another guy that I'm excited about, Ricky Pearsall, same situation. Just injuries around these guys, and you're looking at opportunity. And so Ibuka, everybody you asked, my colleague, our friend Pete Briscoe was in Tampa Bay. Everybody he talked to, Emeka Egbuka, can't stop raving about him. You see what he does in the preseason, catches a touchdown, beautiful throw from Teddy Bridgewater, great catch in the back of the end zone. There's just an opportunity, and I love the fact that everybody thought, okay, he's just going to be a slot receiver, steps in maybe while Godwin's out. They've been playing him outside, and now you have this McMillan injury that just opens the door for him to stay there no matter what happens when McMillan comes back or Godwin comes back. So he may have a 4-week head start with just him and Mike Evans collecting targets. And then he's probably going to be so good that you can't put both of those guys back on the field and take him off. So Ibuka is now somebody that was going initially round 8, round 9, round 10. He's a round 6 pick for me. I'm just going to be aggressive and try and get him on as many teams as possible.
Give us a sleeper, Jamie, that you like a lot as we head into fantasy football draft season.
Yeah, aside from Braylon Allen, Demario Douglas is one of the guys I also try to come away from with a lot of my drafts. Slot receiver history for Josh McDaniels is fantastic, and I'm a big fan of Drake May. I love their schedule. I think he's going to be a really good fantasy quarterback. And, you look at this receiving core, how it shapes up right now. Stephon Diggs is locked in one outside spot. We could see Matt Collins or Kayshon Boutte or somebody else locked in the second spot on the outside. Kyle Williams is another guy I'm hopeful to see have a big role. But Demario Douglas in the slot has kind of been their steady Eddie. And he's been somebody that you've gotten some good moments from the last couple of years. I think when McDaniel's there, he's going to be special this season. So double-digit round guy, but, someone you could take with your last pick. I take him in almost every draft that I do.
Did you mean to say Efton Chisholm there, or did you mean to say Demario Douglas for Patriots slot receiver?
It's Demario Douglas. We'll see Chisholm at some point, maybe down the road, but I think Douglas is going to be the guy at least to start the season, and I hope the rest of the season based on how things go.
And for people that don't know about Efton Chisholm, I think he will carry on the great Patriots tradition of undersized white slot receiver that will be good into Josh McDaniels' offense. Final question, Jamie, because the Bears' offense looked great against the Bills' backups on Sunday with Caleb Williams and the starters. Luther Burden and Colston Loveland both had a couple nice plays in the preseason game, both obviously early round picks. Year one of Ben Johnson. What are you doing with those two players on the Bears offense? Rookie tight end Colston Loveland and rookie wideout Luther Burden. About 45 seconds for the answer.
Loveland, you need to take 2 tight ends with, so if you get him at the right cost, just make sure you take him with a proven veteran guy like a Zach Ertz or a Jake Ferguson or somebody just to see how it goes early in the season, but there's just so much upside. Burden to me is one of the other guys that I go into every draft trying to target, and I love the fact that he's not the starting slot receiver, and people are sort of panicked a little bit because Olamide Zaccheaus was in that role. But I think there's an opportunity for Burden to be that option for Caleb Williams to sort of play off of DJ Moore and Rome Odunze, and just an easy guy to take in the double-digit rounds that could be very special by the time we get to the middle to the end of the season.
Jamie, great job as always. On Twitter at Jamie Eisenberg. Fantasy Football Today is the podcast. Search it wherever you find your podcast. You can watch them on CBS Sports HQ, CBSSports.com. My friends, stay well. We'll catch up with you soon.
Appreciate it. Good talking to you guys.
Jamie Eisenberg joining us here on You Better You Bet. Femi, I'm obsessed with Luther Burden after the way he looked at that preseason game.
And Jamie alluded to it as well. I would have a little bit of concern, man. It sounds like all the stuff out of Bears camp, they love Zaccheaus. And Zaccheaus was on that first drive. I mean, did you see him making plays? Running by DeMar Hamlin for the touchdown?
For now.
Hey, might be all reliable.
For now. Let's talk at the end of September. On the other side, all our bets for tonight in the world of sports as we close up shop on a Tuesday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I think he's going
We've already
to.
given it to him.
I think he's going to do it. I really do. It's like me and Paul Feinbaum on the same page for the first time ever. I think the problem with Arch is because of the hype, this number is shorter than it should be. And already, I understand it. As a Texas fan trying to take a step back, you're looking at this, you're like, all right, enough with the Arch Manning hype. I get it. If the back of his jersey said Johnson or Smith or Williams or whatever, we would not hear this hype. He hasn't done anything. He started a couple games. Yeah, he's got some wheels. He's got some talent. But the thing is this. Arch is really that good. He really is. Watch when he's played for Texas. Watch how he throws the deep ball. Look at the receivers he has on that offense between DeAndre Moore and remember the name Ryan Wingo. He's going to be an absolute stud this year, a sophomore who has a deep connection with Arch on a long ball. I'm telling you, Arch is that good, and the fact that he's playing in Sark's offense, which is going to be able to utilize him in ways that they couldn't use or utilize Quinn Ewers, is going to be a difference maker because Arch can run and because he can go down the field. I just think he's going to be that good, and he's going to get a ton of opportunities because the Texas defense should be a top 10 defense. Arch is going to get the football a lot, and I actually think he's going to get it done. I think he is worthy of the hype. There are very few players who are worthy of such massive, unbelievable expectations, but when you're a part of the Manning family, you are different. I think Arch is different, and I think he's going to win it.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
All right, have some thank yous to dole out before we wrap up the terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet with all our bets for tonight in the world of sports. Two tremendous guests joined us on the program. Odyssey Sports NFL insider Brian Baldinger making his triumphant return to You Better You Bet. And Baldy, among other topics today on the show, expressing some skepticism on Matthew Stafford's health for this coming season. Even though Stafford's back at practice for the Rams, 37, bad back, doesn't sound great. Baldy did an awesome job today on the show, and you just heard CBS Sports fantasy football analyst Jamie Eisenberg taking a spin around the league, getting you set for your fantasy football drafts. And if you missed anything from our guests, any of the content that Femi and I pumped out today, talking about all the news and notes in the NFL, Daniel Jones being named the starting quarterback in Indianapolis for the Colts, Andrew Thomas activated off PUP for the Giants, what that means for Big Blue, and Jackson Dart, Joe Flacco named the starting quarterback of the Browns yesterday. We broke down the Big Ten, our Big Ten betting preview, Femi breaking down Assistant Coach of the Year and Protector of the Year and NFL awards. All you've got to do is search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts, the Odyssey app, Spotify. Say that 2 times fast. Spotify, Apple, and iHeart, and subscribe as well. Subscribe to You Better You Bet. You get it in your feed every single morning, hot and fresh and free all the Wagertainment we provide for you on a daily basis. Also, you can leave a 5-star review and write a nice comment. I haven't asked anyone to do this in like a year and a half. So, please do it. That would be really, really great. Our executive producer is Bill Zimmerman. Our technical director, Tyler Morales. Our engineer, Jake Hassan. And our video producer is God's perfect creation, downtown, Mike Brown. Also, shout out to Odyssey's John Romero, who told me that he and I should open up a moving company because him and I carried heavy furniture up 2 flights of stairs yesterday, setting up my new studio in the office that I'm in. Shout out to John Romero. Coming up after us here on the BetMGM Network is a 4-hour live betting extravaganza known to you and yours as BetMGM Tonight, featuring our friend Ryan Horvath and our guest at this time, the one, the only, the freaky and bald, Brad Evans. Brad, happy Tuesday. Welcome back. Hola, amigo.
Hola, amigos! Man, I miss your handsome face.
Say this. I would too. A little birdie told me, Brad. The birdie was you. You told me during the break that you guys, and I'm excited for this on BetMGM tonight, because you guys are cranking out tons of awesome fantasy football content for the coming season. Again, BetMGM Tonight, weeknight 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network, and search it BetMGM Tonight wherever you find your podcasts. You guys will be rolling out your all man crush teams today in fantasy football. So I know you've got 4 guys, and Brad, we don't want to give everything away here on You Better You Bet. We want to save it for your show. But if you'd be so kind, give us one guy in fantasy football this year that is a Brad Evans bald freak man crush.
Well, you guys know I went to a certain university in the Midwest called the ILL, and naturally I gotta get down with my guy Chase Brown. And yeah, I got a bottle of maple syrup. He's Canadian. He is going to be a stud. I've got so many shares of him in a multitude of leagues already. He is my ultimate man crush. I watch every single down of his, many of those snaps in person at Memorial Stadium in Champaign. And I was scouting him in college, and bury the bias. I was like, this guy's going to be a pro, and probably a pretty good one if he gets in the right situation. And boy, did he land in the ultimate situation, playing alongside Joe Burrow with supreme field stretchers there, Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. Brown scored a touchdown last night. I understand it's meaningless football, but this Cincinnati Bengals offense is going to be firing on all cylinders. They're going to be explosive. They're going to be downright nuclear at times. I think Chase Brown has an outside shot, and call me crazy, to be the RB1 of ones this year. I got him teetering on the top 5 running backs in my rankings right now, thegamingjuice.com. I got him one spot behind Ashton Genty, who is at number 5. I have Brown at number 6. I think it's going to be at least double-digit touchdowns, at least 65 receptions, and at least around 1,500 to 1,700 combined yards in a stellar campaign on a Bengals team that is going to have to maybe score 35 points a game if they're going to make the postseason.
I'll say this for Brad, whether Brad's right or not about that, and also think about this, you in our audience right now, whether Brad's right about Chase Brown or not, obviously you want to be right, but not all, but so much fantasy football content, everyone's got the same exact rankings. Give or take, one guy maybe in a different slot in the top 12. Brad, for what it's worth, whether he's right or not, and I love Chase Brown too, Brad's taking a strong stance and putting his name on it, and I appreciate that from our guy Brad Evans. And I also love Chase Brown this year, loved him last year as well for the Cincinnati Bengals. Yep. So you gave us a guy that you really like. Brad, let's go converse of that here. We had Jamie Eisenberg on in the last segment. I asked him this question. Who is a guy that you are looking to fade right now, Brad, in fantasy football drafts that you are, you'll take him if he lasts a while, but at ADP you want no part of right now, and why?
Yeah, look, let's go with the not-so-fighting flippers, the Miami Dolphins, and I want nothing to do with Devon Achane right now, dealing with a calf injury, and a guy that Mike McDaniel came out and said yesterday is going to miss a few days. They got to practice it all this week. Soft tissue issues remain undefeated. That is something that could nag him, could bother him the entire year, could flare up at a moment's notice. It's kind of a Dire Straits situation down there on South Beach. The team has gotten ran roughshod over, whether an inter-squad game in the preseason, in between themselves and practice. They don't play a lick of defense. Now, he may catch 70, 75 balls. So it does raise the floor of expectation in PPR formats. And he's a bit of a nickel dimer to go Billy Raft on you in the short to intermediate field as a pass catcher. But I don't think he's going to exceed 1,000 yards on the ground. And I think touchdowns are going to be few and far between. You have to draft him right now, essentially at the turn in 12-team fantasy football drafts. Maybe he'll slide in the early second because of this cap setback, but I want nothing, absolutely nothing to do with Devon Achane, even if your league scores 10 points per reception.
That's I will agree with you on Chase Brown. We will agree to disagree with your thought on Devon Achane. But great stuff, Brad, on fantasy. The all-man crush teams from Brad and Ryan Horvath coming up tonight on BetMGM tonight. Brad, 30 seconds here. What is your best bet for tonight in the world of sports?
Key Brian Hayes. I'm taking the over 1.5 on the HRR, also known as his plus runs plus RBI, also known as Hair at plus 110, taking on the Halos on the road. He has done this in 3 of his last 5 games. Over last week, batting .333 with a 1,067 OPS. He has got a fine history as well against the starter he's going to be going up against, and that's Kyle Hendricks. 9 for 21 lifetime with a pair of home runs. It's a .429 batting average over 1,200 OPS. Key Brian Hayes, the former Bucco, I think is going to swashbuckle his way through the Angels like the over on the Herd tonight at plus money.
Brad, have a great show tonight. We'll catch up with you tomorrow.
Aaron Judge over 1.5 total bags minus 105. I'm out.
Brad Evans joining us here on You Better You Bet. Tomorrow I'll ask Brad about Brock Bowers and if Brad's concerned that Michael Mayer is playing on early downs for the Raiders in the preseason. BetMGM tonight coming up after us. All right, let's get to our bets for tonight in the world of sports. Jake the Snake, please drop the dope-ass beat. All right, no matter where the action is, dear listener and dear viewer, we're going to supercharge the odds on your next sports bet. Use BetMGM's Odds Boost token to boost your potential payout from a winning bet. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and please gamble responsibly. All right, Femi, baseball card coming up for tonight. I'll be locked into my Yankees at the Tampa Bay Rays with Carlos Rodon. Hashtag toe in the slab. How about the Rockies, winners of 4 straight and 6 of 7, trying to take down the Dodgers again? The Dodgers, huge road favorites. How are you handicapping and betting tonight in Major League Baseball?
Yeah, we'll be looking to swing for the fences tonight. Meet the moment, read the room, leave the yard. 4 home run bets for yours truly tonight, starting with Boston Red Sox outfielder Jarren Duran plus 400. Has been hitting the ball pretty well. A lot of barrels, like above that 10% threshold that I really like to bet at. And of course, he's going up against a guy that's serving him up in Tomoyuki Sagano. We've been looking to fade this guy all throughout the season. It has been successful. Jarren Duran hit a home run tonight. I'll also be backing your guy, Jazz Chisholm of the Yankees, plus 450 to hit a homer off of Shane Baz, another pitcher who gives up quite a bit of barrels. I also like the Athletics' Tyler Soderstrom at plus 455. And then finally tonight, Texas Rangers outfielder Wyatt Langford plus 470 against my man Seth Lugo. Hasn't been as good of a season for Lugo like last year. So I think Langford's been hitting the ball really well. Hit the ball well last August and September. I think he's going to have a really strong finish to the end of this regular season. Give me Wyatt Langford.
So a bunch of home run bets from Femi. And just to, I have the direct quote from Aaron Judge. So this is per Greg Joyce, who covers the Yankees for the New York Post. Aaron Boone was on WFAN in New York earlier with my pal Salicata and Brandon Tierney, and Boone said he didn't know if Judge would be back to throwing regularly this season, like maybe not play the outfield again this year. Judge told Greg Joyce that he doesn't know why Boone would say that, saying Boone hasn't seen him throw the past 2 weeks. Judge is pretty confident he'll get back to that. This team's a disaster. Stanton's playing the outfield tonight. Like, you might as well have me out there. It's going to be brutal. Femi, I'll bet the Rays tonight against the Yankees and feel really good about it. It's going to be the Rays against my Yankees. Any desire to bet the Rockies to win again against Ed Sheeran and the Los Angeles Dodgers?
I'll be passing the Rockies, but I mean, they're out here to break up the bands now. Like, they're going to be a player in this NL West down the stretch, apparently. I'll be passing that game. Nothing for me with the Los Angeles Dodgers, who, oh, by the way, have gone back and controlling the NL West after a minor freak out last week.
Did you love in a huge game last night for the Padres? Nasty Nestor Cortez picking up where he left off with the Yankees. Yet another, 3 homers allowed in the first inning from Nasty Nestor.
It's ridiculous.
Last night. Can't make it up, except you can. Femi, bunch of games tonight in the WNBA. Any action tickling your fancy here in the W?
No bets for me tonight in the W. However, at 3:40 today, we did discuss WNBA MVP, which has started to crank up a little bit. Keep an eye on that Dream Aces matchup. Asia Wilson has been on a heater. Aces have won 7 straight. If she continues to play this well, it's going to put a lot more pressure on Nafisa Collier to get back into the lineup for the Lynx. Still the favorite, as she should be, but if she doesn't come back in a week or so, might get problematic for MVP this season.
Wow, I was like surprised to hear that.
Dude, Asia Wilson's been on a heater, man. Like I think the Aces have been awesome.
Who's going to win the title?
Charging. I still think it's Minnesota as long as Collier is back and healthy. The Liberty seem broken. I know Stewart's out right now, but like I think Minnesota's going to win it. I don't trust the Aces as well, but yeah, Minnesota's been the best team all year. I've seen nothing that would shake me off that opinion. They've been winning without Collier too, by the way.
I knew Breanna Stewart was out. I didn't.
They locked in, baby.
I didn't.
Caitlin Clark's out too.
I think
Now
we're
Sophie
going to
Cunningham.
and she got like purposefully injured by, so I was not really paying that close attention. I'm not like qualified to have a conversation about it. I think tomorrow we may try and sneak in a little week 1 it moved on the show for the NFL regular season. But until then, dear listener, dear viewer, we'll talk to you tomorrow on a Wednesday. I'm Nick Costos wishing you minimal sweats, winning bets, the absolute very best of luck.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
There are a couple that I was willing to eliminate right away that I'm not completely buying into. I have questions about. Not saying they're going to have a bad year, but I have questions about Detroit and Philadelphia for me. Those are the two teams that I do have some questions about. The depth of the Eagles and then the Lions losing both of their coordinators. Let's see how they rebound from that. And I think most wins with their schedule, their road schedule, you're asking a lot. So those are teams that I wasn't really interested in. And then the rest, it's Buffalo, Baltimore, Kansas City, and San Francisco. My first reaction was, oh, yeah, Bills. I like the Bills. I like the Bills to have the most wins. And then I look at it, oh, they're the favorite at plus 350. And then I, like you, uninterested suddenly in this market with them as a favorite and only plus 350. San Francisco. Everything went wrong injury-wise last year. Everything. And I know there are some new pieces and you don't have certain guys, like you don't have Debo anymore, but I think they could be okay. They could be just fine with that. They add to the depth on that defense, but the biggest thing is that soft schedule. By far the easiest schedule in the NFL. That's why the win total is so high. Like there are questions. What version of CMC are you going to get now? How does he look coming back from the injury? Same thing with Brandon Ayuk. Like I understand all of that, but they still have the talent. They still have the all-world left tackle on that offensive line. And you bring in Robert Saleh back to run that defense. And we know how successful he was as defensive coordinator before moving on to head coach of the Jets. So at 13-1, I'm with you. I think that's very doable. for the 49ers in a bounce back year where they could be in the mix for most wins in the league.
Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well. Drake, hate the Drake. Love the Drake, hate the Drake. No, you never fade the Drake.
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
The Keep the Points special. I'll keep cashing tickets around here on Odyssey. Yeah, put me at night, baby. That's where we cash tickets.
They're bringing the heat and helping you cash in big.
It's a lock. It's over. It's a guarantee. It's easy money.
Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy. They're going to win this game outright, but I'll be safe and take the points plus 6.5.
And delivering the late night sweats.
And it's gone! It's gone!
Oh,
it is gone!
No way!
It is gone! Holy God! It is gone!
I need to celebrate tonight with my family. Do it for my kids. Do it for my boy.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise. Another booming edition of BetMGM tonight. Probably the big noise happens with you on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday alongside my guy, Ryan Horvat. And we got a heavy program for you this evening. Of course, we're going to give you our top 3 plays on our cards here momentarily. Then Parlay Pete's going to drop on by, get his parlay of the day on the board. We're going to say hello to our little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. Roll the shoulders that get seduced by the juice. And working some bonus time bets as well. Then we got another handful of games out west in the world of Major League Baseball. So we're going to step to the dish, another edition of Better Up, and feed you more picks. And also give you our Crew to Cash hot hit parlay of the night. Not the sexiest juice in the world, but we demand and we desperately need a winner in that category. So we're going to show those 4 legs a little bit later on in the program. After that, Matt Verderame is going to be dropping by talking all things National Football League. He's based in KC. I'm going to ask him about Rashee Rice, what the very latest that he is hearing, what the suspension could possibly be, what is the contingency plan for this franchise if and when Rice misses time, likely after week 5. And we're going to break down other news and notes with Matt Verderame in Seg 4. From there, we'll do another edition of NFL Percent Play. We're going to be tossing out 4 more player props on the season-long market. Lamar Jackson passing touchdowns, Jahmyr Gibbs rush yards, Chris Olave receiving yards, and Colston Loveland as well receiving yards. And we're going to give you the percentage chance playing Weatherman on today's episode of Those Bets
possibly hitting. Then the all-man crush team. Guys, no matter what their ADP is, are must-haves in our fantasy football drafts. Dudes that make our hearts go pitter-pat. We're going to give you a quarterback, a running back, a wide receiver, and indeed a flexy-sexy pick. So I'm going to offer my team. Horvath's going to do the same. And you guys can decide whether or not you're going to fade or follow. That, of course, is always up to you. Then we're going to get down with our guy, Rob Brown, breaking down a smorgasbord of sports betting goodness. We'll talk a little college football here in week 0. We'll talk a little Major League Baseball. We'll talk NFL. He is a jack of all trades when it comes to sports betting. So we can't wait to pick the brain of one Rob Brown. Then NFL in the news. A lot of developments that have happened over the course of the last 24 to 48 hours. We're going to have discussions on whether or not Brian Robinson is going to get traded. What's that mean in the nation's capital, the pecking order at the running back position? A lot of you out there, Ja'Cory, Krosky, Merritt, my God, you are head over heels in love with him right now in the fantasy community. But how high is too high for him to go in drafts? And who should you not sleep on too heavily in that backfield? We're going to have a discussion among other topics as well. And, of course, we want to talk to you, the 2.02 average listeners and viewers of this fine broadcast. If you have any fantasy football questions for us, if you want to share your ultimate man crush this fantasy draft season, you want to talk some betting on whether the NFL futures market, college football futures, Major League Baseball, the WNBA, you absolutely can. Simple way to contact Horvath and I, just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your comments or your questions via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: among our all-man crush selections, who do you desire most? Again, desire most in your fantasy football drafts. Your options are Chase Brown of the Cincinnati Bengals, Brian Thomas of the Jacksonville Jaguars, Dak Prescott of the Dallas Cowboys, or Travion Henderson, whose value is skyrocketing right now. He, of course, the rookie for the New England Patriots. So far, over 250 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise. Yeah, Democratic, right? Keep the votes coming. And also drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Right now, I'm bringing my esteemed colleague, the one, the only, the sensational Ryan Horvath. And Horvey, we've been trying to handicap exactly what Shane Steichen was going to do at the quarterback position in Indianapolis. Well, the question has officially been answered in the quarterback battle between Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson. He is not going with the former top 5 overall pick in A-Rich, but siding with Daniel Jones, making that official that he will start week 1 against the Miami Dolphins. And he also doubled down and said he is the starter for this season. Now, that could be a heaping pile of BS, but what are your thoughts on Daniel Jones getting the gig? And I will set a over-under on number of starts for Jones this season, and I'm going to set that number at 10.5. So give me your answer on that and your general thoughts of who is going to be under center for the largest chunk of the year there in the Circle City.
Yeah, it's too bad that we didn't bet this market, right? Because we both figured that it would be Daniel Jones week 1, right?
Yep.
Just because I think he's the better option to run the offense, simply because he's the more accurate quarterback. Anthony Richardson, again, I mean, he still, I would say, has the higher ceiling, just because he has all the physical gifts, except for the fact that he's just not accurate. And I know a couple years ago we said the same thing about Josh Allen, but you can't even compare the quarterbacks, man. I mean, hell of an athlete. Maybe there'll be some packages for him, especially in the red zone on the goal line. But I would take the over on 10.5 starts for Daniel Jones. And, you know, this, I got to be honest, though. If I'm a Colts fan, I am not excited. You know, I'm excited maybe about the hey, there's a good chance we might have a 4 or 5 win team on our hands, and then we're drafted in the top 5, and we could get our quarterback next year. Whether it's, you know, Cade Klubnik, Lenora Sellers, Carson Beck, any of those guys. But it's just hard to get excited about Daniel Jones. Even the season, 2022, where he starts all 16 games for the Giants, year one for Brian Daboll. That year, I bet the over on the Giants, man. And I figured Saquon was going to have a big year. But even that year, you could say, well, Daniel Jones quarterbacked the team to a playoff win. Look at the numbers, though. 15 touchdown passes to 5 picks. He was the definition of a game manager. Now, that said, if you're talking fantasy purposes, that season, plays all 16 games, rushes for 708 yards. He is going to use his legs a little bit. And I think this is a good thing for Michael Pittman Jr., for Josh Downs, and especially for Tyler Warren, because I don't know if I trust Daniel Jones throwing deep balls or outside the numbers, but I think Tyler Warren, man, I was joking. I don't know if I'm joking anymore. I think he could have 150 targets this season his rookie year. So I think this is best case for fantasy purposes for all those skill position players. But if you're a Colts fan, man, hard to get excited, and there's a good chance they have one of the worst records in the league, or they're one of the worst teams in the league.
By the way, Tyler Warren's over under right now in receiving yards at BetMGM, just still 525 and a half. And let's go ahead and get our little friend out. Daddy want, Daddy need, Daddy gotta have it. Let's go, Brando!
Yeah.
Woo! Yeah, this is the best case scenario for all the pass catchers you mentioned. The one thing that people overlook about Daniel Jones, they're like, oh, yeah, he sucks. I remember from the New York Giants how much of a trainer he was. But statistically, he wasn't too shabby last year. He was number 10 in adjusted completion percentage. Anthony Richardson was number 45. He was dead last, rock bottom among qualifying passers. So Jones ain't too shabby, to say the least. He was also number 17 in catchable target rate, and he had a 50% flat red zone completion percentage. So, yeah, I think it was the right move, the best move. And Anthony Richardson's days, I think, are numbered in Indianapolis. Shane Steichen even said, quote, it's hard to say, end quote, what the future holds for Richardson as a member of the Indianapolis Colts. But again, Daniel Jones going to be your starter henceforth for the Colts this season. That's music to the ears, especially those who are investing in the services of one Tyler Warren. All right, let's go ahead and get after with our cards this evening. These are top 3 plays in the world of sports betting. Numero uno on your card. Please share me, amigo.
All right, so Major League Baseball, we have 3 bets coming up a little bit later on, but they don't start until later, and I'm betting the Cubs because I'm a lunatic. Bet them earlier, so a good start to the day. But you know what? I'm going to do a different theme every single night because we're 3 days away from the college football season. So I'm going to do my favorite bets for each conference. Let's go back to the SEC. I've talked about this one a couple times, but I need this, man, because everybody's fading LSU. Nobody believes. I think they win 9 games. So I'm going to go over 8.5 wins. Huge year for Brian Kelly, 29-11 at LSU, but they have to make the playoff or at least finish with 9 wins this season. Garrett Nussmeier is back, 4,000 yards passing last year, 29 touchdown passes. Most likely he's going to be a top 5 pick, but he's back because he has to play better in the big games. And losses to A&M, Bama, and Florida, only completed 57% of his passes through 5 interceptions. And in those losses, LSU only averaged 17 points compared to the 38 that they averaged in their 9 wins. They do have to replace 4 offensive linemen, including Will Campbell, which scares me, but I think the defense is going to be better bringing back Harold Perkins. So LSU over 8.5 wins, play number 1.
Numero uno for me, I'm going to fade the Cubs. Give me the same game parlay and the Brew Crew plus 1.5 on the run line. And I'm going to take the game under on the old total of 8 flat runs. Slight wind blowing in at Wrigley. Yeah, sorry, guys. Reverse psychology, quite honestly. Plus 104 in that simple 2-leg SGP. A little bit of background. I got Woodruff going against Tyone coming off the IL. Tyone 6.30 ERA and a pair of starts against Milwaukee this season. Decent at home, though, with a 3.46 ERA. Woodruff a 1.86 ERA in his last 5 starts. The Cubs have gone under the total in 9 of their last 11 games. Milwaukee's hit the over in 6 of their last 11, but the Cubs are dead last in WRC plus the last 2 weeks. Milwaukee numero uno, so polar opposites in that category. Again, a repeat, same game parlay. Brewers plus 1.5 run line, game under, all total of 8 plus 104 there at BetMGM. Numero dos on your card. What else do you got?
All right, this is for Cousin Skeets on X. I don't know if you're real or a bot because you have 5 followers, but I do think Georgia wins double-digit games this season. I'm going to go over 9.5 wins. It's minus 168. Maybe you just bet Georgia to make the playoff. I haven't looked at that price lately, but I did bet this, and I would lay this all the way up to minus 200, to be honest with you, man. In no world is Kirby Smart not winning double-digit games. I know Carson Beck's gone. He's at Miami, but Gunnar Stockton looked decent against Notre Dame, 12 to 16 passing, 71 yards. It's Georgia. I think they're going to be really good on the defensive side of the ball. I think their basement, their floor this year is 10-2, so over 9.5 wins.
All right, numero dos for me. Slam the gavel. Give me Aaron Judge on the over 1.5 total bags against the Rays at a lighter minus 105 juice, taking on Shane Baz. And Baz has got a 8.28 ERA in his last 5 starts, also giving up a 40.4% hard hit rate in his career against Baz. You look at Aaron Judge, a 345 batting average. 8 with a home run, also hitting north of 340 and 29 at bats against the Rays this season. I know he's been rather chilly here in the month of August, but Judge blast one in the gap or pass over the fence. Give me him over 1.5 total bases at a minus 105. Numero trace on the card. Harvey, bring it home.
June 5th, for whatever reason, at 10:47 a.m., I decided to bet Lenora Sellers to win the Heisman. And, I mean, he's a legit Heisman candidate. But the problem is, man, I don't think South Carolina finishes with 9 wins. So we're going to go under on their win total. Dylan Stewart's back on the defensive side of the ball. Stud had 6.5 sacks, 10.5 tackles for loss. The reason I can't get over on the win total, man, even though Sellers is great, completed 65% of his passes, also rushed for 674 yards, it's the schedule, especially midseason. They get LSU, Oklahoma, Bama, and Ole Miss in consecutive weeks. And then they close out the year against Texas A&M and Clemson. So, unfortunately, we got to go under on the Gamecocks, which means Lenora Sellers most likely not going to be your Heisman winner. Under 7.5 wins, minus 145. Sorry, Rob Brown.
All right, and numero trace on my card. I'm going to take the under in Orioles and Red Sox. That's a flat 9 right now at BetMGM. Lighter juice on that one, too, at a minus 102. You got Bueller against Sagano. I know Bueller has been a bit of misadventure this year, but he's pitching better here of late. 3.54 ERA in his last 5 starts. And Sagano also tore the ball a little bit better here in his last 5 starts at 3.00 ERA. You throw the fact that Baltimore's number 25 in WRC Plus the last couple of weeks, and the Red Sox are number 20. I think the under comes through between O's and Red Sox on 9 runs at a minus 102 juice. So feeling pretty good about that one. I think we're up against it right now. I'm not hearing any music or anything in my ear, but my clock is suggesting so, unless Brando tells me a little bit differently. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a little CS here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, more bets, including Parlay Pete's action. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Yar!
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
I think the time in D.C. is probably over for Brian Robinson Jr., which is kind of crazy to say. And this sped up quickly. Like, this went from, okay, maybe the Commanders might be interested in a new running back to, oh, both sides have agreed that he's going to sit. The Commanders were telling him, we're going to sit you because they're looking to trade him, maybe cut him, but I think ultimately they want to trade him and get something for him in return. And then they have this kid that they drafted late in the draft, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, who wants to be known as Bill. So Bill has come on and been a wonderkind at camp. He looks great. He looked great last night. And it just feels like Brian Robinson Jr. has never sort of fit into what the Commanders want to do in that offense. Great short yardage back, but he doesn't have that explosive speed. And so he's gone from, hey, this is our starter, to throughout camp, he might be challenged to, I don't know if he's going to be on the team here in a couple weeks.
Brad, you have the Play Like a Champion Today hat on. That tells me you might be a Notre Dame fan. Where do you have them power rated? And are they good enough to win a couple games and get over the hump of being a national champion this year?
Well, I am a Notre Dame fan, but I wear a bunch of different hats. I think I had an Alabama hat on the last show I did. But as far as the Fighting Irish go, I think they're a legit national title contender. Haven't been able to say that too often in the last 30 years. I thought last year's team was their best team legitimately in the last 30 years. And I think this year's team, if you just go through the roster, probably better and deeper than last year's team. However, one caveat being the all-important position of quarterback. Haven't loved what I've heard out of fall camp. I think I would give the slight edge to Kenny Minchey, which is a pretty big shock that he might be the starter game one over C.J. Carr, because coming out of spring, you thought it was C.J. Carr's definite job to lose. I think it just basically comes down to this. The quarterback can't get him beat. I mean, as long as they go out there, distribute the ball, the guys like Jeremiah Love, the best running back in the country. I think the wide receiver position is the best Notre Dame's had in 5+ years. Offensive line is one of the top 5 offensive lines in the country. Defense is right there. As long as the quarterback's not turning over a bunch, they're gonna be favored in every game. The problem with Notre Dame though this year is their 2 toughest games are their first 2 games, and that's not the great way to break in an inexperienced quarterback. But I'm telling you right now, if they beat Miami in game 1, I mean they're already a touchdown plus favorite against Texas A&M in the second game. I mean they'll be a double-digit favorite in every other game. I mean you could pretty much book their playoff tickets if they beat Miami on that opening Sunday night.
I think it's fine at 12. The thing that's so amazing about this conversation, guys, is it's very hard historically for college sports to make any changes, to increase their playoff size, to decide on anything. And they go from 4 to, well, it's hard to get to 4, as you guys know, and then they go from 4 to 12, 3 times the amount. I'm not great at math, but I think it's 3 times the amount. And I think there were a lot of really good things about last year's playoff. They figured out the seeding, and that's going to be improved going forward. The idea that you go to 12 and you're already talking about 16, and then obviously there's some preliminary talks about 24, 28. It's so unlike college sports to be already in these discussions. We got to get bigger. We're not valued enough. 8-4 is a good record. I mean, this is just insane when you think about how difficult it's been for college football in particular to get to a playoff to begin with, and then to expand the playoff. I think 12 should be able to breathe for a little while, especially with the straight seeding before we go bigger. But again, you guys know it.
Now, Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath bring out their sledgehammers on BetMGM tonight. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. We're going to have the Stones because we're going to put them down on a few more selections. The world of sports betting here momentarily. Parlay Pete's got to mosey on over from the bar. Get his parlay of the day locked and loaded. We're going to say hello to our little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. We're going to roll the shoulders at plus money and get seduced by the juice and working some bonus time bets as well. We're going to be revealing our all-man crush fantasy football teams a little bit later on, and we want to know what your favorite man crush is in fantasy football drafts this year. Simple way to contact Jorge and I. If you have one of those, just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your all-man crush selections on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. With that out of the way, excuse me for a second. I got to yell over at this blatant idiot who is slugging back shots at the bar. Hey, Pegleg, get over here. Yeah. Shiver me timbers. I'm here. to make some booty. Yeah, Parlay Pete is in the house. Itching to get his parlay of the day on the board. And he's going to the diamond with a little two-legger on pitcher outs. Leg numero uno. He's taking the under on Joe Ryan. 18.5 outs. And leg numero dos. Seth Lugo of the Royals on the over. 17.5 outs before revealing the Jews straight from the cold, dead end. One Parlay Pete. I got the reasons right here. Again, back to leg numero uno on his two-leg parlay. Joe Ryan of the Twinkies under 18.5 outs. Parlay Pete is loving this because you look at Ryan taking on the Athletics. Last time he faced the A's back in early June, only went 5 innings in that game and gave up 4 earned runs. He has not survived 6 1/3 innings in 5 of his last 7 starts. Outstanding, really, home ERA at 3.03, and it's even better over the last 5 starts at 2.73. But the A's have been white hot at the dish, number 3 in WRC plus. Parlay Pete believes he'll be lucky to complete 6 innings, let alone 6 1/3. Meanwhile, leg numero dos, Seth Lugo on the over 17.5 outs. The Kansas City Royals taking on the Texas Rangers. You look at Lugo, last time he faced Hio Silver back in mid-June, he went exactly 6 innings. Only gave up an earned run, gave up a walk, and struck out 9, which was a season high. He has been under this prop in 4 straight starts. He's got a disgusting 7.40 ERA in his last 5, but on the season, a 3.33 ERA at Kauffman Stadium. And you look at the Rangers, a middling number 18 and WRC plus the last 2 weeks. So, yeah, shiver me timbers. To recap. Parlay Pete roll with a 2-layer in Major League Baseball. Leg numero uno, Joe Ryan under 18.5 outs. Leg numero dos, Seth Lugo over 17.5 outs. Both those legs hit. It works out to a cool plus 140 at BetMGM. All right, it's time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend, Ryan Horvat. What is the phrase that pays?
Daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's got to have it. Give me the sledgehammer, Brando. There it is. Yeah. SEC day. Tomorrow, we'll go with a little Big 12. College football, right around the corner. Man, it doesn't get much better until we get the NFL going at the same time. Then it does get better. Let's go with an under. I like to bet a lot of unders. We're going to go under 4.5 wins on Kentucky, minus 110. Last time we went under on their win total, Will Levis was the starting quarterback. We've stayed away the last couple of years, but they only got 3 starters back on offense, 4 on defense for Mark Stoops. For the first time since 2020, they will have the same play caller, though, for the 2nd consecutive season, so that's a good thing, but I'm not in love with the quarterback position. They have 6 transfers trying to fix one of the worst offensive lines in college football. Ton of new players from the portal at wide receiver. Now, Stoops hasn't had consecutive losing seasons, I believe, since 2015. But it's going to happen here. Just look at the schedule, man. We're 5 wins for Kentucky. So under 4.5 on Kentucky, minus 110.
All right, taking the under on the Wildcats. Not going to scratch and claw their way to a whole lot of wins there in the SEC. Totally agree with that. Why? Because Tim Couch played there once. All right, I'm going to go with the WNBA. Daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta. Let's go. Oh, yeah. I'm going to go with Gabby Williams of the Seattle Storm, and I think she is going to be, cracking some lightning and some thunder, bringing the heat, bringing the noise, and dishing out a whole bunch of dimes in this one. So give me the over on 4.5 assists. That's all it is. Standard juice of minus 110, taking on the Chicago Sky. And you look at Gabby Williams, she has gone over 4.5 assists in 2 of her last 3 games. The last time she faced Chicago, back on July the 24th, she had 7 assists in that contest. Now, she's only averaging 4.5, so right at where the line is on the year. But you look at Chicago here, the Sky over their last 10 games, they've allowed the 4th most opponent assists per game at 21.3, and they've also given up the 3rd worst offensive rating in all of the WNBA, allowing 1.113 points per possession. So again, the Sky are unraveling defensively. They've given up a ton of dimes to the opposition. and that is a specialty of one Gabby Williams. So, Gabby, make me some greenbacks on the over 4.5 assists at a -110. My sledgehammer special in the WNBA tonight. All right, it's time to roll the shoulders, my man, and get seduced by the juice. Oh, thank you, bartender, as always, for the generous pour. So here's what we're going to do, Horvey. We're going to, Billy, we're going to engage in some riveting conversation. We're going to throw back a couple of shots, catch a buzz. We're going to turn on the sports, and hopefully cash in on our wagers. Could be in the moment, on the docket tonight, or looking ahead in the future. And for you, you've already said what the theme is. All SEC, all the damn time. So what do you like at plus money?
I wish I was at a watering hole tonight out in Tuscaloosa, having a couple of drinks, talking Alabama football. I'll go with the double here, right? Alabama right now is 5-1. That's the best price that you could get to win the SEC. And I did bet Texas, but I had to play a little Bama as well, man. 13 returning starters. I like Kalen DeBoer, even though some people are out on him, especially when he has Ryan Grubb as his OC. We saw this at Washington. They went to the 2023 championship game. Ty Simpson, former 5-star, he went from 60-1 to win the Heisman down to 18-1 in some shops. But he's going to have one of the better wide receiver rooms in the country, maybe the best. Ryan Williams is a star, averaged over 18 yards per catch. Also, a little sprinkle on him to win the Heisman, 33-1, just in case he has a Devontae Smith type season. Bernard's back. They got Isaiah Horton in the transfer portal from Miami. He had 56 grabs from Cam Ward last year. Jam Miller back at running back, 668 yards, 7 touchdowns last season. They did lose Justin Haynes to Michigan, but they have some solid backups. And the offensive line is going to be a strength. Caden Proctor's back. They're really big up front. Defensive side of the ball, you knew last year, replacing Nick Saban, anybody was going to be a downgrade. So Kane Womack, I'm not really sold on him. They lost Caleb Downs before last year, but this year I think the secondary is going to recover. The defense only had 25 sacks last year. That was their lowest since 2013. I think they bounce back. And I look at the schedule. The opener, I think that's a tricky game that people are going to sleep on because I think Florida State's going to be more competitive this year. They're on the road there. They do have to go on the road to play Georgia September 27th, but then they get Tennessee, LSU, and Oklahoma all at home. Whoever wins the SEC, I think they're probably going to finish with a loss or two. So let's go with Bama at 5-1 to bounce back this year, even though they won 9 games last year and everybody's ready to jump off a cliff there. I think they're going to be just fine. So 5-1, great price. Year 2 for Kalen DeBoer on Bama.
And all I got to say about that bet is roll tide.
Yeah.
A fabulous value at 5-1. I think I might have to tell you on that, good sir. All right, I'm going to roll the shoulders, my man, and get seduced by the juice. Again, the WNBA, I like the Golden State Valkyries to win straight up tonight at home against the visiting Phoenix Mercury, plus 260 if they spring that upset. On the standard line, they're catching 7 points in this game. Golden State is 0-2 against the PHX straight up this season, but the last time they played at home, they only lost by un punto in that matchup, 78-77. You look at the net efficiency ranks of these two franchises over the last 10 games. Golden State's been better than Phoenix by 1 spot. Number 4 in net efficiency, Phoenix at number 5. The Mercury as well, just 5-5 straight up in their last 10. Golden State, they won 7 of their last 10 again straight up. So the evidence is there. Playing good ball right now. I don't think they're going to get swept in the regular season series. So give me Golden State at home on the money line against the Phoenix Mercury at plus 260. Mouth-watering juice, to say the least there. Available at BetMGM. All right, it's bonus time. Whether you want to get a bet out there, WNBA, maybe something in Major League Baseball, the futures market in the NFL, or in college football, all I ask, Ryan Horvat, is for you to give me another bet. So, good sir, give it to me.
All right, best bet, Heisman market in the SEC, in my opinion. Not Arch Manning. So what we're going to do is we're going to find a quarterback here, and we're going to go with John Mateer. and I could see it right now. Let's just say Venables finally has a winning season. 2 of his first 3 have been losing seasons at Oklahoma. The defense is going to be good. I think the defense is going to be top 25, as I've said multiple times on this show. But I think the offense is also going to bounce back. They hire Ben Arbuckle from Washington State, and they bring over John Mateer, who now everybody knows because of the whole sports betting stuff on Venmo and whatnot. But as long as he stays out of trouble, and I think that was all just a big mix-up, I think the offense is going to be better, man. I mean, Mateer last year was ridiculously good. You look at the numbers, these are like created player numbers. 3,139 yards passing, 29 touchdowns. And then he rushed for 15 touchdowns, tied for the lead in the nation with total touchdowns, 44, rushed for 826 yards. He's 25-1 right now to win the Heisman. Now, again, Oklahoma is going to have to win 9 to 10 games, and they have a tough schedule, even in the non-conference. Week 2, you get Michigan. They get Texas, Bama, LSU. So they get all the top teams. But if Brent Venables doesn't win 9-10 games, he might be out. They went all in on the offensive side of the ball. So let's go with Mateer to win the Heisman 25-1. I like this better than Sellers for a dual threat quarterback just because I think Oklahoma has a higher ceiling than South Carolina, even though both have tough schedules. I just think Oklahoma's defense is going to be really good. So John Mateer to win the Heisman 25-1.
Yeah, that's a juicy price at 25-1. Good call there. Let's get some more plus money on the board. Give me Juan Soto to record an RBI against the Nats tonight at plus 145. According to Monty, who's working the video board here, Michael Montgomery on BetMGM tonight. His site, batters-box.com. Soto is the top play, according to the advanced analytics, and he has cashed the over on recording an RBI in 7 of his last 10 games against Washington this season, batting a stupid 423 with a 1,290 OPS. That's over 25 at bats. He's also driven in 4. He's going to face Jake Irvin, who he is 2 for 6 lifetime against with a home run. And Irvin has been stanky in his last 5 starts, surrendering a 7.88 ERA. So Juan Soto to get an RBI at plus 145. I find that simply irresistible. To quote the great and late Robert Palmer, that's one of my favorite bets on the board, and I'm throwing it out in bonus time. Horvey, you got to ride with me on Soto. Do you think he's going to have a big night, considering the history he's had recently against the Washington Nationals?
You had me at revenge game, man. Even though, is he really out for revenge? Washington. When I first moved to D.C., I'll never forget, man, the first sign I saw outside Nats Park was tickets starting at $9, and it was Juan Soto. And then the next year, even though Juan Soto was moved, they still had Juan Soto on that billboard because they don't have another marketable player. Maybe who? Like CJ Abrams. But yeah, I'll ride with you on that. That's a really good price, man. I might even sprinkle a little home run after last night, cashing a couple different tickets. I did my part in the hitter parlay. So yeah, I'll ride with you on that one. Why not?
Oh, speaking of the hitter parlay, we're going to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're going to set the dish in another edition of Butter Up, and we're going to feature that crew to cash hot hit parlay. We've been over so far this week, but it's time to break out of the funk and the slump on the 4-banger tonight, and we're going to work in some more bets. We got 4 games to break down out west. So don't go anywhere, fools. We're just getting started here on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
I think the time in D.C. is probably over for Brian Robinson Jr., which is kind of crazy to say. And this sped up quickly. Like, this went from, okay, maybe the Commanders might be interested in a new running back to, oh, both sides have agreed that he's going to sit. The Commanders were telling him, we're going to sit you because they're looking to trade him, maybe cut him, but I think ultimately they want to trade him and get something for him in return. And then they have this kid that they drafted late in the draft, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, who wants to be known as Bill, So Bill has come on and been a wonderkind at camp. He looks great. He looked great last night. And it just feels like Brian Robinson Jr. has never sort of fit into what the Commanders want to do in that offense. Great short yardage back, but he doesn't have that explosive speed. And so he's gone from, hey, this is our starter, to throughout camp, he might be challenged to, I don't know if he's going to be on the team here in a couple weeks.
Brad, you have the Play Like a Champion Today hat on. That tells me you might be a Notre Dame fan. Where do you have them power rated? And are they good enough to win a couple games and get over the hump of being a national champion this year?
Well, I am a Notre Dame fan, but I wear a bunch of different hats. I think I had an Alabama hat on the last show I did. But as far as the Fighting Irish go, I think they're a legit national title contender. Haven't been able to say that too often in the last 30 years. I thought last year's team was their best team legitimately in the last 30 years. And I think this year's team, if you just go through the roster, probably better and deeper than last year's team. However, one caveat being the all-important position of quarterback. Haven't loved what I've heard out of fall camp. I think I would give the slight edge to Kenny Minchey, which is a pretty big shock. That he might be the starter game one over CJ Carr, because coming out of spring, you thought it was CJ Carr's definite job to lose. I think it just basically comes down to this. The quarterback can't get him beat. I mean, as long as they go out there, distribute the ball, the guys like Jeremiah Love, the best running back in the country. I think the wide receiver position is the best Notre Dame's had in 5+ years. Offensive line is one of the top 5 offensive lines in the country. Defense is right there. As long as the quarterback's not turning over a bunch, they're gonna be favored in every game. The problem with Notre Dame though this year is their 2 toughest games are their first 2 games, and that's not the great way to break in an inexperienced quarterback. But I'm telling you right now, if they beat Miami in game 1, I mean they're already a touchdown plus favorite against Texas A&M in the second game. I mean they'll be a double-digit favorite in every other game. I mean you could pretty much book their playoff tickets if they beat Miami on that opening Sunday night.
I think it's fine at 12. The thing that's so amazing about this conversation, guys, is it's very hard historically for college sports to make any changes, to increase their playoff size, to decide on anything. And they go from 4 to, well, it's hard to get to 4, as you guys know, and then they go from 4 to 12, 3 times the amount. I'm not great at math, but I think it's 3 times the amount. And I think there were a lot of really good things about last year's playoff. They figured out the seeding, and that's going to be improved going forward. The idea that you go to 12 and you're already talking about 16, and then obviously there's some preliminary talks about 24, 28. It's so unlike college sports to be already in these discussions. We got to get bigger. We're not valued enough. 8-4 is a good record. I mean, this is just insane when you think about how difficult it's been for college football in particular to get to a playoff to begin with, and then to expand the playoff. I think 12 should be able to breathe for a little while, especially with the straight seeding before we go bigger. But again, you guys know it. Every playoff system in this country and every sport gets bigger and bigger, and more than likely college football's playoff will get bigger than 12. It's just a matter of how big.
Let's cash in on the diamond with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath on BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brian the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. We're going to step to the dish and take some more hacks in Major League Baseball. Another edition of Batter Up right around the corner. But before we get to that, friendly reminder, folks, we have our pole dancing poll question of the day, and it demands your vote. It's asking you this, and it's on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Among our all-man crush selections, who do you desire most in your fantasy football drafts? Your options are Chase Brown, the Cincinnati Bengals, Brian Thomas of the Jacksonville Jaguars, Dak Prescott of the Dallas Cowboys, or Travion Henderson of the New England Patriots. So far, over 260 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and drop us a comment, aka bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. No matter where the action is, BetMGM will supercharge the odds on your next sports bet. Use the Odds Boost token to boost your potential payout from a winning bet. Only at BetMGM. So opt in right now on that Odds Boost token. Plenty of baseball to choose from, and we're going to be breaking down some of those games being played out in the Pacific and Mountain time zones right stinking now. It's time for another edition of Batter Up.
Let's cash in on the diamond. Ryan Horvath and Brad Evans are swinging for profits. It's Batter Up on BetMGM tonight.
All right, Ryan Horvath, a supreme speedster on the base pass. So naturally, being the slap hitter that he is, I think he's got one career home run and 15,000 career at bats. So again, I mentioned the Juan Pierre comp. I think it's spot on, to be frank. So he's got to find some green grass. Like Luis Ariz, and then he's got to collect his base, maybe steal second, possibly steal third, hopefully then touch home on a winner with his first bet. So he's got to throw out that first bet. He's going to give the reasons behind the said first bet. Then he's going to drop a little baseball phrase at that point. Brando's looking at the board, and EPing tonight is going to drop a baseball sounder. It could be a famous movie scene. It could also be a famous call in Major League Baseball. Then that will be my cue to pick up the torch and run with it with my selection. And we're going to squeeze in as many baseball bets as we possibly can in this segment. And then once we wrap, we're going to throw out our Crew to Cash hot hit parlay of the night. It's a four-legger, not a substantial juice, but again, we are desperate for a winner in our Crew to Cash sweepstakes, and I'm feeling pretty good about his chances this evening. So, Ryan, go ahead and pick up your bat. Take a little stroll to the plate. It's time to give us your first Batter Up.
All right, let's do it. We're going to go with the side here, and let's go with the Cincinnati Reds. Now, let me pull it up and see what the best price is right now on the Reds. Right now, over at BetMGM, you could get the Reds at minus 135, actually. So this open minus 41. So that's the best price I'm seeing right now. Actually, minus 130, even better. So the Reds, unfortunately, right back in the wild card race. Big series right now, though, against the Angels. The Angels are going with Hendricks, who Kyle Hendricks' better days are obviously behind him. We thank him for his service, though. 6-8 this year with a 4.88 ERA. And Hunter Green has been pretty good. Overall, 5-3 this season with the 2.47 ERA. Since he's come back, the Reds have won 3 of his last 5 starts. He has, like I said, a 2.47 ERA, and he's also struck out 79 batters in 65 2/3. And the Reds have won 3 of their last 5 as well. So every game's big right now for Cincinnati. We're getting a discounted price, which scares me a little bit, but let's go minus 135. Brando, hit me with a moonshot for the Cincinnati Reds.
That's it well. Deep right field. Hernandez watches. Bye-bye, Pete Crow Armstrong. He annihilated that baseball. 2-run shot deep into the bleachers. It's 7-4 Cubs.
That ain't Pat Hughes.
Oh, I hope we get that version of PCA tonight, man. I am hoping and praying for that, and the Cubs could desperately get a sweep. They need it against the Milwaukee Brewers after it was a bit hairy in that first game, but they still got the win. All right, let's stay with the Reds team, shall we? And let's go with the former Pittsburgh Pirate. I'm going to go with Ke'Bryan Hayes on the over 1.5 HRR, also known as hits plus runs plus RBI, also known as her taking on those Halos. You can get this right now, plus 110. So little babysitters by the Jews there at BetMGM. Hayes has done this in 3 of his last 5 games. Over last week, he's batting a robust 333 with a 1,067 OPS. Great history against Kyle Hendricks as well during their days there in the NL Central going toe-to-toe. 9 for 21 lifetime with a pair of home runs. That shakes out to a 429 batting average and a 1,238 OPS. Hendricks has been subpar, as you've already noted. 4.88 ERA in his last 5, though he's only allowed a 36.3% hard hit rate. Still, Ke'Bryan Hayes, give me the over 1.5 on the her against the Angels at a plus 110 juice. Brando, swipe a bag.
Oh, what are you doing? He threw him out of the ballgame. You gotta be vaping me. What in the hell are you doing? What are you doing, Wagner? You gotta be kidding me. That is so bad. That is absolutely brutal.
I mean this with all due respect. Was there ever a bigger homer on a broadcast than Hawk Harrelson? I don't think so, man.
No.
Yeah. No, I don't think so. Harry. But Harry was so drunk, you didn't really. I don't think he knew where he was.
I had no idea what was going on.
He really didn't, dude. It's great going back and watching those YouTube clips. He'd just be out there shirtless, no shoes on, drinking a beer. Well, those were the times, man. We missed the times. At least I did. All right, let's go to. All right, so this one scares me a little bit, right? But hear me out. All right, we're going to take the San Francisco Giants tonight. Not on the money line. I don't think they're going to win because they're going against the Padres, who actually have things to play for. The Giants in free fall mode. They are 3 games below 500. They're going against Nick Pivetta, who's been excellent this season. He's 12-4, has a 2.87 ERA, a 0.95 WHIP in 24 starts. He's went over 141 innings, but he did have a rough outing back on August 8th against Boston. Gave up 5 earned runs in 6 innings. And the Giants are 21-82. I'm looking at their current lineup tonight with 9 doubles, a triple, 2 homers against Pivetta. Let's just take them to keep it close. On the run line, plus 1.5 for the Giants, minus 118. I got a feeling. Brando, hit me with a cannon shot.
The outfield is shallow. The infield is up. Finley today is 1 for 4. Franklin set. Wayne ready and deals. Swung on. High fly ball to deep right field. Wherever it goes, the Dodgers have won, and it's a grand slam home run.
All right, hopefully that's going to come off the bat of one Shohei Ohtani. By the way, it's like plus 100 for him at anytime home run market tonight.
Jesus.
Which is kind of wild. Plus 100, there's absolutely no value. It's very rare you're ever going to see that at BetMGM. So let's get an Ohtani prop. I'm going to say he gets an RBI. I'm going to parlay that in SGP with the Dodgers, minus 1.5 on the run line against those Colorado Pebbles, plus 120 on that SGP. I look at Ohtani, 18 career games at Coors Field. He's got 18 RBI. Hit a RBI last night. He is also batting .357 with a 1,223 OPS and 18 RBI against Colorado this season. He's got nearly 20 RBI in his last 30 days, and he's facing the Goomba, Austin Gomber, who he's going to smash, you Super Mario Brothers fans. He is 4-13 with 2 home runs and 5 RBI against Gomber in his career, and Gomber's got a 7.11 home ERA. So again, Dodgers minus 1.5 of the run line, and Ohtani RBI plus 120. Brando, give me the yakka.
The quick pitch. And Baez sends it deep to left. Pagan is there at the wall, and it's in the basket.
All right, so I was looking for a way as well to fade the Colorado Rockies, and it's funny that you bring up the Ohtani home run prices only being even money, and it's because I was looking at the run line, and they're -2.5. I was looking at the team total, and I bet it, but it's 6.5, man, and it's juice right now, -140. But I'm going to take a shot. Austin Gomber's on the mound. What could you say about him this season that hasn't already been said about the Godfather Part 3? He's making his 12th start of the season. He's 0-6 with a 6.75 ERA, a 1.61 whip. Like, I get that he pitches half of his games at Coors, but it's gross. 15 walks to 32 strikeouts. So it's the Dodgers. Let's go over on the team total 6.5 and just pray that they score 10 runs in the first 5 innings and it's no sweat. Brando, hit me with a frozen rope in honor of Austin Gomber.
He was safe. He never tagged him with the ball. You idiot. He was out when they ran on the baseline. All right, I've had enough. You're out of here. What do you mean? You can't throw an umpire out of the game. Yeah. All right, you're out of here.
All right, quickly, I'm just going to throw this out. Stephen Kwan over a half of a run scored at +105, one of my last and favorite bets against the Arizona Diamondbacks. So right now we're going to get accrued a cash hot hit parlay of the night. I'll bat leadoff. Give me Shohei Ohtani to get a hit. He has done this in 15 of his last 16. Juice to high heaven, but that's why we got to parlay it together. Ryan, you're going to double down on a Dodger. Who is it?
Freddie Freeman, 6 for 16 in his career against Gomber. He has 2 homers, 3 RBI, and a 375 batting average. I think everybody in that lineup is going to get a hit tonight.
Brando EP and a work on the board. Who's your pick to click?
Give me Fernando Tatis Jr. Guy is on a heater, hitting over 380 in his last 7 days. So give me Fernando Tatis Jr.
And Monty working the video board, batting cleanup. Who's your guy?
Ketel Marte, I've got a great matchup for him tonight against Tanner Bybee, and he's got 1 hit in 73% of games with a great matchup.
Great call there at batters-box.com. Again, Shohei Ohtani, Freddie Freeman, Fernando Tatis Jr., Ketel Marte, if they all get a hit, +135 at BetMGM. Stick around when we come back here on BetMGM tonight. We're talking to Matt Verderame, all NFL all the time. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Kate Constable of Bet Sweats here. Wednesday morning at 9:20 Eastern. Can the Packers return to the top of the NFC North on the next Bet Sweats?
I think the time in DC is probably over for Brian Robinson Jr., which is kind of crazy to say. And this sped up quickly. Like, this went from, okay, maybe the Commanders might be interested in a new running back to, oh, both sides have agreed that he's going to sit. The Commanders were telling him, we're going to sit you because they're looking to trade him, maybe cut him, but I think ultimately they want to trade him and get something for him in return. And then they have this kid that they drafted late in the draft, Corey Krosky-Merritt, who wants to be known as Bill. So Bill has come on and been a wonderkind at camp. He looks great. He looked great last night. And it just feels like Brian Robinson Jr. has never sort of fit into what the Commanders want to do in that offense. Great short yardage back, but he doesn't have that explosive speed. And so he's gone from, hey, this is our starter, to throughout camp, he might be challenged, to, I don't know if he's going to be on the team here in a couple weeks.
Brad, you have the Play Like a Champion Today hat on. That tells me you might be a Notre Dame fan. Where do you have them power rated? And are they good enough to win a couple games and get over the hump of being a national champion this year?
Well, I am a Notre Dame fan, but I wear a bunch of different hats. I think I had an Alabama hat on the last show I did. But as far as the Fighting Irish go, I think they're a legit national title contender. Haven't been able to say that too often in the last 30 years. I thought last year's team was their best team legitimately in the last 30 years. And I think this year's team, if you just go through the roster, probably better and deeper than last year's team. However, one caveat being the all-important position of quarterback. Haven't loved what I've heard out of fall camp. I think I would give the slight edge to Kenny Minchey, which is a pretty big shock. That he might be the starter game one over CJ Carr, because coming out of spring, you thought it was CJ Carr's definite job to lose. I think it just basically comes down to this: the quarterback play. The quarterback can't get them beat. I mean, as long as they go out there, distribute the ball. The guys like Jeremiah Love, the best running back in the country. I think the wide receiver position is the best Notre Dame's had in 5+ years. Offensive line is one of the top 5 offensive lines in the country. Defense is right there. As long as the quarterback's not turning over a bunch, they're gonna be favored in every game. The problem with Notre Dame though this year is their 2 toughest games are their first 2 games, and that's not the great way to break in an inexperienced quarterback. But I'm telling you right now, if they beat Miami in game 1, I mean, they're already a touchdown plus favorite against Texas A&M in the second game. I mean, they'll be a double-digit favorite in every other game. I mean, you could pretty much book their playoff tickets if they beat Miami on that opening Sunday night.
I mean, I think it's fine at 12. The thing that's so amazing about this conversation, guys, is it's very hard historically for college sports to make any changes, to increase their playoff size, to decide on anything. And they go from 4 to, well, it's hard to get to 4, as you guys know, and then they go from 4 to 12, 3 times the amount. I'm not great at math, but I think it's 3 times the amount. And I think there were a lot of really good things about last year's playoff. They figured out the seeding, and that's going to be improved going forward. The idea that you go to 12 and you're already talking about 16, and then obviously there's some preliminary talks about 24, 28. It's so unlike college sports to be already in these discussions. We got to get bigger. We're not valued enough. 8-4 is a good record. I mean, this is just insane when you think about how difficult it's been for college football in particular to get to a playoff to begin with, and then to expand the playoff. I think 12 should be able to breathe for a little while, especially with the straight seeding before we go bigger. But again, you guys know it. Every playoff system in this country and every sport gets bigger and bigger, and more than likely, college football's playoff will get bigger than 12. It's just a matter of how big.
Chaos commence.
We are the betting show.
There is no other show on the planet that packs in more picks nightly.
With the big noise, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action! They gotta listen to the sharps! Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well. Drake, hate the Drake. Love the Drake, hate the Drake. No, you never fade the Drake!
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
The Keep the Points special. I'll keep cashing tickets around here on Odyssey. Yeah, put me at night, baby. That's where we cash tickets.
They're bringing the heat and helping you cash in big.
It's a lock! It's over! It's a guarantee! It's easy money!
Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy. They're going to win this game outright, but I'll be safe and take the points plus 6.5.
And delivering the late night sweats.
And it's good! It's good!
Oh,
it is good!
No way!
It's good! Holy God! It is good!
I need to celebrate tonight with my family! Do it for my kids! Do it for my boy!
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Proud the big noise happens with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. We're going to be tracking down, hopefully, Matt Verderam momentarily. Going to talk all things NFL all the time here with Matt, who lives in the greater Kansas City area. So we're going to talk about that franchise right there in his backyard, especially about Rashee Rice. We know a lot of you have questions ahead of your fantasy football draft, and the biggest weekend of the fantasy football draft season is coming up this weekend. As a matter of fact, the second biggest weekend, of course, is always Labor Day weekend. So a lot of you itching to try to get some insights, and we're here to provide not only our opinions, but some astounding reporting as well. Also, friendly reminder, we're going to be sharing our all-man crush teams a little bit later on for fantasy football at quarterback, running back, wide receiver, and flex. Who is your biggest heartthrob target in fantasy football drafts this year? A player that you're head over heels for? We want to hear them. If you have any questions as well, we would love to take those. And don't be shy. Phone lines are wide open. And if you have any of those inquiries, or if you want to share your all-man crush thoughts, pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also drop off your questions or comments on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Brando, do we have Matt?
No.
We do not. Okay, so we're still trying to track down Matt Verderam. Hopefully we will, but if we don't, we can fill the time here in the meantime. Let me go and throw out the Rashee Rice question I was going to ask Matt first thing. Of course, the disciplinary hearing we know is coming down the chute at the end of September, on September 30th. The information that we got from Grunhard, who covers the Kansas City Chiefs there in the greater KC area, played for that team, has been a guest on our show a number of times. He was hearing it could be as many as 8 to 10 games. And I saw another reporter throwing that out, that individual also heard that it could be 8 to 10 games. So it could be a similar source there. Of course, the judge will ultimately decide, but according to Grunhard, she is somebody that really lays down the law and issues a heavy-handed verdict and punishment when she has been on the bench. So it's really up in the air, but I think Rashee Rice is going to miss a large chunk of the regular season. It's still crazy to me that people are extending that go gadget arm to acquire his services even in the middle of rounds without any guarantee he's going to play more than, let's say, 8 or 9 games this year, and he may miss a lot of those pivotal contests in the middle of the season where a lot of fantasy managers are going to be scratching and clawing to try to make their fantasy football playoffs.
Totally agree, man. So I was all hyped up about the Chiefs offense this year. I kept saying it's going to be a bounce back year. And it's funny because they just played in the Super Bowl. They lost. The concern is the offensive line. That's why they got blown out in that game really by Philadelphia, is the offensive line. Kind of like a couple of years back, right? When they lost to Tampa Bay, that was the worst performance we saw from Mahomes because he was under pressure on over 80% of the dropbacks against that Tampa front. It was the same story against Philadelphia. They didn't really do a whole lot to make me feel better about the offensive line, but I felt better about the skill positions because we figured Hollywood Brown's going to be healthy at the start of the season, right? Travis Kelce, even though he might be on his last leg, he's healthy, man, and he lost a bunch of weight. He's in shape, so felt good about him as a situational player, but I was really excited for Rashee Rice to come back, and I figured maybe a 3-4 game suspension, but it's going to be 8 to 10 games. I'm with you, man. I'm staying away from Rashee Rice. So then you start to think, well, who do I trust? And Hollywood Brown is already dealing with an injury. Didn't play last year until week 12. So it's got to be Xavier Worthy, man, especially when you go back and you watch those final, 8 to 10 games of the season. And we all know the Andy Reid offense, right? It's a little more complicated. It was always going to take him some time to adjust to the pro game in that, complicated offense. But I think he's the guy to buy on right now is Rashee Rice, man, because I'm not touching Rashee Rice. Sorry, Xavier Worthy. I'm not touching Rashee Rice, but I do like Xavier Worthy, who I'll be attempting to grab this Sunday.
Yeah, and I think Xavier Worthy, going to give it to you, is a guy that's kind of a jack of all trades. And what I like is his utilization in the run game, and they'll use him inside the red zone on occasion. Now, Isaiah Pacheco is back. He's healthy. He resembles the violent downhill runner that we've grown accustomed to seeing when he has been upright and in uniform. So it could be really a bounce-back campaign for him. But Xavier Worthy is a guy that you can feature on jet sweeps. You can hand the ball directly off to him. You can throw those backwards or sideways passes. And he's going to get you 5 yards almost every stinking time. And his downfield progression was notable last year. Really struggled on some of those, routes beyond 20 yards. But with his elite speed, he really grew into that role and became more efficient in that capacity over the second half of the season. So he's grown some branches on that route tree, and he has polished those off. According to local reports there during training camp. I haven't seen much of course, in the preseason. But yeah, I think Xavier Worthy, like around round 5, round 6, definitely a worthy investment in 12-team fantasy drafts. To say Travis Kelce, I think is a guy that's going to be a borderline TE1 in 12-team formats. The touchdowns may be there. He's still, sticks out like a sore red thumb inside the 20-yard line. He may grab 6-7 scores this season in his potential swan song. But like Grunhard had said, Tim Grunhard, when we had him on, a couple of days ago, he goes, I would take the under on his yardage. And I kind of agree. I think he's going to be lucky to crack like 625, 650 yards through the air. And here's the other takeaway, Horvat. Patrick Mahomes is still going steadily at quarterback 6 in fantasy drafts. And I asked you the question, why?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. Because I mean, I'm looking at this wide receiver room right now, and even the tight end room, man. And Travis Kelce, I agree. He's probably a situational player. You're going to see him a lot in the red zone, meaning maybe we see more Noah Gray. Robert Tunyon's on this roster, which I think people forget about a couple years ago.
Yeah, I
Caught
did.
double-digit touchdowns from Aaron Rodgers. But it's Sky Moore. It's Juju Smith-Schuster. Look, Mahomes is still the best quarterback in the league, in my opinion. But fantasy purposes, with this Rashee Rice stuff coming out, I think obviously, you have to bump him back, man, just because he's not going to rush for a whole bunch of yards. Not every single week, at least. So, yeah, I think you got to move him back. Where would you have him right now, Mahomes? Outside, what? Top 10? Top 8?
Yeah, I've got him right now at quarterback 7, but honestly, I'm going to debate this in real time. I think I'm going to be sliding him down, just kind of pondering this a little bit more. It's not an ideal situation. Now, of course, he's got the booty scoots, and a guy's got to score occasionally on the ground with his legs. But with a healthy Isaiah Pacheco back, Pacheco's really going to dominate a lot of the red zone work. So you'll get the occasional RPO. But Mahomes is, I think, going to be more of a game manager. I thought he was going to storm back with a vengeance, maybe be in that 35 touchdown conversation, but I'm dialing that back. I think he's going to be lucky to throw 28, 29 touchdowns. And, his final line's going to resemble what he's done the last couple of years, in which he's been a bit of a fantasy disappointment. He's still darling on the national scene for regular football fans, but fantasy fans are like, you're Patrick Mahomes. You're supposed to be a generational stud, and you're not living up to the hype and expectation. So you look at the ADP right now, just inside the top 70. I tell you what, after the show tonight, the gamingjuice.com move Mahomes down past Kyler Murray, the Docks in the Desert, where I got a quarterback 8, past Baker Mayfield, who I have a quarterback 9, and then I'm going to debate who would I rather have. So maybe you can help me, break the tie in my head. Would you rather have Bo Nix or Patty Mahomes?
Now, obviously, who would I have in real life? Patty Mahomes, but I might say Bo Nix, to be honest with you, right? Year 2 in the Sean Payton offense. I really like that offense. And he's going to use his legs, man, right? I mean, nobody saw that season coming his rookie year. The touchdown number right now, the prop is 24.5. I can see him throwing 26 to 28 touchdown passes, close to maybe 4,000 yards. Because if you remember, they really took the handcuffs off Bo Nix the second half of the season. The first couple weeks of the season, it was all dink and dunk. That's when we saw the game against the Jets, where in the first half, he completed double-digit passes, 10 or 11 passes, I think, for -7 yards. I don't know. I still have the screenshot saved in my phone. I had never seen anything like it. But then the second half of the season started pushing the ball down the field. Maybe Bo Nix, man, just because of – I got to wait and see what's up with Hollywood Brown. If he's fully healthy, you have Hollywood Brown, you have Xavier Worthy, you have that tight end room. I still feel pretty good about Mahomes. But right now, my answer would be Bo Nix.
Yeah, and I think it's really not much of an arm twist at all to go with Bo Knows. And Bo knows a little fantasy football because, like Mahomes, he's a scoring duelist. So he can make those occasional plays with his legs and get you 350, 400 rushing yards, maybe get you 3 to 5 rushing touchdowns over the course of the season. What I like about Denver's situation in the wide receiver room, they're all big body guys, right?
Yeah.
You got Devon Vele in his second year. Long drink of water. Pat Bryant at 6'3" from the ILL, who's been a standout throughout camp and in the preseason. I actually led the team in receiving yards the last time out with 4 catches for 70 yards. You've got Cortland Sutton, who is another big body guy and a proven weapon in this offense and situation. And of course, you got the pre-existing relationship between Franklin and also Bo Nix being college teammates at Oregon. And you bring in Evan Ingram, whose specialty is going to be catch and run. And we saw that in the last preseason game against Arizona, which was just a simple slant route for 8 yards. He caught it, turned upfield, and it was a 58-yard gain against number ones on the defensive end of the Arizona Cardinals. They can really spread the love around, and I think Bo Nix is going to thrive as a result. So, yeah, I'm talking myself into it. Screw it. Bo Nix is going to be ahead of Patrick Mahomes tonight on my site, thegamingjuice.com. I'm going to move Mahomes down to it would be either 10 or 11 overall, and I'm probably going to have him right there because I have a feeling in light of the Rice news, in light of the fact that Hollywood Brown just cannot get healthy, and it is a rather thin receiver room, and you have along of the 2 tight end, though, future Hall of Famer and Travis Kelce, it's just not a great situation for him. Why not run the ball more as a result to alleviate some of the pressure and create added opportunities in the pass game? That might be the formula for Andy Reid to subscribe and to follow to early on in the season as Milwaukee immediately goes up 1-0 on the Cubs. Welcome back, Jameson Taillon.
Yeah. A couple thoughts that I had. So it would be for fantasy purposes, man, right? Like Tyreek Hill. Clearly there's nothing good going down right now in Miami. I don't know if the Chiefs would even want any part of that reunion because Tyreek, while he's still talented, he's losing a step. He's getting older. I think he's legitimately crazy, and I think that's why they were willing. Also like the cap situation. For years, I would always make the argument in the NFL, the cap was a myth, right? Like the cap didn't matter. And then when the Chiefs moved on from Tyreek and completely changed their offense from that high-powered Mahomes pushing the ball down the field to a more like dink and dunk type offense, I was like, maybe it's a real thing. But I wonder if they would have any interest if Miami was willing to move on. The other thought I had was, because my draft's coming up this Sunday, Denver, it's going to be tough this year because Sean Payton is a play caller. Every single week, he's going to script for opponent. So it could be the RJ Harvey game. It could be the J.K. Dobbins game. Maybe Estime gets more carries. It could be the Sutton game, the Troy Franklin game, the Mims Jr. game, the Vele game, the Ingram game, the Troutman game. That's what makes this Denver team so scary. Also, they have that defense, which should be top 5 if they stay healthy. That makes them scary, but it makes it really tough with their fantasy players. Because with Sean Payton, man, you go back to even when he was with the Saints, you never really know how he's going to use his guys. But Bo Nix is going to have a monster year.
Yeah, that Denver defense may drop 20 fantasy points week 1 against the visiting Tennessee Titans. All right, we got to take a little CS here on BetMGM tonight. We tracked down Matt Verderame, but Verderame. He's going to be joining us here next, so don't go anywhere. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
I think the time in D.C. is probably over for Brian Robinson Jr., which is kind of crazy to say. And this sped up quickly. Like this went from, okay, maybe the Commanders might be interested in a new running back to, both sides have agreed that he's going to sit. The Commanders were telling him, we're going to sit you because they're looking to trade him, maybe cut him, but I think ultimately they want to trade him and get something for him in return. And then they have this kid that they drafted late in the draft, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, who wants to be known as Bill. So Bill has come on and been a wonderkind at camp. He looks great. He looked great last night. And it just feels like Brian Robinson Jr. has never sort of fit into what the Commanders want to do in that offense. Great short yardage back, but he doesn't have that explosive speed. And so he's gone from, hey, this is our starter, to throughout camp, he might be challenged to, I don't know if he's going to be on the team here in a couple weeks.
Brad, you have the Play Like a Champion Today hat on. That tells me you might be a Notre Dame fan. Where do you have them power rated? And are they good enough to win a couple games and get over the hump of being a national champion this year?
Well, I am a Notre Dame fan, but I wear a bunch of different hats. I think I had an Alabama hat on the last show I did. But as far as the Fighting Irish go, I think they're a legit national title contender. Haven't been able to say that too often the last 30 years. I thought last year's team was their best team legitimately in the last 30 years. And I think this year's team, if you just go through the roster, probably better and deeper than last year's team. However, one caveat being the all-important position of quarterback. Haven't loved what I've heard out of fall camp. I think I would give the slight edge to Kenny Minchey, which is a pretty big shock. That he might be the starter game one over C.J. Carr, because coming out of spring, you thought it was C.J. Carr's definite job to lose. I think it just basically comes down to this. The quarterback can't get him beat. I mean, as long as they go out there, distribute the ball, the guys like Jeremiah Love, the best running back in the country. I think the wide receiver position is the best Notre Dame's had in 5+ years. Offensive line is one of the top 5 offensive lines in the country. Defense is right there. As long as the quarterback's not turning it over a bunch, they're gonna be favored in every game. The problem with Notre Dame though this year is their 2 toughest games are their first 2 games, and that's not the great way to break in an inexperienced quarterback. But I'm telling you right now, if they beat Miami in game 1, I mean they're already a touchdown plus favorite against Texas A&M in the second game. I mean they'll be a double-digit favorite in every other game. I mean you could pretty much book their playoff tickets if they beat Miami on that opening Sunday night.
I mean, I think it's fine at 12. The thing that's so amazing about this conversation, guys, is it's very hard historically for college sports to make any changes, to increase their playoff size, to decide on anything. And they go from 4 to, well, it's hard to get to 4, as you guys know, and then they go from 4 to 12, 3 times the amount. I'm not great at math, but I think it's 3 times the amount. And I think there were a lot of really good things about last year's playoff. They figured out the seeding, and that's going to be improved going forward. The idea that you go to 12 and you're already talking about 16, and then obviously there's some preliminary talks about 24, 28. It's so unlike college sports to be already in these discussions. We got to get bigger. We're not valued enough. 8-4 is a good record. I mean, this is just insane when you think about how difficult it's been for college football in particular to get to a playoff to begin with, and then to expand the playoff. I think 12 should be able to breathe for a little while, especially with the straight seeding before we go bigger. But again, you guys know it. Every playoff system in this country and every sport gets bigger and bigger, and more than likely college football's playoff will get bigger than 12. It's just a matter of how big.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brian the Big Noise Evans with you. And on this hashtag Team Bravos Tuesday, my guy Ryan Horvat riding shotgun. We're watching the Cubs and Brewers game 2. The Cubs took the first of the doubleheader, 1-0. And Jameson Taillon's return. It's been a minute since he's been on the mound, although Woodruff walk batter and Michael Bush of the game. So hopefully it's going to be another barn burner. And a slowly packing in Wrigley Field tonight under the prime time light. So keep you abreast of all that action. Some of the other action in the world of Major League Baseball. Juan Soto just went yard on a solo shot. Cha-ching! I just cashed in on the RBI prop at plus 145. Shout out to batters-box.com. Michael Montgomery is working the video board. That's his site, folks. And he had Juan Soto number 1 in his analytic rankings. So that was the only reason why I went with Soto tonight, and it cashed in as a result. So excellent resource. Batters-box.com is highly recommended. All right, we're going to do our all-man crush teams here in fantasy football momentarily. And a friendly reminder, folks, if you have a man crush in fantasy that you want to share with us, we want to hear who makes your heart go pitter-pat. Easy way to contact Ryan Horvath and I. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. Who is a guy that you will walk or run the earth to acquire in your fantasy drafts this year? That's the purpose of the all-man crush designation. So we want to hear who that guy is. 833-732-3875. Share those thoughts, and we'll bring you on air if you do. But right now, let's go ahead and dive in on our all-man crush selections at quarterback, regardless of ADP. These are must-haves, and we are willing to go the extra dollar. We're willing to go the extra round. We don't give a damn. These are guys we have to have on our rosters this season. So under center, taking the hikes. Who is that cat for you this year, Ryan Horvath?
All right, man. So this position, quarterback, for me was actually the toughest because there were a couple guys that I wanted to go with. I'm really high on Drake May with new weapons, and I think he's going to use his legs a lot in the Josh McDaniels offense. I wanted to go with Brock Purdy. I think he's going to do what he did 2 years ago, throw for over 4,000 yards, push the ball down the field. But you got to stick by your man. So I got to go with a top 10 quarterback. I'm going to go with Kyler Murray, who did let me down last year, but I think he's going to have a bounce back season because, frankly, I think he needs to, right? I mean, I do get a little bit nervous. Can he make the throws, especially to Marvin Harrison entering year 2? I think he's going to have a monster year. Struggles at times to throw the ball in the middle of the field, but luckily he has Trey McBride, a top 3, maybe the best tight end in the league. Last year, he had 5 top 5 weekly finishes with an average of 26.2 fantasy points per game. We need that to be double digits this year, right? If they're going to win over 8.5 games and make the playoffs plus 150, the offense has to be better. Among 40 qualifying quarterbacks, just 20th in yards per attempt, 18th in CPOE, 16th in passer rating. All those numbers need to improve to top 10, and I think they're going to, man. I'm high on the Arizona Cardinals this year. Maybe I'm just high, but I like the Cardinals. And Kyler, also, he's always going to give you the rushing yards as long as he stays healthy. 4th in rushing yards, 7th in rushing touchdowns among quarterbacks last year. So at quarterback, I got him in 2 leagues. I got to go Kyler Murray.
Yeah, the dachshund of the desert could earn those sausages, to say the least, this season, especially with what he can do there on the ground. I think he will take a step forward there. Marvin Harrison Jr. in year numero dos. I'm going to go to Big D. My all-man crush selection at quarterback is the Dak attack himself, Dak Prescott. A guy right now that you can get in the middle rounds, and I think he is a threat to crack the position's top 5 this year. That's not crazy talk, folks. I think he can be a top 5 fantasy quarterback like he was 2 years ago, when he led the NFL in passing touchdowns with 36 scores. Mike Clay's kind of projected for 4,350 passing yards, 27 passing touchdowns, a $198 on the ground, and 2 rushing touchdowns. He's got him a quarterback 12. And again, I think he's going to go over 30 passing scores this season. Why? Well, you got CeeDee Lamb, arguably one of the best wide receivers in the NFC. And you couple him with George Pickens, who is a field stretcher du jour, a guy, again, with Cirque du Soleil-like bend and skills in the pass game. His ball tracking talents are some of the best, if not the best, in the entirety of the NFL. Not only that, but the defense is going to be woeful. Much like Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals, Dak Prescott is probably going to have to uncork the ball at least 600 times this season to try to keep up with what the scoreboard demands. I know he was only number 34 in adjusted completion percentage before that hamstring tear set him back last year, but he completed 51.5% of his red zone attempts. He was also number 12 in deep ball completion percentage. So Dak Prescott, I'm going to say minimum, folks, 4,400 passing yards, 30 passing touchdowns. Going to be a monster year in Jerry's world and Big D. So that's why I'm man-crushing hard on the Dallas Cowboy. All right, let's go to running back. Who is your all-man crush selection at this position, mi amigo?
All right, so I love that selection by you, by the way. So 15-1, by the way, on Dak to lead the league in touchdown passes if you want to join me. I'm going to go with Trevion Henderson, man. I know he's a rookie. Love what I saw the last couple of years at Ohio State. 7.1 yards per carry, 10 touchdowns, and he shared the backfield, of course, with Quinshon Judkins. There's a reason why New England took him in the second round. And it wasn't just the push Ramondre Stevenson in camp, man. Stevenson's going to see some early down work, but Henderson is going to be the home run hitter, and we're seeing that in the preseason. I don't think you're going to be able to keep him off the field if he keeps making play after play. In 2 of his last 4 years at Ohio State was top 10 in yards after contact per attempt and top 20 in breakaway percentage both years, 10th and then 18th. Also, a really good pass catcher and route runner. If you look at his last 2 seasons at Ohio State, 21st and 22nd in receiving grade, according to PFF. Josh McDaniels is going to use him, in the pass game. If you look at his last full, really 5 seasons as a play caller, inside the top 10 in 4 of those years, with 20 to 36% of the passing a game going through the backfield. So I think even as a rookie, man, he could catch 40 to 50 balls. And I think when it's all said and done, he's running back number 1 in New England. So I love Henderson this year, even though he's only a rookie.
Man, his value is skyrocketing. His ADP right now positionally is RB19.
Yeah, I saw.
Give it a week, and I think he could be flirting with the RB top 15 in ADP. Yeah. I mean, the hype is deafening around him. Dude's got a lot of juice, but Ramondre Stevenson is still lurking, and we'll be siphoning off some of the touches, and we'll see just how successful overall the New England offense will be. I don't have to worry about the success rate of the Cincinnati Bengals, and that's why I'm getting down with my guy Chase Brown. We're drinking all the maple syrup. A guy that I absolutely love because he played at the ILL. And again, I witnessed every single down that he played at the University of Illinois in person at the home games. And, of course, watching him when they were on the road. And I felt, man, this guy is going to be a very productive NFL back if a team gives him a shot. He slow played his way into the lead role last season. Zach Moss with that neck injury. Obviously, once he was sidelined, it really opened the door, and it swung wide open. And Chase Brown ran through it with conviction. A guy that was an absolute RB1 stud down the home stretch. I think he could be in the conversation, to finish the year as the RB1 of ones. Yeah, he could be better than Bijan. He could be better than Jahmyr Gibbs. He could be better as well than the CMC Football Factory. He's got all the tools. He scored a touchdown last night in meaningless football with the ones, but I think at a minimum, you're looking at probably 12 to 15 combined touchdowns, at a minimum 1,500 to 1,700 total yards, and also at a minimum 65 receptions. His opportunity share is going to be approaching, if not exceeding, 90% this season. He's got no competition for touches in the best offense in the NFL. And he was also peak efficient last season, number 12 in total missed tackles force, number 20 in yards after contact per attempt, number 19 in yards created per touch. Again, Chase Brown, I love you. Come and sit on my lap. I absolutely adore the guy, and that's why I have so many shares of him in virtually every league that I'm in, so hopefully he will not let me down. At wide receiver, who was your all-man crush selection, my friend?
All right, let's go with Brian Thomas Jr. Got him in both leagues. I'm really high on the Jags to at least win 8 games this year. Year 1 for Liam Cohen calling plays. I think he's going to turn things around for Trevor Lawrence. Even a couple of years ago at Kentucky, he convinced people that Will Levis could be a starting quarterback in the National Football League. But last year, man, as a rookie, wide receiver 11 in fantasy points per game, 5th in deep targets, and that was with a lot of Mac Jones behind center. 15th in red zone targets. Now, hopefully, for an entire season, he gets a healthy Trevor Lawrence. If you watch that last preseason game, looked like a little bit of a jabroni. He fumbles way too much. But the second drive, he was like 6 for 7 passing. They get in the end zone. I think Trevor Lawrence is going to go over 21.5 touchdown passes. I think at least 11 of them are going to go to Brian Thomas Jr. And if you look at weeks 13 through 18 last year, wide receiver 2 in fantasy points per game. Among 72 qualifying receivers, he was 4th in target share, 7th in yards per route run. And now you have Liam Cohen, you have Trevor Lawrence, you also have Travis Hunter, who's going to do a lot of underneath work, screen game work, yak work, and then De'Ami Brown as well. And I like a couple of the other pieces there as well. I think the Jags offense is going to be fun. And I think Brian Thomas Jr. is going to be a top 10 wide receiver. So love him this year again, Brad.
Yeah, I love him as well. As if you got back-to-back picks at the turn in 12-team drafts, usually that's where he's going. So you got like an elite running back and Brian Thomas. So you go back-to-back wide receivers. You could also go like Brock Bowers and pair him with Brian Thomas. That is a delightful start, no matter how you approach it in fantasy football. Riddle me this, riddle me that. The Riddler is going to make backers' wallets fat. I'm talking about Calvin Ridley. Actually, I feel is a suitable quarterback under center with Mr. Mayo no longer in the picture. And now you substitute him with Cameron Ward. And Cam Ward is a guy who's a gamer, and he throws a pretty good deep ball. We've seen the preseason repeatedly. We've seen the connections he had week 1 of the preseason repeatedly with Calvin Ridley. And I think that's going to be first and foremost and happen quite often this year. Mike Clay's got projected for 70 catches, 1,105 yards, 7 touchdowns. He's got him at wide receiver 24, so very back-end wide receiver 2. You're getting him right now for a mid-range wide receiver 3 price. So there is a lot of profitability built into his current ADP. A guy who was number 5 in ADOT last year, number 1 in total air yards, but he was also number 1 in unrealized air yards because at a 97 ranking and catchable target rate, and Ward will be a more accurate passer than Levis. So give me Calvin Ridley all day as my wide receiver selection on my all-man crush team. Let's get flexy sexy. Any position but quarterback. What do you like to round things out on your all-man crush squad?
All right, I wanted to come out of left field with one, man. So let's go with Jordan Mason. I honestly think he might be the lead back, like 70-30 when it's all said and done. I love Aaron Jones, but come December, he's going to be 31 years old. James Cook last year, touchdown monster. David Montgomery, touchdown vulture. Jordan Mason, right now, I had to do this pizza money, 70-1 to lead the league in touchdowns, touchdown rushes. Aaron Jones is 80-1, which I think kind of tells you, man, that I think Jordan Mason's going to get the goal line work. Aaron Jones' rushing prop is only 3.5. I can't find a number for Jordan Mason. But if you look at the 6 games before he got hurt last year, that he was the full-time starter without Christian McCaffrey for the Niners, 21.3 touches, 111.8 total yards. He was a top 24 fantasy option. And now he's in the Kevin O'Connell offense. I can just see it now. Justin Jefferson, TJ Hawkinson, Jordan Addison getting tripped up at the 1, screwing us over on anytime touchdown bets and fantasy purposes. Here comes Jordan Mason. So I think he's going to be a touchdown vulture this year. I really like his value.
A lot of TJ Duckett tendencies. I give it an old school throwback name there in Jordan Mason's game at Yak Beast. And so is my flexy sexy option as well. Very similar running back in terms of style and substance. That's Tank Bigsby, and I'm popping off on him in the middle of my fantasy drafts. He's going to be the RB1 in Jacksonville. He's got to best Travis Etienne and will only supplant him, I think, in pass down situations. But Bigsby has an outside shot of like 8 to 10 rush scores of his own because I agree. And this Liam Cohen offense, if it does fire on all cylinders, they're going to be able to move the chains early and often and set some of those goal-to-go situations frequently, which Tank can plow through the competition. He was number 3 in yak per attempt last year, number 12 missed tackles force, number 23 in yards created per touch. He only saw 43.3% of the opportunity share at 195 rush attempts. don't sleep on Tank Bigsby. He's going to turn a tidy profit in fantasy this year. All right, that is a wrap on our own Man Crush team. When we come back, we're going to do percent play, looking at some player props in the National Football League. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
I think the time in DC is probably over for Brian Robinson Jr., which is kind of crazy to say. And this sped up quickly. Like, this went from, okay, maybe the Commanders might be interested in a new running back to, oh, both sides have agreed that he's going to sit. The Commanders were telling him, we're going to sit you because they're looking to trade him, maybe cut him, but I think ultimately they want to trade him and get something for him in return. And then they have this kid that they drafted late in the draft, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, who wants to be known as Bill. So Bill has come on and been a wonderkind at camp. He looks great. He looked great last night. And it just feels like Brian Robinson Jr. has never sort of fit into what the Commanders want to do in that offense. Great short yardage back, but he doesn't have that explosive speed. And so he's gone from, hey, this is our starter, to throughout camp, he might be challenged to, I don't know if he's going to be on the team here in a couple weeks.
Brad, you have the Play Like a Champion Today hat on. That tells me you might be a Notre Dame fan. Where do you have them power rated? And are they good enough to win a couple games and get over the hump of being a national champion this year?
Well, I am a Notre Dame fan, but I wear a bunch of different hats. I think I had an Alabama hat on the last show I did. But as far as the Fighting Irish go, I think they're a legit national title contender. Haven't been able to say that too often in the last 30 years. I thought last year's team was their best team legitimately in the last 30 years. And I think this year's team, if you just go through the roster, probably better and deeper than last year's team. However, one caveat being the all-important position of quarterback. Haven't loved what I've heard out of fall camp. I think I would give the slight edge to Kenny Minchey, which is a pretty big shock. That he might be the starter game one over CJ Carr, because coming out of spring, you thought it was CJ Carr's definite job to lose. I think it just basically comes down to this. The quarterback can't get him beat. I mean, as long as they go out there, distribute the ball, the guys like Jeremiah Love, the best running back in the country. I think the wide receiver position is the best Notre Dame's had in 5+ years. Offensive line is one of the top 5 offensive lines in the country. Defense is right there. As long as the quarterback's not turning over a bunch, they're gonna be favored in every game. The problem with Notre Dame though this year is their 2 toughest games are their first 2 games, and that's not the great way to break in an inexperienced quarterback. But I'm telling you right now, if they beat Miami in game 1, I mean they're already a touchdown plus favorite against Texas A&M in the second game. I mean they'll be a double-digit favorite in every other game. I mean you could pretty much book their playoff tickets if they beat Miami on that opening Sunday night.
I think it's fine at 12. The thing that's so amazing about this conversation, guys, is it's very hard historically for college sports to make any changes, to increase their playoff size, to decide on anything. And they go from 4 to, well, it's hard to get to 4, as you guys know. And then they go from 4 to 12, 3 times the amount. I'm not great at math, but I think it's 3 times the amount. And I think there were a lot of really good things about last year's playoff. They figured out the seeding, and that's going to be improved going forward. The idea that you go to 12 and you're already talking about 16, and then obviously there's some preliminary talks about 24, 28. It's so unlike college sports to be already in these discussions. We got to get bigger. We're not valued enough. 8-4 is a good record. I mean, this is just insane when you think about how difficult it's been for college football in particular to get to a playoff to begin with, and then to expand the playoff. I think 12 should be able to breathe for a little while, especially with the straight seeding before we go bigger. But again, you guys know it. every playoff system in this country and every sport gets bigger and bigger, and more than likely college football's playoff will get bigger than 12. It's just a matter of how big.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Bradley Big Noise Evans with you. And on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday, a man with the biggest stones that I know, Ryan Ormond in the house as well. We're going to do the rousing edition of Percent Play, looking at some season-long NFL player props, and we're going to decide what percentage chance that bet cashes this year in the National Football League. So we're going to be discussing a little Lamar Jackson, Jahmyr Gibbs, Chris Olave, and Colston Loveland here in this segment. Friendly reminder, folks, we have our pole dancing poll question of the day in the world of fantasy football available right now on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and it's asking you this. Among our all-man crush selections we just broke down in the last segment, who do you desire most in your fantasy football drafts? Your options are getting down with my guy Chase Brown of the Bengals. How about Brian Thomas, who Horvath is head over heels for, of Jacksonville, Dak Prescott of the Dallas Cowboys, or Travion Henderson, a rookie that's gained considerable buzz in Foxborough. So far, over 260 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Let's give you a quick scoreboard update. Haven't done that yet. A lot of baseball going down right now. 0-0 at the end of the fifth inning between the Astros and Tigers. Great pitching duel there between Hunter Brown and Tariq Skubal. 5-1. Blue Jays up on the Buccos right now in the top of the seventh. Cardinals up 7-4, top of the seventh against the Miami Marlins. The Mets, thanks Juan Soto. He had a solo home run. It is now 7-0 over Jake Irvin, who's gotten rocked again of the Washington Nationals. 4-1 Phillies over the Seattle Mariners in the top of the seventh. 3-1 O's over the Boston Red Sox. Please, no more runs. In the bottom of the fifth, I have the under on 9 in that game. 5-4 White Sox over the Braves on the road in the top of the fifth. The Yankees and Rays still in a rain delay in Tampa. We'll see if they get that one in. 2-1 Texas over the Kansas City Royals in the bottom of the fifth. 2-1 as well A's over the Minnesota Twins at the top of the fourth. The Cubs down 1-0 right now to the Milwaukee Brewers in a pivotal second game of the doubleheader in which the Cubs took the first game. That's in the bottom of the second. And Dodgers and Rockies just underway in the Mile High City. We'll keep our eyes peeled on all the action on the diamond, but right now we got to get to percent play. It's a segment we introduced earlier this week, and it's a very simple premise. What percentage chance does the following bet hit? So we're going to channel our inner Al Rokers, our Jim Cantoris on the Weather Channel, and throw out a percentage chance that that bet is going to come through. So let's start off with a guy that has won MVP not once but twice, and Lamar Jackson over 27.5 passing touchdowns at a -115 juice there at BetMGM. So, Harvey, what percent chance does Jackson cash the over on passing TDs?
All right, I'm going to go 65%. I would go higher. I'm going to go 65% because Todd Monken was my favorite hire a couple of years back because he was going to bring in kind of like the Louisville 2.0 offense, unlike Greg Roman, where it was ground and pound. Then in that playoff loss, though, where they hosted the Chiefs with a historically good defense and they were averaging 6 yards per carry, I was like, Greg Roman as a play caller probably wins this game. Instead, they drop Lamar back like 40 times. He throws brutal interceptions, but I digress. But like I said, I don't want to go too crazy, like 70% or bet this, just because he threw 41 last year. But before last year, man, the last time he went over 27 touchdowns was in 2019. Derrick Henry, still very good at football. Justice Hill's still around. Keaton Mitchell, I'm excited for if he could stay healthy. They're all going to get carries. And then Lamar is going to use his legs, especially in the red zone on the goal line a ton. So, I do think he throws around 28 to 30, but especially with his injury history, not a bet that I would make. So 65%, I'll say, on Lamar to go over 27.5.
Yeah, I'm going to go a little bit higher. I'm going to say 72% on the dot for Action Jackson. I don't think the regression monster is going to be that harsh. I know you already laid out the 41 passing touchdowns. He's not going to duplicate that. No way. Yeah. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks. But I think he could throw at least 30 this year. What's really changed? Really not a whole lot. He still got Zay Flowers there, a dirty work underneath. Mark Andrews hopefully got that hands transplant in the offseason, but he has been a steady Eddie inside the red zone. Rashad Bateman, one of the better field stretchers in the league. I like a lot of what Lamar Jackson's got in the continuity there. You look at Mike Clay's projections at ESPN, he's got him estimated for 31 passing touchdowns, middle of the pack in terms of fantasy strength of schedule for a quarterback at number 14. He was number 27 in deep ball completion rate last year, but he was number 2 red zone completion percentage, so highly accurate with the door of scoring 6, so he's going to thread some needles in those situations. And again, I think he's going to get to 30, so 72% chance of catching the over. 27.5 passing touchdowns for Lamar Jackson at a minus 115 juice. Let's go to a guy that is sure to have his name called in the first 3 picks of fantasy football drafts this weekend. That's Jahmyr Gibbs of the Motor City, members there being the Detroit Lions. The over 1,075.5 rush yards, also at a minus 115 juice. So, Ryan, what percentage chance does he over cash on rush yards for Jahmyr Gibbs?
All right. I've never went this high before, and I'm going to throw in, if he stays healthy, 90% chance. Him and Bijan Robinson are 2 offensive player of the year bets. Weeks 1 through 15, even with a healthy David Montgomery, he was a top 5 points per game running back, 16 touches, 103 total yards. But then without mandatory Montgomery, man, I think everybody took notice. 32 fantasy points, 25 touches, 162 total yards. He was first in explosive run rate, 5th in missed tackles forced per attempt, and 3rd in yards per route run, which I know doesn't really matter, but I think he's going to be a monster, man. So over, I think he rushes for at least 1,300. So I'm going to go 90% on Gibbsy.
I concur with you, Captain, on this. I got him at 88% because the injury ramp is always lurking. That's always the downside with playing a position in which you absorb a ton of contact. And, of course, that's what running backs do. Oh, the Cubs just scored. They tied it up 1-1 at the bottom of the second. But yeah, I think Gibbs going to get to at least 1,100. And it was Owen Casey, the rookie, already hit his first home run in that first game of the doubleheader. But anyway, get back to Gibbs. I digress. Clay's got him for 1,166 on the ground. And I think he can be better than that. I think 1,200 is very much within reach. When it's all said and done. He was number 5 in total missed tackles forced last year, according to PFF. Number 12 in yards after contact per attempt. Healthy number 3.34. Number 8 in yards created per touch. The guy's got shimmy. He's got shake. He can run for power. He's got bottle rockets strapped to his cleats. He can fly. And he running behind still a damn good offensive line and a creative overall offensive scheme, though the assistants are elsewhere. And look at Ben Johnson, now the head honcho in Chicago. That's not going to drag down the production of Jahmyr Gibbs. Yeah, over 88% chance on 1,075.5 rush yards at a minus 115. What about Chris Olave? Man, hopefully he will not be concussed. He's had a number of scary concussions in his career already. And I got Tyler Shough, we think, as the starting quarterback down there for the Fleur-de-Lis and Nolens. The over 800.5 receiving yards at a minus 115 juice with some, deterrents acting against him. What are your thoughts on this one? Give me your percent chance Olave does cash the over on 800.5.
All right, you got a rough quarterback room, as you just mentioned. You have the concussion history, which is really scary. But the reason that I actually bet this, and I'll buy in on Chris Olave and go 75%, is because he's still playing on his rookie contract, and he's a hell of a player. Only played 6 games last year, but he had a 70% or higher snap share. They don't have a whole lot of weapons. But look at the games that he played, man. In those games, had a 22.5% target share, 63 receiving yards per game with bad quarterback play, 2.22 yards per route run, a 29.4% first read share. What I like, though, among 128 qualifying receivers, 17th in separation and 23rd in route win rate. He could get open. He could create separation. He just has to stay healthy. So if Tyler Shough or Spencer Rattler or Jake Haener or the ghost of Drew Brees can't get him the football, there's some issues. There's some big issues because I think he's going to ball out because he wants to get paid. So 75% on Olave for me.
I'm going 51% because I worry about the concussion drag overall, right? He is one headshot away from missing a large majority of the season, and that is the ultimate downside. Look at Tua Tagovailoa. I mean, it just happens, and it compounds over time, that sort of injury. And Tyler Shough's a complete wild card. Now, Clay's got him for 82 catches, 1,001 yards. He could easily get there. A guy's got great field stretching ability. He was number 20 last season in yards per route run when he was in uniform. Only number 62 in ADOT, which I found rather shocking. That's average at the target. But still, he's got pretty good separation skills. He was number 16 in route win percentage. Again, I like the player. I just don't trust that he can stay healthy. So I say 51%. Let's go to Colson Loveland, over 600.5 receiving yards at a minus 115. Give me your percentage chance the over cashes on this one.
I'm going to go 70%, man. I think that there's a reason why Ben Johnson made him his first official draft pick as a head coach. And last year, Caleb Williams was actually 13th in passer rating on passes thrown less than 10 yards down the field, but 33rd on all other passes, only behind Kirk Cousins and Daniel Jones. So I think Colson Loveland's going to eat in the middle of the field.
I got him at 67%. I think it's going to be minimum like 630. It's going to be rather close. It's got to stay healthy. I like his skills, and they will pay the occasional fantasy bills. All right, we got to take her on BetMGM tonight. We come back. Our guy, Rob Brown, is joining us to talk everything sports betting. Go anywhere. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Kate Constable of Bet Sweats here. Wednesday morning at 9:20 Eastern. Can the Packers return to the top of the NFC North on the next Bet Sweats?
I think the time in DC is probably over for Brian Robinson Jr., which is kind of crazy to say. And this sped up quickly. Like, this went from, okay, maybe the Commanders might be interested in a new running back to, oh, both sides have agreed that he's going to sit. The Commanders were telling him, we're going to sit you because they're looking to trade him, maybe cut him, but I think ultimately they want to trade him and get something for him in return. And then they have this kid that they drafted late in the draft, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, who wants to be known as Bill. So Bill has come on and been a wonderkind at camp. He looks great. He looked great last night. And it just feels like Brian Robinson Jr. has never sort of fit into what the Commanders want to do in that offense. Great short yardage back, but he doesn't have that explosive speed. And so he's gone from, hey, this is our starter, to throughout camp, he might be challenged to, I don't know if he's going to be on the team here in a couple weeks.
Brad, you have the Play Like a Champion Today hat on. That tells me you might be a Notre Dame fan. Where do you have them power rated? And are they good enough to win a couple games and get over the hump of being a national champion this year?
Well, I am a Notre Dame fan, but I wear a bunch of different hats. I think I had an Alabama hat on the last show I did. But as far as the Fighting Irish go, I think they're a legit national title contender. Haven't been able to say that too often the last 30 years. I thought last year's team was their best team legitimately in the last 30 years. And I think this year's team, if you just go through the roster, probably better and deeper than last year's team. However, one caveat being the all-important position of quarterback. Haven't loved what I've heard out of fall camp. I think I would give the slight edge to Kenny Minchie, which is a pretty big shock. That he might be the starter game one over CJ Carr, because coming out of spring, you thought it was CJ Carr's definite job to lose. I think it just basically comes down to this. The quarterback can't get him beat. I mean, as long as they go out there, distribute the ball to guys like Jeremiah Love, the best running back in the country. I think the wide receiver position is the best Notre Dame's had in 5+ years. Offensive line is one of the top 5 offensive lines in the country. Defense is right there. As long as the quarterback's not turning it over a bunch, they're gonna be favored in every game. The problem with Notre Dame though this year is their 2 toughest games are their first 2 games, and that's not the great way to break in an inexperienced quarterback. But I'm telling you right now, if they beat Miami in game 1, I mean they're already a touchdown plus favorite against Texas A&M in the second game. I mean they'll be a double-digit favorite in every other game. I mean you could pretty much book their playoff tickets if they beat Miami on that opening Sunday night.
I mean, I think it's fine at 12. The thing that's so amazing about this conversation, guys, is it's very hard historically for college sports to make any changes, to increase their playoff size, to decide on anything. And they go from 4 to, well, it's hard to get to 4, as you guys know, and then they go from 4 to 12, 3 times the amount. I'm not great at math, but I think it's 3 times the amount. And I think there were a lot of really good things about last year's playoff. They figured out the seeding, and that's going to be improved going forward. The idea that you go to 12 and you're already talking about 16, and then obviously there's some preliminary talks about 24, 28. It's so unlike college sports to be already in these discussions. We got to get bigger. We're not valued enough. 8-4 is a good record. I mean, this is just insane when you think about how difficult it's been for college football in particular to get to a playoff to begin with, and then to expand the playoff. I think 12 should be able to breathe for a little while, especially with the straight seeding before we go bigger. But again, you guys know it. Every playoff system in this country and every sport gets bigger and bigger, and more than likely college football's playoff will get bigger than 12. It's just a matter of how big.
I think the time in D.C. is probably over for Brian Robinson Jr., which is kind of crazy to
Just
say.
commence.
We are the betting show.
There is no other show on the planet that packs in more picks nightly.
With the big noise, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action! They gotta listen to the sharps! Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well. Drake, hate the Drake. Love the Drake, hate the Drake. No, you never fade the Drake!
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
The Keep the Points special. I'll keep cashing tickets around here on Odyssey. Yeah, put me at night, baby. That's where we cash tickets.
They're bringing the heat and helping you cash in big.
It's a lock! It's over! It's a guarantee! It's easy money!
Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy. They're going to win this game outright, but I'll be safe and take the points plus 6.5.
And delivering the late night sweats.
And it's gone! It's gone!
Oh,
and it's gone!
No way!
It's gone! Holy God! It is gone!
I need to celebrate tonight with my family. Do it for my kids. Do it for my boy.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brother the Big Noise Evans with you. And on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday, I wore the shirt for a reason, folks. My colleague, my tag team partner in the house with me, that is one, the only Ryan Horvat. Already talking to a man who is very handsome and shockingly tall. I thought he would be maybe 5'5", but he informs me he's actually 6'3". Rob Brown is going to be joining us here momentarily, bringing out everything in the world of sports betting. Can't wait to get his thoughts on the marquee matchup to open the college football season across the pond and top of the morning in Ireland between the Kansas State Wildcats and the Iowa State Cyclones. Week 0 of the college football season about to get underway. And Ryan Horvat, pants are not required henceforth, because I know it's your favorite time of the year. But a friendly reminder before we bring Rob on, if you want to talk fantasy football with us, we're asking our audience, who is your ultimate man crush in fantasy football this year? Your must-have guy, regardless of average draft position. We want to hear it. We'll also hear out your various bets that you have in the NFL in terms of the futures market there. College football, MLB, the WNBA. Simple way to contact us here on the show. Just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also drop off your questions and comments on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Now let's go out to our dude through the power of animated picture and sound. It's the lovely and the handsome Rob Brown, host of Bet for the Cycle, right here alongside another guy I love and adore, his radio partner and Cody Decker. You can make sure you follow him on X. He's always bringing it to you there at the Rob Brown Show. Again, on X at the Rob Brown Show. Rob, welcome back, my man, to BetMGM tonight. And straight away from me, let's go in and dive into college football. Week 0 of the season is nearly upon us. And kiss me, Blarney Stone. Break down your view on Kansas State, Iowa State in Ireland. Give us a pick. And just for background, K-State right now at BetMGM is laying 3 points as the favorite with a total of 49.5. So what do you like in that across the pond affair?
Brad, your Irish accent needs like years of work, man. Like I respect the effort. I do. I like that you leaned into it. Not great, Bob. Not great. I'll tell you what my favorite number of the day. I'm going 11.5 beers that I have drunk by 2:00 in the afternoon because college football is bleeping back, boys. It just feels good. There's a buzz in the air. The weather feels fally. It feels football-y outside. It's time to celebrate. Give me K-State. And I'm going for a couple of reasons.
Yeah.
Number one, I think Avery Johnson is going to be a damn good quarterback this year. And there's a clear-cut difference in quarterbacking. And I know Iowa State won this game last year, but take a look how that game broke down. You had a fumble on the opening drive that led to a short yardage touchdown. You had a second fumble later in the game. I do not want to bet on Kansas State having multiple short yardage turnovers again. A, B, here's my favorite stat from this game. Last year, Kansas State's defense, which did not get enough credit, stopped running backs for 0 or negative yards 1 out of every 4 runs. They were 10th best in the country at that. That's a stupid number. And considering Iowa State is wildly conservative, will be less talented in the passing game this year, I'm going to bank on Kansas State's defense to get it done. Now, getting on a plane, flying to the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, spending some time, I assume, because I would, at the Jameson Distillery. I don't know what other variables go into this. Remember Florida State, Georgia Tech last year in Dublin, Ireland. Looked real wonky. Turns out Florida State just sucked butt cheeks last year. So, maybe it wasn't that. Might get wonky. Give me the Wildcats, lay the points.
Oh, I like that. Like that a lot, Rob. We're going to be on the same page. All right, I got something right up your sleeve, right up your alley, man, for you. All right, I'm going to hand you the microphone. I need, 3 days away, your hottest college football take. It could be a prediction as we enter the season, Heisman, Natty winner, team to miss the playoff, team to not meet expectations. What do you got for us?
Gentlemen, if you head on over to the lovely BetMGM website right now, you can catch the rambling wreck of Georgia Tech to make the college football playoffs at a lot to 1. And do that right now, because I've been high on the wreck for a couple of years now. I love Brent Key, classic football dude. He's done nothing but build that team out on both sides of the line. But here's the thing. Between Haynes King and Jamal Haynes, they might be working with. Might. I'm going to capitalize that. Might. But the fact that we're saying this about Georgia Tech feels real good. Might be working with the best genuine running back wide receiver combination in the game in college football this year. That is not to say that they will win the ACC this year, because I do think Clemson is legitimate, Ryan Horvat. But I have gone from, I think the Rec can be pretty good, to I think that the Rec might finish the year 10-2. The Rec might finish the year in the ACC title game with Clemson. The rambling Rec of Georgia Tech might be able to backdoor their way in. I think the ACC is better than anybody is giving it credit for being. Yes, Clemson's a title contender. I don't trust Mario Cristobal. Carson Beck might not be getting enough credit for how good he genuinely is. 24-3 leaving Georgia last year. Miami's going to be good. Miller Moss comes over from USC. Jeff Brom's going to throw it 1,000 times a game. Louisville's going to be good. SMU was in the playoffs last year. They lose a couple of guys at running back, but Kevin Jennings might be a Heisman finalist. Rhett Lashley's a dude. They're going to be good. I think Florida State bounces back. I don't know what UNC is going to be with the hoodie. I think that conference is good. I think Georgia Tech can legitimately finish 10-2 in that conference, make the conference championship game, and backdoor their way into the playoff like SMU did last year. And if you can catch that at like 22-1 right now, worth a scratch.
So, Rob, we got week 0 games, right? We got the Dublin game, which I am excited about, man. That's a great way to kick off the season. Kansas State, Iowa State, revenge game for our boys from Kansas State. But week 1 is when it gets really good. So let's do a little choose your own adventure. I give you $100. You have to bet an underdog. You get Texas on the road against Ohio State, and you're not getting the best of the number because that is now went from 3.5 to 2.5. So you're not even getting a field goal right now. Or you could grab LSU against Clemson at Memorial Stadium in Death Valley, catching 4 points more than a field goal. Which dog would you go with? Arch in Texas or Nussmeier in LSU week 1?
The knee-jerk reaction for me is to take LSU, and it's going to be because of the number. That's the knee-jerk reaction. I think a lot of people are high on Arch. I'm with Steve Spurrier. I think it is more than fair to still have questions about Arch Manning, to not want to declare him football Jesus here to resurrect Texas back from the dead. I'm just not all in on that yet. LSU's against the wall right now. Brian Kelly, I've heard people who think he is already on the hot seat. I've heard people who think that he's not on the hot seat at all. I think the truth is somewhere in the middle. I don't think he's on the hot seat, but I think he's like doing the hover thing, you know, when you're like camping in the woods and you got to go and you just kind of lean back on it. That's what Brian Kelly's doing with the hot seat right now. And so the question mark is, will they spiral or will they respond? Will Brian Kelly become an absolute ass that his players rebel from, or do they line up to play with the guy? And Clemson's going to be a more passing-based attack this year. They lose Phil Maffa. They've got Adam Randall, a converted wide receiver, at their RB1 spot. It's going to take some time to get going, which means they're going to have to throw the ball. LSU's got good defensive backs all over the field. I think there is a world where LSU ends up with a turnover or two and they keep this game close. If the numbers were flipped, if it was Texas catching 3.5, 4.5 at Ohio State, I think that would be the way that I go. But if I'm not even getting a field goal, I'm good at radio, boys. If I'm not getting a full field goal here, then I think I'm probably gonna have to play the better number, which is LSU to be close at Clemson. Clemson is a wonderful place. The people are great. There's a reason that Death Valley is in Baton Rouge and not Clemson, South Carolina. And I'm saying that on the air in the upstate. LSU will not be intimidated by that environment. The only question is, do they spiral out early? I'm going to say the answer is no in week 1. If this game was in week 4, I might feel a little differently about it.
Oh, we're getting down with our guy, Rob Brown, right now, host of Bet for the Cycle right here on the BetMGM Network. Make sure you tune in there, especially if you fans of the Rawhide and Thumb on X. He's always giving it to you there at the Rob Brown Show. Again, on X at the Rob Brown Show. Rob, let's pivot, go from college football to the NFL. Who leads the NFL in passing yards this season? I'm a ticket holder on Joe Burrow doing exactly that, which he did last year. I got the number at plus 550. Right now at BetMGM, Burrow is at plus 450. I don't see anybody really challenges him. Maybe Dak Prescott does, but I think this Bengals defense is really going to suck. And the guy has got so many flipping weapons at his disposal. And he even said this is the healthiest he has been going in a regular season, going back to his rookie year. So I think it's going to be a banner campaign for Joe Burrow. Do you agree? And would you bet on him setting the pace in passing yards in the NFL this year?
No, I have to agree. And I have to agree for 2 reasons. And I've said this already. I think Joe Burrow is the best thrower of the football in the in the NFL this year. As far as throwing the ball, I don't think there's anybody better than him. I don't think anybody's got more weaponry around him. But Brad, I think the other part is with the chaos of this Trey Hendrickson situation, the Bengals are going to have to score 49 points a game to go 500 this year. It's not an option. Like they are going to have, and I'm not even really, I don't even think I'm joking that much, right? They're going to have to score 42 a game to maybe squeak in as a wild card because that front office refuses to do anything but repeatedly slam its own genitalia in the door of the building every day. I think they genuinely might have to score 40 plus to be a 500 team. But if I need a guy who's going to lead an offense to do that, there is nobody but Joe Burrow that I would pick for that.
Yeah, totally agree, man. I can't believe it's at plus 450 even right now. It should be really close to like minus odds. Rob, we'll get you out of here on this. The gaming community always overreacts to what occurs during the NFL preseason. However, attempting to decipher the meaningful from the meaningless, give us a player or team you feel will concretely carry over to the regular season.
I don't know if I've mentioned this to you fellas before on the show, just in case I haven't. I won Jaden Daniels as a Rookie of the Year bet last year. I don't know if I brought it up before, but just in case I haven't, I wanted to reiterate that.
Never heard.
The Washington Commanders are carrying success from last year into this year and not just going to do it. I don't know if this is hot takey. I don't honestly think it is, though I've been told it is. The Washington Commanders are winning the NFC East this year. I am entrenched and ingrained in that. Yes, I know the Eagles just won the Super Bowl. I also own a television. Here's what else I know. Everybody knows who Saquon Barkley is, the heart and soul of that team. Everybody's going to stack 7 in the box plus an extra spy on him. And they're going to say, hey, Jalen Hurts, if you're going to win, you're going to have to throw for 250 and 3 tutties a game. And I don't think he has that in them. And I think Kellen Moore covered that up for him, who they do not have there anymore. On the flip side, everybody was worried about Fat Debo. Turns out, Fat Debo's not Fat Debo. He's just regular Debo. This is why I'm out on Ryan Horvat's pick of the San Francisco 49ers, because you're all about to learn just how damn good and important Debo Samuels was to that 49ers team. Give me the Commanders to win the East this year.
No, terrible bet.
Yeah, great call there. Although I think we kind of disagree, and I know Ryan Horvat does as well. But that's we're not all swamis. We can't see the future, but the crystal ball is telling us otherwise. Awesome stuff as always from Rob Brown, host of Bet for the Cycle right here on the BetMGM Network, and follow him on X at the Rob Brown Show. Rob, we're up against it. We'll see you next time, mi amigo, when we come back. Little in the news, talking NFL stuff, especially the Washington Commanders and that backfield. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
No, Rob, Ricky Pierce.
And this sped up quickly. Like this went from okay, maybe the Commanders might be interested in a new running back both sides have agreed that he's going to sit. The Commanders were telling him, we're going to sit you because they're looking to trade him, maybe cut him, but I think ultimately they want to trade him and get something for him in return. And then they have this kid that they drafted late in the draft, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, who wants to be known as Bill. So Bill has come on and been a wonderkind at camp. He looks great. He looked great last night. And it just feels like Brian Robinson Jr. has never sort of fit into what the Commanders want to do in that offense. Great short yardage back, but he doesn't have that explosive speed. And so he's gone from, hey, this is our starter, to throughout camp, he might be challenged to, I don't know if he's going to be on the team here in a couple weeks.
Brad, you have the Play Like a Champion Today hat on. That tells me you might be a Notre Dame fan. Where do you have them power rated? And are they good enough to win a couple games and get over the hump of being a national champion this year?
Well, I am a Notre Dame fan, but I wear a bunch of different hats. I think I had an Alabama hat on the last show I did. But as far as the Fighting Irish go, I think they're a legit national title contender. Haven't been able to say that too often the last 30 years. I thought last year's team was their best team legitimately in the last 30 years. And I think this year's team, if you just go through the roster, probably better and deeper than last year's team. However, one caveat being the all-important position of quarterback. Haven't loved what I've heard out of fall camp. I think I would give the slight edge to Kenny Minchey, which is a pretty big shock. That he might be the starter game one over C.J. Carr, because coming out of spring, you thought it was C.J. Carr's definite job to lose. I think it just basically comes down to this. The quarterback can't get him beat. I mean, as long as they go out there, distribute the ball, the guys like Jeremiah Love, the best running back in the country. I think the wide receiver position is the best Notre Dame's had in 5+ years. Offensive line's one of the top 5 offensive lines in the country. Defense is right there. As long as the quarterback's not turning it over a bunch, they're gonna be favored in every game. The problem with Notre Dame though this year is their 2 toughest games are their first 2 games, and that's not the great way to break in an inexperienced quarterback. But I'm telling you right now, if they beat Miami in game 1, I mean they're already a touchdown plus favorite against Texas A&M in the second game. I mean they'll be a double-digit favorite in every other game. I mean you could pretty much book their playoff tickets if they beat Miami on that opening Sunday night.
I think it's fine at 12. The thing that's so amazing about this conversation, guys, is it's very hard historically for college sports to make any changes, to increase their playoff size, to decide on anything. And they go from 4 to, well, it's hard to get to 4, as you guys know, and then they go from 4 to 12, 3 times the amount. I'm not great at math, but I think it's 3 times the amount. And I think there were a lot of really good things about last year's playoff. They figured out the seeding, and that's going to be improved going forward. The idea that you go to 12 and you're already talking about 16, and then obviously there's some preliminary talks about 24, 28. It's so unlike college sports to be already in these discussions. We got to get bigger. We're not valued enough. 8-4 is a good record. I mean, this is just insane when you think about how difficult it's been for college football in particular to get to a playoff to begin with, and then to expand the playoff. I think 12 should be able to breathe for a little while, especially with the straight seeding before we go bigger. But again, you guys know it. Every playoff system in this country and every sport gets bigger and bigger, and more than likely college football's playoff will get bigger than 12. It's just a matter of how big.
I think the time in D.C. is probably over for Brian Robinson Jr., which is kind of crazy to say. And this sped up quickly. Like, this went from okay, maybe the Commanders might be interested in a new running back.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat along for the ride on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. We have the phone line still wide open right now. We do have a caller. We're going to get to him here momentarily. A friendly reminder before also we dive into that call, then we're going to switch gears and also dive into some news and notes around the NFL. A lot of muy interesante information that came out that has some ripple effects in the world of fantasy and also sports betting. If you have an all-man crush selection, that's been the theme tonight in fantasy football this year. If you have any fantasy football questions ahead of your draft, which could be happening this weekend, simple way to contact Ryan Horvat and I. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your comments and questions on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And let's go out to the phone lines because Mike from Miami has been waiting so patiently to talk to us. Mike, welcome to BetMGM Tonight.
Hey guys, how you guys doing tonight? Can I give you two-man crushes for this year?
Yeah, go for it.
Or it has to be one. All right, so I think I have as a top 5 receiver this year finishing is going to be Martin Harrison Jr. And then I have a breakout star at the running back position who you guys you probably because it's from your team DeAndre Swift. I feel like he might have played the Jahmyr Gibbs role in that offense, Ben Johnson's offense. So those are two I'm going to be going after in my fantasy draft this year. And then one more question I have for you is at the wide receiver position. Who's a safer bet to be draft to draft? Is it would it be DK Metcalf or the rookie Territorial McMillan from the Panthers, I guess? I don't know if I butchered his name, but who would you guys lean on in for that pick? Thank you so much.
Yeah, Tedero McMillan of Carolina, DK Metcalf. Let's answer that first, and then we'll address his man crushes. Horvat, who would you take between DK and McMillan?
Okay, so I really like Ted McMillan. Like maybe in a dynasty league, this is a different conversation. Although I guess then it wouldn't be a different conversation because you would have just drafted him. But I would go DK, man. Right? I know some aren't really all that high on Pittsburgh's offense, but the pass protection has actually looked pretty good, and that would be the concern with a 41-year-old quarterback. So for me, it's DK. I think he's going to get double-digit targets every single week. So DK Metcalf for me.
It's actually McMillan for me, so we're not helping Mike at all, but I have McMillan substantially higher. I think like 5 or 6 spots right now in my wide receiver rankings at thegamingjuice.com. I love the chemistry that he has built with Bryce Young in the preseason. We saw it in last preseason game, a couple of deep strike connections they had. Long drink of water guy can really stick it like a sore thumb in the red zone as well. And I think Bryce Young is going to really take a quantum leap forward in his overall production, largely because of McMillan and his smooth routes and that big body across the middle of the field. So McMillan, for me, I don't trust really kind of anybody in a Steelers uniform outside of maybe Jalen Warren right now. What are your thoughts about Marvin Harrison, DeAndre Swift as his all-man crushes? I'm out on the Bears backfield unless you're going to give me Kyle Monangai for nothing. Harrison, I'm heavily invested in because this offense has to improve, which is entirely contingent on Marvin Harrison living up to that top pick hype from a couple of years ago.
Yep, completely agree, man, right? And what's crazy is with Marvin Harrison Jr., right? Like we talked about Ryan Thomas Jr. and we talked about Brock Bowers. And most of the rookies, you get better weeks 10 through 18. The numbers got worse, man. He had a 20.6% target share, only 55 receiving yards per game.
but they spent expensive draft capital on him. And so I think he lives up to the hype this year. And I do think that offense is going to take the next step. Kyler hopefully stays healthy. So I like Marvin Harrison, and I completely agree with you on the DeAndre Swift and the entire Bears backfield. I'm staying away unless I get Monangai for like deep dirt cheap, man. So with you, we're on the same page there.
Yeah, we're in lockstep, and I think Monangai is the guy you can get in the beer fuzzy hours of your 12-team fantasy drafts right now based on his ADP. Again, thanks, Mike in Miami, for the phone call. If you want to connect with us via telephono, you can very simply. Again, 833-732-3875, 833-732-3875. Give us your all-man crush selections and whatever fantasy questions you have top of mind, and we will address them live right here on BetMGM tonight. Let's get in the news, and let's start off with another McMillan and Jalen McMillan. Scary injury had in the preseason game in week 2. Officially diagnosed with a severely sprained neck. Again, very serious setback. It's very unlikely you're going to see him until the double-digit weeks of the regular season, if at all. So here's the situation right now in Tampa Bay. You got Mike Evans there, and you have Emeka Egbuka. And Emeka Egbuka, his fantasy stock has been steadily rising. And right now the buzz, I think, in light of the McMillan setback, is going to reach a deafening level. Egbuka, entering the night in drafts conducted over the last about 4 or 5 days, was going around the low 30s in terms of wide receiver rank, and a guy you're going to have to probably spend like round 6, round 7 draft capital on to acquire in 12-team leagues. So I'm going to ask you a question, Ryan Horvat. What is the ceiling of Emeka Egbuka in year 1 in a proven offense? I know Liam Cohen's no longer calling the shots. He's now the head honcho in Jacksonville, but he's still got Baker Mayfield there. And Egbuka can run routes, whether working inside, in the slot, outside. They've really been talking him up. He had a nice 5-yard TD reception in the last preseason game. Again, what is his ceiling in his inaugural campaign?
I mean, he could be on this roster, wide receiver 2, maybe even 1. Like Mike Evans, I love him, and he went over 1,000 yards receiving once again last year, but he's not getting any younger. And last year he was beat up. You have the Chris Godwin injury situation. Now McMillan, like you said, we might not see him until week 10, week 11. So 6th, 7th round for Egbuka, that's when I'll be looking to target him. Like you said, he could work all over the field. Out of the slot is where he did most of his damage at Ohio State, though. He was inside the top 40 in yards per route run and top 20 in receiving grade his last 2 years. But I think where he's going to do his most damage is after the catch, man. His last 2 years at Ohio State in YAC, 16th in the country and 12th in the country. Baker Mayfield, every time he talks about him, his eyes light up. So I'm really high on him. I'll be looking around, like I said, the 6th round, but he could be wide receiver 2 for Tampa this year, man, especially with all these early injuries.
Yeah, I think the ceiling for him is landing in the wide receiver 15 and wide receiver 20 overall range when the dust settles on the regular season. His ADP over the last 5 days is wide receiver 36, 68.88 overall. You look at Chris Godwin. Remember, he's likely going to be a PUP candidate the first 4 weeks of the regular season. He accounted for 25.3% of the team target share last year when he was in uniform and on the field. You look at Jalen McMillan. He got 14.9% of the team target share. That checked out to 4.5 targets per game. You mentioned Mike Evans. Father Time remains undefeated from a cousin. Can he get back to that 1,000-yard level? I think he'll probably get there. But Emeka Egbuka is going to be the next young stud in the NFC as a receiver, largely because of opportunity, and it absolutely knocks right now. So go the extra mile and acquire him. I've done that in recent drafts. I really participate in a lot of salary cap / auctions. Bought his services in the Kings Classic draft for $16. I turned around and I had a draft on Sunday. I got it for 11. In a multi-flex league scenario and format. So Emeka Egbuka, I think, is going to live up to the hype because he's got a proven quarterback and an excellent system there in Tampa. So, again, go the distance to acquire his services. There are concerns right now about the Pittsburgh run blocking and pass blocking. The offensive line is an absolute turnstile. It is transparent. It's a mess. Not great news when you got a 40-plus age-year-old quarterback under center. Caleb Johnson has been swarmed under. He's not looked particularly good. Jalen Warren's looked okay, but looks like he is far and away the RB1 in Pittsburgh. What are the repercussions here? What are the ripple effects as a result? And are you spending, reasonable draft capital in fantasy leagues on a guy like Caleb Johnson, who a lot of people believe is going to be an RB2, at least on the back end, in 12-team leagues?
I mean, I was really high on Caleb Johnson because I loved him at Iowa. He could run you over. He has the speed. I used a draft pick in the second round in my dynasty league. I didn't have a first-round pick, so I was hoping for the best, man. Now, I was a little bit worried about the Steelers' run blocking coming into the season and their pass protection. The pass protection has actually looked pretty good, man. Broderick Jones has looked pretty solid at left tackle. Zach Frazier on the interior and pass pro has looked all right. And then Mason McCormick, run blocking, has been another story. And that's what worried me because if you remember last year, man, they didn't really get a whole lot of push up front. And Najee Harris was hit repeatedly at the line of scrimmage all season long. They really lacked any explosive plays in the run game, even with Arthur Smith as the play caller. So right now, I've already used the draft capital, and I'm pretty nervous about it.
Yeah, I am too. Again, the only guy I trust is Jalen Warren because the one thing about a broken offensive line is Aaron Rodgers is going to have to get the ball out very quickly. And Jalen Warren is a very tacky-handed and reliable receiver in the short field. His ADP right now is at 89.66 at RB28. And he's a guy that could maybe catch 55, 60 balls this year if the offensive line is as bad as advertised. So that's the only guy I would remotely touch. Again, I'm out on DK Metcalf. Obviously, I'm out on Aaron Rodgers. Maybe Jonnu Smith at the right price. I don't want Pat Freiermuth. There's so many concerns with the Steelers team. And again, Aaron Rodgers is a graybeard. Literally and figuratively. I mean, just look at the goatee. I mean, it's nearly white right now. He's so damn old. So, yeah, I'm avoiding this Pittsburgh offense and almost entirely in fantasy football with the exception of Jalen Warren. Let's go to Quinshon Judkins. This is a very fluid situation with him. He remains unsigned, is the very latest that I read this morning. And, of course, the NFL has opened up an investigation. And we talked to Chris Easterling from the Akron Beacon Journal just days ago, and he had said, hey, he could be subject to maybe a 2 to 4 game suspension pending the outcome of that investigation. Now, we've seen before, people not charged in a criminal court outside of, NFL football, and yet they still were, cracked down on by the league office and a violation of the disciplinary policy. See Ezekiel Elliott, right? Zeke Elliott didn't have any criminal charges filed in a court of law, but he still had to endure a suspension doled out and handed out by the league office. Similar scenario that could play out for Quinshon Judkins. So I ask you this. You got a fantasy draft this weekend. Are you remotely touching him?
I'm not. I mean, again, what is he, running back 32 right now? It's just, I like the player, but I'm worried about the situation. Like you said, the suspension could come in from the league, and he's just missed so much time. He's a rookie. And it's a bad football team, right? They're most likely going to be trailing every single week, so they're going to have to put the ball in the air. So that's my concern right now, is year one for Quinshon Judkins seems like it's going to be a bust. I worry if and when he's going to get on the field. And then how long is it going to take him to earn the trust of the coaching staff, his teammates? And this is the Kevin Stefanski offense. So I think we all just assume that the Browns are going to suck, but I don't know that the goal is to suck. I think they're going to try to win football games, which is why they're going with a veteran at quarterback and not one of the two rookies or Kenny Pickett. So I'm staying away, but I do think he could be a steal if it all works out. I just don't know how this plays out, man.
Yeah, last 5 days, his ADP is at RB36. It's been a roller coaster ride. It had a spike, and now it's plateauing yet again. And actually, it could be dipping here last 24, 36 hours. He's at 100.20 overall in the ADP. At that price point, don't want him. I mean, I understand the upside that's there, but they're going to be, chasing the scoreboards. The game script is going to run negative. He's got a pretty good skill set. I mean, he was number 25 in YAC per attempt among all FBS running backs last season for the Ohio State. He was number 17 total missed tackles forced, but he hasn't seen the field at all in camp in the exhibition season. He's got to learn the system. He's got to get acclimated to the league. He's got to learn pass pro and be trusted in those scenarios. I think you're going to see a lot of Dylan Sampson, Jerome Ford for the first several weeks of the season, pending the outcome of the NFL investigation. And that's if, and it's a giant if, he even signs on the dotted line. Ultimately, the organization, if there's more wrongdoing uncovered in this internal NFL investigation, and the deciding parties know for the Cleveland Browns, wash their hands completely of him and say, all right, we'll figure out running back in the offseason. So pump the brakes on Quinshon Judkins. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're going to break down what exactly is going to go on in that Washington Commanders backfield. Will Brian Robinson get traded? Who stands to benefit? Find out next, right here, BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss a second of the Wagertainment. Listen to the BetMGM Network live, now streaming everywhere on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn.
I think the time in D.C. is probably over for Brian Robinson Jr., which is kind of crazy to say. And this sped up quickly. This went from, okay, maybe the Commanders might be interested in a new running back to, both sides have agreed that he's going to sit. The Commanders were telling him, we're going to sit you because they're looking to trade him, maybe cut him, but I think ultimately they want to trade him and get something for him in return. And then they have this kid that they drafted late in the draft, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, who wants to be known as Bill. So Bill has come on and been a wonderkind at camp. He looks great. He looked great last night. And it just feels like Brian Robinson Jr. has never sort of fit into what the Commanders want to do in that offense. Great short yardage back, but he doesn't have that explosive speed. And so he's gone from, hey, this is our starter, to throughout camp, he might be challenged to, I don't know if he's going to be on the team here in a couple weeks.
Brad, you have the Play Like a Champion Today hat on. That tells me you might be a Notre Dame fan. Where do you have them power rated? And are they good enough to win a couple games and get over the hump of being a national champion this year?
Well, I am a Notre Dame fan, but I wear a bunch of different hats. I think I had an Alabama hat on the last show I did. But as far as the Fighting Irish go, I think they're a legit national title contender. Haven't been able to say that too often in the last 30 years. I thought last year's team was their best team legitimately in the last 30 years. And I think this year's team, if you just go through the roster, probably better and deeper than last year's team. However, one caveat being the all-important position of quarterback. Haven't loved what I've heard out of fall camp. I think I would give the slight edge to Kenny Minchey, which is a pretty big shock. That he might be the starter game one over CJ Carr, because coming out of spring, you thought it was CJ Carr's definite job to lose. I think it just basically comes down to this. The quarterback can't get him beat. As long as they go out there, distribute the ball, the guys like Jeremiah Love, the best running back in the country. I think the wide receiver position is the best Notre Dame's had in 5+ years. Offensive line's one of the top 5 offensive lines in the country. Defense is right there. As long as the quarterback's not turning it over a bunch, they're gonna be favored in every game. The problem with Notre Dame though this year is their 2 toughest games are their first 2 games, and that's not the great way to break in an inexperienced quarterback. But I'm telling you right now, if they beat Miami in game 1, they're already a touchdown plus favorite against Texas A&M in the second game. They'll be a double-digit favorite in every other game. You could pretty much book their playoff tickets if they beat Miami on that opening Sunday night.
I think it's fine at 12. The thing that's so amazing about this conversation, guys, is it's very hard historically for college sports to make any changes, to increase their playoff size, to decide on anything. And they go from 4 to, well, it's hard to get to 4, as you guys know, and then they go from 4 to 12, 3 times the amount. I'm not great at math, but I think it's 3 times the amount. And I think there were a lot of really good things about last year's playoff. They figured out the seeding, and that's going to be improved going forward. The idea that you go to 12 and you're already talking about 16, and then obviously there's some preliminary talks about 24, 28. It's so unlike college sports to be already in these discussions. We got to get bigger. We're not valued enough. 8-4 is a good record. I mean, this is just insane when you think about how difficult it's been for college football in particular to get to a playoff to begin with, and then to expand the playoff. I think 12 should be able to breathe for a little while, especially with the straight seeding before we go bigger. But again, you guys know it. Every playoff system in this country and every sport gets bigger and bigger, and more than likely, college football's playoff will get bigger than 12. It's just a matter of how big.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. I'm going to be putting the final time on my time here on BetMGM Tonight, but don't you dare go anywhere because Ryan Horvat's got to be sticking around for a bonus time hour of the show. Breaking things down, of course, and the world of football, maybe a little professional football, and possibly his favorite in college football. Cubs up 3-1 right now on the Milwaukee Brewers. Tag that was called safe being reviewed on the field at third base on Carson Kelly. Looks like he was safe after replay, but I am not a professionally trained Major League Baseball umpire, so we're going to find out if that call does stand. 2 outs, bottom of the 5th. If it does stand, Cubs are going to have runners in scoring position. Again, holding a 3-1 lead, and they won Game 1 of the doubleheader on the north side at Wrigley Field. So if they break out the brooms today, that is going to be a massive psychological shot in the arm, to say the least, but they're still trailing the Brewers by roughly 1 billion games. I'm pretty much convinced of it because Milwaukee was just on that tear, 40-10 in their last 50. I think heading into the day today, if I saw that correctly, which is absolutely bananas. By the way, if you want to share your all-man crush team ultimate picks with us in fantasy football, if you want to toss out any fantasy football questions you may have as well, we are here to help. A simple way to contact Tori and I, just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions or comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. And indeed, Carson Kelly was safe on replay. So 2 men on, second and third, bottom of the 5th, and 2 out. We'll see if the Northsiders add any to their lead right now against Milwaukee. By the way, we had our pole dancing poll question today posted. Let me go and shut it down. It was asking you this: among our all-man crush team selections, who do you desire most in your fantasy football drafts? Your options are Chase Brown of the Bengals, Brian Thomas of the Jacksonville Jaguars, Dak Prescott of the Dallas Cowboys, or Travion Henderson of the New England Patriots. Officially, 287 votes cast. Horvat, who led the way?
I'm going to go with Chase Brown, even though he wasn't my selection.
Ding, 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 correct! In resounding fashion, Chase Brown leads the way, as he should, because ILL, an absolute legend, at the University of Illinois and adding to his legend, not only in fantasy football, but of course in real tackle football with the Cincinnati Bengals. 52.8% of the vote went to Chase Brown, who you're going to have to spend around 2 draft capital on now if you want to acquire him in your fantasy football league. His value has been skyrocketing. He was like a round 4 guy about a month ago. No longer. Number 2 was Brian Thomas, the silver medalist at 26.6%. Your guy was the selection there. Your other guy, Travion Henderson, was 3rd at 18.4%, and nobody likes Dak or the Cowboys. Only 2.2% of the vote from Dak Prescott, who I think is going to, again, toss 30 passing touchdowns this year in Big D. Staying in that division, we ran out of time in the news, and I don't want to do a disservice to our listeners. We got to talk the Washington Commanders backfield. Brian Robinson Jr. was not even in the stadium last night against the Cincinnati Bengals, and we saw that Chris Rodriguez got time with the ones. He was the first running back in the game. He did a touch, and he broke off a 40-yard run. And everybody and their great-grandmother is going bonkers right now for Bill, also known as Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. Of course, Austin Eckler is going to be the pass-down guy. Krosky Merritt did find the end zone in the game last night against largely Bengal number 2 defenders. Even if he was facing number 1 Bengals defenders, he probably would have still scored. Had a 7-yard scamper in flicks. What are your thoughts on how this shakes out? It's going to be a full-blown RBBC, in my opinion. A lot of people are really, spending a ton of draft capital on Krosky Merritt. Let me give you a case in point. Drafts conducted the last 24 hours doing some research. He's now RB39 at pick number 117.56 overall. Again, 2 weeks ago, he was going largely undrafted. So this is how crazy values can change in fantasy land. And I think really the pivot point here and the shrewd move is to go after Chris Rodriguez, whose ADP right now is outside 280 overall. And why I bring that up is because last year, I understand he only had 35 rush attempts, Horvat, but he had 3.91 yards after contact per attempt. That might be the NFL among qualifying running backs. And he forced a missed tackle 40% of the time. Dude is a definition of efficient, and he could be a bowling ball between the tackles. Krosky Merritt's interesting, but at that price point right now, RB39, it's a pass for me. What say you?
Totally agree, man. Krosky Merritt he's flashy right now because he's making plays all over the place. We are hearing about it from Twitter or X, and then now we've seen it in the preseason. He got that touchdown. And so that made sense for everybody to bump him up. But when he's in the 118th overall range, he's in the same range as Braylon Allen. I would rather have Braylon Allen. Ramondre Stevenson, I'd probably rather have Krosky Merritt, to be honest with you, but I would definitely take Braylon Allen if we're talking running backs in that range, just because of what you said. Chris Rodriguez started preseason game number 2. You still have Austin Eckler, who's going to play passing downs. And then Deebo Samuel, I know I've been ripping on him for the last couple months. I don't know if that's sustainable all season long at his age, but he had some bursts, man, is that wide back on that jet sweep. So I'm not going to get too crazy. I am intrigued by the player, Krosky Merritt, by Bill, but in that range, I'm looking at Braylon Allen, man.
Yeah, I just would not go, ass over tea kettle by any stretch of the imagination to acquire his services. I think he could, maybe make me look like an idiot when it's all said and done, which is really easy to do. But this is going to be a full-blown committee, folks. There is not going to be a Clydesdale. There is not going to be a workhorse in this backfield. And two, you got Jane Daniels, who loves to call his own number, did last night in red zone situation. So pump the brakes hard on Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, also known as Bill. All right, there you have it there. Last of the news and notes covered. Let's go in and get after with our cards this evening. How are your top 3 bets and the like looking, mi amigo?
All right, so for the card, technically we went with all futures. We went LSU over 8.5 wins, Georgia over 9.5 wins, South Carolina under 7.5 wins,
We went Kentucky under 4.5 wins, Alabama plus 500 to win the SEC, and then John Mateer from Oklahoma, little stab, 25-1 to win the Heisman. But we did have some baseball. Right now we got the Cubs money line, which we bet plus 105. They have the lead, but we don't want to jinx it. 3-1, and now the Brewers have a base runner on. We took the Reds on the money line in batter up. We got a good price on that because earlier in the day it was minus 150. Actually closed minus 132. Bottom of the first, scoreless right now. We took the Giants on the run line plus 1.5 against the Padres. Right now the Giants are actually leading 1-0. It's early though, top of the first. And then we got a winner. Dodgers over 6.5 on the team total. It's the bottom of the fourth. They're already up 7-0, man. And Ohtani, at even money, has already homered. So actually a pretty good night on the diamond. Hopefully the Cubs don't blow this, and it's been a really good day.
Yeah, totally with you. My card so far tonight, numero uno, I had same game parlay in this Cubs matchup. I have Milwaukee plus 1.5, the game under 8. The under, it looks like it's going to come through. We're going to see if the Brewers can score a run and get this a little bit closer. Again, I want the Cubs to win, hopefully by 1, and everybody wins as a result. As we have a fly out to right field. It is still 3-1, 2 outs, top of the 6th. Christian Yelich still on first base for Milwaukee. Aaron Judge, numero dos on my card tonight. He already homered. So, cha-ching! I had the over on 1.5 total bases, minus 105. That came through. And then Boston and Baltimore, banana situation. Bottom of the 9th inning, Boston was down 3-1. Nathaniel Lowe had a 2-run home run to tie it up. So still nobody out in the bottom of the 9th, nobody on base. I'm hoping they can finish this without going extra innings, and we got the first out there. But it's going to be a sweat now. I have Boston, Baltimore, under 9 runs. Still have a cushion, but with extra innings and the runner starting at second base, already in scoring position, it always gets dicey in those situations. Parlay P cash, though. Joe Ryan didn't even make it to the 5th inning. He had the under 18.5 outs, and Seth Lugo over 17.5 outs, and Lugo went 6. So that cash in at plus 140. Way to go, Parlay Pete. Sledgehammer special, Gabby Williams. 5 or more assists. That game is just about to get underway against the Sky at a minus 110. Golden State also about to get underway in the money line. My Seduced by the Juice against the Mercury for Golden State to win straight up at plus 260. And bonus time cash. Juan Soto went yard. Had him for an RBI at plus 145. So not too shabby. Quickly, Horvey, anything you like tonight, especially in baseball?
Reds are down 1-0, so you could get them plus 137. I need the Cubs to hang on here, and then I could also use Suzuki to get on base, over 1.5 total bags. I don't think I actually gave that out on the show, but that's the only other one that I have. I got Cubs money line, Reds money line, and then the Giants to keep it close on the run line. Right now they're up 1-0, so hopefully the Cubs win, and I'm happy.
Yeah, and again, I got Key Brian Hayes over 1.5 on the HRR. Let me see what he did, if he even got a bat in the first inning. Actually, Key Brian's not even in the damn lineup. So, oh, no, there he is. Batting 8th. So we shall see there. And I have Stephen Kwan over 0.5 run against AZ at plus 105. All right, we're going to exit stage left, Lisa. I am. Stick around for the bonus hour here with Ryan Horvat. Until next time. Adios, amigos. Let's go, Key Brian.
Kate Constable of Bet Sweats here. Wednesday morning at 9:20 Eastern. Can the Packers return to the top of the NFC North on the next Bet Sweats?
I think the time in DC is probably over for Brian Robinson Jr., which is kind of crazy to say. And this sped up quickly. Like, this went from, okay, maybe the Commanders might be interested in a new running back to, oh, both sides have agreed that he's going to sit. The Commanders were telling him, we're going to sit you because they're looking to trade him, maybe cut him, but I think ultimately they want to trade him and get something for him in return. And then they have this kid that they drafted late in the draft, Corey Krosky Merritt, who wants to be known as Bill, So Bill has come on and been a wonderkind at camp. He looks great. He looked great last night. And it just feels like Brian Robinson Jr. has never sort of fit into what the Commanders want to do in that offense. Great short yardage back, but he doesn't have that explosive speed. And so he's gone from, hey, this is our starter, to throughout camp, he might be challenged, to, I don't know if he's going to be on the team here in a couple weeks.
Brad, you have the Play Like a Champion today hat on. That tells me you might be a Notre Dame fan. Where do you have them power rated? And are they good enough to win a couple games and get over the hump of being a national champion this year?
Well, I am a Notre Dame fan, but I wear a bunch of different hats. I think I had an Alabama hat on the last show I did. But as far as the Fighting Irish go, I think they're a legit national title contender. Haven't been able to say that too often in the last 30 years. I thought last year's team was their best team legitimately in the last 30 years. And I think this year's team, if you just go through the roster, probably better and deeper than last year's team. However, one caveat being the all-important position of quarterback. Haven't loved what I've heard out of fall camp. I think I would give the slight edge to Kenny Minchey, which is a pretty big shock. That he might be the starter game one over CJ Carr, because coming out of spring, you thought it was CJ Carr's definite job to lose. I think it just basically comes down to this. The quarterback can't get him beat. I mean, as long as they go out there, distribute the ball, the guys like Jeremiah Love, the best running back in the country. I think the wide receiver position is the best Notre Dame's had in 5+ years. Offensive line is one of the top 5 offensive lines in the country. Defense is right there. As long as the quarterback's not turning over a bunch, they're gonna be favored in every game. The problem with Notre Dame though this year is their 2 toughest games are their first 2 games, and that's not the great way to break in an inexperienced quarterback. But I'm telling you right now, if they beat Miami in game 1, I mean they're already a touchdown plus favorite against Texas A&M in the second game. I mean they'll be a double-digit favorite in every other game. I mean you could pretty much book their playoff tickets if they beat Miami on that opening Sunday night.
I mean, I think it's fine at 12. The thing that's so amazing about this conversation, guys, is it's very hard historically for college sports to make any changes, to increase their playoff size, to decide on anything. And they go from 4 to, well, it's hard to get to 4, as you guys know. And then they go from 4 to 12, 3 times the amount. I'm not great at math, but I think it's 3 times the amount. And I think there were a lot of really good things about last year's playoff. They figured out the seeding, and that's going to be improved going forward. The idea that you go to 12 and you're already talking about 16, and then obviously there's some preliminary talks about 24, 28. It's so unlike college sports to be already in these discussions. We got to get bigger. We're not valued enough. 8-4 is a good record. I mean, this is just insane when you think about how difficult it's been for college football in particular to get to a playoff to begin with, and then to expand the playoff. I think 12 should be able to breathe for a little while, especially with the straight seeding before we go bigger. But again, you guys know it. Every playoff system in this country and every sport gets bigger and bigger, and more than likely college football's playoff will get bigger than 12. It's just a matter of how big.
I think the time in D.C. is probably over for Brian Robinson Jr., which is kind of crazy to say. And this sped up quickly. Like, this went from okay, maybe the Commanders might be interested.
Madness begin.
Raise up, take your shirts off, throw them around your head, spin them like a helicopter.
It's BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, with Ryan Horvat.
Some zig, I'm gonna zag. All right, the theme of the night is all dogs hopefully take us to heaven. Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy.
Presented by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas.
BetMGM tonight, After Dark, Ryan Horvat, solo hour for the next 60 minutes. We're going to talk some college football. We'll hit on some NFL headlines. Mainly, the Colts quarterback situation. Today, they finally named their starter. It's Daniel Jones, the Week 1 starter against the Miami Dolphins. Head coach Shane Steichen added he's the starter for the season. So not just for Week 1 against Miami, for the entire season. He also said, Shane Steichen that is, and I quote, hard to say if Anthony Richardson has a future in Indy. So we'll talk about that to close out the show. But college football right around the corner, coming up on Saturday as we kick off the season in Dublin, Ireland, with Kansas State. Anywhere from a 3 and a 3.5 point favorite taking on Iowa State. Revenge game, maybe? Kansas State actually should have won that game against Iowa State last year, but turned the football over too many times. So the total right now is sitting anywhere from 49.5 to 48.5, depending where you're shopping. But with the season coming up on Saturday, we got to give our official prediction. So we're going to pick the ACC, the Big 10, the Big 12, and of course, we're going to have to make our college football playoff picks, Heisman, and our national championship winner as well as our under-the-radar team. So we'll get to that coming up here in a couple minutes. Right now, though, Major League Baseball, busy night here on a Tuesday. And we got the Royals defeating the Rangers 5-2 a little bit earlier. The Phillies 6-4 winners over the Mariners. Mets beat up on the Nats tonight 8-1. Juan Soto returns to DC. Homers in that game. Blue Jays 7-3 winners over the Pirates. Also earlier tonight, the Cardinals beat the Marlins 7-4. I know that total went over because it closed at 7.5, and I bet the under. Cubs in the first of a doubleheader, the first game of a doubleheader earlier today against the Brewers were 6-4 winners. Right now, the Cubs with a 4-1 lead as we head to the top of the 7th. Hopefully they don't blow this because selfishly, I'm a Cubs fan and I bet them. Astros and Tigers scoreless. Orioles and Red Sox now tied up at 3. That game's in the bottom of the 9th. You bet the under in that. I think Brad had the under. He did have the under in that game, and it was looking good. It was 3-1, I believe, going into the 8th. Now it's 3-3, bottom of the 9th. Bases are juiced right now for the Red Sox as they look to walk this thing off. But I believe that closed at 8, so that's going to be a sweat. If you took the under out in Atlanta, you're screwed because it's 11-10. The Braves over the White Sox right now, top of the 9th. Yankees shutting out the Rays right now, 5-0 in the top of the 2nd. Aaron Judge is already homered in that game. The Athletics up 6-3 on the Twins. And like I said, the Cubs with a 4-1 lead on the Brewers in the top of the 7th. Dodgers already go over their team total on the night, over 6.5 runs against Austin Gomber. It's 7-2. That game's going into the bottom of the 5th. Reds and Angels now tied up at 1 in the bottom of the 2nd. And the Guardians and the Diamondbacks are scoreless going into the 3rd. Giants and Padres tied up at 1. That game going into the 2nd. So that's what we got going on tonight in Major League Baseball. Like I said, we'll hit some NFL headlines, everything that's going on right now in the preseason to close out the show. But we got to do some college football because we're only 3 days away from actual college football, games that actually matter. So, Brandon, I asked this to Rob Brown, who joined us from the Rob Brown Show, Bet for the Cycle, which you hear here every Saturday with his co-host, Cody Decker, on the BetMGM network. I asked him for his hottest college football take, whether it's a team to go over their win total, a team to go under their win total, a team to win it all, a team that many think highly of to miss the playoff, a Heisman winner. What's your hottest college football take as we kick off the season on Saturday?
Toledo to make the college football playoff. I really think that is a possibility. I do, because I think that they go undefeated. I think they win the MAC, and I think they have a chance to be a 12 seed. I don't see why not. All you need, if you're Toledo, other than obviously you have to win the MAC and you probably have to go undefeated, and their schedule is really conducive to that, right? You are, I think they're an 8.5 point underdog in week 1 against Kentucky, but you get past Kentucky week 1. Your other toughest matchup might be, I think it's like week 10, week 11, they play Wazoo. I really believe if they go undefeated and they win the MAC, which I think they will, and that's my pick, all they need is for some other team to slip up. All you need is Notre Dame to slip up. All you need is, whether it's, one of the Big Ten teams that you think might make the playoff to just slip up and not be able to get there. And I think you're going to have a MAC champion in the college football playoff. So that's my hot take for this year. I think that Toledo wins the MAC and they get into the college football playoff.
All right, I like Toledo to win the MAC. I also like the win total over 8.5, which you can get right now -145. I like Tucker Gleason. He's probably the best quarterback in the conference, and I like Junior Vander Ross, who caught 85 balls last year. And also, granted, it was a meaningless bowl game, the game above Sports Bowl, but they beat Pitt, who I'm high on this year in the ACC. They beat him in 6 overtimes. Vander Ross balled out. He had 12 receptions for 184 yards. They also get a running back from Kentucky that also played at Ohio State. I really liked him in the short sample size I saw at Ohio State, and then he played at Arizona State, but didn't get much run. Chip Trainum. That was their issue last year. If Toledo's going to compete because I think they could be live against Kentucky, man. I'm out on Kentucky this year. I bet the under on their win total. If they're 8.5-point dogs, I would probably sprinkle a little money line, but they're going to have to be able to run the ball, man. Last year, they finished outside the top 100, 108 in rushing offense. I want to see Trainum's rushing props. Little revenge game, former Kentucky running back going against Kentucky week 1. I'll take anything over a touchdown, though, with Toledo. So I don't think it's that crazy, man. I don't think that's that hot of a take. It turns out like my hottest take just might be that LSU goes over their win total. Everybody hates LSU. I'm not even saying they make the playoff. I'm saying they at least finish 9-3. Everybody's all the way out on Brian Kelly. When he was at Notre Dame, everybody was in love with Brian Kelly. I don't like Brian Kelly, the human being, but I do like Brian Kelly as a football coach. I don't think he's a great coach. I'm not going to put him in the conversation with Nick Saban, but with Kirby Smart, I might not even put him up there right now with. I'm trying to think, man. That's a tough conversation.
I think Kirby Smart's closer to the conversation with. You can put Kirby Smart closer to the Nick Saban, right?
Well, Kirby's the GOAT right now, right? You got to have him atop. I like Kyle Whittingham, who has had, 3 or 4 losing seasons in 21 years at Utah. I like Dan Lanning. When's he going to win a big game, though, right? We always knock James Franklin. When's James Franklin going to win the big game? For a while, before last year, it was when's Ryan Day going to win the big game? When's Dan Lanning going to win the big game? I know that they beat Ohio State last year in the regular season, but what happened in the playoff? They got smoked up. What happened in the 2 games when he was at Oregon? When he is at Oregon. But what happened when Kalen DeBoer was at Washington, right? And all Oregon had to do in the Pac-12 was beat them. They couldn't win that game. And they were favored in both. So I love Dan Lanning. I'm not saying he's a choke artist or anything like that. It's just, we do this with every coach until he actually wins. Maybe winning natties is just really, really tough, dude. So, my hot take, LSU over 8.5 wins, I guess. All right, but let's start in the Big Ten, and let's pick our winners, and we will put this in blood. We will put this in stone. This is the official college football prediction show. Impromptu, little audible that I called last minute. All right, so I'm going to go with Penn State in the Big Ten. I've talked about them a lot, man. I like Drew Aller. More on him when we get to the Heisman market. Nick Singleton's back. Katron Allen's back. Both of those dudes rushed for over 1,000 yards last year. Losing Tyler Warren sucks for Penn State, but I actually like what they did in the portal, especially with the wide receivers. They needed somebody like Drew Aller last year. The numbers are good. 3,000 passing yards, 24 touchdowns. But if you go back and you watch that college football playoff game, man, what they were lacking was a wide receiver that could create separation. They get Hudson from USC, Devontae Ross from Troy, and it's now year 2 for Andy Kotelnicki calling plays. I think they're going to look to push the ball down the field. They're going to have a strong run game. Up front, this might be their best offensive line in the James Franklin era. The defensive side of the ball, you lose Abdul Carter, who I think is going to be the best pass rusher as a rookie this year. But you get Dennis Sutton back, Zane Durant's back. A.J. Harris is one of the best cover corners in college football. And you get Jim Knowles. You steal him from Ohio State, the defensive coordinator from the national champs, your rival.
You get Oregon at home, September 27th. I think they win that game. And then a toss-up coin flip game November 1st at the Shoe at Ohio State. That's going to be a huge game. But if James Franklin doesn't win the Big Ten, win a natty this year, don't think it's going to happen. So I'm not going to pick Ohio State. I'm not going to pick Oregon. I do like a couple other teams to make the playoff, but my pick to win the Big Ten is Penn State. Now, though, we got to go with playoff contenders or teams that I'm going to pick to make the playoff from the Big Ten. So give me Oregon. I think they're going to have a top 5 offense, even with Dante Moore taking over behind center. I think the pass rush is also going to be really good. And I think as long as Dan Lanning's recruiting and coaching there, they're going to win double-digit games pretty much every year. So Penn State, Oregon, Ohio State, at worst, their basement, their floor, 10-2, right? They'll drop the games that they most likely drop. We'll see. I think this year they actually beat Michigan, which that'll make the fan base happy. Maybe happier than winning the Natty, joking. But it just comes down to Julian Sand. He's a 5-star. Everybody wanted him. Nick Saban wanted him. Is he the real deal? Because Jeremiah Smith is the real deal. He's most likely going to be a top 5 pick at the wide receiver position. I worry, though, man. So you lose Chip Kelly, the OC, to the Raiders. He goes back to the National Football League. And then you lose Jim Knowles to Penn State. That's tough right there. But Ohio State's going to win double-digit games. And then give me a sleeper team, Nebraska. I like what I saw from Dylan Raiola the last 3 games of the season, dude. When they made the change at play caller and Dana Holgerson took over calling plays, he completed over 70% of his passes, only 1 pick. He stopped pretending to be Pat Mahomes. That's the only thing that scares me a little bit is he cosplays as Mahomes. I think he really thinks he's him. But Penn State wins, but Oregon, Ohio State, and Nebraska are playoff teams for me. Hit me with your Big Ten predictions. This might just take the whole hour, by the way, because I'm having too much fun, and college football is here, damn it. So I might be calling another out.
I'm excited for it. No, I'm with you on Penn State winning the Big Ten for all the same reasons that you talked about. I think I said this last night. I think they're the deepest team in all of the nation. I think they are the best team in college football, top to bottom. So I do think that they're better than Ohio State. Now, Ohio State might have, more talent with, 2 of the, top 2 players in all of the land, but I think Penn State's got the better team all around, and I think that they are going to show it this year. I think they win the Big Ten. My playoff teams, we're kind of online with those too. Penn State, Ohio State. I have 5 teams, though, from the Big Ten making it to the college football playoff. I have Penn State, Ohio State, Oregon, Nebraska, I'm with you, and Michigan. I think Michigan makes it as well. So those are 5 teams from the Big Ten that make it, which means there's only 7 spots left.
Yeah, man,
for the
I'm
college
kind of with
football
you on
playoff.
Michigan.
But
I was thinking about maybe like staying away from Michigan. The win total I like. I think that they could go, but if they go 9-3, they win 9 games. I don't know that they get in, but I think 10-2 gets them in. The win total though at 8.5, even juiced. I love that, man. Bryce Underwood. It comes down to him though, right? 5-star quarterback, but he's a freshman, and they have a new OC, Chip Lindsey. If the offense can improve, and it has to, Underwood is making for 4 years because they flipped him from LSU. So they paid him, if he stays for 4 years, I think it's like 10 to 12 million. So I think he's making $4 million this year. But 6 starters back on a defense that finished top 10 last year. They gave up 307 yards per game. They didn't have a quarterback that could throw a forward pass. So if they have that this year, even with the distraction, Sherrone Moore, now with a 3-game suspension, and that schedule's pretty tough. I mean, they opened the season with New Mexico, but then they get Oklahoma in the non-con September 6th. But I'm with you. I think Michigan could be a double-digit win team and make the playoff.
Can I ask you a question real quick? I want to ask you about Monty's team, Iowa. Let's say, because Iowa's finally got a quarterback that could throw a forward pass, it looks like.
Do we know that, though? Are you a Gronowski guy?
I am, and I think that they're going to be okay enough. Their schedule is really, really light this year, with the exception of 3 games. Maybe the Iowa State game, so it might be 4 games. But if they get past, let's say they beat Iowa State and Indiana, their other 2 tough tests are going to be Penn State and Oregon. If they only win one of those games, let's say they they find a way to beat Oregon, but they lose to Penn State. Even if they don't win the Big Ten, could they find themselves in the college football playoff?
So I don't think this
if they go 11-1.
I don't think they're making the college football playoff. I saw our guy John Ewing, I believe, had this data and PR for BetMGM. Of course, we are BetMGM tonight. BetMGM Network, BetMGM, King of Sportsbooks. I think they were the second most bet win total to the over. Were the Hawkeyes at 7.5? I wouldn't bet the under. Let's come back to this, actually. I want to say nice things for Monty, but also I have a hot take about Iowa. I don't know how hot it is, and I'll save that for the other side, and then we'll give the rest of our predictions. College football's 3 days away, so we're talking at BetMGM tonight.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
I think the time in D.C. is probably over for Brian Robinson Jr., which is kind of crazy to say. And this sped up quickly. Like, this went from, okay, maybe the Commanders might be interested in a new running back to, oh, both sides have agreed that he's going to sit. The Commanders were telling him, we're going to sit you because they're looking to trade him, maybe cut him, but I think ultimately they want to trade him and get something for him in return. And then they have this kid that they drafted late in the draft, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, who wants to be known as Bill. So Bill has come on and been a wonderkind at camp. He looks great. He looked great last night. And it just feels like Brian Robinson Jr. has never sort of fit into what the Commanders want to do in that offense. Great short yardage back, but he doesn't have that explosive speed. And so he's gone from, hey, this is our starter, to throughout camp, he might be challenged to, I don't know if he's going to be on the team here in a couple weeks.
Brad, you have the Play Like a Champion today hat on. That tells me you might be a Notre Dame fan. Where do you have them power rated? And are they good enough to win a couple games and get over the hump of being a national champion this year?
Well, I am a Notre Dame fan, but I wear a bunch of different hats. I think I had an Alabama hat on the last show I did. But as far as the Fighting Irish go, I think they're a legit national title contender. Haven't been able to say that too often the last 30 years. I thought last year's team was their best team legitimately in the last 30 years. And I think this year's team, if you just go through the roster, probably better and deeper than last year's team. However, one caveat being the all-important position of quarterback. Haven't loved what I've heard out of fall camp. I think I would give the slight edge to Kenny Minchey, which is a pretty big shock. That he might be the starter game one over C.J. Carr, because coming out of spring, you thought it was C.J. Carr's definite job to lose. I think it just basically comes down to this. The quarterback can't get him beat. I mean, as long as they go out there, distribute the ball, the guys like Jeremiah Love, the best running back in the country. I think the wide receiver position is the best Notre Dame's had in 5+ years. Offensive line is one of the top 5 offensive lines in the country. Defense is right there. As long as the quarterback's not turning it over a bunch, they're gonna be favored in every game. The problem with Notre Dame though this year is their 2 toughest games are their first 2 games, and that's not the great way to break in an inexperienced quarterback. But I'm telling you right now, if they beat Miami in game 1, I mean they're already a touchdown plus favorite against Texas A&M in the second game. I mean they'll be a double-digit favorite in every other game. I mean you could pretty much book their playoff tickets if they beat Miami on that opening Sunday night.
I mean, I think it's fine at 12. The thing that's so amazing about this conversation, guys, is it's very hard historically for college sports to make any changes, to increase their playoff size, to decide on anything. And they go from 4 to, well, it's hard to get to 4, as you guys know, and then they go from 4 to 12, 3 times the amount. I'm not great at math, but I think it's 3 times the amount. And I think there were a lot of really good things about last year's playoff. They figured out the seeding, and that's going to be improved going forward. The idea that you go to 12 and you're already talking about 16 and then Obviously, there's some preliminary talks about 24-28. It's so unlike college sports to be already in these discussions. We got to get bigger. We're not valued enough. 8-4 is a good record. I mean, this is just insane when you think about how difficult it's been for college football in particular to get to a playoff to begin with, and then to expand the playoff. I think 12 should be able to breathe for a little while, especially with the straight seeding before we go bigger. But again, you guys know it. Every playoff system in this country and every sport gets bigger and bigger, and more than likely, college football's playoff will get bigger than 12. It's just a matter of how big.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark, solo hour. Ryan Horvat with you here for 2 more segments tonight. Tomorrow night on a Wednesday, talking more fantasy football, preseason football, little college football, and getting you set for all your drafts. If you are drafting this weekend, like I am, big family draft coming up on Sunday, and you know that's personal, Brando, but college football right around the corner, so that's what we're talking here. It's 3 days away, 14 hours away, 38 minutes away, and now 30 seconds away from week 0 of the college football season. Kansas State, 3.5-point favorites over Iowa State. Great way to kick off the season. I wish we were in Ireland, Brando, pounding some Guinness. Pat McAfee and the boys, I'm sure they'll be out there. College game day, big noon kickoff. Right? You and Clay Travis having a couple drinks, a couple beer bombs, maybe. That's where we should be. Next year, I'm taking the show to Ireland. I have not talked to the bosses about this yet, but even if they say no, we're going.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be how it goes down, dude. It's gonna be how it goes
I'm sure
down.
they'll be okay with it. I'm sure they'll pay for it.
Yeah.
We'll be good.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
If not, we'll use the Marty. I'll radio it in myself. Anyway, we got Brandon Combs producing the show, also running the board. He's like the Shohei Ohtani of the Odyssey network, the BetMGM network. We got Monty running the video tonight, and he's an Iowa fan. He's an alum. So I don't even think this is that hot of a take because they do it every year. I think they're going to win one of the games that nobody's given them a shot to win, like one of the games that they're not supposed to win. They get Penn State October 18th, especially if that's a night game. That's a night game in prime time, dude, and Penn State's undefeated. I could see them ruining James Franklin's undefeated season. Then they get Minnesota. Then they get Oregon at home. So they get Penn State and Oregon at home. They're winning one of those 2 games, man. And again, I would not bet the under on Iowa. They could easily win 8-9 games, or they could win just 7. I don't actually know that they could win just 7, man. So they're a lock. I never say lock in college football because last time I did, I was talking about Utah with Cam Rising coming back and Kyle Whittingham to win the Pac-12, and they let me down. But under Kirk, they've won at least 8 games, 9 of the last 10 years. So the last decade, they've won at least 8 games, 9 of them. The year that they didn't was 2020, and that was the shortened COVID season, and they finished 6-2. It all comes down to the offensive side of the ball. Every year we joke like, oh, Iowa's offense setting football back, years. A couple of years ago, it was like, oh, just give Cooper DeJean punt returns because he is the offense. But if Gronowski could live up to the hype, they could make a run to the college football playoff. The defense is going to be tough, dude. And I'm happy never to see Cade McNamara. I almost said Cade McNown. Cade McNamara. I can't believe that they actually paid him more than $1 million to play quarterback. The dude couldn't even move. He was clearly cooked. We saw that at Michigan, which is why J.J. McCarthy stole his job there. But Gronowski at South Dakota State, the tape's awesome, man. He won 2 FCS national titles. He started 4 years. The only concern I have about him is making the leap from the FCS to the Big Ten, where he's going to see really good defenses and a tough schedule. and he had shoulder surgery this past winter. So we didn't get to see him at spring practice or in the spring game. They're saying he's going to be ready. I guess he's going to be ready, but he's a dual threat, 12,000 yards, over 12,000 total yards at South Dakota State, and he's a winner, 2 championships. They have to replace Caleb Johnson, their stud back, but you know they're always going to have solid running backs at Iowa, dude. And then up front, 3 starters, including Logan Jones, who's all Big Ten at center. Like I said, the defensive side of the ball will be good. So if I had to make a bet on the win total, it would be over. But I'm not picking them to make the playoff. Are you?
I'm not picking them to make the playoff, but here's what I want to see just for Monty. For my daughter's going to be going to Iowa next year, so I'm going to have to, by proxy, start rooting for Iowa football a little bit as well. I'd like to see them have a good season, right? I'd like to see them be maybe 9-2 heading into that game against Nebraska. And maybe Nebraska's 10-1 at that point, and maybe a loss knocks Nebraska out of the college football playoff, and maybe Iowa finds a way to do that to Nebraska, and maybe that makes Monty happy. That's what I root for my friends sometimes when it comes to sports. You know, if their team has a chance, that's what I want to see. So, for his sake,
you're a good friend.
I hope that's how it happens.
Yeah. You're a good friend. All right, in the quickest recap in Big Ten history, Penn State, I think they win the Big Ten, plus 220. Oregon, I think they make the playoff and finish top 5 in total offense. Last year, they were number 1 in the Big Ten in total offense, 35 points per game. I worry a little bit about the wide receiver room, especially because Evan Stewart had offseason knee surgery and he's done for the year already. But I think that they are a 10-win team. Ohio State, unfortunately, not going anywhere. But Chip Kelly's replaced by Brian Hartline, wide receiver coach, and Jim Knowles replaced by Matt Patricia. So let's just see how that goes. Michigan, I think they could win anywhere from 8 games to 11 games, but I'm staying away from them. Illinois, I bet the under 8.5 wins. They have to face Ohio State, and you could say, well, they get them in Champaign. I don't care. Ohio State's going to roll them. They don't get Michigan, Oregon, or Penn State, but I don't know, man, right? Like, they most likely beat Purdue, Western Illinois, and Western Michigan, but there's some 50-50 games. Duke's going to be good.
Yeah.
They're on the road against Indiana. They play Maryland. Northwestern's improved this year. Rutgers, USC, at Washington, at Wisconsin. Illinois, for me, under 8.5. I like Luke Altmaier. Not in love with the wide receiver room now that Pat Bryant's gone. I'm all in on Nebraska. Year 3 for Matt Rule. This is what he does. He builds culture, then he wins. Last 3 games of Raiola's freshman year, 72% completion rate, 236 yards per game, only 1 pick. They bring back Emmett Johnson. I think he's going to be a stud at the running back position, and the defense should be good. USC, I kind of like their over, man. I think they win 8 games. Big year for Lincoln Riley. They went 1-4 on the road in 2024. That's why I didn't get there, because look at their road trips. Oregon, Notre Dame, Illinois, and Nebraska. They got to be better on the road, but if Jaden Maeva could be the guy that we saw last year down the stretch, he went 3-1 after he replaced Millard Moss, and he looks like a Lincoln Riley quarterback. I think USC's kind of being slept on. We already hit Iowa. Wisconsin, I have to bet the under 5.5. That's the toughest schedule in the country. Alabama on the road, Michigan on the road, Ohio State on the road, Oregon on the road, Indiana on the road. Good luck. Oh, and they play Alabama.
Yeah.
I already said that. Rutgers, I like over 5.5, man. I think the offense might actually be kind of fun. Maryland, I lean over 4.5. Didn't bet it. Washington. I like Washington, man. They have one of the best tackles in the portal that they bring over in Carter Willis from Kansas State. Jonah Coleman should be back at running back. You know, the offensive line was the main issue last year. They spent a ton of money to fix that up. And Desmond Williams Jr. looked pretty good in the Sun Bowl. 374 yards passing, 4 tutties. I think they could win 8 games. But that's the same thing I'm going to say about Indiana. Curtis Rourke is gone, but they bring in Fernando Mendoza. He's going to be solid, too. I kind of like the over on Northwestern, over 3.5 wins. They bring in Preston Stone, who got benched at SMU, but I think he's an upgrade over anything that they had. Minnesota, stay away. UCLA, stay away. Michigan State, year 2 for Jonathan Smith, over 5.5 wins. That's the Big Ten. All right, let's move over to the SEC. Who do you got winning it?
The SEC, I have Alabama winning the SEC. We talked about this yesterday as well. Man, I love this Alabama football team. I love an Alabama football team that is slept on, and that's what's happening right now. And look, I understand we're not in the Nick Saban era anymore, and I understand this is a completely different team. But this team is massive on the lines, and I love what they bring to the table. I have only 3 SEC teams in the college football playoff, though. Only
Is
3.
this you being a hater because we're Midwest boys and we're Big Ten guys and we just all the love that they get from ESPN, we want to see them fail?
No, it's because it was my only way to get Toledo in.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Has the Big Ten caught up to the SEC in your opinion?
I think it's past the SEC, to be honest with you. I do. I think that the NIL has made it so that there's going to be more parity, and you're never going to see a conference that dominates as the SEC did in the last 10 years or so.
Does it also help that like the Big Ten is no longer really the Big Ten, and it's not like we have USC, we have
it's the Big 25.
Oregon. We have Oregon. I think that kind of helps too, bro. Like that.
Yeah, a little bit.
All
for
right.
Sure.
So, who are your playoff teams?
I have Bama, obviously, because they win the SEC. I have Georgia, and I have Texas. Those are my 3 from the SEC.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, I got 4 getting in from the SEC. I'm with you on Bama. I like Kalen DeBoer, right? And I don't know what Ty Simpson is, but in the Ryan Grubb offense, because they bring him over to call plays, and he was with DeBoer, obviously, at Washington. Granted, that was Michael Penix and not Ty Simpson at quarterback. But I feel like this is a good year to bet Bama just because I don't know that we ever get these prices with Bama again, unless Kalen DeBoer just sucks and they fire him this year or next year. But the defense is going to be solid. They got to get after the quarterback, though, and they got to be able to stop the run. But that offensive line is huge. That's an NFL offensive line. So I'm with you on Alabama. I got them winning the SEC as well at 5-1. But I have Texas also winning double-digit games and getting into the playoff. I think Arch is really good. I don't know if Arch is Peyton. I don't know if he's Eli. Again, the report came out today. He's not sure what he's going to do next year. If he balls out, wins the Heisman, and they win the Natty, Arch is coming out. He's going to be the number 1 overall pick. If they win 9 games, 10 games, if they don't at least make it to the championship game, Arch probably goes back the same way that Eli went back and the same way that Peyton went back, right? But, Texas has to replace a lot. But I think they're going to be better this year because I think Arch, whether he is Eli or Peyton or the next big thing or whatever he is, I think he's an upgrade over Quinn Ewers. Because in the Sark offense, the RPO stuff, I like a quarterback that can move around a little bit, and that ain't Ewers. So Bama wins. Texas gets in. I got Georgia getting in. If Carson Beck didn't leave for Miami and take the bag, I would have felt better. But I like what I saw from Gunnar Stockton. Short sample size, kind of thrown into the fire against a really good Notre Dame defense in the biggest game of the year. But I think Kirby's going to be motivated after not even making it to the semifinal last year. And I think they only got like 2 or 3 traffic violations, which is an upgrade for Georgia. They've led the SEC and maybe the country in off-the-field distractions the last couple of years. This year's been a little bit quiet, so Georgia gets in. And then the last one for me, LSU. Talked about them enough, though. Garrett Nussmeier needs to play better in the big games. You can't complete 55% of your passes, and you got to, protect the football. 5 picks in the 3 losses was bad. But I think they're going to be good, dude. They have to win 9 games for Brian Kelly. They have to get into the playoff. Or maybe he's back looking for work. Maybe he's back at Cincinnati. So Bama, your winner. And Texas, Georgia, and LSU get in the playoffs. So 4 SEC teams for me.
What's funny is if I had to make a play for a 4th team from the SEC and Toledo doesn't get in, my 4th team in the SEC was going to be Texas A&M. I like Texas A&M a lot, man.
See, I like Mike Elko a lot. I thought they were going to be really good last year. That's why I was so hyped. Because we're Notre Dame fans, if you're just tuning into the show, if you've been living under a rock and you're not hanging around at 10:35 every single night with us on weeknights, but we're Notre Dame fans. And when Elko got the job at A&M, I was like, man, great hire. especially because Jimbo sucked down the stretch. He was clearly washed. I just didn't think they were ever going to buy him out because they had to spend like $350 million or whatever it was. But when Notre Dame beat them, I was like, oh my God, this is a real contender this year. And then they lose the next week to Northern Illinois. And it ends up working out, right? It was the most fun that I've had in a long, long time, maybe ever in a Notre Dame season. And they were actually competitive against Ohio State. That Jeremiah Smith reception, man, still kills me. Popped up on my screen the other day. And I was like, nope, even as I prepare for the season, I got all my info on Ohio State. I don't need that catch. All right, we'll hold off on the ACC. And actually, you know what? We don't have to hold off on the ACC. Clemson.
Yeah.
Clemson wins. Clemson makes the playoff. And SMU doesn't. I don't think Miami does. I hope not, at least.
Same.
I wouldn't mind Pitt, just because I like Eli Holstein. And I think Desmond Reed, their running back, is going to be an absolute stud once again this season. But again, that's why I played Carson Beck 22-1 to win the Heisman. I would rather bet that than Miami to do anything because I think Carson Beck is a legit quarterback. I don't think Mario Cristobal is a legit head coach. Anytime I watch a man, instead of taking a knee in a college football playoff game, this wasn't Mount Carmel against, Mundelein, and he decides to go halfback draw and fumbles the game away and loses to Georgia Tech. Hard for me ever to trust that guy again, right? Like last year, you have the number 1 overall pick in Cam Ward. You start 9-0 and down the stretch, you can't beat Georgia Tech and Syracuse as a double-digit favorite. So out on the team, but in on the player. So that's my hedge. If Clemson doesn't win the ACC and do big things, which they will, right? They have Cade Klubnik. They have wide receivers that could actually create separation. They're going to have a top 20 defense. So Clemson for me. Clemson for you in the ACC?
Yeah, it's just Clemson. I don't have Miami. I don't have anybody else. Just Clemson.
Cool. All right, we wrap up with the Big 12 Heisman picks, Natty picks, and then maybe some NFL headlines as well. Cubs up 4-1 in the top of the 9th. Hey, how about that? Taking 2 and 3 from the Brewers to start the series. BetMGM the 9th.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
I think the time in D.C. is probably over for Brian Robinson Jr., which is kind of crazy to say. And this sped up quickly. Like this went from, okay, maybe the Commanders might be interested in a new running back to, both sides have agreed that he's going to sit. But the Commanders were telling him, we're going to sit you because they're looking to trade him, maybe cut him. But I think ultimately they want to trade him and get something for him in return. And then they have this kid that they drafted late in the draft, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, who wants to be known as Bill. So Bill has come on and been a wonderkind at camp. He looks great. He looked great last night. And it just feels like Brian Robinson Jr. has never sort of fit into what the Commanders want to do in that offense. Great short yardage back, but he doesn't have that explosive speed. And so he's gone from, hey, this is our starter, to throughout camp, he might be challenged to, I don't know if he's going to be on the team here in a couple weeks.
Brad, you have the Play Like a Champion Today hat on. That tells me you might be a Notre Dame fan. Where do you have them power rated? And are they good enough to win a couple games and get over the hump of being a national champion this year?
Well, I am a Notre Dame fan, but I wear a bunch of different hats. I think I had an Alabama hat on the last show I did. But as far as the Fighting Irish go, I think they're a legit national title contender. Haven't been able to say that too often in the last 30 years. I thought last year's team was their best team legitimately in the last 30 years. And I think this year's team, if you just go through the roster, probably better and deeper than last year's team. However, one caveat being the all-important position of quarterback. Haven't loved what I've heard out of fall camp. I think I would give the slight edge to Kenny Minchey, which is a pretty big shock. That he might be the starter game one over CJ Carr, because coming out of spring, you thought it was CJ Carr's definite job to lose. I think it just basically comes down to this: the quarterback play. The quarterback can't get them beat. I mean, as long as they go out there, distribute the ball. The guys like Jeremiah Love, the best running back in the country. I think the wide receiver position is the best Notre Dame's had in 5+ years. Offensive line's one of the top 5 offensive lines in the country. Defense is right there. As long as the quarterback's not turning it over a bunch, they're gonna be favored in every game. The problem with Notre Dame though this year is their 2 toughest games are their first 2 games, and that's not the great way to break in an inexperienced quarterback. But I'm telling you right now, if they beat Miami in game 1, I mean, they're already a touchdown plus favorite against Texas A&M in the second game. I mean, they'll be a double-digit favorite in every other game. I mean, you could pretty much book their playoff tickets if they beat Miami on that opening Sunday night.
I think it's fine at 12. The thing that's so amazing about this conversation, guys, is it's very hard historically for college sports to make any changes, to increase their playoff size, to decide on anything. And they go from 4 to, well, it's hard to get to 4, as you guys know, and then they go from 4 to 12, 3 times the amount. I'm not great at math, but I think it's 3 times the amount. And I think there were a lot of really good things about last year's playoff. They figured out the seeding, and that's going to be improved going forward. The idea that you go to 12 and you're already talking about 16, and then obviously there's some preliminary talks about 24, 28. It's so unlike college sports to be already in these discussions. We got to get bigger. We're not valued enough. 8-4 is a good record. I mean, this is just insane when you think about how difficult it's been for college football in particular to get to a playoff to begin with, and then to expand the playoff. I think 12 should be able to breathe for a little while, especially with the straight seeding before we go bigger. But again, you guys know it. Every playoff system in this country and every sport gets bigger and bigger, and more than likely college football's playoff will get bigger than 12. It's just a matter of how big.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
Wrapping up tonight's show, Ryan Horvat hosting the show, obviously. Solo hour, BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. You can stream the show on YouTube as well as Twitch. If you ever miss anything, wherever you find your podcasts, all you got to do, type in BetMGM Tonight. And again, listen every single day to all of our great content and all of our shows on the BetMGM Network. All right, before we wrap up, we got to get to some baseball scores. The Cubs take both games in the doubleheader today against the Brewers. They just go final, so they win game 1, 6-4, and then they knock them off 4-1. They were plus 102 on the money line. Total goes under 6.5. Right now, Yankees up 6-2 on the Rays. Dodgers beating up on the Rockies, as most do, 10-4 in the bottom of the 7th. Reds up 3-1 on the Angels. San Francisco and San Diego tied up at 1, and then the Diamondbacks and the Guardians are tied up at 2. That game's in the bottom of the 4th. We're talking college football, our official predictions. We hit the Big Ten, we hit the ACC, and we hit the SEC so far. Now we got to get to the Big 12. And this is where I feel like everybody that I've talked with has different answers. I'm going Kansas State. Big game to kick off the season. A conference game in Ireland, but I like Kansas State this year, man. And I also like Avery Johnson, their quarterback. A little stab on him, at least, to win the Heisman at 50-1. He could throw for 3,000 yards. He could rush for 1,000 yards. He's just got to limit the turnovers. But now, this year, he is the guy. Last year, he was the guy, but he was replacing Will Howard. And now, he's got a full offseason. I think the running game is going to be solid. I like the receivers. So I'm going to roll with Kansas State, which right now, let me actually pop this up and see if they're still 5-1. Yep, plus 500. for Kansas State, and I like that one quite a bit. I don't have any other teams from the Big 12 making the playoff. Just going to roll with the Wildcats here. Love the coaching staff. Like I said, I like the running back room. Dylan Edwards is back. He was a backup last year, but in that role averaged over 7 yards per carry. Their leading receiver, Jace Brown's back. 5 touchdowns last year, 800 receiving yards. I think Sterling Lockett is going to be a weapon, both out of the slot and on special teams. They bring back their tight end, Garrett Oakley, caught 5 touchdowns last year, and they have a 5-star, their top recruit ever, Lincoln Cure. He's 6'6", 220 pounds. I think the defense is going to be really, really good. Last year, second in the Big 12 in rushing yards allowed. They got to fix that up, but they also play a ton of 3-3-5 to stop the pass. So big year, I think, for Kansas State. I like them over 8.5 wins, and I like them to win the Big 12 plus 500. Favorable schedule, 2 games against opponents who are coming off byes, but it's Kansas and it's Oklahoma State. So I'm rolling with them. Where are you going, Brandon, in the Big 12?
I'm going to go with Arizona State. I like Arizona State a lot. I think they're going to run it back. I know they got to replace Cam Scadaboo. They're probably going to end up going with a running back by committee. They've got to improve their pass rush too. The pass rush was really, really bad last year, but I think that they focus on that this offseason. So I like Arizona State a lot. Their schedule, very, very, very favorable. You look at Northern Arizona, Mississippi State, Texas State, Baylor, TCU, Utah, Texas Tech, Houston, Iowa State, West Virginia, Colorado, and Arizona. I think biggest test in there is probably Texas Tech, maybe Iowa State as well. But I think Arizona State, I think that they're going to be able to do it. They're starting off ranked 11th. I think they can go undefeated, and if they do that, they're going to stay high and they're going to win the Big 12.
Yeah, so that's why I took a little 22-1 plus 2,200 Sam Levitt to win the Heisman, because that'll be my hedging opportunity right there, just in case they do win 9-10 games, even without Scadaboo. They won a lot of games. Like Texas State should have beat them last year. They won that game by a field goal. That's what scares me. It's hard to do that 2 years in a row, but all the reports, Levitt looked awesome all spring, all last summer at all those quarterback camps, the Elite 11 or whatever it's called. That's what Mike Detillier and the guys were telling me about in New Orleans. But I don't hate the pick, dude. So again, official predictions. I got a couple more to go here, but Big Ten winner, Penn State. Playoff teams, Oregon, Ohio State, and Nebraska. ACC, Clemson, and that's it. My hedge, Carson Beck, 22-1 to win the Heisman. I also have Pitt over on the win total, by the way. In the SEC, I got Bama, as you do, winning it. Playoff teams, Texas, Georgia, Bama, and LSU. Big 12 winner, Kansas State. Playoff teams, Kansas State. Independent, not being a homer here, but I think at worst, Notre Dame's 10-2, dude. The schedule's a little tougher. I don't like the Miami game to kick off this season, especially with Carson Beck now. They get A&M again. They get Arkansas, and they get Boise State all before week 6. We find out today, though, C.J. Carr is going to be the quarterback. I like the receivers with Jaden Greathouse coming back, Malachi Fields coming over from Virginia. Jeremiah Love is a legit Heisman candidate. Had to bet a little bit of that at 50-1. Now it's 40-1, but 1,100 yards last year on the ground, 17 touchdowns. Backfield's loaded. Price is back. He had 746 rushing yards last year. Williams could catch like 30 balls out of the backfield. The O-line's going to be a strength. New DC, since Al Golden's gone in Cincinnati, but it's Chris Ash, who was with Urban Meyer in 2014 and won a natty with Ohio State. And I like the secondary, man. Leonard Moore's back. He was really good filling in for Benjamin Morris last year. And Christian Gray's back. As long as Marcus Freeman's the head coach, I think they're a lock to win 10 games. So I'm going with Notre Dame to make the playoff. Are you?
And Carson Beck throws 3 interceptions in that first game against Notre Dame. Week 1. Carson Beck.
I'll take it.
The secondary, I like the way that the defense runs. The defense is one of those style of defenses that can confuse a quarterback. And that's why I liked them last year if they were going to go up against Carson Beck in Georgia. So that's, I think I'm not worried about that Miami game at all for Notre Dame. If there's, there's going to be a couple more games. I'm worried about the Texas A&M game for Notre Dame. But, it's for me, Notre Dame's in the playoffs. The other one that I had on here, I don't know if you picked a winner in this one. Mountain West Conference, did you pick a winner?
Yeah, I'm gonna go Boise State. I mean, they have to replace Genty, dude, but 13 starters back, 7 of them on offense. Their quarterback Maddox Madsen's back, over 3,000 yards passing, 23 tutties, 6 picks last year, and they're gonna replace Genty with Malik Sherrod from Fresno State. I like him a little bit. I like their tight end Lauder or whatever his name is. 7 touchdowns last year, 47 grabs. At wide receiver, Caples is back. I think he had like 40 catches last year, 5 touchdowns, over 400 yards. On defense, they led the country in sacks. Everybody talked about Genty, but the quarterback's good, Madsen, and the defense had 55 sacks last year. They led the country. And favorable schedule outside of the October 4th road game where I hope they get pounded by Notre Dame. I'm going to go Boise. But my outside pick was Navy to make the playoff at 16-1.
Ooh.
Shout out to my cousin Horvath.
I have UNLV out of the Mountain West Conference.
Wow.
I don't have them making the playoff, but I do have UNLV winning that conference.
So you're going to go UNLV in the Mountain West, and then you don't have them making the playoff, though, because you got the boys from Toledo, right? The MAC winners.
Correct.
All right. So that's my playoff. My natty pick, I'm going to go with Penn State over Texas, dude. I have Penn State bets, and I have Clemson bets right now. And then I had to bet a little Texas just in case the hype is real. And I'm a lover of Sark and always will be. And I kind of want Arch to ball out. But again, if James Franklin doesn't do it this year with this roster, I don't think it ever happens. So Penn State's my national champ pick with all that returning talent, with Jim Knowles coming over to run the defense, with the return of Kotelnicki to call the plays. I don't even know how good James Franklin needs to be. So Penn State's my national title winner. And my Heisman winner, even though I have 8 bets, the number one I'll go with, Drew Aller, 18-1. I know some are down on him, but last year, dude, over 3,000 passing yards, over 20 touchdown passes, and now he's got actual wide receivers. Both backs are back. I think Kotelnicki as a play caller is going to be in his bag. So Penn State, national champions, Drew Aller, Heisman winner, my ATS God of the Year. Do this every year. The Utah Utes, dude, with Devin Dampier taking over as quarterback. They could put the rest after the last decade. The Cam Rising quarterback situation. Even last year in a 4-win season, they had a top 20 defense. I think the Utes are going to be really good against the number, but I think Penn State wins it all. Drew Aller wins the Heisman. Wrap up with your predictions for the college football season.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Alabama over Penn State in the national championship game. I think Alabama wins the Natty. I bet Alabama to win the Natty as well. So Alabama over Penn State in the national championship. And my Heisman is Cade Klubnik. I think Cade Klubnik's going to have a fantastic year out in Clemson. I think he's going to be ridiculous. I know was he 9-1 or 10-1 right now to win the Heisman. He's one of the favorites, but I just think they're going to be so good. And I think that he's going to put up such great numbers. It's going to be hard to knock him off. So I'm going Cade Klubnik to be my Heisman. I think the biggest disappointments I have are probably Miami, LSU, and Illinois. I think those are the teams that are very hyped and they aren't going to do very well. And then my biggest surprises obviously are Toledo and UNLV.
All right, I love it. So there's the official predictions. If you missed any of them, go back, check out the podcast, BetMGM tonight. Like, subscribe, review, rate, tell a friend. Say, hey, that after-hours stuff is great. All the college football information I needed to bet the season, and it's all there in one podcast. Tell a friend, tell a friend's friend, tell a friend's friend. All right, just really quick, because we don't have a whole lot that we need to get to that we didn't earlier tonight with Brad in the NFL. But this quarterback situation is finally, or this quarterback battle, if you want to call it. I don't even know what to call it, that the Colts had going on. It was Daniel Jones going against Anthony Richardson. And Anthony Richardson, like, here's a guy with all the physical traits that you could ask for. Problem is he can't throw the football. He's not very accurate. And he's not going to be the starter. And Shane Steichen, the head coach in Indianapolis, comes out and he's like, yeah, he's not going to be the starter this season. Which makes sense, man. You can't name a starter and then be like, well, we're going to see how it goes. No, because you want your starting quarterback to have some damn confidence. And that's what Daniel Jones has lacked at times in his career. And now he has that in Shane Steichen. Shane Steichen and the Colts need a winning season. Maybe he gets another year, right, with another quarterback, because that's the thing. If you're bad this year, next year is the year, if you suck, that you get a quarterback. Lenora Sellers, Cade Klubnik, who you just talked about, Garrett Nussmeier, Arch maybe. So that should be the goal. Be as bad as possible. But I don't know, man. I think the Colts actually want to win games, but I don't think it's going to happen with Daniel Jones. It's hard. It has to be hard today to wake up as a Colts fan and read that and say, oh, yeah, I'm looking forward to the year now. I think Anthony Richardson has the higher ceiling, but Daniel Jones is probably the better option if you want to win football games. So there you go. Daniel Jones, the starting quarterback for the Colts. And Penn State's winning it all this year, kids. We're back tomorrow night, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network. BetMGM The Night, brought to you by, you guessed it, BetMGM.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network.
I think the time in D.C. is probably over for Brian Robinson Jr., which is kind of crazy to say. And this sped up quickly. Like, this went from, okay, maybe the Commanders might be interested in a new running back to, oh, both sides have agreed that he's going to sit. The Commanders were telling him, we're going to sit you because they're looking to trade him, maybe cut him, but I think ultimately they want to trade him and get something for him in return. And then they have this kid that they drafted late in the draft, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, who wants to be known as Bill. So Bill has come on and been a wonderkind at camp. He looks great. He looked great last night. And it just feels like Brian Robinson Jr. has never sort of fit into what the Commanders want to do in that offense. Great short yardage back, but he doesn't have that explosive speed.